Chapter 1. Past grievances. 15 years into the apocalypse. In a dim, damp underground chamber, the severed torso of a zombie lay scattered upon the ground, its head blown apart. The moss beneath it was splattered with a repugnant yellow liquid, while the walls bore the remnants of dried blood. A figure sat in a wheelchair, suddenly erupting into a fit of morbid laughter. The muscles of his face, ravaged and deformed, contorted grotesquely, rendering his visage both bizarre and hideous. Hearing the commotion, a small zombie crouched on the floor, meticulously cleaning up the remnants, glanced up with concern, though fear restrained any movement on its part. Noticing her gaze, Lu Yize maneuvered his wheelchair to face her, his pitch-black eyes devoid of warmth, as though the manic laughter had not originated from him. He regarded the zombie before him, one of its arms severed, and coldly inquired, "What are you staring at?" The small, disabled zombie possessed skin marred by decaying scars below its throat. It was only after Lu Yize spoke that he recalled it was merely a zombie, incapable of speech. The small zombie, perceptive and obedient, promptly lowered its head and resumed wiping the blood-stained, foul-smelling floor with a rag. Lu Yize sat silently in his wheelchair, watching her scurry about, his previously harsh expression gradually softening. Yet, upon observing her incomplete form, he furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Only moments ago, his abilities had been upgraded. In his quest for vengeance, he had forcefully activated the fractured core of his powers, traversing dimensions to obliterate the stronghold of his enemies. He had gravely injured the scoundrel and the harlot and seized the opportunity to slay their only son. The mere thought of these two individuals sent waves of uncontrollable hatred surging within Lu Yize's chest. For many years, he has endured the torment of his broken body solely for the purpose of vengeance. Once, his childhood sweetheart, his betrothed, conspired with the deputy leader of the base, causing him to sustain grave injuries during a mission, leaving him partially paralyzed. In his weakened state, they shattered his ability core, treating him like livestock, vivisecting him, and conducting horrific experiments that involved the removal of his heart handle. They exploited his resilience as an ability user, subjecting him to thousands of blood extractions, flesh mutilations, and cranial surgeries, pushing him to the brink of death, time and again, yet withholding any medical aid, forcing him to heal himself repeatedly. This existence, more torturous than death itself, continued for an entire year, spanning over 1,000 days and nights. Most within the base were aware of his plight, yet everyone chose to safeguard their own interests. Ah, how splendid! This is the very group he fought desperately to protect. With blood-red eyes, Lu Yize vowed that on the day he attained freedom, he would ensure that all would pay in kind for their blood debts. The zombie appeared during the siege of the base by the undead, 1 year after his ability core was destroyed and he was rendered immobile. At that time, a group of inept individuals held power within the base, and it was merely a matter of time before their stronghold was breached. They were preoccupied with their own escape, indifferent to his plight in the laboratory. Indeed, it could be said they wished for his demise amidst the chaos of the zombie outbreak, providing them with a convenient excuse to declare his death. In the desolate basement of the base, Lu Yize listened to the gruesome sounds of zombies devouring flesh from outside as the laboratory door was violently breached. Upon recognizing the figure that approached him, he could scarcely contain his rage, wishing to rend her asunder. With gritted teeth, he spat out the name of his nemesis, Cui Yingying. Cui Yingying gazed down upon Lu Yize, who lay paralyzed and rendered a mere shell of his former self upon the examination table. She pinched her nose, waving her hand in distaste. Lu Yize, you truly possess a remarkable tenacity to still be alive. Tell me, if only you had perished alongside your subordinates in the West Year incident, wouldn't you have spared this suffering? In the past, during the West Year, Cui Yingying would never have revealed her true nature before Lu Yize. However, now, witnessing him bound and shackled to the surgical table, appearing more wretched than a stray dog, she felt a surge of satisfaction within her. I have long grown weary of you, you pitiful wretch exuding the stench of poverty. Individuals like you, given even a sliver of hope for survival, will inevitably turn and bite back with ferocity. Therefore, do not hold it against me for my ruthlessness. Chui Yingying produced a knife, while those with abilities possessed formidable regenerative powers. A simultaneous destruction of both the brain and heart would spell certain doom. Without hesitation, she plunged the blade into Lu Yize's heart, blood splattering across her face, yet she smiled with a radiant delight. So, the blood of an ability user is indeed warm. Lu Yize, you are nothing but a waste. If only I had your powers, I would not be destined for such a fate. With that, she raised the knife once more, a glimmer of regret flickering in her eyes. Such a promising specimen for research on abilities would be hard to come by in the future. Had his core of abilities not been destroyed by them, Lu Yize would surely have chosen self-destruction to take this detestable woman and the entire base down with him. Just as the blade was poised to pierce Lu Yize's skull, a greenish zombie burst through the door. Rushing towards Chui Yingying, she was taken aback by the sudden movement and hastily retreated a few steps. Yet, the zombie would not relent, its long, dark claws lunging at her. With no means of escape, Chui Yingying let out a frantic scream, only to be met with the piercing claws that pu toward her cheek, eliciting a chilling and dissonant shriek. 5 years into the apocalypse, Chui Yingying remained a burden. In the first year of the cataclysm, Lu Yize, owing her a debt of gratitude for saving his life, consented to a relay tie. On ship with her, vowing to protect her family. Upon entering the base, her family relied on his support. He believed he had treated her well, yet she conspired with the deputy leader of the base, climbing the ranks at his expense. One became the leader of the base, and the other the leader's wife, and judging by her complacent demeanor, she likely enjoyed a life of ease and luxury. Now, witnessing the demise of her enemy at the hands of the zombie, Lu Yize found a twisted sense of satisfaction, laughing with bloodshot eyes, wishing he could personally end her life. After injuring Chui Yingying, the zombie wasted no time, turning its attention to Lu Yize, who remained indifferent. Death by the hands of a zombie seemed preferable to falling victim to a scoundrel and a shameless woman. However, to his astonishment, the zombie severed all of his restraints and hoisted him onto its back, retreating with remarkable speed. The awakened abilities drawn by Chui Yingying's anguish cries soon took note of Lu Yize and the zombie. The once indecisive leader of the base, confronted with Lu Yize's cold, powerful gaze filled with hatred, was struck with terror and, shrouded in shadow, issued a command. Lu Yize is in league with the zombie. Detonate the base immediately. He must not leave alive, but the ordinary people in the base will also perish in the explosion. One of his subordinates protested. Yet, in the next moment, this individual was dragged into the ground by a shadow, suffocated amidst his screams, leaving behind only a pair of terror-stricken eyes visible on the surface. The leader of the base surveyed each person present. Is there anyone else with dissenting opinions? Silence enveloped the room. Years ago, they had prepared for the worst-case scenario. If they were truly confronted by an overwhelming tide of zombies, they would preserve the abilities of the extraordinary and de-sacrifice the ordinary within the base. After all, ordinary people were in abundance. They would never risk their lives like Lu Yize and his group to protect these liabilities. The leader's gaze fixed upon Lu Yize, who was being carried by a zombie, and he sneered, unhesitatingly detonating the munitions beneath the base. In an instant, a tremendous wave of heat engulfed the entire base, as high-temperature and high-pressure gases coalesced into a colossal fireball that erupted in the air. In this certain death scenario for all, Lu Yize did not anticipate that the zombie carrying him would not hesitate for a moment, enveloping him with all its powers, fiercely shielding him beneath its body. Chapter 2. The Malevolent Spirits of the Underworld. Lu Yize awoke once more, his sense of smell reviving before his consciousness. The heavy stench of blood, gunpowder, and the nauseating odor of decay permeated the air. With great effort, he pried his eyes open, only to be met with a sight that churned his stomach. Disjointed limbs lay scattered haphazardly, the mingled remains of zombies and humans, blood in shades of crimson and dark brown seeping into the earth. Mountains of corpses accumulated, each face seemingly etched with the agony of unquiet death. Lu Yize's face was half blown to smithereens, leaving only a bloodied, mangled eye to gaze upon the crimson world. He could feel himself sprawled atop a zombie, which crawled laboriously on the ground, dragging him along with one arm. In the instant of the explosion, this zombie exhibited remarkable judgment, retreating swiftly to distance itself from the epicenter of the blast. Utilizing its extraordinary abilities, it mitigated the shock wave that erupted from the surface, absorbing much of the damage with its own body. Those zombies, particularly those of a higher rank, possess formidable healing capabilities. This one still suffered the loss of an arm and a lower leg in the face of such an onslaught. Lu Yize lay upon it, allowing it to carry him forward, his gaze filled with suspicion and malice. Despite the fact that this zombie had risked its life to save him, Lu Yize remained unconvinced of its intentions. Should it exhibit even the slightest movement, he would not hesitate to end its existence. Although Lu Yize's abilities had been shattered, his limbs were free from bondage. Furthermore, the zombie had exposed its most vulnerable back to him with a resolute heart. He could easily bring about its demise. During his torment in the laboratory, Lu Yize's paranoia had deepened, and facing a zombie one that feasted upon humanity found it impossible to trust easily. Was this a trap set by the zombie coalition base, or a new experiment devised by those so-called scientists? Lu Yize harbored the utmost malice in his speculation of human nature, yet even his cold-hearted and suspicious demeanor could not overlook the bloodstains left behind by the zombie that dragged him along its path. The little zombie led Lu Yize to its refuge found amidst the ruins. Once he was settled, it eagerly hopped to a corner and unearthed several crystal cores, presenting them to Lu Yize. Zombie crystal cores are valuable treasures. They not only enhance the abilities of supernatural beings, but also enable zombies to evolve. However, as the creature offered the cores to him, Lu Yize's gaze fell upon it, and for the first time, he found himself unable to comprehend its intentions. The little zombie pointed toward the door, but Lu Yize resolutely refused, stating, "You are not allowed to go outside." The little zombie gazed longingly at the outdoors, wishing to plead its case once more, but Lu Yize's cold voice chilled it. "I said you cannot go out, do you not understand?" Seeing his anger, the little zombie obediently squatted down, using the cloth that Lu Yize had carelessly tossed to it to wipe the floor, its demeanor one of quiet resignation. Once it appeared disinclined to venture outside, Lu Yize diverted his gaze. He had just slain half the members of a rival faction and had also taken the life of the faction leaders. Only it was likely that they were seething with a desire to capture him, to exact a gruesome vengeance, and he could not bear the thought of the little zombie facing death outside. Initially, he believed that this little zombie regarded him merely as a source of sustenance, but over time, he discerned that this was not the case. It seemed to harbor genuine affection for him. Upon realizing this for the first time, Lu Yize felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. After 10 years of cohabitation, he still could not fathom why he had marred his own visage, rendered his abilities nearly obsolete, and found himself incapable of even standing. What could this zombie possibly see in him? Is this truly the extent of a zombie's aesthetic appreciation? Lu Yize regarded the little zombie with suspicion, however. It was precisely due to the ample crystal cores provided by this creature that he had, after years of toil, discovered a method to mend the damaged ability nucleus. He observed the small zombie, crouched on the floor, diligently scrubbing away. Despite the loss of an arm and half a leg, the thought of fitting her with prosthetics crossed his mind. In an instant, he clenched his teeth. No, this state was quite satisfactory. It was far better that she remained close, unable to stray too far. The mere thought of the little zombie potentially leaving cast a fleeting shadow over Lu Yize's eyes. Such a possibility must not exist. Never mind, all these concerns would be addressed once he had exacted his vengeance. Just moments ago, he had unleashed the entirety of his accumulated powers from the past decade, employing spatial compression to unexpectedly obliterate half of the base, trapping half of the inhabitants within the confines of a constricted space, including Cui Ying's 7-year-old son. Though the child was innocent, Lu Yize understood all too well the rationale behind silencing witnesses and eradicating threats. Regrettably, he had allowed Cui Ying and Dong Hong to escape. From a moment they conspired together to betray him and ascend at his expense. Their fates were sealed in a blood feud. The thought of this individual losing her precious son brought Lu Yize a sense of grim satisfaction. In stark contrast, Cui Ying was now screaming like a madwoman. "It's Lu Yize! It must be Lu Yize!" He's not dead. He killed my son. I will kill him. I absolutely will kill him. Her piercing, distorted cries, combined with her face marred by the ravages of a zombie attack in her youth, rendered her visage both grotesque and terrifying. Had it not been for the previously developed serum against zombification, the moment she was captured would undoubtedly have marked her transformation. Dong Hong, who had already lost his only son, was consumed by rage. The stronger the abilities of a supernatural being, the slimmer the chances of leaving behind descendants. This incident had nearly severed his lineage through Lu Yize. He swore vengeance against Lu Yize. It is exceedingly difficult for us to locate Lu Yize, but are there not numerous supernatural beings within the base urgently seeking advanced crystal nuclei? Certainly, Lu Yize survived due to the intervention of that high-level zombie. If we utilize this as bait, we shall surely find him. 15 years into the apocalypse, humanity had devised instruments capable of detecting zombies. As human supernatural beings encircled and approached, the little zombie keenly sensed human presence and swiftly hoisted Lu Yize onto its back to flee. Lu Yize cast a shadowy glance at the familiar faces behind him, including his own subordinates, whom he had painstakingly nurtured. How utterly amusing. It's a Western-tier zombie. The pursuers behind him wore expressions of greed, already envisioning the little zombie's crystal nucleus as theirs for the taking. They lunged forward, intent on seizing the zombie's crystal nucleus, while the little zombie awkwardly evaded with the incapacitated Lu Yize on its back. Lu Yize's eyes darkened with malice to claim the crystal nucleus from this zombie. A delusion. Turning his head, he focused his gaze on the few approaching individuals, and in an instant, they were ensnared, immobilized in place. By the time they realized their inability to escape, it was far too late. The distorted space constricted their bodies, and the atmospheric pressure within their vicinity escalated relentlessly. Lu Yize's eyes were as cold as those of a vengeful spirit summoned from the depths of the underworld. Chapter 3. Old grudges and new hatreds. A thick fog of blood enveloped the scene, the sudden turn of events intimidating the pursuers behind them, allowing the little zombie to swiftly widen the distance. The ability, once shattered, could be restored. Was there not a shortcut to enhance one's powers? Lu Yize's formidable strength might very well be linked to his method of developing his abilities. After a moment of struggle, greed crept into the hearts of the onlookers, compelling them to surge forward. The intense fireball scorched the moisture from the air, whirling rapidly as it targeted the two fleeing figures. The little zombie, carrying Lu Yize, narrowly evaded danger several times. Yet, before they could regain their footing, the ground transformed into blades, assaulting them anew. This forced the little zombie to retreat further with Lu Yize on her back, as the domineering lightning net ensnared them, attempting to render them trapped beasts within a cage. Lu Yize manipulated the space around him, isolating their attackers, employing spatial movement repeatedly, yet they remained anchored in place. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, cursing his predicament. Had his abilities not been nearly obliterated in the past, he would surely not find himself unable to create distance with a simple spatial maneuver. Seeing his adversaries so close, he yearned to devour them whole, testing their strength with the lives of several. Dong Hong and the others quickly discerned that Lu Yize was but a shadow of his former self, igniting their own powers in a surge of confidence. They were determined to seize the Western-tier zombie crystal core today and capture Lu Yize to interrogate him about the method to rapidly enhance abilities. The little zombie sensed Lu Yize's extreme emotions and promptly chose to retreat with remarkable speed, her dark pupils void of life. Though she had lost a hand and a foot, she remained a Western-tier zombie, also known as a mutated zombie, possessing abilities akin to those of the ability users. The little zombie awakens with an exceedingly rare psychic ability, granting her the power to control zombies of a lower rank. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all zombies beneath the Western-tier fall under her command. Centered around her, they launch assaults on those endowed with abilities, creating an escape route for her. The surrounding ability users are consumed by bloodlust, realizing that these are Western-tier zombies, and notably, psychic Western-tier zombies. Should they absorb her core, even an ordinary person might awaken psychic powers. It is imperative to extract her core. Upon the revelation of the little zombie's abilities, Lu Yize's dark pupils seethed with a cold fury, demanding to know who permitted such exposure. The little zombie, upon hearing this, stiffens momentarily before turning to Lu Yize, forcing a grim and awkward smile. Her ravaged azure skin twitches, betraying a hint of servility. Lu Yize's expression remains indifferent, yet a flicker of thin anger taints his gaze. With her psychic powers revealed, others would undoubtedly turn their wrath upon her, instead of focusing on Lu Yize, who could restore the ability core. It seems this zombie has already resolved to trade her life for his escape today. Did this zombie intend to leave him? A shadow of mixed ruthlessness and darkness passes through Lu Yize's eyes. Just as the little zombie prepares to flee with Lu Yize through the opening, Dong Hong becomes ethereal, his form vanishing into his own shadow. When he reappears, he stands 5 meters away from them. Simultaneously, the little zombie's shadow, which clung to the ground, suddenly churns and rapidly expands. Retreat, Lu Yize's voice commands. The little zombie, trusting unconditionally, leaps into the air, retreating in the direction indicated. However, the dark shadow had no intention of sparing them, swiftly lunging towards them, its ever-expanding form obscuring half the sky and blocking the zombie's escape route. The small zombie, undeterred, extended its sharp claws to tear through the shadow, only to find itself ensnared by it. In the very moment their movements were shackled, Dong Hong gestured to his subordinates behind him. Dozens of ability users immediately shifted their formation, encircling Lu Yize and the one-armed zombie within a circle. Lu Yize drew upon his nearly depleted powers, unleashing a spatial blade. As it severed the shadow, it instantaneously transformed, manifesting human-like limbs that exerted all their strength to drag the one-armed zombie downward, while the surrounding gravity shifted, causing the small zombie on Lu Yize's back to plunge downwards. At that moment, a white blade flashed, and the resounding explosion of air echoed throughout the area, shattering the entangled black figure. The abruptly altered gravity returned to normal, and Lu Yize, his eyes bleeding, grinned menacingly at those who sought to take his life. Had he lost his sanity? He was crushing his own power core fragments to unleash his abilities? Under the oppressive weight of fearsome spatial gravity, some looked on in disbelief at the bloodthirsty Lu Yize, inevitably feeling a sense of retreat. In such dire circumstances, the severely injured Dong Hong nearly bit through his own teeth, his eyes clouded with blood mist. If Lu Yize were not eliminated today, he would assuredly seek their lives in the future, remembering the half of their comrades slaughtered at the base. A chill ran through the crowd. Lu Yize was vengeful, and if he escaped today, his nature would dictate that he would not easily let them go. Dong Hong took the initiative, nearly exhausting all his powers, blinded by rage, solely to take Lu Yize's life. Closely following his actions was a high-tier water elementalist, causing the air to suddenly become humid. A colossal column of water, powerful enough to easily snap steel bars, surged toward the one-armed zombie. In that fleeting moment, the small zombie abruptly focused its mental energy into its eyes, frantically activating its core. The water elementalist's taut nerves were instantly invaded, causing the massive water column to veer off course, rushing toward the elementalist's position. In the blink of an eye, 2 low-tier elementalists had their necks snapped, dying on the spot. This, however, did not deter the others. Freed from control, the water elementalist's gaze toward the small zombie became exceedingly fervent. In the very next moment, the space within their 50-meter radius resonated, and a tremendous explosion of energy erupted in the air. Lu Yize exerted precise control, distorting space to shatter the opponent's course, claiming the lives of 6 elementalists in a heartbeat. The high-tier water elementalist managed to shield himself with a water barrier against the assault, while Dong Hong seized the opportunity to grab one of the elementalists and use him as a shield. They looked up to see Lu Yize bleeding from all 7 orifices, his eyes a scarlet hue, grinning with a wild and sinister glee. Even in death, he sought to drag them down with him. In their eyes, Lu Yize had utterly lost his mind, audaciously squeezing every last drop from his already shattered core. When an individual's core shatters, they become incapacitated, unable to wield their powers. Yet, a core can fragment into no more than 21 shards. If all shards vanish, the elementalist meets their end. Everything Lu Yize was doing now amounted to a desperate march toward his own demise. He was a complete lunatic. Put me down, and then roll away as far as you can, Lu Yize said coldly. The disfigured and disabled little zombie turned in shock, shaking her head without a moment's thought. Lu Yize grasped the little zombie's shoulders tightly, madness flickering in his eyes. He truly wished to perish alongside her, believing that would prevent her from bearing her soul to others. The little zombie winced at the pain of his grip and turned to gaze at Lu Yize with concern, her dark, lifeless pupils meeting his. Gradually, he released his hold. It was futile. In the next instant, Lu Yize shattered the remnants of his dwindling ability core, swiftly relocating the zombie to a spot 100 meters away. In the 4th chapter, Reborn and Returned, The unexpected turn of events caught the encircling assailants off guard. Damn it, she must not escape. The high-level water ability user suddenly sprang into action, his entire form enveloped in vapor, surging toward the zombie with fervor. Before he could cover much ground, an immense force of suction unexpectedly pulled at him from behind. The water ability user could not evade in time, his body stiffening before he was uncontrollably hurled to the ground. Repeatedly hindered by a cripple, the water user cast a cold, menacing glance at Lu Yize. The scorching vapor surrounding Lu Yize boiled in the air, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form, while the moisture in the atmosphere solidified into blades, slicing into Lu Yize's already ravaged face. At that moment, he finally lifted his head, revealing his blood-soaked visage and an eerie grin, as he lunged his hand through the opponent's chest. Alas, the adversary was a water ability user, and while he inflicted severe wounds, he could not kill him. The water ability user instantly grasped his intention, shouting in alarm, "No, he intends to self-destruct his ability core." As the words fell, a surge of searing energy erupted, overwhelming those who sought to encircle it. Some lower-tier ability users perished instantly beneath the onslaught of this extraordinary force. Dong Hong, with remarkable agility, seized two individuals to shield himself, swiftly employing his abilities to flee. Yet, Lu Yize was resolute, unwilling to relent even in death. At this moment, his body had nearly reached its breaking point, blood oozing from his pores, flesh and bone ravaged by the explosive energy. The more dire the situation grew, the more he compelled himself to unleash the last vestiges of his power, employing a spatial barrier to confine them within this minuscule space. Determined to take them down with him, he had lost his mind. He was utterly deranged. The fragments of Lu Yize's ability core whirled with frenetic energy. Just moments before self-detonation, a tremendous force of mental energy enveloped them from above. The immense shockwave from the impending explosion was contained, and Lu Yize looked up to see the zombie, who should have departed long ago, standing in front of him. Without a hint of hesitation, she excavated the crystal core that sustained her undead existence. The immense shockwave emanating from the core repelled the ability users, while the energy within the core ceaselessly repaired Lu Yize's damaged ability core. This zombie, who had accompanied him for a decade, reached out for the first time before her demise, her face adorned with a wistful smile. As he felt her life force gradually fading in his embrace, Lu Yize's eyes clouded with crimson mist, his heart shattered. The sunset stained the descending clouds crimson, the blood-red light piercing through the hospital's aged glass windows, becoming the sole source of illumination amid the darkness. In the hospital ward, the television blared with a cacophony of distressing news reports. On August 13, 2024, at 3 p.m., a heinous assault occurred in Building 16 of Z University, resulting in 3 injuries and 1 fatality. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the perpetrator fled, consumed by fear of retribution. As Lu Yize opened his eyes, he was immediately struck by the unfamiliar surroundings, his gaze sharp and scanning everything around him. "Lu Yize, you're awake," exclaimed a young man in sports attire, a towel draped around his neck. "Thank goodness. You terrified me. You've been unconscious for 3 days after your injury." He fumbled for his phone while speaking. "Li Anchang?" Lu Yize unearthed that somewhat unfamiliar name from the depths of his mind. Upon hearing his name, Li Anchang set his phone down, having just updated their advisor on Lu Yize's current condition. However, when their eyes met, Li Anchang felt an inexplicable chill, as if he were being scrutinized by a venomous snake. What's wrong? The sounds emanating from the television gradually became clear. Upon hearing the date, Lu Yize froze, turning to see the news report prominently displaying the date 2024. His expression contorted as the pain in his abdomen reminded him that this was no mere dream. 2024. Had he truly returned 15 years into the past, to a time before the apocalypse had erupted? Lu Yize's unusual demeanor unsettled Li Anchang. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." In his previous life, Lu Yize had acquired a small zombie crystal core, allowing him to partially restore his abilities. This, however, drew the attention of others, leading to an assault from the remaining members of the base. Ultimately, Lu Yize embraced the decaying corpse of a zombie and detonated his ability core within the confines of the base. The self-detonation of the anomalous core was unequivocally fatal. A habit ingrained in his very bones compelled Lu Yize to instinctively glance around West Zhou. Upon realizing that he could not spot the familiar figure, he was suddenly struck by the awareness that the apocalypse had yet to descend upon them. In this moment, He found himself at a loss regarding where to search for that particular zombie. No, she should not have transformed into a zombie just yet. However, after a decade of cohabitation, he did not even know her name, nor had he ever heard her voice. His ignorance gnawed at him, and a wave of anxiety washed over Lu Yize, leaving him taut with tension. In the last 10 years of the apocalypse, the only companion by Lu Yize's side had been that very zombie, their days intertwined. Initially filled with wariness and resentment, he had gradually grown accustomed to her presence. Due to the inhumane experiments conducted in the basement over the years, Lu Yize had come to distrust everyone, repeatedly testing her limits with a harsh demeanor. Presumably, the zombie was not very bright. She adhered to his words so obediently that their interactions devolved into a pathological submission. Lu Yize's desire for control erupted, and in the final years, he even forbade her from leaving his sight. Noticing his grim expression, Li Anzhang thought little of it, assuming he was still recovering from his awakening. After the doctor confirmed there were no major issues, Li Anzhang began peeling an apple, reminiscing to Lu Yize. Before he could finish his thoughts, a graceful figure appeared at the door of the hospital room, clad in a white dress. The seemingly harmless young woman gazed at Lu Yize with tear-filled eyes, her affection palpable. "Brother Yize, you have finally awakened." Upon recognizing the visitor, Lu Yize's gaze sharpened, glinting with an icy intensity. The very person he had recently reduced to fragments now stood before him, wearing a facade of deceit. How intriguing it is. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Yize seized her by the throat before she could approach, violently smashing her head against the nearby cabinet. Lu Yize fixed his gaze upon the individual before him, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips as he enunciated the name he loathed with every fiber of his being. Cui Yingying. Chapter 5. The Search for Zombies. Lu Yize. Have you lost your mind? You'll kill her. Li Anzhang, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos, could not simply stand by and witness Cui Yingying's demise at Lu Yize's hands. Having long abandoned the semblance of normalcy for over a decade, Lu Yize had previously tormented and sought revenge against Cui Yingying. Now, he was determined to eradicate this menace once and for all, to prevent future calamities from arising. Cui Yingying, grasped by the throat, was fueled by an instinct to survive, thrashing desperately as her face turned a shade of blue-purple. In the midst of her struggle, a piece of paper slipped from her grasp, catching Lu Yize's attention as he glanced down momentarily caught off guard. Seizing this opportunity, Li Anzhang swiftly pulled Cui Yingying from Lu Yize's clutches. Upon witnessing the bruises encircling Cui Yingying's neck, Li Anzhang, filled with dread, confronted Lu Yize. "Lu Yize, do you intend to kill her?" After regaining her freedom, Cui Yingying erupted into a violent cough, gasping for air as saliva dripped from her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Who is it?" Lu Yize inquired coldly. Yet he was preempted as he caught sight of the familiar handwriting on the letter. His pupils constricted in shock. It was her. It had to be her. After a decade of acquaintance, that zombie, severely injured, had nearly rotted away its throat, rendering it incapable of speech. Their means of communication relied solely on a pen, procured by this zombie from an unknown source, and a tattered notebook, through which they conveyed their thoughts in writing. No one understood her handwriting better than Lu Yize. The name he had seen most frequently was his own. At this moment, the letter read, "Jiang Yu harbors feelings for Lu Yize." Lu Yize's voice, deep and imposing, bore an undeniable weight as he fixed his red-rimmed gaze upon Cui Yingying, once again demanding, where did this letter come from? Confronted by Lu Yize's menacing eyes, Cui Yingying recoiled in fear. Li Chang'an, apprehensive that Lu Yize might resort to violence, positioned himself in front of Cui Yingying. "Lu Yize, what is the matter with you? You cannot resort to violence against a girl, especially one who has saved your life." Lu Yize was not inclined to offer an explanation, nor did he spare Li Chang'an a glance. Before Li Chang'an could intervene, a sharp pain surged through the back of his neck, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, Cui Yingying, who had been hidden behind Li Chang'an, felt an overwhelming constriction around her own neck, rendering her unable to escape. Terrified, she gazed at Lu Yize, motionless on the hospital bed. Overcome by this supernatural force, she was paralyzed with fear, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Lu Yize, you cannot treat me this way. I saved your life. You cannot do this to me." 3 days prior, a heinous assault had erupted on the campus of Z University, where a man had suddenly gone mad and bitten others, resulting in 3 injuries and 1 fatality. At that moment, the man had attacked 3 female students, and Lu Yize, passing by and hearing their cries for help, had intervened, only to be bitten on the shoulder by the deranged assailant. In an instant, Lu Yize's awareness faded, leaving him incapable of resistance. In the final moments of consciousness, Lu Yize beheld a vague silhouette standing before him. The madman's hands pierced through the other's chest, while his bloodied, black claws inflicted a wound upon Lu Yize's abdomen. In his previous life, upon awakening, everyone claimed that Cui Yingying had saved him, shielding him from the most lethal blow. However, fortune favored her, sparing her from grave injury. Though she bore an unsightly scar upon her belly, Lu Yize dismissed his hazy recollections from before his fainting as mere illusions, believing in Cui Yingying's words. An orphan abandoned in a children's home, he excelled academically and was sponsored by Cui Yingying's father to pursue his studies. Fortuitously, during high school, he encountered several wealthy peers who provided him with entrepreneurial funds. Leveraging his keen business acumen and the winds of the internet boom, Lu Yize established a company, amassing considerable wealth and offering substantial financial support to Cui Yingying's father. Even Cui Yingying, emboldened by her family's debt of gratitude to Lu Yize, indulged in extravagance using his credit card. Under the pretense of her life-saving favor, she pressured Lu Yize into a relationship, subsequently escalating her demands for resources and money. As for the so-called life-saving grace, Lu Yize smirked. It was not the madman who had harmed him, but rather the earliest transformed zombie. He bore the zombie virus. The outcome of infection was singular, either to mutate into an extraordinary being or succumb to becoming a zombie. If Cui Yingying had truly rescued him, she could not possibly be an ordinary person. The high fever he endured for 3 days was merely a phase of awakening his powers. Just as now, despite the nascent state of his abilities, Lu Yize could distinctly sense the presence of his power core and wield his abilities. Did you save my life? Lu Yize's face twisted into a sinister grin, his maniacal expression juxtaposed with the cold, lifeless gaze he directed at Cui Yingying. Under his scrutiny, she felt a constricting force around her neck, her feet gradually lifting off the ground, as all breath was violently siphoned away from her. My patience is limited. I shall inquire once more. Where did this letter originate? Cui Yingying, suffocating, felt her eyes bulging as her hands futilely clawed at her throat, her legs weakly kicking as the terror of impending death overwhelmed her. I'll tell you. It was Jiangyu. I got it from Jiangyu. Where is she? Lu Yize's question rendered Cui Yingying momentarily speechless, yet upon meeting his terrifying gaze, she trembled and stammered, in the morgue. Yes, in the morgue. Perhaps to corroborate her words, the television fortuitously displayed the list of casualties from the recent accident, prominently featuring Jiangyu's name in the death column. Lu Yize rose, momentarily wincing from the pain in his abdomen, but thanks to his awakened abilities, his recovery far surpassed that of an ordinary person. In his previous life, after being betrayed by Cui Yingying, Lu Yize had languished for 10 years as a mere shell of a man, nearly forgetting the sensation of walking. Now, a singular thought consumed him. Regardless of whether they were human or zombie, he must find the zombie that had accompanied him for a decade. After Lu Yize exited the room, Cui Yingying collapsed to the floor. She scarcely spared a thought for Lian Chong, who had been rendered unconscious after her outburst. As she scrambled to her feet in a state of panic and fled the hospital room in a disheveled haste, her eyes reflected a profound sense of fear and intense revulsion, her nails digging into the palms of her hands. Meanwhile, the object of her trepidation, Lu Yize, discreetly evaded the attention of others, standing within the confines of the morgue. Surrounded by numerous corpses, he felt an inexplicable compulsion guiding him to one particular freezer. Employing his extraordinary abilities, he opened the freezer, and as he gazed upon the figure shrouded in white cloth, his heart began to race. As the cloth was lifted, Lu Yize beheld a face that was both familiar and foreign. The emotions he had suppressed since his rebirth surged forth in an overwhelming wave. Trembling, he reached out, and at that moment, his once decayed heart rekindled its rhythm. Chapter 6. Stockpiling supplies in the cramped quarters, silver shackles bound the ashen corpse. Lu Yize sat in a chair, his gaze fixed on Jiangyu, who exhibited no signs of life. The zombie virus, in its initial stages, typically had an incubation period ranging from 2 weeks to a month. Due to this prolonged incubation, its spread was extensive and difficult to contain. The pallid skin, darkening nails, and emerging fangs all testified to her gradual transformation into a zombie. Yet, as he observed the gaping wound on her abdomen, Lu Yize's breath caught in his throat. He hesitated momentarily before reaching out to lift the fabric covering Jiang Yu's wound. Upon unveiling the gaping tear in her abdomen, the mottled skin gradually darkening with blackened blood, Lu Yize was inexplicably reminded of the time spent with the little zombie, a sharp pain piercing his heart. The one who had saved him all along had been her. What had she endured before her demise? Lu Yize felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if gripped by an unseen hand, and a profound hatred swelled within him, marking another grievance against Cui Yingying. He gazed at the girl lying on the bed, her eyes closed. She seemed both foreign and familiar, her face no longer marred by scars, revealing her true visage. After 10 years of acquaintance, this was the first time Lu Yize truly beheld her appearance. Their initial encounter had taken place in a basement that had nearly become a nightmare for him. In that moment, he believed he would perish at the hands of a zombie, too close to death to focus on her countenance. Over the ensuing decade, her features had been ravaged, and within the confines of that cramped apartment, the air was thick with decay, pus, and scabs, rendering her form almost unrecognizable. She had wrapped herself in a black scarf, salvaged from an unknown source, leaving only her striking black eyes exposed. Lu Yize had once lifted her makeshift veil while she slept, only to have her awaken in alarm. In an attempt to mask his actions, he would harshly scold her, while she remained silent, only drawing herself tighter into her shroud of despair. In truth, Lu Yize merely yearned to see her, to affirm her existence. The girl, unmarred by disfigurement, possessed a beauty that resonated with his preferences: long, inky hair, a pure visage, and long, curled lashes that appeared obedient. Yet her gentle features belied a certain coldness, her face devoid of warmth, save for her soft, full lips, which seemed perfectly suited for a kiss. Lu Yize reached out, taking her slender fingers in his, entwining their hands tightly, as if to seal their connection. In her previous life, her severed arm and leg were, in fact, a profound affliction for Lu Yize. In this life, he is determined to protect her at all costs. Closing his eyes, Lu Yize gradually extricates himself from the negative memories of the past. As he calms down, he begins to contemplate his future plans. Although the apocalypse has not officially arrived, ominous signs are already manifesting. Certain regions are experiencing sporadic extreme weather, and isolated instances of zombies have emerged, which have yet to attract significant attention. A month later, when the comet falls, the true onset of the apocalypse will commence. Zombies, mutated flora and fauna, and extreme weather will follow in quick succession. The outbreak of the zombie plague will spiral out of control, leading to the complete downfall of Blue Star. In truth, a small number of individuals have already sensed the abnormalities and begun stockpiling supplies, resulting in a slight rise in prices. Moreover, he has awakened to spatial abilities, perfectly suited for the storage of provisions. Every individual with spatial powers possesses a unique ability space, which explains the high demand for space manipulators in the early stages of this otherworldly crisis. Each ability manifests differently. For instance, during his peak in the previous life, Lu Yize's ability space was roughly the size of several gymnasiums, characterized by the unique trait of time standing still. This allowed him to ensure that supplies would remain unspoiled, though the drawback of his ability space was that living beings could not be stored within, as they would suffocate. Conversely, he once encountered another space manipulator whose abilities were exactly the opposite. While they could store living beings, inanimate objects could not enter their space. Most spatial ability users primarily utilize their ability spaces, but a minority, including Lu Yize, possess offensive capabilities as well. In his previous life, during the decades that Lu Yize spent as a mere shell of a man, he devoted himself to the relentless study of supernatural abilities, a pursuit in which he became unparalleled in understanding their utilization. The moment he encountered the young zombie, he conceived a plan for stockpiling provisions, knowing that zombies require the sustenance of blood and flesh. As the apocalypse progressed and the zombies' ranks continually ascended, they began to regain a semblance of human perception. There were even speculations that upon reaching a certain level, zombies might reclaim fragments of their human memories. He was determined that his zombie should not be burdened with the grotesque recollection of having consumed human flesh after regaining its memories. Without hesitation, he accessed his funds to procure the first batch of fresh meat, fortunate that time within his spatial realm stood still, preventing any spoilage even with prolonged storage. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Yize strategically conducted mass purchases of supplies across the nation, ensuring that in addition to blood, flesh, eggs, and dairy, essentials like grains, oil, water, and salt were also included. Having exhausted his cash reserves, Lu Yize still felt his stock insufficient. His current spatial realm for supernatural abilities was limited, measuring a mere 500 square meters and 5 meters in height, a result of his rigorous training. Once he had secured all the supplies within his space, Lu Yize settled by the bedside to commence his cultivation. During the 10 years of his incapacitation, he discovered that supernatural abilities could be cultivated through means beyond merely absorbing the crystals of zombies. He had even verified on the young zombie that they could not elevate their levels through the human methods of cultivation. However, his contemplation was soon interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Lu Yize opened his eyes to see the name Cui Ming displayed on his phone. A flicker of malice crossed his gaze. Cui Yingying and Cui Ming were indeed father and daughter, sharing the same repugnant traits. Initially, he had harbored genuine respect for this former benefactor, treating him with the reverence one would show a biological father. However, when misfortune befell him, this man had plunged a knife into his back, betraying him to Dong Hong without a moment's hesitation, aligning himself with the new power. Lu Yize, harboring a vengeful spirit, was determined that in this second life, he would not spare anyone who had betrayed him. Upon answering the call, he was met with Cui Ming's hypocritical voice. "Yize, Uncle Cui heard that you were discharged from the hospital today. Are you feeling all right? Why didn't you stay a few more days? Yingying is being quite childish, insisting that you bullied her. Please bear with her. This child has been spoiled since she was little. You know she is my only daughter." Cui Ming remained oblivious to any underlying tension. After all, Lu Yize had always seemed cold, yet in reality, he was a person who would open his heart if treated with kindness. Such individuals were the easiest to manipulate. "It's nothing serious, but Yize, you must understand, Yingying, being a girl, has a scar on her belly because of you. I've told her numerous times to regard you as a brother. But who could have known that this girl is so stubborn? She has pursued you for so many years, and is now even willing to risk her life for you. You have grown up under our watch, and we have always felt at ease with you. You two have been together since childhood, and since you currently have no partner, why not give it a try together? She genuinely harbors affection for you. Otherwise, I would not have come to discuss this matter with such humility." In his previous life, Lu Yize agreed to be with Cui Yingying solely upon hearing such words. He can now surmise the intentions behind those sentiments. Had the apocalypse not arrived so abruptly, it is likely that the Cui family would have aimed to acquire his company, transforming it into their own. Since they desire it, Lu Yize is unperturbed by the idea of ensnaring them in a trap. After losing all his assets before the end of days, he is intrigued by how the Cui family will fare without his protection. A glint of cunning flickers in Lu Yize's deep-set eyes. Yet, that is a matter for another time. His company is currently in disarray. He suspects that his recent predicament may be linked to others within the firm and feels weary. He contemplates selling the company to take a well-deserved rest. As he speaks, his fingers idly toy with a small zombie's hair, nonchalantly laying a trap for his interlocutor. Upon hearing this, Cui Ming is taken aback and promptly interjects, "Yize, do not act rashly. You cannot simply sell this company. It is at the pinnacle of success, and others are eager to invest. How could you even consider selling? The pressure is immense, with many eyes watching. They would relish the opportunity to carve a piece out of him, leaving him disheartened and reluctant to continue." Cui Ming is exasperated, assuming that the young man, shaken by recent events, merely wishes to retreat with a sum of money for comfort. How utterly disappointing. He had initially envisioned marrying his daughter to Lu Yize, hoping that would lead him to willingly relinquish the company to the Cui family. Little did he expect that this individual would contemplate selling the very goose that lays the golden eggs. Cui Mingren is rather unimpressive, and his business acumen is mediocre at best. However, it is evident to any discerning observer that Lu Yize's company is profitable and poised for a decade of growth. If one could acquire it at this juncture, the returns would undoubtedly be substantial. Initially, he suspected Lu Yize was jesting, yet to his surprise, after hanging up the phone, Lu Yize swiftly disseminated the news that he was indeed selling the company. Following these developments, Lu Yize sought out an agent to sell all the luxury properties and sports cars under his name, having acquired various ostentatious items over the years for business purposes. Subsequently, he secured a bank loan, amassing a total that barely surpassed 100 million. With this capital, Lu Yize leveraged his connections to procure a cache of firearms and ammunition. After completing these transactions, he turned his attention to the news broadcast, which continued to report on the incident involving the tragic demise of a student from Z University. As a prominent student at Z University, Lu Yize had been invited to deliver a speech at his alma mater, only to find himself embroiled in this unforeseen calamity shortly before his address. The assailant had already succumbed on the scene. Furrowing his brow in suspicion, Lu Yize discerned something amiss. The assailant had evidently transformed into a zombie, harboring the original strain of the zombie virus. Given that the creature had fully mutated, the only means of ensuring its demise would be to extract or shatter its crystal core. Otherwise, even if severely injured, it could still mobilize. Casting a wary glance at Jiang Yu, shackled beside him, Lu Yize pondered how she could possess knowledge of the zombie's attack methods and what secrets she might conceal. In the early stages, the zombie virus has an extended incubation period, and those infected do not exhibit immediate symptoms. Which is why the two girls who were also attacked remained unresponsive at that time. A month after the comet's descent, the infected transformed into the archetypal zombies. However, there existed an exception. In the case of the deceased infected, the zombification process would gradually manifest within 2 weeks, as exemplified by Jiang Yu's situation. Individuals like Lu Yize, suffering from persistent high fevers, were essentially awakening their abilities, while those exhibiting no response had essentially morphed into zombies. Thus, a few months into the apocalypse, Lu Yize had already discerned that the one who rescued him was certainly not Cui Yingying. Though he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he had yet to voice his grievances before being betrayed. Presently, however, Lu Yize, maintaining a stoic demeanor, instructed a private investigator to assist in uncovering Jiang Yu's past. He was oblivious to her history, feeling an unsettling disconnect. With no inclination for idle chatter, he swiftly engaged in a phone call, stating a firm offer of 500 million, leaving no room for further discussion before abruptly terminating the call. Lu Yize glanced at his ability space. Feeling a sense of urgency, it was too limited, insufficient in the face of the impending apocalypse where resources would be invaluable. Drawing from the experiences of his previous life, he began scouting for a secure location, intent on establishing a sanctuary that would remain undisturbed. In his past life, he had joined a base only to be met with betrayal and manipulation, subsequently subjected to experimentation on his abilities for several years, fostering a deep-seated disdain for any base. Moreover, with a zombie in tow, no base would tolerate the proximity of such a perilous entity. Initially, the Cui family had contemplated using Cui Yingying as a pretext to approach Lu Yize, but it was worth noting that she had been thoroughly frightened, unwilling to entertain the idea in any capacity. Regarding Lu Yize, he was resolutely determined to sell his company. Witnessing him about to sell it at a bargain price to someone else, Cui Ming nearly ground his teeth in frustration, inwardly cursing the foolishness of the young man. Ultimately, after gathering every last coin, he gritted his teeth and purchased Lu Yize's company. After the handover, Lu Yize received the payment and expressed his satisfaction. He even deliberately left several hidden pitfalls for the Cui family, ensuring that they would not only fail to profit, but likely incur substantial losses. With the acquired funds, Lu Yize not only amassed supplies to fill his entire space, but also began constructing a safe haven for himself in a secluded area on a mountainside. Concealed by the natural landscape, he crafted a vast reservoir and storage area, with dozens of generators powering the entire safety zone. Lu Yize stored long-lasting food supplies in the lower cold storage, knowing that it was better to have them than to go without. The only significant danger nearby was the mutated plants that could emerge in the aftermath of the apocalypse. However, this posed both a threat and an excellent cover. The most rudimentary zombies lacked a heartbeat and breath, resembling the dead in every aspect except for their desire to feed. Lu Yize had long since become accustomed to the sight of Jiang Yu as a zombie. It didn't matter what form she took, as long as it was her. In their previous life, both suffered grievous wounds, confined to a cramped, dilapidated room. Initially, Lu Yize had been wary and disgusted by her presence. The two forced to coexist in their meager quarters. 10 years was ample time for habits to become ingrained. At this moment, Lu Yize found himself reflecting more than once on how empty his current dwelling felt. It was only when he held Jiang Yu close that he experienced a sense of familiar tranquility. In the stillness of the night, a seemingly dormant zombie, lying on the bed without any struggle, abruptly opened its eyes wide. The entirety of its gaze, from pupil to sclera, was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 8. Intimate straddling, she parted her lips, revealing her already formed teeth, as saliva began to drip. Her body thrashed against the shackles binding her, and she swiftly turned her head, lunging towards Lu Yize's neck with the intent to tear away a chunk of flesh. The moment she sank her teeth into his neck and tasted the metallic tang of blood, the zombie found itself captured within the confines of his intense heat. As two hands tenderly caressed the nape of her neck, she had finally awakened. The primitive zombie, devoid of any thoughts beyond the instinct to consume, was oblivious to human language and entirely incapable of grasping Lu Yize's indescribable emotions of loss and recovery. After savoring a few drops of the ability user's blood, a hint of crimson appeared in the depths of the zombie's obsidian eyes, fixated solely on one thought: devour him, devour him, devour him. Suddenly, the zombie lifted its head, baring its bloodied maw, eager to feast. However, Lu Yize did not afford her that opportunity. He used his abilities to thwart her attack. She gaped in vain, her frantic struggles against her restraints growing more desperate, her throat emitting low growls while her dark eyes fixated intently on him. Lu Yize touched the wound on his neck, chuckling softly. Fortunately, he was an awakened ability user, so even if bitten, he would not succumb to the zombie plague. Otherwise, he would not have allowed this creature to bite him. However, the newly transformed zombie, Jiangyu, was far more ferocious than when they had first met in their previous lives. One cannot help but ponder how she existed before she crossed paths with him in her previous life. Lu Yize retrieved the meticulously prepared raw meat and fresh blood from his space, understanding that zombies require a copious amount of flesh and blood to quell their insatiable hunger. Jiangyu continued her futile struggle against the shackles on her hands and the chains binding her legs, devoid of any rational thought. Driven solely by the primal instinct of hunger as she lunged repeatedly towards Lu Yize, attempting to gnaw at him. Yet, thwarted by Lu Yize's supernatural abilities, she could only grind her teeth against him in frustration, unable to taste even a hint of blood. The tips of her fingers had sprouted sharp, blackened nails, as if they were nature's own instruments for grasping, and despite her vigorous attempts to break free, she remained ensnared, infuriated by the bed shaking violently beneath her. The commotion was so loud that someone downstairs shouted from the window, demanding if the ruckus above could possibly be any louder, cautioning against the risk of straining one's back, exclaiming in exasperation about the audacity of having a girlfriend. Due to the unfinished state of the safe house halfway up the mountain, Lu Yize was still residing in the only small apartment that remained under his name, which led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. In this moment, Lu Yize, in a rather pleasant mood, bore a rare smile as he offered the frenzied zombie a piece of raw meat, which, upon entering her mouth, caused her to abruptly halt in her frantic movements. As if frozen in time, slowly, she began to process what had just occurred and commenced chewing the meat. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yize glanced at her wrists, noting that the zombie, impervious to pain and driven solely by the need to consume, had exerted tremendous force in her earlier attempts to escape the restraints. Had it not been for Lu Yize offering meat as sustenance, it is likely that this zombie would have relentlessly attacked him, even at the cost of tearing off its own limbs. The numbed shell possessed no soul, fixated solely on the singular desire to consume. In order to prevent this unyielding creature from escaping to feast upon others, Lu Yize had specially crafted a bed with restraints. He secured the zombie to the bed, fastening its hands at the headboard and binding its feet with heavy shackles, ensuring it could not flee. However, at that moment, Lu Yize observed the zombie struggling against its bindings, causing its wrists and shackles to become raw and bloodied, the sight of its bluish flesh tugging at his heartstrings. In that fleeting instant, as Lu Yize hesitated in feeding it, the zombie turned its gaze upon him, hunger evident in its demeanor. It felt an insatiable craving, drawn to the tantalizing scent emanating from him, consumed by the thought of devouring him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yize tenderly wrapped soft cloth around its wrists and ankles, performing a makeshift bandaging. From what he had learned in his previous life, higher-tier zombies exhibited an accelerated healing rate. Yet he was uncertain about the regenerative capabilities of one newly mutated. The injuries on the zombie's wrists and ankles were painfully conspicuous to him. The creature's mind was solely preoccupied with hunger, devoid of any concept of satiety. Thus, to prevent it from overindulging, Lu Yize meticulously regulated the amount he provided. Remarkably, the zombie's prior abdominal wound had already begun to heal, showing no immediate signs of distress, though its skin remained a sickly hue, while the injured area had turned a deep black. In his previous life, when he first encountered the little zombie, she was entirely enveloped in a hue of deep bluish black. It was only at that moment that Lu Yize realized she had been marred by countless wounds in her past existence. The zombie, driven by an insatiable hunger, lunged at Lu Yize, her instinct compelling her to bite, for even when she consumed flesh, she found this particular morsel most delectable. Yet, before she could sink her teeth into him, a muzzle was affixed to her mouth. In that fleeting instant, confusion flickered in her hollow eyes, as she was rendered incapable of attacking, relegating Lu Yize to the role of a mere gnawing stick. Zombies do not decay immediately upon mutation, rather, after their transformation. If their injuries remain untreated, their ability to recuperate fails to keep pace with their wounds. Furthermore, a zombie's singular focus on pursuing sustenance leads to a slow but inevitable deterioration of their physical form, resulting in the gradual shedding of decayed flesh, while maggots infest the remnants of their bodies, emitting a stench of decay. At this moment, Jiangyu, despite her skin appearing ashen and her eyes and nails shrouded in darkness, could not be denied her undeniable beauty, which possessed a unique allure amidst her youthful innocence. As Lu Yize prepared to apply medication, he unfastened the restraints binding her wrists and ankles with a key, just as he intended to rise and retrieve the medicine. Jiangyu, liberated from her bonds, suddenly pounced upon him, pinning him to the bed. Jiangyu was of average height, approximately 1.65 meters. Yet her physique starkly contrasted with her innocent visage. In that instant, she forcefully brought Lu Yize down, leaning in to bite. His neck was incessantly brushed against, sending shivers coursing through him. As Lu Yize's gaze grew murky, his throat tightening. For him, this experience transcended mere consumption. It felt more akin to an intangible seduction. In his previous life, Lu Yize spent 10 years in companionship, rendered completely paralyzed from the waist down, devoid of any sensation. Upon his rebirth, he became preoccupied with stockpiling supplies, leaving little time to ponder such matters. It was only at this moment that Lu Yize acutely realized that they were still alive. Chapter 9. Indulging in his wife's delicacies, Lu Yize stood frozen in place as the irate zombie, whose patience had been exhausted, hastily reached out to tear apart the obstruction preventing her from feeding. He was not depraved, nor was he so ravenous. If it weren't for the foundation of their 10-year relationship, he would not have experienced that fleeting moment of bewilderment. Grasping her waist, he created distance between them, momentarily calming himself as he regarded the remarkably energetic zombie with complex emotions. The zombie exhibited heightened vigor at night, compelling Lu Yize to employ his abilities to force her into a state of dormancy. By day, her energy waned significantly, and the ruckus she caused diminished considerably. He provided her with the raw meat he had prepared, and she quietly indulged in her meal. Lu Yize could not trust leaving her, a zombie, alone at home. Thus, he carved out a dedicated space for her within his realm. Fortunately, as a non-living entity, she could enter his domain, allowing him to sense her presence at all times. She had access to the food and toys prepared for her, which he had carefully portioned to avoid overwhelming her stomach. As he descended the stairs and entered the elevator, a slightly plump otaku entered the floor below him, casting a suggestive glance at Lu Yize's neck, leering with a raised eyebrow. "Dude, you and your girlfriend seem to be having quite the fun," he remarked, insinuatingly. Yesterday, Lu Yize had his neck bitten by Jiangyu, leaving not just one mark but several, and by today, the wounds had healed to mere impressions. Standing at a towering height of 186 centimeters, Lu Yize's demeanor remained cool and composed, his muscular frame contrasting sharply with the conspicuous bite marks encircling his neck. Not one to exhibit warmth. He initially intended to ignore the situation. However, upon hearing the words girlfriend slip from the other's lips, he cast a sidelong glance that inadvertently revealed a hint of concern. Running a fever? The moment the words escaped, the chubby man perked up. "Indeed, I've been burning up for 3 consecutive days. I nearly succumbed to solitude in my room. Just yesterday in a daze. I was roused by the commotion you were making above, which compelled me to shout out. No offense, my friend." Lu Yize observed that the chubby man was leaning heavily on his right leg, prompting him to casually inquire about his left. "Bitten?" The chubby man's eyes widened as he rolled up his pant leg to reveal a substantial tooth mark. "What? Brother, do you possess the gift of prophecy? Just a few days ago, I was pursued and bitten by a rabid dog. How did you know?" Once the chubby man sensed concern, he launched into an enthusiastic tirade, his loquacious nature unleashed. "Let me tell you, I am truly unfortunate. I even encountered this calamity while merely taking out the trash. I suspect I might have contracted rabies, having burned with fever for so long. Initially, I had intended to visit the hospital for an examination, but in that moment, I was either too enraged or frightened to think clearly. When I finally regained consciousness, not a soul was in sight, not even the dog that had tormented me. It was infuriating. I had no avenue to seek redress. Lu Yize glanced at the condition of the chubby boy, who appeared to be in the early stages of supernatural awakening. There was no significant issue, except that his body remained in a weakened state. It would likely take another 10 days to half a month for him to adapt to his newfound abilities. Perhaps it was a consequence of my poor choice in selecting a floor. Opting for the 18th floor seemed frugal at the time. Had I heeded my parents' advice, I would have chosen a more auspicious number. The chubby boy continued to chatter incessantly, his incessant prattle becoming quite bothersome. Fortunately, the elevator finally reached its destination, sparing Lu Yize's ears from further torment. As they stepped out of the elevator, the chubby boy noticed that Lu Yize was not driving and curiously inquired, "Hey, buddy, where are you headed?" "I took a cab. If it's on your way, would you like a ride?" "Thanks, but no need," Lu Yize replied, unwilling to entangle himself with others. Unperturbed by the rejection, the chubby boy cheerfully teased, "All right then. I thought you were in a hurry to the mall to buy a ring and propose." "I was considering how close the mall is to the hospital." Lu Yize paused in his tracks, while the chubby boy behind him wore an expression of surprise. "No way. Could I have hit the nail on the head? Am I suddenly prophetic? Which single dog is desperate enough to nibble on dog food? Rings, being devoid of sustenance, drink, or any supernatural capabilities, seemed utterly futile to Lu Yize, who had survived 15 years in a post-apocalyptic world. Such decorative items held no value for humans, let alone for a mindless zombie. Half an hour later, Lu Yize stood before a display case, gazing at the pairs of rings laid out before him. He couldn't help but feel somewhat unwell. Such a trivial circle was hardly substantial enough for a little zombie to nibble on. The sales associate enthusiastically promoted each pair of rings, bestowing upon them a significance that seemed extraordinary. Suddenly, she received a substantial order, and her joy was palpable, her smile wide despite receiving no acknowledgement from the customer, her lips continuously uttering compliments. "Lu Yize?" A voice, unfamiliar yet not entirely distant, resonated from behind. Lu Yize turned to see two women he barely recognized standing a short distance away. "Why are you here alone to buy a ring? Having second thoughts? Hoping to win back Cui Yingying?" One of the women approached with an air of familiarity, her eyes betraying a hidden disdain. "Shall we offer some recommendations? We know Yingying's preferences quite well, so you won't be left utterly humiliated by rejection." Another girl chimed in, smirking as she critically surveyed the jewelry. "Lu Yize, is this what you consider worthy? Aren't you supposed to have just come into some money from Uncle Cui? Frankly, any ring you choose pales in comparison to the sincerity of returning that money to Uncle Cui. Who knows, Yingying might even reconsider marrying you." With that, the two erupted into laughter, fully aware of the narrative surrounding Cui Yingying and her impoverished fiancé, who clung to her tenaciously. Uncle Cui, out of pity, had sponsored his education and assisted in establishing a business, only to be repaid with treachery. They had expected grand aspirations, yet he squandered his resources on trivialities, revealing the narrow-mindedness typical of his humble beginnings. Lu Yize recognized these two as friends of Cui Yingying, and their foolishness was indeed a reflection of their companion. A frown of disdain etched across his face as he found their presence utterly distasteful. Upon noticing Lu Yize's indifference, one individual quickly succumbed to a fit of temper, declaring, "You need to clarify the situation. It was your proposal, and you require our assistance. It would be prudent for you to adopt a more respectful demeanor." Lu Yize turned to depart, only to discover that the two behind him were still seething with indignation, intent on pursuing him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of spatial energy, rendering them unconscious, thus restoring a semblance of tranquility to his surroundings. Were it not for his presently inadequate level of abilities, Lu Yize would have considered completely eradicating their presence. The sudden collapse of the two women startled the young cashier, who promptly dialed for an ambulance, understanding that any incident in the store would bring her considerable trouble. However, she harbored little sympathy for the two, who were notorious for their disdain towards ordinary individuals, often hurling insults at them. Perhaps, she mused, this was a fitting consequence for their behavior, leading to their current predicament. Lu Yize paid no heed to the foolishness of those two. After establishing basic infrastructure for the safe house, he finally released the zombie that had been confined in the spatial realm for an entire day. He had also fashioned a bedroom within the safe house specifically for them. The zombie, evidently weary of confinement, emerged with a flash, moving with astonishing speed, even leaving behind an afterimage. With elongated, blackened nails, it lunged toward Lu Yize's heart. Lu Yize seized the zombie's wrist, skillfully twisting her around. As she turned to bite him, her mouth was thwarted by a dental restraining device. Seizing the moment, he executed a sweeping kick that sent the zombie crashing to the ground. He then swiftly retrieved specially modified shackles from the spatial realm, binding her hands and feet securely. Despite her struggles against the iron chains, the zombie lacked the strength to shatter the uniquely treated restraints. After expending considerable effort to control the zombie, Lu Yize finally found the time to notice that the black dress she had donned earlier was now torn. Partially obscured, her waist-length hair cascaded down, and a few specks of blood adorned her head, likely splattered during her earlier consumption of food in the space. Lu Yize stepped forward, gazing into the hollow, dark eyes of the zombie, and bent down to grasp her hand with a hint of aggression and an air of finality. "You were the one who first provoked me, and you were the one who confessed. Now, choose a ring that pleases you, and I shall adorn your finger with it." He forcefully classified the words from that letter as a declaration of love. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of ring boxes tumbled out from the space. The vibrant red of the boxes and the noise of their descent instinctively inciting the zombie to attack, resulting in one box being punctured immediately. 2 rings fell from the broken box, which Lu Yize deftly caught in his hand. He opened his palm to inspect them and smiled. "You have quite the discerning eye." One of the rings, a simple silver band, he placed on the ring finger of his left hand, a rare softness flickering in his gaze. He lifted his eyes to the still growling yet oblivious zombie, feeling as though he had inadvertently acquired a foolish bride. Holding the other ring, he glanced at the small zombie's bloodied claws and decided to adorn her with it, pondering that it could very well end up nestled in someone's chest one day. After all, the zombies primarily utilized their claws and teeth for attacks. Lu Yize had nearly emptied the supermarket. The space was stocked with everything imaginable. He retrieved a black cord necklace, slipped the collar onto it, and stepped forward to place it around her neck. Zombies remain indifferent to what they possess or lack. A mere string hanging around their necks is inconsequential, as nothing can excite them more than flesh. Yet, before she could acquire any meat, Lu Yize swiftly lifted her up. In high spirits, he gazed down at the tattered black suspenders of the zombie and chuckled, asserting that indulging in his own wife's charms could hardly be deemed lewd. Within the confines of the safe house, where the ambience is far more relaxed than at home, even the loudest commotion would not disturb others. Lu Yize carried the zombie, who was still attempting to attack, into the bathroom, eager to test the facilities there. Chapter 10. What's wrong with bathing my wife? Lu Yize entered the bathroom with the zombie, where a tub spacious enough for 2 awaited. However, it was uncertain whether zombies shared similarities with pets. At least this one exhibited a distinct aversion to water. A struggle ensued, splashing water everywhere, soaking both of them. Lu Yize observed the zombie before him. Her exquisite figure barely concealed by thin fabric, her long legs submerged in water. Aside from a slight bluish hue to her skin, she bore little difference from a normal person. In his early 20s, Lu Yize was in the prime of his youth, yet the zombie, confined in his embrace, seemed oblivious to this reality, thrashing about in the water. He had no intentions of pursuing anything further until Jiangyu regained her senses. Nevertheless, he had long since resolved to hold on to this zombie, unwilling to let go. As they both sat in the bathtub, Lu Yize held the struggling zombie, water cascading from the shower head, causing her to panic and attempt to flee. Yet, behind him, a figure bound his hands with a single grip. The cascading water from the shower drenched both their hair. For an ordinary person, the droplets would likely render their eyes unseeing. However, this particular zombie, with its eyes wide open, bared its teeth, though the mist seemed to soften the darkness of its gaze, imparting an oddly obedient quality. In those moments, she often exhibited emotions reminiscent of humanity, as the memories of her past life faintly intertwined with her current existence, leaving Lu Yize in a state of bewilderment. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted, Jiangyu pounced upon him like a predator upon its prey, her claws slicing into Lu Yize's arm. Yet the anticipated deluge of blood did not ensue. "Be good," Lu Yize sighed in resignation, unfazed by the minor injury. To him, it was a trifling matter. After awakening their abilities, supernatural beings continuously honed their bodies, rendering them impervious to the zombie virus even when bitten. In essence, their powers were a selection of the virus itself. The mindless zombie before him was driven solely by predatory instinct, yet a flicker of confusion crossed her features, perhaps pondering why her prey was so tough and sinewy. Just as she intended to persist in her struggle for sustenance, Lu Yize denied her that chance, pinning her against the bathtub. All right, enough of this. Let me give you a wash. When Lu Yize had expended a fortune acquiring supplies, he had nearly emptied the entire marketplace, ensuring he procured a considerable number of garments suitable for Jiangyu. Little did he anticipate that he would find himself in a position of saintly duty, unable to do anything beyond bathing her. Never mind. With the zombie pinned in the bathtub, her wet hair obscuring her back, Jiangyu perfectly embodies every facet of Lu Yize's aesthetic. Her back, with its gentle and harmonious contours, gracefully extends from her shoulders to her waist, devoid of any excess flesh. At this moment, Jiangyu finds herself pressed against the edge of the tub, her entire back unavoidably arching. Her hands are firmly restrained against her back, accentuating the distinct hollows of her waist. Having been paralyzed for over a decade in his previous life, Lu Yize initially believed his attachment to this zombie was merely a matter of spiritual affinity. However, it now seems, he chuckles to himself, truly becoming like Lu Xiaohui. Having subdued the zombie, he proceeds to wash her head, lathering it with shampoo as the foam cascades downward under the force of gravity. The zombie, however, does not close her eyes. Instead, her gaze remains fixed on Lu Yize, filled with a predatory greed. He attempts to shield her eyes with his hand, hastening the bathing process, yet this obstinate creature refuses to cooperate. She remains tightly locked in place, attempting to tilt her head towards his neck for a bite. The zombie's primary tools of attack are her hands and her mouth, and with her hands bound, her only means of movement lies in her jaw. Soon, however, her actions are thwarted as Lu Yize grips her chin, lifting her face to meet his deep, complex black eyes. The zombie possesses a keen sense of danger. Although she is unaware of the current situation, Jiangyu distinctly senses a perilous aura, as if the food before her harbors intentions of devouring her. Feeling the painful pressure on her chin, she fears it may shatter, resigning herself to becoming sustenance for the man before her. Just as she anticipates the worst, Lu Yize releases his grip. After enduring such turmoil multiple times, he was bound to feel a surge of frustration. Following a cold shower and a prolonged exposure to the chilly breeze, Lu Yize gradually regained his composure. He released the zombie from his spatial realm, having previously adorned her in a set of white athletic wear, mindful of her modesty. Naturally, he harbored a hint of self-interest, as the matching outfits subtly asserted their bond. Lu Yize had recently discerned a crucial insight. Whenever he utilized his supernatural abilities to instill a sense of danger in the zombie, she became significantly more obedient upon receiving his commands. It seemed that this particular zombie exhibited a higher degree of intelligence compared to her counterparts. Given that she would soon awaken her psychic abilities, it was only natural for her to possess heightened sensitivity. Upon hearing Lu Yize's directive, the zombie extended her claws and bared her teeth as if to attack, yet under the influence of his enhanced power, she gradually maneuvered closer to him. He beckoned her to sit beside him and, retrieving a hairdryer, began to tend to her hair. His movements revealed a certain awkwardness. In his previous life, he had been paralyzed and reliant on zombies for care. Now, in this life, he found himself caring for someone. No, for a zombie, for the very first time. As his fingers glided through her soft hair, Lu Yize's gaze, obscured from the zombie's line of sight, radiated tenderness. Chapter 11. Unshackling the muzzle. Allowing her to bite after spending a night in the safe house, both Lu Yize and the little zombie felt markedly rejuvenated. After all, in this desolate place, free from disturbances, the zombies are devoid of temptations of food, leaving her with no choice but to obediently consume flesh. Lu Yize glanced at the date, September 7th, 2024. Only 7 days remained until the comet's descent, heralding the official onset of the apocalypse. A typhoon was steadily intensifying over the ocean, surface temperatures continued to rise. Tectonic movements escalated, and numerous zombies had already begun to emerge. The zombie virus had long since spread among the populace. It merely awaited the comet's arrival to ignite it completely. At that moment, the world would be irrevocably transformed, and the course of human history rewritten. The zombie virus had divided humanity into 3 distinct categories. The first, those who experienced gene evolution and possessed supernatural abilities. The second, individuals infected by the zombie virus, who failed to evolve and became ordinary zombies. And the third, those who had yet to be infected by the virus and remained unaltered ordinary humans. In his previous life, Lu Yize had been subjected to experimentation focused on supernatural powers, and for the subsequent decade, he had tirelessly refined the dwindling core of his abilities. Thus, it could be said that no one in this world comprehended supernatural powers better than he did. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, humanity fractured into several factions, each vying for control over their respective territories. Excluding the smaller bases, three principal powers emerged, creating a tripartite stalemate. Among them, the Beisha base, located in the frigid northern region, was renowned for its formidable strength, with both men and women capable of vanquishing zombies, even those who had not awakened any supernatural abilities. Another faction, the Sia base, revered supernatural powers, believing that the outbreak of the zombie virus represented a brutal test of survival of the fittest for humanity. Due to their assertions, the population within their jurisdiction experienced a dramatic decline, resulting in a clear demarcation among the remaining individuals, the empowered and the slaves who served them. They operated under the principle of martial supremacy. Those with stronger abilities ascended to become the leaders of their bases, engaging in relentless skirmishes and plundering. In the later stages of dwindling population, they lured other empowered beings from various bases with exorbitant incentives to join their ranks. Aside from these two bases, there remained another stronghold located in the east, known as the Donggu base. When the apocalypse first erupted in his previous life, Lu Yize had no choice but to align himself with the nearest small base, which was hardly significant even in the eastern region. However, in order to establish connections with the Donggu base, Dong Hong aimed to achieve breakthroughs in the study of abilities, with Lu Yize serving as his prime subject. Now, with the chance to start anew, Lu Yize was free from the burdens imposed by Cui Yingying's family and had already constructed a safe house. He had no intention of rejoining the original small base. Rather, he found himself more intrigued by the prospect of obliterating that base. In truth, for humanity, the mutated zombies are perhaps the easiest adversaries to confront in the apocalypse. The true challenges lie in the mutated flora and fauna, as well as the creatures lurking beneath the sea. An ant, once easily crushed before the apocalypse, may now perceive humans merely as morsels, insufficient to satiate its hunger. Likewise, a blade of grass, once trampled without a thought, could now grow exponentially under duress, ensnaring and devouring humans to nourish itself. In this world of the apocalypse, predation prevails, flora and fauna consume humans, zombies feed on humans, and humans in turn devour the mutated flora and fauna. Ultimately, the apocalypse is a realm where humanity preys upon itself. However, a sudden message swiftly interrupted Lu Yize's contemplation. He cast a glance, initially assuming it was from the family of Cui Yingying, whom he had blocked. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was from the private investigator he had hired. Jiang Yu's message indicates that someone has tampered with things. It took some time to decipher part of it, but I am powerless against the rest. Lu Yize's unease deepened as he recalled that during his semi-conscious state, Jiang Yu had indeed disrupted the crystal core within the zombie's brain. Thus, she must have been aware of the zombie's mutation at that time. Who exactly is Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu, acutely aware of Lu Yize's scrutiny, instinctively adopted a defensive posture, yet remained poised to pounce upon her prey. Before she could act, however, Lu Yize utilized his abilities to immobilize her. Jiang Yu was undoubtedly more astute than the average zombie, especially as her recent consumption of flesh had sharpened her instincts. She had learned to assess situations more wisely than she had at the outset. At least after Lu Yize employed his powers, she understood the necessity to cease her assault. Come here and examine your information. According to Lu Yize's understanding of zombies, they possessed a hierarchy. The more intelligent zombies would opt to submit to those of higher rank to ensure their survival. Given that Jiang Yu's future abilities were of a psychic nature, it was likely that this influenced her significantly, rendering her far more clever than typical zombies. Upon hearing the command from Lu Yize, someone superior to her, she would instinctively retract her claws and choose compliance. Yet, it was probable that her thoughts were occupied with devising a stealthy ambush. Lu Yize, indifferent to her intentions, finally opened the documents in his hands after securing the zombie in his embrace. Jiang Yu, aged 19, born on September 21st. Upon noting her age, Lu Yize raised an eyebrow, relieved that she had reached adulthood. It seemed her birthday was fast approaching, and he contemplated what gift to bestow upon her. However, such trivial matters were not of immediate concern. Lu Yize steeled his thoughts and continued to read. Hailing from the capital, she was the only daughter in her family, with her parents' profession shrouded in mystery. The family fortune exceeded $1 million, yet she boasted no romantic history or ambiguous relationships. Lu Yize regarded the zombie in his arms, attempting to surreptitiously nibble at his hand. This once pampered young lady had evidently known little hardship before the apocalypse. Who could have foreseen that in the aftermath of the end of days, she would sacrifice her limbs for someone like him, residing in a basement that leaked during rainstorms, constantly under threat from monstrous creatures? Lu Yize meticulously perused Jiang Yu's brief information, yet he gleaned little about her true circumstances, though it mattered not. Observing her incessantly sniffing his hand, saliva dripping, he cradled the zombie closer. In that fleeting moment, the zombie bit down on Lu Yize's hand. His expression remained unchanged. Had he not permitted it, she would never have been able to remove her muzzle and bite him freely. Holding the zombie protectively, Lu Yize's gaze turned possessive and perilous. In this lifetime, no one would ever harm you again. Chapter 12. An eye for an eye. A week remained until the apocalypse. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yize sold a property under his name, knowing that once the end came, real estate would become utterly worthless. The price was low, ensuring a swift transaction. He didn't even bother to remove any belongings from the house. The new owner believed they had made an excellent deal. Lu Yize possesses little humanity, yet he does not indiscriminately harm the innocent. The individual before him, who purchased his house, is a former classmate. Though he appears to be honest and simple, he once committed the heinous act of pushing someone into a horde of zombies. In his past life, Lu Yize, after enduring a fever due to his evolved abilities, managed to ensure the safety of Cui Yingying's family before mustering the strength to venture out in search of supplies with others. Unfortunately, they encountered a swarm of zombies. During their escape, this classmate betrayed him, shoving him into the throng, thereby securing his own chance for survival. Subsequently, fearing exposure, he absconded with all remaining supplies, the whereabouts of which remain unknown. Luck had favored him in that lifetime, and Lu Yize never saw him again, unable even to seek revenge. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, he could not let this transgression go unpunished. Lu Yize is one who repays grievances in kind, having suffered once. He would not easily forgive. He is aware that this classmate is not affluent, and he intends to take whatever meager resources he possesses. It is rumored that he sold his family's self-built home to finance the purchase of this property, and when his family came to view it, they seemed eager to exploit the situation for additional gain. Now, Lu Yize's objective is to strip them of their assets, much like he did with Cui Yingying's family. For he is curious to see how the destitute will survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. After selling the house, Lu Yize utilized the funds to procure supplies once more. However, prices for food had begun to soar. As the truth could no longer be concealed, zombies had begun to emerge in certain areas. Those with keen perception have begun to sense the peculiarities. The market has ignited a trend of stockpiling goods. Occasionally, images of zombies circulate online, yet they are swiftly censored or claimed by a film crew, all in an effort to placate the public. Just as Lu Yize was about to leave the community, he was anxiously called out to, "Brother, brother, wait, just a moment." Lu Yize turned around to find a familiar figure behind him. The stout man looked somewhat recognizable, had it not been for the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from him. Lu Yize might not have recalled that this was the same rotund individual he had encountered in the elevator. In just a few days, this man had shed a significant amount of weight, likely due to the rigorous honing of his abilities, purging his body of impurities. "Is there something you need?" Lu Yize inquired. "No, it's just, brother, have you noticed something strange?" How should I put it? The little chubby man was not foolish. He understood that not everything could be openly discussed. However, he felt a certain instinct, sensing that the individual before him was perhaps akin to himself. This intuition was likely rooted in their previous encounter in the elevator, where the other had discerned his unusual traits at a glance. Lu Yize had severed all ties from his past. In this apocalyptic world, relationships were nothing but trouble, and he certainly wouldn't allow a newly awakened ability user to accompany him. "No," he replied curtly, dismissing the stout man and turning to leave. The stout man scratched his head in confusion, feeling that the world had become increasingly bizarre. Moreover, he was reluctant to confide in others that he seemed to be able to manipulate the elements in the air. Just a few days prior, he had woken to find his entire bed soaked. After hearing that the upper unit was selling, he had inexplicably been seized by a sudden impulse to sell his own home, convinced by his strong intuition that following his instincts was undoubtedly the right choice. Even after discovering that Lu Yize had hoarded supplies, he gritted his teeth and converted all his savings, amounting to over $1 million, into food, most of which he sent to his parents. A portion of the money was used to purchase a mountain bike, which he filled to the brim with provisions. Though he faced the wrath of his parents for his actions at this moment, as he observed Lu Yize's silhouette, he resolved to trust his instincts. He jogged forward and called out to Lu Yize, "Brother, wait a moment, I have something to show you." Once he sensed that no one else was around, he unleashed his ability, conjuring a small orb of water droplets. Had it been any other ability, Lu Yize would have likely dismissed it, but with water-based powers, Lu Yize's gaze lingered on him for several seconds. As the apocalypse progressed, water abilities became increasingly invaluable, for the available drinking water was continually contaminated, leaving only those with water abilities capable of providing clean resources. He himself was indifferent, yet he recalled that the little zombie was quite particular about cleanliness, constantly tidying up even amidst the chaos of the end times. When Lu Yize cast a scrutinizing glance at this portly fellow, he felt a twinge of disdain. Truth be told, he harbored a deep-seated aversion for water ability users. Memories of being cornered by them alongside the little zombie in his past life filled him with resentment. "Brother, please don't look at me like that. It gives me the creeps. You've seen my greatest secret, so please say something," the chubby fellow stammered. Regretting his impulsiveness and fearing that this man might report him to the relevant authorities, dragging him off for experimentation. However, he rarely displayed kindness and offered a reminder to keep it concealed. After speaking, Lu Yize did not linger, leaving the chubby boy feeling a hint of disappointment as he watched his retreating figure. Without any particular endeavor, he simply embraced her, and together they perused the recent news. Among the updates, the one that most buoyed Lu Yize's spirits was the tidings of the Chui family teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Furthermore, the shell of their enterprise continued to incur expenses, presumably diminishing their assets. Lu Yize felt a twinge of regret. If only his current abilities allowed him to retrieve items from a distance, he would have relished the opportunity to empty the contents of the Chui family's safe. Initially, they accused him of mistreating Chui Yingying. Then they berated him for his treachery against the Chui family, and ultimately, they chose to sever ties with him, accepting Chui Yingying's overtures instead. Lu Yize retained these individuals merely for his amusement. Upon discovering that in this lifetime, Chui Yingying had chosen to be with Lian Zhang, a sly smile graced his lips. Chapter 13. Reproductive isolation. Lian Zhang, in Lu Yize's mind, had dwindled to little more than a fleeting memory. He was merely aware of this overly accommodating individual. He was not malevolent, yet his kindness often bordered on folly. Nevertheless, Lu Yize vaguely recalled that this man had awakened his abilities and subsequently garnered the affection of the daughter of the base's leader, with whom he had a child. In the apocalypse, the birth of offspring among ability users had become increasingly arduous, yet both Lian Zhang and the leader's daughter possessed such powers, making the birth of their child exceedingly precious. The moment the child entered the world, they exhibited extraordinary talents, thereby solidifying Lian Zhang's standing within that base. Now, he is quite curious whether Ong Li's choice of Chui Yingying will lead to a smooth journey, as it did in his past life. Lu Yize stared blankly at the zombie before him for a moment, and then a question crossed his mind. Is there reproductive isolation between zombies and humans? He certainly does not intend to live a solitary life. Once this zombie ascends to a certain level and regains her intellect, he plans to engage in activities befitting adults. However, he does not desire children. Having grown up in an orphanage, Lu Yize harbors a deep aversion to young ones. He has no inclination or patience to nurture those who demand all good things simply by virtue of their youth. Nor does he appreciate these creatures that would seize everything from him. Hence, it would be preferable if there were reproductive isolation between zombies and humans, ensuring that they do not have offspring. The zombie before him remains oblivious to Lu Yize's thoughts. She is growing increasingly restless, frequently glancing at the sky. Lu Yize understands the reason for her agitation. That comet is steadily approaching Blue Star. On September 14, 2024, the comet breaches the ozone layer and descends relentlessly. Concurrently, individuals across Blue Star are undergoing sudden transformations, losing their sanity, and attacking those around them. The flora on Blue Star is growing wildly, while marine creatures and terrestrial animals are mutating, leading to the continual erosion of human civilization. Radar systems and nuclear weapons are deployed in succession, but after their use, people realize that nuclear energy not only fails to suppress the mutations, but actually accelerates their rate. A pandemic erupts, communication falters, water and electricity cease, and order gradually disintegrates. leaving the land in ruin and cities in despair. However, all of this had no bearing on Lu Yize, who was currently ensconced in the safe house, accompanied by zombies. As he perused the news from 3 days prior, outside, chaos had already erupted. The safe house he had chosen was carved out from the mountains, surrounded by countless mutated plants. Since early morning, he had undertaken special measures specifically designed to thwart these peculiar flora from assaulting the safe house. Of course, the most critical factor was Lu Yize's strength, which surpassed that of these mutated plants, while they were still in their nascent stages of mutation. He was on the cusp of ascending to the ranks of a second-tier ability user. He was one of the earliest awakened ability users and possessed the memories of his past life, which afforded him knowledge of cultivation practices, insights that those from his previous existence were willing to forego the Western-tier zombies to acquire, typically to enhance their abilities. Ordinary ability users would either absorb zombie cores or consume mutated flora and fauna to bolster their powers. Alternatively, if fortune smiled upon them, encountering awakened mutated creatures could elevate their capabilities by several levels. In their relentless experimentation on Lu Yize, they sought to discover a method for humans to independently upgrade their abilities. Despite a decade of research yielding little progress, Lu Yize himself gleaned valuable insights. Over the subsequent 10 years, he diligently refined his understanding and developed methods for enhancing his abilities. This was, in part, thanks to the shattering of his ability core, which illuminated the core's structure for Lu Yize. The ability core could fracture into a maximum of 21 shards, each containing a fragment of a starry sea, a phenomenon imperceptible to anyone other than the individual themselves. This was a key reason behind the failures of their experiments. The enhancement of one's supernatural abilities essentially involves a process where the core of these abilities continuously accumulates power, leading to breakthroughs. To elevate one's abilities, the initial step is to perceive the existence of one's own ability core. Take, for instance, the previously mentioned chubby boy. He could only vaguely sense and utilize his abilities. Yet it is undeniable that an ability core resides within him. Upon recognizing the presence of this core, the next phase involves engaging with it through one's innate powers, allowing for gradual adaptation. The third step, however, is the most arduous. One must discern the 21 constituent parts of the ability core and establish connections among them, linking the stars within the cosmic sea of each segment, thereby intertwining the 21 components with one's supernatural powers. As one ascends in ability levels, the number of stars within this cosmic sea will exponentially increase. Before he had the opportunity to study the zombie crystal cores, he was compelled to self-detonate. Bang! Just a meter away from Lu Yize, the cage rattled violently under the assault of the zombies, prompting him to turn and witness the fully zombified Jiangyu. He approached to assess her condition, only to find that as he drew near, a predatory glint flashed through her pitch-black pupils. The faint glimmer of consciousness she had fought so hard to maintain had been utterly stripped away, leaving only an insatiable hunger for flesh. It appears that this enigmatic comet has had a profound impact on the zombies. Having survived in this apocalyptic world for so many years, Lu Yize deduced that her current state was likely a precursor to the upgrading of her ability core. The distinction between zombies and ability users is stark. During the apocalypse, individuals crudely categorized these entities into 5 distinct levels. Both ordinary zombies and regular humans are categorized as level 0, upon awakening as a supernatural being. One ascends to level 1, and zombies that have upgraded their cores are similarly classified as level 1. In the case of Jiangyu, having been nurtured for nearly a month under Lu Yize's ample provision of flesh and blood and influenced by the comet, she is now approaching a level 1 state. However, observing Jiangyu's current condition, it appears that her evolution as a zombie is somewhat sluggish, reliant solely on sustenance. Lu Yize intends to take her outside, coincidentally seizing the opportunity to gather additional supplies. He leads Jiangyu into the underground garage, where he retrieves an off-road vehicle. Instead of placing the zombie into his spatial compartment, he opts to equip her with a helmet, not out of concern for her being seen, but rather to prevent her from inadvertently biting something unsanitary. Securing the zombie in the passenger seat and confirming her inability to escape, Lu Yize confidently drives away from the safe house. Chapter 14. A decent bite. Their current location is relatively mountainous, with few traces of zombies. However, after navigating a few turns and nearing the foothills, the scent of blood intensifies significantly. They even encounter zombies lunging towards their vehicle, indicating that the villagers must have put up a fight, as evidenced by the zombies' missing limbs. Yet, with blood smeared across their mouths, it is apparent they have already feasted. Lu Yize is deeply displeased by this, his eyes shadowed with gloom. It would be preferable if they were once again reliant on one another, rather than the current situation where she perceives him merely as sustenance. In her eyes, the mutilated zombies outside appear to be her true kin. Lu Yize pressed down on the accelerator, forcefully scattering the zombies aside. The wheels crushed the skull of one of the undead, splattering brain matter against the car window. He calmly activated the windshield wipers, watching the remnants being wiped away. Perhaps sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Lu Yize, Jiangyu emitted low growls from her throat. However, she had become considerably more obedient, no longer attempting to leap from the window to join the horde of zombies. Their vehicle stood out conspicuously on the road, inevitably drawing the attention of numerous survivors. Like desperate souls grasping onto a final lifeline, they frantically surged towards the front of the car. Among them was a man who callously shoved aside the elderly and infirm to gain a position nearer to the vehicle. Upon noticing that the car had come to a halt and that only a young man occupied the interior, a greedy expression instantly crossed his face as he envisioned claiming the vehicle for himself. Just as the young man inside the car appeared on the verge of being deceived, a grandmother holding a child shouted with venomous urgency, "Young man, do not trust him. He is nothing but a beast. He used his wife and daughter as bait for the zombies, leading to their deaths." The man, his true nature exposed, contorted his face into a mask of rage. Should he fail to board the car, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against the old woman. However, much to his surprise, Lu Yize remained motionless. While the zombie seated beside him in the passenger seat had already freed itself from its restraints and lunged toward the man. A pair of hands plunged into his heart, and the man's face contorted in terror. Despite the helmet that Jiangyu wore, he could vaguely discern her features, her pitch-black eyes and the fangs protruding from her mouth. He gazed down at the hands that had pierced his heart, noting the dusky, mottled skin. Death was imminent. Before he could utter another word, the zombie showed no mercy, twisting the heart, and in that instant, life left him. Had she not been wearing a helmet, she would have lunged forward to bite him. This sudden turn of events left the elderly bystander aghast. She hurriedly covered the child's eyes, her own filled with dread. Yet, Lu Yize remained unfazed. Grasping Jiang Yue's hand and drawing her close, producing water from his space to cleanse her hands, even complimenting her with a simple, "Well done." He did not cast a glance at the corpse on the ground. Moments ago, he had noticed the man leering with lascivious intent at Jiang Yu's curvaceous form. His thoughts were all too clear, and Lu Yize regarded him as nothing more than a cadaver. He released Jiang Yu from her restraints. Curious about the little zombie's choice, would it flee at once, leap upon him for nourishment, or perhaps eliminate the lecherous beast? Lu Yize felt a sense of satisfaction when he saw the small zombie unhesitatingly extract the man's heart, and when she made no resistance while he cleaned her hands. Those who witnessed Jiang Yu's actions were instantly struck with fear, scattering in all directions. Only the pair of grandparents remained, trembling in place. The child was so frightened that he dared not even whimper, leaving one to wonder if they were facing some sort of tyrant. Lu Yize considered himself neither a good person nor an evil one. He would not seek to provoke those who bore him no ill will. After meticulously cleansing the bloodstains from Jiang Yu's hands, he rummaged through the backpack of the middle-aged man, confirming that it contained nothing but provisions. He casually tossed it to the elderly man and his grandchild. They appeared taken aback by this sudden change, their expressions shifting from shock to a vague, apprehensive joy. Thank you. Just don't let anyone see you. If you wish to survive, head towards the city," Lu Yize cautioned. Yet, his kindness did not extend to escorting these strangers into the city. The government had likely opened a small safe zone within the city to protect its residents. Remaining in the depths of the mountains would only lead to their demise. Although entering the city posed challenges, with a stroke of luck, they might secure a place in the safe zone and have a chance at survival. Lu Yize also dispatched several approaching zombies, extracting their cores from their brains. The zombie cores seemed to possess a magnetic allure for the undead, as even Jiang Yu, devoid of her faculties, fixated on them with an almost covetous gaze. Had Lu Yize not restrained her with his abilities, she would have undoubtedly lunged for them. It wasn't that Lu Yize was unwilling to part with the cores, rather, they were freshly extracted and still tainted with brain matter. He could not bring himself to allow Jiang Yu to consume such a thing. Using water from his spatial abilities, he purified the zombie cores. The process was brief, Yet the zombies nearby grew increasingly impatient as they awaited the outcome. At the very moment she was about to take action, Lu Yize removed the helmet from Jiang Yu's head and placed the meticulously cleaned zombie crystal core into her mouth. In an instant, Jiang Yu was calmed, quietly savoring the crystal core. As he observed her crush a shard as hard as diamond into powder, Lu Yize reached out to gently touch her teeth. Perhaps struck by a thought, he smirked with a hint of flirtation, remarking, "Your bite is quite formidable. I must tread carefully henceforth, lest I find myself at your mercy." The zombie, oblivious to his words, would have lunged at him under normal circumstances. However, at this moment, Jiang Yu was too enraptured by the delight of consuming the crystal core to notice his touch on her teeth. Seeing that she no longer struggled, Lu Yize stowed away the other two crystal cores, and Jiang Yu, no longer requiring his forceful restraint, naturally followed him into the vehicle. Could the zombie crystal core truly possess such an effect? Lu Yize mused that he could afford to eliminate more zombies along the way. The elderly woman who had initially cautioned them, upon witnessing how easily Lu Yize and his companion dispatched 3 zombies, paused in contemplation. Remembering Lu Yize's earlier warning, she glanced back at the people behind her. Cradling her small grandson, now the sole survivor of their family after her son and daughter-in-law had perished protecting them, she realized the grim possibility that he too might soon become a zombie. The grandmother cast a glance at her grandson in her arms, steeled herself, and resolved, "Little darling, be good. Grandma will take you to the city." Chapter 15. Where enemies do not gather. This pair of grandfather and grandson had rather fortunate luck. Their path into the city coincided with that of Lu Yize. Throughout the journey, Lu Yize diligently sought to collect as many zombie cores as possible, leaving no undead unscathed. Following closely behind him, they managed to enter the city with a semblance of safety. The elderly lady, however, was greatly alarmed by the numerous corpses that littered the way. Fortunately, they eventually encountered a large group entering the city, which would likely lead them to the temporary base safely. After vanquishing countless zombies, Lu Yize found his water supply dwindling in his spatial realm. He had primarily preserved water within his safe house, as storing it within his space was not a prudent decision. He set aside a portion for consumption, just in case of emergencies. At that moment, he mused that having someone with water-related abilities by his side would be most advantageous. However, this thought was fleeting and quickly dismissed. Driving the vehicle, Lu Yize accompanied the exceptionally well-behaved and eerily quiet Jiang Yu to the nearest shopping mall. Inside, chaos reigned supreme, with zombies sprawled everywhere. Yet, as this was the early stage of the apocalypse, it was likely that a number of survivors remained within the mall. Nonetheless, he felt little concern for them. Before they could exit the car, they were treated to quite the spectacle. In areas of the mall where the crowd was densest, the mutated zombies congregated in abundance. At that moment, a chubby individual was seen sprinting alongside a woman. Coincidentally, the woman being dragged along was none other than Cui Yingying, Lu Yize's nemesis from his previous life. Lu Yize remained in the car, showing no intention of offering assistance. His gaze fixed upon them as they struggled to mount a vehicle. The chubby man, exhibiting a semblance of gentlemanly decorum, helped Cui Yingying into the car first. Just as he hoped she might offer him a hand, the zombies had already encircled them. A woman like Cui Yingying, accustomed to selfishness, cared little for the fate of a rotund stranger. In a moment of panic, she shook off his grasp, even pushing him into the throng of zombies. The unsuspecting chubby man, unacquainted with the horrors of the apocalypse, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. As he stood in shock, a zombie sank its teeth into his shoulder. After uttering a few words, Lu Yize drove away, momentarily using his powers to blow out the car's tires just before it vanished from sight. Cui Yingying screamed in terror, surrounded by zombies that encircled the entire vehicle. Witnessing her retreating figure, a surge of resentment welled up within Lu Yize. Jiang Yu leapt from the car, not for any particular reason, but drawn by the scent of food. She dashed into the circle of zombies, intent on claiming the uniquely aromatic morsels for herself. The chubby man, noticing the girl squeezing into the horde, thought that since he was doomed anyway, he might as well save someone. With a sudden burst of determination, he lunged at one of the zombies, creating an opening in the crowd. He turned to shout at the girl wearing a peculiar helmet, urging her to flee and disregard him, for he was already infected. Jiang Yu, startled by his abrupt voice, could not comprehend the words he uttered. She was merely focused on joining the feast alongside the zombies. Before she could take action, she realized she was immobilized. Quickly understanding that it was the work of another creature, she turned to face Lu Yize, who was approaching with a grim expression and let out a desperate cry. Anyone who had not been surrounded by zombies would have sensed her distress. Lu Yize was not known for his patience. While he could tolerate Jiang Yu's whims, he would never permit her to leave his side. His gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. The zombie before him sensed danger and attempted to retreat. But her movement only incited Lu Yize's wrath. By the time she comprehended the situation, she found herself confined once more in a room abundant with provisions. For a creature driven solely by the instinct to feed, this was not a punishment, but a reward. Initially, Lu Yize had no intention of concerning himself with the fates of the obese individual. However, he felt compelled to save the man's life, if only out of respect for the fleeting kindness he had shown Jiang Yu. Approaching the gathering of zombies, Lu Yize summoned his powers, and in an instant, the brains of the surrounding undead were severed from their bodies. The pressure in their compressed heads became unbalanced, leading to a gruesome explosion of gray matter. In a heartbeat, he dispatched 5 low-level zombies encircling the fat man, their remains splattering onto the ground and the unfortunate soul himself. Yu, the man, initially resigned to his doom, was taken aback to find himself rescued, recognizing Lu Yize as someone he had encountered twice in the neighborhood. However, his spirits soon dwindled as he lay despondently on the ground. You truly possess special abilities, just like me. But you must leave at once. I've been bitten by a zombie, and it's only a matter of time before I transform into one myself. Lu Yize retrieved 5 scattered zombie nuclei from the ground and cast a glance at the battered figure lying on the floor, awaiting death. You want to die. Upon hearing Lu Yize's words, the chubby man's eyes widened in disbelief, and he urgently inquired, "Really? Is it true? I want to transform into a zombie?" Absolutely not. Although Lu Yize's response was concise, it carried an inexplicable sense of conviction. The chubby man, who had felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, suddenly moved his limbs, realizing perhaps he truly had no inclination towards death. Upon grasping the possibility of survival, his expression morphed instantly, his plump face contorting with rage. Damn it, that despicable Chui Yinging actually pushed me into a horde of zombies, pretending to be all noble and virtuous. She is certainly not a good person. If it weren't for Lioness' sake, who would want to associate with her? Lu Yize felt no particular sentiment towards the chubby man's disparagement of Chui Yinging. What held greater significance for him were the 5 gelatinous nuclei, still smeared with brain matter, clasped in his hand. Bring me some water. His icy command interrupted the chubby man's incessant complaints. The chubby man scratched his head, a look of confusion adorning his features. Meeting Lu Yize's gaze, he hesitantly extended his hand, struggling to conjure a droplet of water. The droplet fell onto the nucleus in Lu Yize's palm. To be honest, if one's eyesight were slightly impaired, they might not even notice this single droplet. The chubby man, feeling embarrassed, stammered, This is definitely not my sweat. I have no idea where it came from. Perhaps it's just moisture in the air. Just wait a moment. I'll try harder. I should be able to squeeze out another droplet in 5 minutes. Lu Yize. Chapter 16. The co-pilot has an owner for quite some time. This individual has shown no signs of progress, perhaps fearing disdain from Lu Yize. The chubby boy hurriedly lamented, Brother, is it not sufficient for me to call you brother? Please do not abandon me. I consume little, yet contribute much, if necessary. You could even utilize me as a faucet, for I could manage to save at least half a bottle of water each day. Half a bottle of water. Lu Yize was more inclined to cast him aside. Her partner, too, was rather dim-witted, a quintessential nice guy. Yet why does he heed Chui Yinging's words? I suspect he possesses a rather romanticized view of love. As the chubby boy continued his lament, he could not help but shed a few tears. From his words, Lu Yize began to grasp the situation. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, their group fortuitously came together. Lianzhong led Chui Yinging's family in their flight from peril, gathering several close acquaintances along the way and even picking up a few able-bodied individuals. This plump fellow had been driving alone when besieged by zombies. Fortunately, he encountered this group, who rescued him, and naturally, he joined their ranks, offering his vehicle for the team's use. Initially, he had no intention of sharing his provisions with others, but after Lianzhong provided some psychological encouragement, emphasizing the notion of unity and the strength of a collective in overcoming challenges, the food he possessed was eventually distributed among the group, though he retained a considerable portion for himself. However, resources were inherently limited, necessitating that each member of the team take turns venturing out to seek supplies. By chance, the chubby boy was paired with Chui Yinging, and the area assigned to them was relatively safe. Cui Yingying, unable to resist her penchant for self-sabotage, urged the rather rotund Xiaopeng to enter the shopping mall. Though Xiaopeng lacked intelligence, he was not devoid of common sense and was reluctant to comply. In response, Cui Yingying began to wail, her cries echoing ominously, causing Xiaopeng to fear that they might attract the attention of nearby zombies. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce, only to discover that once inside the mall, Cui Yingying hid behind him the entire time. As a man, he chose not to dwell on this behavior, yet her lack of assistance was one thing, her foolishness was another. Not only did she seize food, but she also sought to procure some extravagant skincare products. Upon witnessing this, Xiaopeng gasped, questioning whether she was indeed unwell. Their predicament worsened as her screams alerted the zombies, and in that moment, Xiaopeng felt an overwhelming urge to silence her permanently. Subsequently, Lu Yize observed the unfolding chaos. He had long since recognized Cui Yingying's propensity for folly. Glancing towards the direction where Cui Yingying was besieged by the undead, he noted the timely arrival of Li Anchang and his team. It seemed she still clung to her pitiful life. Lu Yize was not in a hurry to take her life, for without her, how could he lure Dong Hong out for revenge? His desire for retribution was best served collectively. Concealing his inner machinations, he regarded the distance of merely 2 kilometers. Yet the demeanor of their group suggested they had no intention of seeking out the hefty Xiaopeng. Cui Yingying, recently rescued and thoroughly terrified, immediately flung herself into Li Anchang's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. As the captain of this small team, Li Anchang possessed exceptional qualities. He glanced at the vehicle and promptly pulled Cui Yingying away, frowning as he inquired, "Where is Xian Wenrui?" Upon hearing Li Anchang inquire about that corpulent individual, Cui Yingying experienced a fleeting moment of guilt flickering in her eyes. Yet, she was acutely aware that she must never reveal to Li Anchang that it was she who had caused his demise amidst the horde of zombies. Otherwise, given Li Anchang's temperament, he would undoubtedly sever all ties with her. Once she comprehended these matters, Cui Yingying immediately began to weep, exclaiming, He was bitten by a zombie. I sought to protect him, but I failed. I am truly sorry, truly sorry. It is all my fault. Why did you deviate from the designated mission area? This has exceeded your capabilities," Li Anchang stated with a grave tone, expressing profound sorrow over the incident. Cui Yingying's tears flowed uncontrollably as she continued. "We discovered that the number of zombies in this mall was minimal, and given that Xian Wenrui is quite young and famished, we thought we might take a chance. I did advise against it, truly I did, but in the end, I was still worried and chose to accompany them. I never anticipated such a calamity would occur." The others, witnessing her distress, felt their hearts soften, especially considering that Xian Wenrui had only recently joined their ranks. Consequently, they were more inclined to trust Cui Yingying. "We are aware that resources are dwindling. Upon seeing this mall, we thought it prudent to venture inside. It is entirely my fault. I should have notified you sooner, and this tragedy might have been averted. However, we did manage to load supplies onto the vehicle, Anzhang. Tonight, no one shall go hungry." Cui Yingying's words struck a chord with those present, yet only Li Anchang, who oversaw the supplies, understood that they were not in such dire need of resources. "Return? Absolutely not." Suddenly, amidst her tears, Cui Yingying fainted. Ong Li found himself in a state of turmoil. Not far from them, the corpulent Xian Wenrui, who was ostensibly deceased, was now pleading with Lu Yize to take him along, appealing both to emotion and reason. Ultimately, Lu Yize relented and allowed the small, plump figure into the vehicle. Not out of compassion, but rather due to the lingering potential he saw in him, considering his relatively acceptable demeanor towards Jiangyu. The slightly disheveled young man accompanied Lu Yize to the mall, where he changed into a fresh set of clothes and assisted in gathering supplies. However, the supplies soon vanished, and he dared not inquire about their fate. He was not one to pry into others' affairs, instead choosing to follow Lu Yize with a sense of decorum. Under Lu Yize's direction, he helped load several large boxes of supplies onto the off-road vehicle. After the task was completed, the young man gratefully approached the passenger seat, only to find the door stubbornly unyielding. Hesitating, he pondered whether it would be impolite to occupy the back seat in someone else's vehicle, especially since Lu Yize was not the driver. Sensing his internal conflict, Lu Yize took the rare opportunity to clarify that the passenger seat was already claimed. The young man suddenly recalled the noises he had heard the previous night before the apocalypse. He slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh, I completely forgot. Brother Lu, you have a girlfriend now. By the way, Did your proposal go well? Where is she? I haven't seen her around. Lu Yize, noticing the young man's propensity for idle chatter, didn't he mind indulging in a few exchanges regarding Jiangyu. The proposal was successful, but it's too perilous outside. So I haven't brought her out. Xian Wenrui discerned that the aloof Lu Yize had acknowledged him, and he immediately seized upon the crux of the matter. It dawned on him that this frigid brother Lu was only inclined to discuss matters pertaining to his wife. He harbored hopes of one day meeting his sister-in-law. For to gain the approval of brother Lu could not be an ordinary feat. Xian Wenrui tugged at his hair, expressing a countenance full of envy. He longed to experience romance himself, having remained single for over 20 years, still a virgin. He dreaded the prospect of turning 30 and transforming into a legendary sorcerer. Observing the chubby man in the back seat, who was fidgeting in a state of agitation, he decided against revealing that he had just encountered the sister-in-law he spoke of, who was indeed extraordinary, strictly speaking, not even human. It was likely that mentioning the sister-in-law reminded this plump fellow of the girl he had narrowly rescued moments ago. Brother Lu, by the way, did you happen to see a girl when you arrived? She is nothing like Cui Yingying. She actually risked her life to save me. Do you think she might secretly harbor feelings for me? Lu Yize glanced at him through the rearview mirror and let out a cold scoff, contemplating how generous he was to refrain from tossing him out of the vehicle. She is your sister-in-law. The atmosphere inside the car instantly froze, and Xian Wenrui's toes nearly clutched the mat beneath him as he emitted an awkward chuckle. Ha! So she is your sister-in-law. Indeed. She shares your kind heart. By the way, where is my sister-in-law? The chubby man looked around the car, failing to spot her, when suddenly his gaze fixed on the front passenger seat. A realization struck him. Oh, this must be her special ability, right? Invisibility? No wonder she could appear and disappear so suddenly. Xian Wenrui stood in awe, greeting the passenger seat with an ingratiating salutation. Hello, sister-in-law. Wishing you and brother Lu a harmonious union for 100 years and an early arrival of precious offspring. Lu Yize cast a disdainful glance at the rarely seen fool before him. However, he chose not to expose the absurdity. Once they arrived at the safe house, Lu Yize casually tossed the supplies from the car to the portly man and gestured towards a dilapidated old house outside. You may handle it yourself. As long as you keep your distance from the interior, everything else is at your discretion. A word of caution, if you venture too close, the nearby mutated plants may take your life. It would be prudent to behave. Xian Wenrui nodded earnestly, gratitude evident in her demeanor. All right. As long as I have a place to sleep, I can manage some repairs myself. Though uncertain of Lu Yize's methods, she observed that this location was remarkably concealed, devoid of any attacking zombies. Or rather, it seemed there were some, but they had all become nourishment for those mutated plants. However, what astonished Xian Wenrui even more was the sudden appearance of a person seemingly materializing from thin air. Lu Yize swiftly removed the helmet that had stifled her for an entire day, revealing her pallid face and jet-black eyes. Whoa! Xian Wenrui recoiled in shock. She sensed the scent of food, and a zombie bared its teeth, letting out a ferocious roar. One misstep could result in a grievous bite. Fortunately, Lu Yize, standing beside her, extended his hand to restrict her range of motion and offered her a clean zombie crystal core as a means of solace. Be good. Do not cause a ruckus. At this moment, Xian Wenrui's complexion turned pale as he recognized the zombie before him. It was the very girl he had mistakenly believed would risk her life to save him, clad in matching outfits with his brother Lu. It dawned on him that she was not rushing to his rescue, but rather desired a taste of his flesh. This realization was profoundly heart-wrenching, prompting Xian Wenrui to silently embrace his plump self. When he turned his gaze towards Lu Yize, a complex expression filled his eyes, as he pondered what peculiar narrative might be unfolding in his muddled mind. Prior to entering the room, Xian Wenrui, with tears welling in his eyes, had passionately declared, Brother Lu, you are a true man. To which Lu Yize could only respond with a perplexed, what a nuisance. The girl incessantly clawed at her own head. Had it not been for Lu Yize's timely intervention, she would have likely pierced her own face. Once restrained, Lu Yize discovered that she was burning with fever, the heat seemingly relentless. Soon after, the zombie appeared to have its vitality completely drained, exhibiting no resistance whatsoever. Had she been outside at that moment, it was likely she would have easily succumbed to human hands. Lu Yize, unfamiliar with the nature of zombies and the cause of her current state, speculated that it might relate to the evolution of zombies, akin to how abilities might upgrade for a supernatural being, resulting in a continuous fever. His lack of understanding stemmed from the fact that during their 10 years together in his previous life, Jiangyu had shown no signs of advancement. Lu Yize gently placed Jiangyu into the bathtub, holding her from behind. The cold water soon transformed into a scalding warmth, as he released all the crystal cores he had acquired that day into the water. After the emergence of the crystal core, Jiangyu's suffering was somewhat alleviated. However, she soon became exceedingly irritable, attempting to claw at her own skin. Yet, her hand was restrained by Lu Yize, her unfulfilled inner desires manifesting in piercing howls. With her eyes closed, she lay in Lu Yize's embrace, appearing as if she were in slumber. The most significant difference between her and a living being was perhaps the absence of a heartbeat and breath. After a night of turmoil, Lu Yize's eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared somewhat disheveled. He rose and lifted Jiangyu out of the bathtub. By this time, their bodies had long been dried by the intense heat. He laid her down on the bed, closing his eyes as he enveloped both of them in blankets, wrapping his arms around her waist, surrendering to a deep slumber alongside the zombie who had kept him awake for the entire night. This sleep was particularly restorative. He did not awaken until midday the following day. The previous day, in assisting Jiangyu's evolution, Lu Yize had to exert an extraordinarily precise use of his abilities to control a rampaging zombie without causing her harm, which ultimately led to his exhaustion. Chapter 18. The First Kiss in 10 Years Upon Awakening. He gazed at Jiangyu and noted the changes in her physique following her evolution. The previously darkened skin had lightened somewhat. The bluish hue was no longer prominent, instead resembling a beautiful jade-like gray. Her formerly exposed fangs had reverted to the size of a normal person's teeth, and unless one looked closely, her sharp canines would go unnoticed. The half-finger-length black nails she once had transformed back into the shape of ordinary human nails, albeit resembling a coat of black nail polish. She was gradually becoming more akin to the little zombie he remembered. In a previous life, the little zombie always appeared harmless before him. However, after prolonged exposure, he discovered that advanced zombies could conceal their undead nature, drawing ever closer to humanity, much like Jiangyu at this moment, who typically masked her zombie fangs and sharp teeth, revealing them only in the heat of battle. Perhaps it was the intensity of Lu Yize's gaze that stirred her. Her eyelashes fluttered, and as she gradually awoke, a trace of bewilderment lingered in her eyes. She caught a whiff of an alluring scent, compelling her to draw nearer to it. What was happening? When Lu Yize saw Jiangyu slightly lift her head and reach out towards him, he was unprepared for her intentions. The cool touch of her lips grazed the corner of his mouth, and he tasted a hint of iron as she lightly bit him. Lu Yize stood frozen, and in that fleeting moment of contact, brilliant fireworks exploded in his mind, severing the threads of rational thought. This was their first kiss after a decade of acquaintance. Past memories and present emotions converged into an indescribable surge within him. He grasped the nape of Jiangyu's neck, holding her captive, prying open her delicate lips to deepen the kiss. The primal instincts of the zombie warned Jiangyu of the imminent danger, yet the metallic taste of blood in her mouth instinctively urged her to savor it. Lu Yize's gaze darkened, a rare loss of control enveloping him as he embraced her waist, leaning in to intensify the kiss, wishing they could drown in this fervent entanglement. The blood of the supernatural invigorated the zombie. Jiangyu wrapped her arms around Lu Yize's neck, and he gazed down at her, noting that aside from her pale skin, she was indistinguishable from any human. Her eyes glistened with a misty sheen, and the corners of her mouth were stained crimson with blood. Lu Yize lowered his head once more, his right hand cradling Jiangyu's nape, tenderly stroking her disheveled hair, repeatedly kissing her as if to affirm her existence. Jiangyu. Each utterance of her name conjured vivid memories of their decade-long relationship, transitioning from initial hostility to a profound yet unrecognized affection. However, a sudden numbness surged from his back, snapping Lu Yize back to reality. The zombie in his arms had clawed at her perceived sustenance. To her, Lu Yize was merely a delectable morsel, superior to ordinary prey, devoid of any human emotion. In that fleeting moment, his heart felt as though doused in frigid water. Even after evolving into a level 1 zombie, her exterior had transformed, yet the essence of humanity remained absent. Gripping her shoulders, he blocked her retreat, his gaze deep and cold, brimming with intensity. The zombie could not decipher his expression, yet sensed an undercurrent of turmoil, as if he feared something. Jiangyu bared her teeth, curling defensively, causing Lu Yize to pause before a smile broke across his face. Fearful caution, how splendid. Such emotions were alien to zombies. Previously, he had to exert his powers to restrain her movements to prevent her from attacking, but now she understood fear and recognized danger. He embraced the zombie gently, letting out a soft sigh. It's all right, take your time. We shall proceed slowly. Jiangyu lifted her gaze, her irises enveloped in black, resembling something other than human. Yet, at that moment, her eyes shifted with a hint of fluidity, lacking the rigidity and lifelessness typical of a zombie. Had she not recognized the peril that Lu Yize posed, she would likely have indulged in the fragrant food before her, much like she had done upon awakening. Unbeknownst to Lu Yize, the most conspicuous transformation following a zombie's evolution is the restoration of the five senses. Jiangyu still felt a slight sting on her tongue. With her mind now as diminutive as a soybean, she could not fathom why food would bite a zombie. Yet, she was even more perplexed by the fact that, despite having the opportunity to take a bite of the meat, she found herself unable to do so, as if some force deep within her soul restrained her actions. The zombie gazed wide-eyed, lost in confusion and uncertainty. Lu Yize glanced down and observed the zombie in his arms, seemingly in a stupor, contemplating its existence. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he reached to place a crystal core into her mouth. The exquisite flavor of the core was second only to that of Lu Yize for Jiangyu. However, a single piece was hardly sufficient, and she gazed at him greedily, refraining from acting impulsively. It was gone. Lu Yize shrugged, gesturing towards the bathtub, which now contained only a pile of powder left after the absorption of the crystal cores. Jiangyu tilted her head in confusion at his actions. TSK, Lu Yize suddenly realized that it was somewhat unreasonable to expect a zombie, with a mind as small as a soybean, to comprehend the matter of the cores being completely digested. After a zombie's evolution, alongside the enhancement of abilities, there is a marked increase in their need for sustenance, serving as a means for the zombie to provide energy to its corporeal form. Hunger compelled them to seek sustenance. And at that moment, Jiangyu was no exception. Lu Yize had exhausted all the crystal cores on his person, leaving him with no choice but to retrieve the preserved meat he had previously stored in his space. Although this meat lacked the texture of fresh flesh and could not compare to the energy provided by crystal cores, it sufficed to satiate their hunger. Desperately famished, Jiangyu showed no sign of resistance. She seized the meat and began to gnaw at it, while Lu Yize merely observed her. However, after she consumed an amount of meat equivalent to her own body weight, his gaze discreetly shifted to the slight protrusion of her abdomen. One might mistakenly assume she was carrying his child. Lu Yize averted his gaze, calmly contemplating that before Jiangyu regained her consciousness, he might as well reap some benefits. Initially, he had felt assured by the abundance of food, but the quantity required by the upgraded zombies had surged dramatically. Clearly, merely feeding them meat would not suffice. Venturing out to hunt zombies and extract crystal cores was imperative. Chapter 19, Teaching You to Bathe. Shedding clothes after a night spent in the bathtub, neither of them could venture outside without a proper wash. However, the task of bathing seemed daunting, especially considering the vacant gaze of the satiated zombie. Lu Yize approached Jiangyu, who emitted a low, menacing growl, akin to a beast warding off intruders. He reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her effortlessly. Placing the zombie in the tub, he anticipated her residual memory of bathing would trigger an instinctive urge to escape. Had she possessed a tail, it would likely have been standing on end from fright. Stay still, we cannot leave without a proper wash. Lu Yize had grown up in poverty, enduring hardship from a young age, often playing in muddy heaps. However, as he matured and experienced the rigors of education, he began to adopt a more refined demeanor. Zombies, it seems, have an aversion to water. Yet Lu Yize showed no leniency. He turned on the shower, allowing the drenched Jiangyu to flounder beneath the cascading water. Jiangyu, on her tiptoes, encircled Lu Yize's neck with her arms, her entire zombie form pressing against him in a startled embrace, her wet hair dripping. Although she did not weigh much, her figure had developed quite well. And at that moment, her body was pressed closely against Lu Yize's, creating an unintentional air of intimacy. In their previous life, after a decade of companionship, they had never been this close, as she had lacked the courage to bridge that distance. Lu Yize's initial wariness and harsh words had wounded her deeply. Reflecting upon past events weighed heavily on Lu Yize's heart, prompting him to hold the zombie tighter in an attempt to steady his emotions. When he eventually released her, he had managed to quell the tumult within, locking eyes with the drenched figure before him. Concerned that she might catch a chill, though he was uncertain if a zombie could even fall ill, he decided to remove her clothing. Jiang Yu, likely oblivious to his intentions, offered no resistance, prompting Lu Yize to take the initiative. His fingers grazed the fabric of her shirt, brushing against her delicate collarbone. The oblivious zombie seemed unaware of the implications of his touch, instead instinctively searching for the most opportune spot to latch onto. With a quiet sigh, Lu Yize pulled the zipper of her top all the way up, concealing her slender neck, exerting immense self-control to suppress his primal urges. With her clothes removed and seated in the bathtub, he began to wash himself. Lu Yize's commanding words carried a hint of intimidation, causing the zombie before him to shudder sensitively, sensing an underlying fear. Despite her aversion to water, Jiang Yu, akin to the mutated plants outside, made a prudent choice to submit before a formidable opponent who clearly had the upper hand. She obediently followed Lu Yize's instructions, yet, how could a zombie possibly remove clothing? Jiang Yu tugged at her top, gradually becoming exasperated. Just as she was about to tear it apart, Lu Yize's hand enveloped hers, clasping her delicate, icy fingertips. "Allow me to guide you. Remember this for next time." For the first time, the zombie learned to manipulate a zipper. And in the hushed confines of the bathroom, the sound of the sliding zipper resonated with peculiar clarity, revealing the contours of her form. As he maneuvered her hand around to her back, he clumsily assisted her in unfastening her bra. It was no surprise that Lu Yize was unskilled in this matter. In his previous life, he had been wholly absorbed in his career before being forced into a relationship with Cui Yingying, and during the apocalypse, there had been no need for such pursuits. After finally settling down, he had been betrayed and incapacitated for over a decade. Now, living anew, he had experienced much and valued more than mere physical desires. In contrast to the visual allure of Jiang Yu's body, Lu Yize found greater solace in the depths of her gaze, seeking a familiar thrill within that vast expanse of darkness. "You may wash first. Call for me once you are done." With that, Lu Yize stepped out of the bathroom, having intentionally designed it without windows, with only his door connecting to the outside world. Even the glass of the bathroom was crafted to obscure, allowing only a vague outline of the figure within. Lu Yize leaned against the wall outside the bathroom, igniting a cigarette, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Since his rebirth, his desire for control had spiraled into an overwhelming obsession. He could not bear to have Jiang Yu out of his sight for even a second. Thus, he either accompanied her personally or confined her within his unique spatial abilities, ensuring he could ascertain her presence at all times. This was untenable. As he pondered this dilemma, the cigarette burned down to its end, ash nearly falling upon his hand. Yet before he could arrive at a conclusion, a loud crash resonated from within the bathroom, causing Lu Yize's heart to momentarily halt. He burst through the door to find Jiang Yu seated in the bathtub, engulfed in bubbles. The source of the commotion drew his gaze to a dent in the wall, and then to Jiang Yu, whose eyes were fixated on the floating bubbles. Poised to strike once more, Lu Yize grasped her hand, halting her from attempting to pop another bubble. "These bubbles cannot harm you. Fear not." It appeared that an entire bottle of shower gel had been spilled, making Jiang Yu's grip somewhat slippery. With a gentle sigh, Lu Yize stepped in to assist her with the washing, simultaneously instructing her on the proper way to cleanse herself. It was a unique form of nurturing. The bubbles provided a veil of modesty, making the situation less awkward. After clearing away the remnants of the chaos, Lu Yize allowed her to dress herself before transporting her back to his space. In contrast to Jiang Yu's antics, Lu Yize maintained a more hasty demeanor. He seized a moment to wash up and change into clean attire before ushering Jiang Yu out. Xiao Peng, the rotund Xianwenrui, was squatting at the entrance of his dilapidated abode, busily engaged in repairs. His old house had not been demolished. Rather, Lu Yize had previously occupied it to shield himself from prying eyes, though living there had been quite a stretch. Fortunately, he maintained a commendable mindset, feeling immensely grateful for the shelter provided by Lu Yize, and he was wise enough to refrain from harboring any illusions about entering Lu Yize's dwelling. At that moment, upon seeing Lu Yize emerge, he promptly approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, you've come out." However, as soon as the words left his lips, he froze in place. Wait a moment, the figure that Brother Lu was holding seemed remarkably reminiscent of his zombie sister-in-law. Could it be that Brother Lu had multiple sisters-in-law residing in his abode? The chubby fellow was utterly astonished, hesitating, and unable to ascertain the truth. He cast a suspicious glance at the woman beside Lu Yize, who was enveloped in layers of clothing, wearing a mask and sunglasses, topped with a black cap, and clad in long sleeves and trousers, concealing any identifiable features. Yet, She was docilely held by Brother Lu, distinctly not the ravenous zombie he had encountered the day before. Scratching his head in uncertainty, he turned to Lu Yize and stammered, "Brother Lu, is she also a sister-in-law?" Lu Yize shot him a glance, as if regarding a fool, before he could introduce her, the previously compliant Jiangyu. Upon catching a whiff of the unique aroma of food emanating from the chubby man's abilities, suddenly bared her fangs, which typically appeared during an attack. The abrupt movement caused her sunglasses to tumble off, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes characteristic of zombies, which sent the chubby man plummeting to the ground in fright. From this angle, he finally discerned that the hands intertwined with Brother Lu's were undeniably not human, but rather a striking shade of blue. It dawned on him that all along, it had been this singular being. Brother Lu had truly taken a peculiar liking to a zombie. Chapter 20. They are food. I am your kind. Lu Gu was oblivious to whether his intentions were malicious or not. After being frightened, he calmed the zombie beside him and, in a moment of unexpected kindness, adorned her with a mask. Jiangyu, filled with dissatisfaction, let a trace of resentment flicker in her eyes. She could not comprehend why she was denied sustenance while he showed mercy to another. She pondered the possibility of delicately eliminating the rotund figure before her rather than resorting to raw consumption. The thought of cannibalism was utterly out of the question. As long as Lu Yize was present, Jiangyu would never be allowed to partake in such acts. Though the notion that advanced zombies retained human memories was mere folklore, it stemmed from some truth. Furthermore, the fact that Jiangyu had come to rescue him in a previous life lent credence to this belief. Despite her anger, Jiangyu found herself unable to challenge Lu Yize, knowing full well that any dissent would be futile. She could only follow his lead. Her gaze and the incessant drool revealing her longing for the flesh of the stout individual. As soon as Xian Wenrui noticed Lu Yize and his companions preparing to venture outside, he hurriedly approached them. "Lu Gu, are you heading out? May I accompany you?" Although Lu Yize had previously shared some supplies discovered within the shopping mall, the reality remained that food would eventually run out. He had been exercising remarkable restraint, limiting himself to a solitary compressed biscuit each day. However, the remaining provisions would scarcely last a few months. "Very well," Lu Yize replied, showing no objection to bringing another along, provided that the individual would not become a burden. Moreover, the water-based ability Xian Wenrui possessed could prove beneficial. Thus, it was prudent to assess whether he would be a suitable partner. Upon receiving Lu Yize's consent, Xian Wenrui was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes. "Lu Gu, you truly are a wonderful person. It is often said that those who have recently entered society are easily deceived. Individuals like Xian Wenrui are likely to be among the first to perish in an apocalyptic scenario, which explains why I had never heard of him in my previous life." A lone survivor and a zombie boarded Lu Yize's rugged vehicle. Given the remoteness of the location, the population was sparse, and the number of zombies was relatively limited. However, as they ventured deeper into the city, they soon discovered that the zombie population had surged dramatically. They dispatched 3 zombies ahead of them. Lu Yize spoke to Jiangyu, who initially resisted but was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure that compressed the air around her, causing her to emit a distressed roar. Despite Lu Yize's impassive expression, his tone was gentle yet commanding, urging her to eliminate the zombies. Xian Wenrui shivered in the back seat, harboring unsettling thoughts about Lu Yize's somewhat sinister demeanor. Jiangyu shouted defiantly at Lu Yize before leaping through the window, her hands transforming into lethal claws. With instinctive precision, she pierced through a zombie-esque skull, guided by an innate understanding of how to combat her kind. The blood of the zombie, a dark, murky green, stained Jiangyu's hands, and droplets cascaded down her sharp nails. One half of her ear-mounted black mask had fallen away, while the other dangled. Her oversized sunglasses became tainted with the gruesome fluid, leaving faint traces on her otherwise pristine face, which stood out starkly against her jade-hued skin. Lu Yize sensed a lingering aura of ferocity around Jiangyu. He bent down and extracted the crystal core from the zombie's brain, still smeared with brain matter. He opened his hand, revealing the core resting in his palm. The crystal nucleus plays a crucial role in the realm of zombies. Jiangyu reached out, intent on seizing it, but Lu Yize withdrew, firmly grasping the nucleus in his hand. He gazed at Jiangyu and spoke, "Remember, they are your prey, while I am your kind." Jiangyu had evolved beyond her former status as a mere low-level zombie. Now, with a mind as capable as a soybean, she could contemplate her actions. At this moment, she understood precisely where to extract the crystal nucleus. Just then, another zombie appeared not far off. Jiang Yu observed it, swiftly diving toward the creature. Seizing its arm and with a powerful tug, tore it from the zombie's body. The enhanced zombie exhibited a remarkable increase in both speed and strength. So Lu Yize harbored no concerns about Jiang Yu sustaining injuries. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu had extracted the crystal nucleus from the zombie's brain, prompting a satisfied smile from Lu Yize. Indeed, all he wished to accomplish was to genuinely distinguish Jiang Yu from the zombies. Yet, he was taken aback when he saw Jiang Yu open her mouth to shove the nucleus, dripping with brain matter, into it. Lu Yize felt a pang of alarm and immediately intervened. Xian Wenrui, feeling weak-kneed, crawled out of the vehicle. He observed Lu Gu patiently instructing the zombies not to consume filthy things and inexplicably felt as though he had stumbled upon an unexpected ally. It was astonishing that such formidable zombies obediently followed Lu Yize's commands. A sudden sense of urgency surged within Xian Wenrui, compelling him to prove his own worth. Lu Gu, I devoted an entire day yesterday to the study of supernatural abilities, and I feel as though I have grasped a hint of understanding. Would you like me to assist in the purification process? Lu Yize cast a scrutinizing glance in his direction, perhaps to ascertain his intentions, before extending his hand to present the zombie crystal core to him, instructing him to cleanse it thoroughly. Trust, this was indeed trust. The chubby boy suddenly swelled with pride as he accepted the item, summoning all his strength to conjure a small pool of water, just sufficient to envelop the crystal core. The core slowly rotated within the water, and the grime on its surface gradually began to peel away. Although the process took some time, patience was a virtue that Lu Yize possessed in abundance, as he leisurely held Jiang Yu's fingers, meticulously wiping them one by one. Jiang Yu was utterly oblivious to the cleanliness of the crystal. Her gaze was fixated entirely on the crystal core in the chubby boy's hands, indifferent to whether Lu Yize was cleaning her fingers or her face. After a thorough wash, the boy was drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from a body of water. Yet, despite his exhaustion, he said nothing and summoned another small pool of water to continue the second round of cleaning. Nearly half an hour had passed in the effort to cleanse the crystal core, a duration long enough for the little zombie to lose interest in the core he held. Perhaps it would have been swifter to slay a couple more. Lu Gu, sister-in-law, it's done, it's clean, Xian Wenrui exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, relieved that the task was complete. However, the effort had drained him significantly, rendering him incapable of jumping. He wiped the sweat from his brow, and Lu Yize glanced at his clothes, completely soaked with perspiration. One could surmise that squeezing them would yield more water than the boy had managed to conjure with his powers. He handed over the crystal core to Lu Yize without any ulterior motives. Upon receiving it, Lu Yize merely expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. Yet, he refrained from elaborating further. There was no need for excessive dialogue, as trust was still lacking. Their current relationship was merely transactional. He required a water-based ability user, while the other sought refuge. Having experienced betrayal in his past life, Lu Yize harbored distrust towards anyone other than Jiang Yu. Chapter 21. The Mutant Centipede. No, Lu Gu, please do not be so courteous. You saved my life, Xian Wenrui said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Although Lu Yize was cold-hearted, he had no intention of taking advantage of others. If you are referring to that previous incident, then regardless of whether I saved you or not, you would have survived. They were merely a few zombies. Had it not been for your own despair, you might have lived. Perhaps your will to survive could have even accelerated your mastery of your abilities. Xian Wenrui did not grasp these nuances, yet he understood that even if he survived, thriving alone in this post-apocalyptic world would not be an easy feat now, with a dilapidated house to call his own and some food stored away. Xian Wenrui felt a deep sense of satisfaction and gratitude towards Lu Yize. Lu Gu, rest assured, I will never hold you back. From now on, if you and your wife need water, I will take care of it, he declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Suit yourself. Lu Yize would not refuse resources that came to him so readily. After all, if it were not for his abilities, he would not have taken on this troublesome alliance. Xian Wenrui was also an ambitious individual, and upon encountering zombies, he no longer remained idly in the back seat, gazing vacantly. He seized his sole weapon, a baseball bat, and struck at the zombies' heads. Unlike Jiang Yu, who effortlessly dispatched zombies with a mere claw, Xian Wenrui soon realized that zombies were not as easily handled as cabbages. His sister-in-law, however, was undeniably ruthless, oh no, ruthlessly formidable. Lu Yize, seated in the driver's position with a cigarette in hand, observed the portly individual with latent abilities, awkwardly wielding a baseball bat against the zombies. The apocalypse had only just commenced. Thus, even though some had awakened extraordinary powers, they were yet to master their use. Nevertheless, for the zombies, these awakened individuals represented a rapid means to enhance their strength. It was likely that within the city, there was now more than just Jiang Yu as an evolved zombie. In a flash, Jiang Yu had slain 5 zombies and extracted their cores. Stealing a glance at Lu Yize within the vehicle, she turned away, convinced he would not notice, and attempted to shove the brain matter-coated core into her mouth. However, the core seemed to possess an independent space, as the zombie's teeth, capable of crushing skulls, failed to bite through the air. After several futile attempts, she, in frustration, brought the core before Lu Yize. Faced with the little zombie's defiance, Lu Yize chuckled softly. "Clean it before eating. I shan't compete with you." Jiang Yu grasped the essence of his words. Clean it, and it could be consumed. Lu Yize utilized the water from his spatial abilities to cleanse the core. The small, portly individual, bearing injuries yet managing to kill a zombie, was astounded by the scene before him. "Brother Lu, are you also a water-type ability user?" Before the apocalypse, Xian Wenrui was a reclusive individual, deeply engrossed in novels, which led him to instinctively classify his abilities as water-related. Observing Lu Yize conjuring water from seemingly nowhere sparked his curiosity. However, Lu Yize, after denying the inquiry, chose not to elaborate, leaving the chubby boy beside him fidgeting in bewilderment. Despite lacking strength, Xian Wenrui possessed a sense of propriety and understood the bounds of inquiry. Noticing Lu Yize's reluctance to disclose further information, he refrained from pressing the matter, instead offering the precious crystal core he had managed to procure to Lu Yize. "Brother Lu, I don't have much of value, but I notice sister likes this, so please give it to her." The crystal core in his hand, which he had painstakingly purified to yield a small amount of clean water, appeared relatively unblemished. Lu Yize glanced at him and remarked, "You can keep it." The boy felt a twinge of disappointment. After feeding Jiang Yu a crystal core, Lu Yize added, "It can enhance your abilities." Xian Wenrui's spirit sword, his eyes, which were somewhat small due to his plumpness, sparkled with excitement, and even a hint of mist began to form. "Brother Lu, you truly are a magnificent person. From now on, you are my true brother." Tears of gratitude streaming down the chubby boy's face did little to sway Lu Yize, whose expression remained unfazed, especially when compared to the visage of the small zombie, which was far more grotesque. As the chubby boy reveled in his emotions, the small zombie was engrossed in gnawing on a crystal core. Lu Yize took out a map, glancing at it with intention. He planned to explore the nearby commercial district further. He sought to gather supplies, knowing that nurturing zombies was no trifling matter. And with the abundance of zombies in the commercial area, he aimed to stockpile additional crystal cores for himself. In merely a fortnight since the apocalypse erupted, the order constructed by humanity has begun to disintegrate. Surprisingly, it is not the zombies that pose the greatest threat, but rather the mutated flora and fauna. As they drove halfway, they were compelled to abandon their vehicle due to the road being ravaged by rampant vegetation, rendering it fragmented and impassable. Once they disembarked, the vehicle was swiftly absorbed into a spatial realm by Lu Yize. Xian Wenrui was taken aback, almost convinced that their car had been stolen. However, observing Lu Yize's composed demeanor, he wisely chose to remain silent. The mutated plants and animals require sustenance, and among them, the evolved zombies and those endowed with supernatural abilities serve as prime nourishment. Yet, Lu Yize cleverly concealed the presence and forms of the 3 of them within a designated space, rendering them undetectable to the aberrant flora and fauna. Xian Wenrui proceeded with trepidation, fearful that a mere misstep could result in him being ensnared by the creeping vines, reduced to mere plant matter. They arrived at the largest department store in the city, only to be met with a scene that sent shivers down their spines. A colossal mutated centipede coiled around the building, its crimson head surveying its domain, while its inky body encircled the towering structure. Hundreds of densely packed legs undulated incessantly. Its mandibles opened and closed, revealing sharp teeth and a gaping maw stained with undigested crimson remnants, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth, pooling on the ground and emitting a pungent odor. The compound eyes on either side of its head utilized their antennae to navigate and detect potential prey that could satiate its hunger. The mutated centipede, having devoured an unknown number of humans and zombies, emanated an energy level comparable to that of a level 2 esper. Lu Yize was on the verge of reaching level 2 himself, yet had not yet completed his breakthrough. This creature was perhaps the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his rebirth. Lu Yize's abilities could not obscure the centipede's acute perception, for its strength far surpassed his own. The myriad eyes within its compound vision instantaneously locked onto their location. Hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes fixated intently upon them, dwarfing their own sight. Under such immense pressure, Xian Wenrui was nearly paralyzed by fear. "Quick, scatter!" Lu Yize commanded, instantly releasing his powers. No sooner had he spoken than the enormous mutated centipede opened its saliva-coated maw, propelled by a powerful gust as it charged toward their position. Chapter 22. Slaying the mutated centipede. Lu Yize seized Jiang Yu to evade the impending danger, while Xian Wenrui, driven by a primal instinct for survival, swiftly threw himself to the side, narrowly escaping the centipede's assault. One of the creature's legs was vastly larger than the diminutive human form, and as Xian Wenrui scrambled to his feet, he glanced back toward Lu Yize and the others. The centipede paid him no heed, instead lunging directly at Lu Yize with fierce intensity. Lu Yize narrowly dodged the attack while attempting to ensconce the creature within his powers, seeking to discern its vulnerabilities. Yet, the centipede's sheer size rendered him incapable of enveloping its entire form within his spatial control. He was far from the adeptness he would exhibit years into the apocalypse. Lu Yize evaded the frenzied assaults of the mutated centipede several times, his eyes glinting with a hint of malevolence. He turned, continuously condensing spatial points upon the colossal creature, its abdomen, mouth, head, and the vital 7 inches within. In stark contrast, Jiang Yu exhibited no trace of fear towards the centipede. Rather, she appeared wholly consumed by her insatiable hunger. Leaping atop the centipede's massive body, her once proud claws failed to penetrate its exoskeleton, nearly flinging her off in the process. The centipede, having detected the delectable morsel behind it, began to stir restlessly with its hundreds of limbs, twisting its crimson head in an attempt to bite at the agitated zombie on its back. Sensing Jiang Yu's impending peril, the anxious onlooker behind her, knowing the weight of this zombie in Lu Yize's heart, gritted his teeth and resolved to risk everything, even death, today. Xian Wenrui rushed forward, grasping the tail of the mutated centipede, and, with a near-expended life force, unleashed a water sphere against it. The sphere failed to even create the slightest crack in the creature's armor. His attack was akin to a mere tickle to the mutated centipede. Realizing her claws could not breach the armor on its back, Jiang Yu decisively abandoned her assault, narrowly evading a lethal strike from the mutated centipede. However, her arm was still injured, dark blood seeping continuously from the wound. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yize's expression darkened. He made a swift decision and charged towards the mutated centipede, which outmatched him in both speed and strength at that moment. As he approached and comprehended Jiang Yu's intentions, he gathered a spatial blade in his palm and aimed it at the head of the monstrous centipede. Struck by the spatial blade, the centipede's antennae were injured, causing it to lose its sense of direction instantaneously. With a menacing grin, Jiang Yu revealed her sharp fangs and seized the opportunity to pierce the centipede's compound eye with her claws. The centipede immediately writhed in a frenzy, its body rapidly expanding and contracting, leaving deep gashes in the ground with each contact of its hard, sharp claws. In its agony, both the person and the zombie behind it were thrown off. Jiang Yu was securely caught by Lu Yize, while the plump figure fell to the ground, cushioned by his ample flesh. The hefty man groaned in distress, clutching his back and lamenting his impending demise after plummeting from nearly 3 stories high. Surely he was doomed. However, no one had the time to indulge his theatrics. Lu Yize set Jiang Yu down and seized the moment to retrieve the most resilient specially crafted knives from his spatial storage. Gunpowder and similar substances would merely amplify the energy of mutated flora and fauna. Thus, the most primitive cold weapons proved to be far more effective. The knives, forged by Iron Mother, combined with Lu Yize's accumulating psychic energy, created immense pressure within the space surrounding the weapon. At the moment Lu Yize struck the centipede's abdomen, the blade collided with its tough exoskeleton, producing a crisp clang. Utilizing gravity, he augmented the force in his hand, slicing from the centipede's head to its belly, causing sparks to fly from its hardened shell. The mutated centipede, now devoid of its antennae and compound eyes, was thoroughly enraged, its body contorting as all its 100 claws launched an assault on Lu Yize. Discarding the now useless knife, Lu Yize anticipated this shift in dynamics, remaining composed in the face of the creature's furious onslaught. He did not place his hopes on this crude strike. At the moment he drew near, Lu Yize employed his spatial abilities to scan the mutated weaponry, detecting its vulnerabilities amidst the collision of air. Beside the compound eyes of the creature's head lay a crystallized core, akin to the crystalline nucleus of a zombie or the ability core of a human, serving as the wellspring of its power. As the centipede, towering at a height of 100 or 200 meters, leaned down to bite, Lu Yize enveloped himself in his abilities, yet the mutated centipede effortlessly consumed him. Witnessing this scene, the injured Jiang Yu and Xian Wenrui momentarily found themselves in a state of shock. Reacting more swiftly than Xian Wenrui was the impulsive Jiang Yu, who, in an instant, leaped into the maw of the centipede. Sister-in-law. Before Xian Wenrui could act, the mutated centipede began to thrash violently, its massive body reducing buildings to rubble. He scarcely had time to mourn before he was swept towards the entrance of an underground passage. Wiping away his tears, the instinct for survival propelled him to dive into the darkness. However, within the passage, a foul stench permeated the air, inducing nausea. By the dim light, he discerned countless human skeletons strewn about. A chill coursed through him as a low, guttural roar echoed from outside. Only then did he pale in realization of the horror that had unfolded, tears streaming down his face in terror. He wiped away his tears and mucus, his gaze gradually hardening as he crawled towards the exit, seizing a broken blade left behind by his brother, emboldened by a reckless resolve to confront the unknown. To his utter astonishment, the grotesquely oversized mutated centipede abruptly halted, its gaping mandibles unable to close, decaying saliva permeating the air. At the moment its mandibles were about to clasp shut, it began to thrash about in a fit of hysteria, its body writhing violently, as a nauseating brownish-green liquid spilled forth from its head. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, Xian Wenrui found himself crouching on the ground, unable to discern the situation before him. In the next instant, seemingly out of nowhere, this 100-meter-high mutated centipede suddenly stood rigid, various parts of its body emitting an eerie luminescence. Its head, jaws, abdomen, and countless limbs, over 100 glowing points gradually connected in a controlled manner, forming strands of white light. In an instant, these strands erupted with force, cleaving the mutated centipede into pieces, each fragment no taller than a person's calf. Scattering across the ground, Xian Wenrui stood in stunned silence, witnessing the scene unfold, when he faintly discerned his brother Lu, bloodied yet leaning against the corpse of the creature. Remarkably, both he and the zombie emerged unscathed. Chapter 23. Life and death together. Clutching the mangled knife in his hand, Xian Wenrui ran toward them, tears brimming in his eyes, incoherently calling out, "Brother Lu, sister-in-law, it is wonderful that you are safe." Surviving such a colossal beast was undoubtedly a blessing. However, when Lu Yize perceived Xian Wenrui's approach, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Lu Yize's gaze was cold and calculating. He resolved to find a way to eliminate him before it was too late. Fortunately, Xian Wenrui harbored no grand ambitions. At this moment, he was weeping profusely. "Woo, Brother Lu, you are truly remarkable. It is a relief that you have survived. Sister-in-law, I misjudged you. Your affection is profound." Without hesitation, you leapt into the jaws of that monster to save Brother Lu. Lu Yize cast a glance at Jiang Yu, who was also grievously injured beside him. Indeed, the instant he beheld Jiang Yu within the maw of the mutated centipede, he felt as if his heart had momentarily ceased. The creature's fangs were nearly crushing her fragile form when, in the next moment, she was enveloped by a familiar supernatural force. Lu Yize almost believed she had regained her memories of being human. However, the very next second, the zombie lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his wrist. Instantly, Lu Yize repressed the surge of emotion within him, realizing that she was not there to share in the tribulation, but rather driven by a primal rage at witnessing food devoured before her eyes, compelling her to risk her life for a taste. Never mind. Her intellect is but the size of a bean. I shan't be too harsh on her. Prior to his deliberate consumption by the mutated centipede, Lu Yize had already implanted hundreds of spatial points within it, awaiting the moment to extract its core before taking action. The creature's strength surpassed his own, rendering him incapable of posing a significant threat until the core was removed. Thus, he intentionally entered the centipede's maw, as the location of the core was situated at the side of its compound eyes, making it far more convenient to maneuver from within. However, the interior of this mutated centipede's mouth possesses an exceedingly corrosive nature. Even with his extraordinary abilities to create a barrier, it remains impossible to completely obstruct the threat. Thus, they must act swiftly, otherwise, they shall indeed become nourishment for this aberrant creature. Lu Yize retrieved a knife from his spatial domain. Yet the zombie that had been biting her seemed to sense the presence of the crystal core, promptly releasing its grip. There was no need for Lu Yize to intervene, as the zombie had already begun to tear apart the flesh of the mutated centipede. In comparison to the centipede's formidable exoskeleton, its internal flesh offered no resistance, easily succumbing to the zombie's assault. Their actions provoked a furious roar from the mutated centipede. As they awaited the zombie to create an opening, they glimpsed an orange crystal core embedded deep within. Jiangyu was instantly elated, her desire to excavate it overwhelming. However, the mutated centipede's body convulsed, likely invoking its self-defense mechanism. Greenish fluids surged from its stomach, assaulting these intruders. Lu Yize enveloped Jiangyu with his powers, creating a protective barrier just in time to withstand the onslaught. Jiangyu glared at the viscous green liquid that obstructed her feast with palpable resentment, as if it were her adversary. Thus, at the very moment of their departure, she bit down on a sizable piece of flesh. The crystal core was finally exposed, and Lu Yize seized the opportunity to extract the orange core, which was merely the size of a fingernail. The advanced zombie possessed taste. The piece of flesh Jiangyu had just devoured was foul and repugnant, prompting her to retch. Lu Yize gazed at her with exasperation, reminding her that one ought not to consume indiscriminately. Now, she had tasted the consequences of her recklessness. As the crystal core was extracted, Lu Yize wielded his extraordinary abilities. Observing the spatial points he had established gradually intertwining, he sensed that the mutated centipede was progressively losing its vitality, which prompted a sigh of relief from him. Jiangyu desired to consume the orange crystal core in one bite. However, it had been preemptively secured by Lu Yize. It was not that he denied her, but rather that she was currently incapable of absorbing it. Should she attempt to ingest it, the likelihood of her demise would be exceedingly high. Moreover, she harbored a slight aversion to the crystal core due to her previous unfortunate consumption. Thus, he casually retrieved a standard red crystal core from his spatial storage and offered it to her. The zombies, lacking intellect, remained oblivious to the substitution upon receiving the red crystal core, eagerly biting into it with satisfaction. Perhaps in anticipation of future sustenance, Jiangyu obediently approached Lu Yize, resignedly accepting her role as a crutch. At this moment, Lu Yize had completely exhausted his abilities, a perilous state in the apocalypse. After emerging, he retrieved an off-road vehicle from his spatial storage to rest within, while simultaneously absorbing a considerable number of low-level zombie crystal cores. Both he and Jiangyu had sustained considerable injuries from their encounter with the mutated centipede, particularly from their infiltration of its body. Shenwenrui, witnessing the sudden appearance of the vehicle and the abrupt disappearance of his sister-in-law, had grown remarkably composed. His injuries were manageable. Yet Lu Yize quickly discerned that Shenwenrui's abilities were also depleted. Reflecting on his previous performance, Lu Yize closed his eyes and spoke, extracting the prior crystal core to sense its energy before absorbing it. Shenwenrui felt a mix of admiration and gratitude towards his brother Lu at that moment. Had it not been for his presence, he might have met his end today. Without hesitation, he immediately complied. Perhaps the recent battle had bestowed upon him newfound insights regarding his abilities, thus rendering the absorption process effortless. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him. Shenwenrui was acutely aware of Lu Yize's heightened vigilance and chose to be discreet. Lu Gu, I will check the building for any supplies. You should rest well. Lu Yize was indifferent to whether he stayed or left. Shenwenrui certainly had no intention of departing. He stealthily infiltrated the building, discovering a chaotic scene filled with numerous bodies and remnants of zombies. This sight instantly reminded him of the underground chamber he had inadvertently stumbled upon earlier, which was littered with non-human bones, sending a shiver down his spine. He hastily gathered some food that had not yet spoiled and collected essential supplies. As he was about to leave, he passed by a clothing store and decided to rummage through it. Shenwenrui tirelessly transported items, filling the entire SUV to capacity. He cast a tentative glance at Lu Gu but refrained from inquiring. Lu Gu, I found some clean clothes in the building. Would you and your sister-in-law like to find a place to wash them? Shenwenrui presented a large box of assorted garments. Lu Yize had indeed contemplated the same, but he saw no need for the clothes, as he had ample supplies in his space. You keep them, we are not in want. He could not possibly allow Jiang Yu to wear clothing chosen by others. Despite the lingering disappointment from being rejected, Xian Wenrui quickly composed himself and began to guide Lu Yize through the city, a place he knew all too well. Lu Gu, just ahead there's a bathhouse. It must have some water stored, and we could probably enjoy a refreshing wash there. The location is quite favorable, surrounded by numerous barbecue establishments. Further along is the municipal office, and the civil affairs bureau is nearby as well. Initially, Lu Yize was indifferent about going, but upon hearing the mention of the civil affairs bureau, he began tapping his fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel. Having already proposed to Jiang Yu, he had maintained no further contact since then. Lu Yize had always preferred to grasp what he desired firmly in his hands to prevent it from being taken away by others. Unbeknownst to Xian Wenrui, his casual remark had caused Lu Yize's thoughts to drift. After they had bathed, Xian Wenrui waited at the entrance for quite some time until Lu Yize emerged, holding his freshly washed wife's hand. Lu Yize tossed the keys to him and drove towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xian Wenrui suddenly realized something was amiss. The Civil Affairs Bureau? Are you going to get married? With whom? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he felt they were rather foolish. Who else could it be but his sister-in-law, now a zombie? The question of whether humans and zombies could obtain a marriage certificate seemed irrelevant. In a world on the brink of extinction, who cared about such formalities? Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed, "Oh, I see. All right then, I'll take you there." Without saying a word, Xian Wenrui inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. He discreetly glanced at the back seat, where a person and a zombie, intertwined their fingers. To be honest, if one were to consider mere aesthetics, they indeed seemed quite compatible. If only he could have a wife like that, beautiful and powerful. He fancied he might even head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate. Xian Wenrui's inquisitive heart fluttered with curiosity. "Brother Lu, how did you and sister-in-law meet? It seems you share a profound bond, having followed each other through life and death." A socially awkward otaku struggled for a moment before managing to utter such a phrase. Lu Yize, seated in the back, was idly toying with Jiang Yu's delicate fingers. In this moment, absent of extreme circumstances, her nails appeared quite ordinary aside from their hue. "The one I secretly admired confessed her feelings first," he remarked casually. "Damn, how enviable. Why is sister-in-law still playing the game of secret admiration? With her looks, does she even need to harbor such feelings?" Xian Wenrui exclaimed with excitement. "Who knows?" Lu Yize mused, distracted as he held Jiang Yu's hand. If she had appeared before the apocalypse, perhaps he would have found companionship much earlier. Unaware that the secret of her admiration was on the verge of revelation, Jiang Yu tilted her head, fixated on Lu Yize's hand. She found nothing remarkable about her own hand. Rather, she thought his looked quite appealing, almost delectable. With that thought, she leaned down and playfully bit his hand, not letting go. However, she was careful not to apply too much pressure, aware that a genuine bite would not be a match for him. Instead, she simply nibbled to taste. Lu Yize frowned, puzzled by the peculiar habit she had developed, wondering when she had acquired this penchant for biting. Upon hearing a commotion, the chubby fellow glanced into the rearview mirror, only to witness Jiang Yu resting her head on Lu Yize's lap. Startled, he coughed violently. "Lu Gu, perhaps I should exit the vehicle? To facilitate your activities?" Fear gripped him, for he dreaded inadvertently witnessing something inappropriate. An affront so shocking that it might as well have warranted the removal of his very eyeballs. It was evident that he had grossly misinterpreted the situation. Lu Yize's fingers delicately wove through her tousled hair as he grasped the nape of Jiang Yu's neck, lifting her to reveal her true intentions to the lewdly imaginative Xian Wenrui. With a sigh of relief, Xian Wenrui couldn't help but recall his earlier reaction, forcing an awkward chuckle. "Lu Gu, your relationship with your sister-in-law is truly commendable." This remark elicited no rebuttal from Lu Yize. Xian Wenrui took a deliberate glance at the couple in the backseat and realized that Lu Yize had cunningly dressed both his sister-in-law and himself in matching couple attire, a preparation evidently made in advance. Upon nearing the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two disembarked amidst a landscape teeming with mutated flora, as the area boasted lush greenery. The Civil Affairs Bureau was entwined by colossal vines, though these botanical anomalies bore no malicious intent, exhibiting a temperament more gentle than aggressive. Uncertain of the operability of the equipment within, Xian Wenrui gazed despondently at the damaged walls. Just as he was about to step into the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Yize halted him, anticipating the presence of numerous zombies inside. As expected, upon opening the door, They were met with the grisly sight of a male zombie gnawing on the decaying body of a woman, reduced to naught but a rotting head infested with maggots. The gruesome tableau left Xian Wenrui reeling, forcing him to brace himself against the wall as he retched. Before him stood a zombie, recoiling at the sudden appearance of a human, its black eyes constricting as it clutched its remaining head and scaled the wall. Lu Yize squinted at the retreating figure, realizing that the city had indeed been infested with level 1 zombies. Moreover, this particular zombie, Xian Wenrui, feeling overwhelmed by the oppressive scent within the room, took a few steps forward only to step on a fallen marriage certificate. Out of curiosity, he picked it up and glanced at it. The date inscribed on the certificate coincided with the day the comet fell, heralding the onset of the world's transformation, September 10th. The smiling couple in the photograph included the very zombie that had just fled, and beside him, the woman appeared to be none other than the headless corpse he had just encountered. Lu Ge, look at this. Xian Wenrui held the marriage certificate, feeling its warmth in his hands. He pondered the once happy couple, now reduced to a tragic separation by death, and wondered what trials they had endured together. Lu Yize cast a brief glance, not overly concerned. Such tales were all too common in the latter days of the apocalypse. He had, in fact, vaguely recognized the zombie from earlier. It seemed to be the legendary zombie king, known to pose a significant challenge to those with abilities. Accompanying the zombie king was a skeletal figure, and it was said that upon reaching such a level, the zombie would regain its human memories. The rumors had arisen because this zombie king had evolved while cornered, seemingly suffering considerable mental trauma, teetering on the brink of madness. If it were indeed the case that it remembered devouring its beloved, the cruelty of such a fate was truly harrowing. Chapter 25. Marriage. Lu Yize spoke to the hesitant Xian Wenrui, who was clutching the marriage certificate, saying, "Keep it. It may prove useful in the future." From what Lu Yize knew, the only thing the zombie king valued was the skull that accompanied him. If the rumors held true, and it was indeed the cranium of his beloved, then perhaps the marriage certificate Xian Wenrui had found could earn him a favor from the zombie king. In his previous life, Lu Yize had little interaction with the zombie king. In contrast to his former adversaries, he held no particular bias against this undead creature. Useful? Brother Lu, perhaps you should keep it. I have no idea how to use it, Xian Wenrui stammered, scratching his head. Although he did not comprehend its significance, his instinct suggested it held great potential. Just hold on to it. Lu Yize, though somewhat aloof, was not one to take advantage of others. He would not claim something simply because it appeared valuable. Once he confirmed that Lu Yize had no intention of keeping it, Xian Wenrui sighed in relief and quietly tucked the item away. Having relied on his instincts to survive thus far, he now sensed that this object might one day save his life. As Lu Yize stepped around the corpses on the ground, he glanced down and noticed that the crystal cores of the zombies had already been removed, likely consumed by the fleeing undead. This further corroborated the fact that the zombie had already evolved, much like Jiangyu. As Lu Yize continued to walk, he pondered these thoughts, while Xian Wenrui, having secured the marriage certificate, looked up to see that Lu Yize had already moved far ahead, prompting him to hasten his pace to catch up. At this moment, Lu Yize stood before the wedding window, where the staff had long since vanished, leaving behind only several decayed corpses within. He was indifferent to the notion of ceremonial significance. All he required were the essential elements. Lu Yize retrieved a power supply device from his space and approached the computer, attempting to turn it on. After a series of attempts, he was fortunate that one of the machines booted up. Before the apocalypse, Lu Yize had studied computer science, and his company was related to the internet. Thus, data entry was a task of utmost simplicity for him. He had meticulously memorized Jiangyu's information after conducting prior research, and after inputting both their details, he looked up at the plump figure beside him who was scanning the surroundings and said, "Please take a photo for us." Xian Wenrui was somewhat exhilarated upon hearing this. Wedding photos. This is my first time assisting someone with their wedding shoot. Don't worry, Brother Lu. I will ensure that both of you are thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. All right. Lu Yize grasped Jiangyu's hand and led her toward the photography room, hoping that the camera there was still functional. Even if it were broken, it mattered not, for he had thoughtfully stored a camera in his space. Xian Wenrui, the enthusiastic photographer, trailed behind them, noting that the two appeared increasingly composed. He mused that while Lu Yize's calmness was expected, his sister-in-law likely did not even grasp the concept of marriage. Was this considered a sham marriage? However, as he reflected further, The fact that his sister-in-law was willing to leap into the jaws of a monster to save others stirred feelings of admiration within him. Such a bond forged in life and death. Surely, she was willing to marry. They were indeed fortunate, for this entire building was likely best preserved in this photography room. Having sustained minimal damage. After picking up the fallen camera and discovering it was still operational, Xian Wenrui stood before the lens, calling for Lu Yize to help Jiangyu take a seat. Sitting still was a torment for the zombies. Jiangyu was reluctant, but ultimately, under the pressure of Lu Yize's supernatural abilities, she begrudgingly complied. Lu Yize removed the mask and sunglasses from her face, gently tidying her hair, making her appear obedient and docile. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he unfastened the necklace around her neck, retrieving the ring she had previously selected, and took her hand to adorn her with it. "You chose this. Do you like it?" Lu Yize inquired, aware that she could now comprehend some words. Jiangyu gazed down at the stone in her hand, lost in thought, unable to decipher its significance, yet inexplicably, she felt a desire to preserve it. Though she remained silent, Lu Yize noticed her tentative touch and understood that she must have taken a liking to it. "As long as you like it." Meanwhile, Xian Wenrui, feeling like a jester at the sight of the intimate moment between the human and the zombie, was on edge. Fortunately, Lu Yize did not lose sight of their purpose. After placing the ring on Jiangyu's finger, he turned to Xian Wenrui and instructed, "Take the photo." Oh right. Prior to capturing the image, he had harbored concerns that the combination of a human and a zombie might result in an uncanny photo. Yet, upon reviewing the resulting portrait of striking beauty, he was unexpectedly pleased with the outcome. Wow, did I just uncover a talent for photography? How is it that I managed to take such a splendid ID photo? Xian Wenrui mused, his gaze lifting to meet the faces before him, only to fall into silence. It seemed that his skills had little to do with the quality of the shot. It was simply the outstanding appearance of the human-zombie duo that shone through. In a poignant moment, Xian Wenrui came to terms with reality. He proceeded to register the marriage information of the couple on his computer, solidifying the union. Taking on the role of an officiant, he ceremoniously presented the 2 marriage certificates to the newlyweds, eloquently wishing them eternal harmony and a century of blissful togetherness. Lu Yize had heard that typically, couples visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau to marry would bring a small box of wedding candies to share their joy. He happened to have some stored in his space, so he casually retrieved 2 packets and, as a delightful addition, handed over 2 zombie cores to Xian Wenrui, the sole witness, as a sweet gesture. Xian Wenrui was taken aback, genuinely surprised that on the occasion of Lu Yize's marriage, he was also bestowed with wedding treats. Having just absorbed an entire zombie core, he felt his abilities significantly enhanced. The value and potency of zombie cores are beyond measure. But even the 2 packets of candy were exceedingly rare. Before the apocalypse, sugar might have been plentiful, but now, in this dire world, resources were scarce, and sugar was a coveted prize. In critical situations, a single piece of candy could provide the energy necessary to save a life. Lu Ge. Xian Wenrui gazed at Lu Yize with gratitude and emotion. However, Lu Yize, uninterested in witnessing a grown man weep, tossed him the items before pulling Jiangyu out the door. Jiangyu, feeling somewhat displeased, fixated on the zombie core in the chubby boy's hand, bewildered as to why she was not given one. Why was the little boy allowed to consume the core while she was not? Lu Yize discovered that the zombie stubbornly remained at the car door, refusing to board. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a zombie crystal core, placing it before her as bait. Would she advance? In Chapter 26, the little zombie gets jealous. The zombie's intellect was quite limited. Upon sighting the crystal core, her mind seemed to falter, fixating blankly on the object in Lu Yize's hand. Although he lacked any particular hobbies, a hint of mischief resided within him. As he moved the crystal core, he noticed Jiangyu's gaze followed its trajectory, which he found rather endearing. Jiangyu lunged forward, attempting to snatch it. However, Lu Yize swiftly transitioned the crystal core to his other hand through his spatial ability. This merely involved storing it in his left hand and retrieving it with his right. Yet his execution was remarkably quick, leaving Jiangyu's zombie brain utterly perplexed. She paused for a moment, then leapt again towards his other hand, only to miss once more. After several attempts, Jiangyu, increasingly exasperated in her zombified state, had veins bulging on her neck, on the verge of losing her composure. Amused, Lu Yize placed the crystal core directly in front of her. Jiangyu, uncertain after being toyed with repeatedly, had learned a measure of caution. With a furtive glance at Lu Yize, She stealthily approached without using her hands, opening her mouth to reveal her zombie teeth and swiftly biting down. Had Lu Yize not been an ability user with a fortified physique, his fingers might have already been severed by the ravenous bite. Her teeth were quite formidable. As Xian Wenrui emerged, he was met with a scene that was impossible to ignore. His brother Lu gently caressed his sister-in-law's canine teeth, his expression betraying the thoughts that danced in his mind. It was only natural, for today marked the first day of their union, a day traditionally reserved for newlyweds to share their intimate moments. Such a joyous occasion evoked stirring emotions in his brother Lu. Yet, Lu was indeed a man of resolve. He seemed unfazed by the notion that, in the midst of their passionate encounter, his sister-in-law might unexpectedly transform into a zombie and take a bite out of him. Merely contemplating this sent a shiver down Xian Wenrui's spine, causing him to involuntarily tremble. Perhaps such fortune was not meant for the likes of ordinary individuals. After nourishing Jiangyu with 2 crystal nuclei, she required time to digest the energy contained within them, thus she momentarily ceased her restlessness, allowing Lu Yize to adorn her with a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. She was swathed in layers, and when he attempted to remove the ring from her finger, she put up a brief resistance. Lu Yize was taken aback, and even Xian Wenrui remarked, "Sister-in-law knows this is a ring? How endearing." Although her thoughts remained a mystery, Jiangyu soon acquiesced, displaying little further resistance. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yize decided to allow her to keep it for now. If it were to be lost, so be it. They were not lacking in rings. Having ventured out, they vanquished a mutated centipede and dispatched numerous lower-tier zombies, ensuring that Lu Yize's space was temporarily well-stocked with crystal nuclei. Lu Yize had just deceived Jiangyu into the car when he heard a familiar voice, sharp and unpleasant. "Lu Yize, you scoundrel, how could you treat me this way?" Lu Yize turned his head to meet Cui Yingying's furious gaze. He was not a man of patience, especially not with enemies. He wrestled with the decision of whether to eliminate Cui Yingying or to keep her around as bait to draw out that worthless Dong Hong. Cui Yingying had struggled through the apocalypse for so long that she had lost her former refinement. Despite Lian's care, her current existence was incomparable to her past. Looking at Lu Yize, who remained as meticulously groomed as before the end of the world, it was evident he had endured little hardship, which ignited her ire. "You must have done this on purpose. Did you know the apocalypse was coming all along and intentionally sold the company to us at a low price? Just to swindle our family? It must be true, it has to be. You beast, how can you be so ungrateful? If it weren't for our family providing you with a meal, would you have survived to this day? You dare to scheme against my father. Without him, where would you be today? Return everything you bought with our family's money." Her incessant chatter drained Lu Yize's patience. Dong Hong would eventually be found. Perhaps it was best to eliminate this adversary first. After all, he had already taken great pleasure in dismantling her once in a past life. He would not mind doing so again. Lu Yize shut the car door and approached Cui Yingying, who had long grown accustomed to her haughty demeanor towards him. From a young age, Lu Yize was merely a dog raised by her family. Why should her father compel her to fawn over him after university? "If you were to kneel and plead with me, perhaps I could persuade my father to forgive you and grant you a chance at redemption. I might even mention to Enchang that I reluctantly allow you to join us with supplies." Before she could finish her sentence, Cui Yingying suddenly felt an overwhelming force strike her abdomen, propelling her several meters away. Intense pain surged through her, causing her to clutch her stomach and fall to the ground. She gazed in horror at Lu Yize, who stood nearby without intervening. Lu Yize had initially intended to eliminate this annoying person, but unexpectedly, Jiangyu, who had been seated calmly in the car, burst out with palpable fury and personally kicked Cui Yingying. Shocked, Cui Yingying looked at the woman, completely wrapped up, and angrily questioned Lu Yize, "Who is she? Are you just going to stand there and watch her bully me?" Although Cui Yingying harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lu Yize, she had grown accustomed to enjoying the privileges he afforded her. She had long regarded him as a mere dog of her family, one that existed solely to serve them. Witnessing Lu Yize approach the woman, she felt a sense of satisfaction, confirming that he still cared for her family above all else. During their hospital visit, she assumed he had merely been unstable due to just regaining consciousness, even after Lu Yize had swindled her family of all their money. She still believed that if he truly witnessed their suffering, he would not hesitate to assist them. As a result, Lu Yize merely approached the woman, observed her condition, and spoke softly in a tone of unprecedented gentleness. "Are you feeling unhappy?" The smile on Cui Yingying's face instantly froze, replaced by an almost frenzied disbelief. "Impossible. It cannot be. Who is Lu Yize to her? Have you betrayed me? How could you show kindness to anyone else besides me? Chapter 27. Severing ties with the vile woman. Lu Yize genuinely believed that Cui Yingying must be mentally unstable. Otherwise, no ordinary person would possess such an excessive sense of self-awareness. Jiang Yu, too, was unaware of the reason. Yet she felt an instinctive sense of crisis whenever she encountered Cui Yingying, which left her quite displeased. Jiang Yu shrugged off Lu Yize's hand that was holding hers, intending to remove the gloves from her hands and give the chaotic woman before her a slap. However, Lu Yize seized her, clearly in a relatively good mood, for he noticed that even in her zombified state, Jiang Yu was becoming increasingly humanized, gradually exhibiting emotions, and perhaps even jealousy? Uncertain, he decided to observe further. Why be upset? I have no connection with her. Lu Yize attempted to explain to the zombie, regardless of whether she could comprehend his words. Yet, on the first day of their marriage, he did not wish for Jiang Yu to harbor any misunderstandings. What are you talking about? What do you mean we have no relation? You still owe us what you owe our family. Now you want to sever ties? Not a chance. Cui Yingying looked down upon Lu Yize, but could not bear to see him being kind to others. Her father had stated that Lu Yize's debts to their family could never be repaid. The incessant noise of this individual was truly unbearable. The undead are particularly sensitive to sound. Jiang Yu forcefully shook off Lu Yize's hand, and her displeasure extended to him for preventing her from acting. Sensing that his wife was genuinely upset, Lu Yize decided to cease his teasing. In the next moment, Cui Yingying felt an overwhelming force suddenly bind her, and after several futile attempts to resist, she collapsed to the ground. Before she could contemplate her predicament, she felt bindings tightening around her limbs and neck, securing her firmly to the ground, rendering her akin to a piece of meat upon a cutting board, devoid of any chance for struggle. Lu Yize, what are you planning? Do you know who my boyfriend is? If he finds out you are bullying me, he will not spare you. You must not act recklessly. Cui Yingying regarded Lu Yize with disdain, perceiving him as merely coveting her beauty. She attempted to present herself as a paragon of virtue. In truth, her concern lay in whether Lianzhang would disdain her if Lu Yize tarnished her. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yize scoffed. With a knife in hand, he crouched down and without hesitation pierced through Cui Yingying's palm, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from her. What do you think I intend to do? Lu Yize gazed down at the tear-streaked and terrified Cui Yingying, who had lost all control. It was then that she noticed the look in Lu Yize's eyes, a complete absence of desire, replaced instead by disgust and contempt, as if he were regarding refuse. The memory of being confined in a laboratory resurfaced, and the last time she had seen him mirrored the present, only with their roles reversed. Lu Yize idly brandished a knife, casually remarking, Cui Yingying, you are exceedingly noisy. Cui Yingying discerned the murderous intent lurking in his gaze, and, realizing his intentions, was engulfed by fear. No, no, Lu Yize, you cannot treat me this way. My father has been kind to you. You must not do this to me. You cannot. She stifled the excruciating pain in her hands and resorted to emotional appeals. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, unable to comprehend their exchange, was nonetheless captivated by the pungent scent of blood, which ignited her appetite. Although the energy from her last meal had yet to be fully digested, she had no qualms about consuming such a person, as there was ample room within her. Much slower than Jiang Yu, Xian Wenrui finally caught up after fumbling with the car door. Panting as he gazed at the bound and screaming Cui Yingying on the ground, anger surged within him, prompting him to unleash a tirade. Cui Yingying, you wretched creature. Haven't you caused me enough trouble? Now you dare to slander Brother Lu? What connection do you have with him? He shares an unbreakable bond with his wife. A match made in heaven. You are irrelevant. Upon seeing Xian Wenrui, Cui Yingying initially thought she was hallucinating and screamed, impossible. You were already dead. How are you still alive? Lu Yize, finding her incessant noise unbearable, swiftly severed her tongue without hesitation. In agony, Cui Yingying writhed and howled, her eyes now filled with sheer terror. Lu Yize detached her tongue with a mere gesture of his powers, never physically touching her. After so many years of apocalypse, Lu Yize felt no remorse for his actions, as his humanity had long been eroded. He perceives no issue with his actions, and the zombies surrounding him undoubtedly lack any moral compass. Had it not been for Lu Yize's insistence that she refrain from consuming filth, perhaps Cui Yingying would have been spared such torment. Ironically, it was Xian Wenrui who had vociferously condemned the situation, who was now rendered pale and shaken by the horrific scene before him. It was his first encounter with such brutal violence against a human in this apocalyptic world. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. Cui Yingying had already plotted his demise, and Lu Gu would not utter a word even if he were to take her life, let alone merely sever her tongue. With her tongue severed, Cui Yingying could only emit agonized cries, blood oozing from her mouth. Her fate was of little consequence to Lu Yize. He cast a glance at Jiang Yu, reflecting on the tragic irony of such a delicate and charming little zombie ultimately meeting a fate of dismemberment and disfigurement. With a chilling resolve, Lu Yize ruthlessly severed one of Cui Yingying's arms and a leg, etching a deep scar across her face, an echo of the suffering Jiang Yu had endured, which he now deemed essential for Cui Yingying to experience in its entirety. Cui Yingying, who had been cherished like a precious gem by Cui Ming throughout her life, had never encountered such agony. The pain brought her to the brink of death. Xian Wenrui, a mere ordinary recluse before the apocalypse, had previously found no aversion in slaying zombies or mutated centipedes, regardless of the gore involved. However, witnessing a living person being mutilated proved overwhelming, and he succumbed to his stomach's rebellion, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. Lu Yize paid him no mind. At the onset of his previous life, in the struggle for survival, he had not only slain zombies, but also humans. The first time he took a life, he had been engulfed in a torrent of nausea. However, as the number of lives taken increased, he began to grow increasingly numb, for it was either you who killed or you who were killed. In this apocalyptic world, there were no friends, only enemies lurking at every turn. What are you doing? Lianchang's voice rang out sharply from a distance. As he approached and beheld the scene before him, he found Cui Yingying lying unconscious in a pool of blood, instantly igniting a fiery rage within him. Chapter 28. Doubt. The one who had committed these ruthless acts was none other than his former friend, the now drastically transformed Lu Yize. Lu Yize, have you lost your mind? Lianchang's eyes blazed with fury, his face flushed with anger. Yet, at this very moment, he could hardly afford to question Lu Yize's motives, for in his eyes, no matter the circumstances, Lu Yize should never have descended to such depths. He tore his own clothing to bandage Cui Yingying, the blood quickly staining his garments. Her once exquisite face was now marred, revealing the gruesome sight of her broken jaw. Blood continued to flow from her mouth, and though Lianchang's heart ached for her, he felt utterly helpless. Lu Yize, devoid of any lingering affection for Lianchang, took Jiang Yu by the hand and made his exit. This ordeal had drained him significantly. However, departing was no simple feat, as Lianchang lifted the injured Cui Yingying, casting a resentful glare at Lu Yize's retreating figure, and furiously questioned, Lu Yize, have you truly lost all semblance of humanity? He could not comprehend the drastic transformation of his once cherished friend, who had now turned against his childhood companion, abandoning her and committing such heinous acts. Explaining can be quite a cumbersome task. Moreover, Lu Yize turned to behold the indignant Lianchang. He found it amusing. So, in your eyes, Cui Yingying is my fiancée. As a friend, you took over quite readily. Lianchang experienced a fleeting discomfort. He had never intended to be with Cui Yingying. However, after she was abandoned by Lu Yize and subsequently deceived, when Cui Yingying clung to him in tears, he found it hard to refuse her. At first, he could justify himself as Lu Yize's friend, offering a helping hand. Yet, unexpectedly, a night of drinking led to an unintentional intimacy with Cui Yingying. Coupled with her gentle beauty, he ultimately acquiesced. Now, upon hearing Lu Yize's words, he felt not only discomfort but also an inexplicable anger. Noticing the girl beside Lu Yize, clarity dawned upon him. So, your ingratitude stems from that woman beside you? You. Lianchang's words abruptly halted, for he had just realized that Xian Wenrui stood behind them. You are still alive? In an instant, Lianchang forgot everything he had intended to say. Upon seeing Xian Wenrui, his mind went blank. I am still alive. Are you surprised? Is it not you who incited Cui Yingying to bring about my demise? All to seize the resources I had. You claim Lu Gu is cruel? How does your conduct surpass his, you hypocrite? Xian Wenrui had been seething ever since he overheard Lianchang, perched on his moral high ground, pretentiously reprimanding Lu Gu. What did you say? Lianchang's face betrayed confusion. Why the pretense? If it weren't for someone from your team orchestrating this, how could two inept individuals like Cui Yingying and myself end up together? She deliberately lured me to a zombie-infested area and then seized the only vehicle, leaving me to be surrounded by the undead. Had it not been for Brother Lu's timely intervention, I would have met my demise. I am at a loss. Lianchang immediately retorted. Speaking of these matters, Xian Wenrui seethed with resentment. At this moment, Lu Yize showed no hesitation in inciting discord, pouring fuel onto the flames. No, you can certainly surmise the possibility. You are an astute individual, well aware of how to maximize your gains. I presume you have indulged quite a bit in the remaining supplies of Xian Wenrui. Lu Yize's remarks rendered Li Anchang's face a canvas of contrasting shades, while Xian Wenrui's expression darkened instantly upon hearing those words. Initially, he believed Li Anchang to be merely indecisive yet fundamentally decent. It now appeared that he was nothing more than a hypocrite, a true scoundrel. Lu Yize cast a glance at the unconscious Cui Yingying held in Li Anchang's embrace, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "So, do you genuinely believe what Cui Yingying has told you regarding our affairs? Who can discern the truth amidst the lies?" Li Anchang's heart plummeted, his trust in Cui Yingying gradually unraveling. However, this was of no concern to Lu Yize. The reason he spared Cui Yingying's life was simply that he found it too easy to let her perish. In the previous life, her demise had been far too effortless. This time, since time was on his side, he intended to ensure her end was far more excruciating. Ong Li is a man characterized by indecision and a profound sense of suspicion. However, he possesses his own steadfast beliefs. Once a seed of doubt is sown in his heart, given Cui Yingying's temperament, it is likely that she will exacerbate his anxieties. Cui Ming is aware that his only daughter is rendered useless, and given his nature, he will likely seek a goddaughter who serves his interests. As for Cui Yingying, Cui Ming holds a modicum of affection for her, yet it pales in comparison to his self-interest. Ultimately, Cui Yingying will likely be regarded as a mere pawn in Cui Ming's eyes. How will the incapacitated and powerless Cui Yingying survive in this ruthless apocalypse? Merely contemplating that scenario brings a sense of comfort to Lu Yize. Upon entering the vehicle, Xian Wenrui noticed that Lu Gu was in remarkably high spirits, which stirred some doubts within him. He glanced at his indifferent sister-in-law and then at Lu Yize. "If there is something to say, just say it." Lu Yize's voice startled him. Aware that he could not conceal his thoughts, he decided against holding back. "Lu Gu, did you and Cui Yingying have a relationship in the past?" Having heard Cui Yingying's accusations and Ong Li's remarks, it was only natural for him to think so. The usually expressionless Lu Yize displayed an unmistakable look of disdain. "How could you possibly think I would be interested in Cui Yingying?" Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui realized he had likely misjudged the situation. Indeed, while Cui Yingying is not unattractive, when compared to his sister-in-law, even in her zombified state, she would far surpass Cui Yingying in beauty. Moreover, Cui Yingying's duplicitous nature is not one that Lu Gu would find appealing. If it were not for his fortune, any other individual might have already fallen victim to Cui Yingying's schemes. Previously, Cui Yingying's sister also met with an untimely demise, and now, in retrospect, one cannot help but wonder if there were any hidden motives behind it. Were there grudges? Certainly, there were. Lu Yize unconsciously tightened his grip on Jiang Yu's hand. The grievances from their past lives could not be succinctly articulated. However, in this lifetime, he could not forgive. The transformation of Jiang Yu into her current state was a result of her being schemed against. As Lu Yize spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent lurked within his eyes. Xian Wenrui understood how much Lu Yize cherished Jiang Yu. Even in her zombie form, he kept her close, never allowing her to suffer even the slightest harm. It was because of Cui Yingying that Jiang Yu was forced into becoming a zombie, and the mere thought of it made Xian Wenrui gasp. No wonder Lu Gu harbored such deep-seated hatred. It suddenly became clear. Chapter 29. Reluctant to become a traitor, when Lu Yize previously investigated Jiang Yu, he uncovered not only the basic information, but also several other intriguing details. Jiang Yu was a few grades junior to both Lu Yize and Cui Yingying. Yet her affection for Lu Yize was inadvertently discovered by Cui Yingying. Cui Yingying, being quite peculiar, looked down upon Lu Yize, yet would not permit anyone else to harbor feelings for him. She could not allow Lu Yize's resources to be spent on another. Their family had long regarded everything belonging to Lu Yize as their own. Furthermore, they were scheming for Lu Yize to marry Cui Yingying in order to seize control of the company he held. Thus, upon learning of Jiang Yu's feelings for Lu Yize, Cui Yingying immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. Jiang Yu's beauty surpassed that of all Lu Yize's previous admirers, and her exceptional qualities not only heightened Cui Yingying's sense of urgency but also ignited the flames of jealousy within her. Upon learning that strange individuals had recently been spotted around the teaching building, a gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes. She conceived a cunning plan to simultaneously eliminate Jiang Yu. Aware that Jiang Yu intended to confess her feelings to Lu Yize, she deliberately lured her to the infamous building rumored to harbor a pervert. However, to Cui Yingying's astonishment, Lu Yize also intended to go there. Fearing an unintentional encounter between the two, she hurriedly gathered her belongings and rushed to the scene. Yet upon arrival, Cui Yingying was paralyzed with fear, too terrified to utter a sound. For not only had the strange person met his demise, but both Jiang Yu and Lu Yize lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. As she approached, she noticed a letter protruding from Jiang Yu's grasp, the words inscribed upon it dripping with mockery. Resolute in her actions, she seized the letter and stuffed it into her pocket, determined that Lu Yize should not catch sight of it. Upon discovering these events, Lu Yize resolved that he would not allow Cui Yingying to perish so easily. That would be far too lenient. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his gaze as he contemplated the situation. He desired Cui Yingying to experience a fate worse than death. Jiang Yu, feeling discomfort from his grip, struggled to discreetly withdraw her hand. Had it not been for Jiang Yu, he might have been the one to succumb to the attack of the zombies. His body left in tatters. In a previous life, Jiang Yu had endured an agonizingly long solitude in the frigid morgue. Merely recalling it tightened Lu Yize's heart as if gripped by a vice, causing him excruciating pain. In this lifetime, he vowed to ensure that those who had harmed her would pay in kind, with blood for blood. Brother Lu, we have arrived. Skin Wenrui halted the vehicle, skillfully maneuvering it to a stop outside his humble abode, refraining from driving any further inside. At this moment, Lu Yize had already composed himself, responding with a brief acknowledgement as he descended the vehicle alongside Jiang Yu. However, he did not hasten to enter their safe house. Instead, Lu Yize led Jiang Yu into Sien Wenrui's humble abode. Upon entering the dilapidated dwelling, Jiang Yu felt a flicker of curiosity. It was a stark contrast to her own residence, which was neither as shabby nor infused with the pervasive scent of decay. Yet, in the next instant, her intrigue was overshadowed as a substantial piece of armor appeared before her, concealing within it pristine white flesh. Was this the meat of a mutated centipede? Sien Wenrui, startled by the sudden presence of the centipede flesh in his home, quickly deduced that this must be the remains of the mutated creature they had previously dismembered. Choosing silence, Sien Wenrui wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts. Although Lu Yize had never explicitly stated the nature of his abilities, he had not concealed them either. Piecing together past encounters, Sien Wenrui surmised that his brother possessed spatial powers. Were spatial abilities truly this formidable? A hint of admiration for the formidable began to blossom within him. Let us keep some to eat, Lu Yize decided, leaving behind 2 pieces of the mutated centipede flesh before preparing to depart. Despite Sien Wenrui's minimal contribution during the battle against the mutated centipede, he had still been a participant. Lu Yize had no qualms about sharing a couple of pieces to satiate his hunger. The once fearful Sien Wenrui, who had dreaded insects during the apocalypse, now gazed at the sizable portions before him, his expression transforming. Ultimately, his earlier trepidation was cast aside. In these times, who could afford to be finicky? Moreover, what was so objectionable about centipede meat? Before the apocalypse, the southwestern region boasted some unique delicacies made from insects, which, though unconventional, were certainly edible. With a demeanor exuding gallantry, Sien Wenrui prompted Lu Yize to remind him that consuming such fare would be beneficial for those with abilities, urging him not to waste the opportunity. Upon hearing of the potential benefits to his powers, Sien Wenrui's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was ready to consume centipede meat, or even something far less palatable. Though that might be an exaggeration, he was certainly open to the idea. After a recent battle and the absorption of an ability core, Sien Wenrui felt a significant surge in his strength. He was now capable of producing water with ease, akin to a faucet. The sensation was exhilarating. Lu, would you like me to store some water for you? I should be able to produce a barrel each day without issue, Sien Wenrui proclaimed, immediately springing into action with a bucket in hand. Lu Yize did not decline. This repetitive process of expending abilities served as a form of training, enhancing his own powers in the process. The sooner they could harness water freely, the better. Although Lu Yize had accumulated a considerable supply of water and invested in high-priced machines for filtering wastewater, such resources could never match the purity of water generated by a water-type ability user. At present, Sien Wenrui's output was modest, and as he labored, Lu Yize cast a fleeting glance at him. In that brief moment of distraction, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to claw open the shell of Xian Wenrui's mutated centipede meat and bit off a sizable chunk. As Xian Wenrui stood by, watching his sister-in-law devour a piece of meat as large as his fist, he silently marveled at her audacity. Meanwhile, Lu Yize's expression darkened at the sight of Jiang Yu recklessly indulging in such food. The meat has not been properly cleaned, yet it is consumed indiscriminately. It seems the lesson from the last indiscriminate eating was insufficient. Lu Yize grasped Jiang Yu's hand and produced another piece of mutated centipede meat for Xian Wenrui. No. Brother Lu, it's unnecessary. Keep it. I don't lack this piece, Xian Wenrui replied gratefully, glancing at Jiang Yu, who was being held by Lu Yize. His sister-in-law was truly kind, fearing he might not be full, even going so far as to provide him with an extra piece of meat. Noticing his gaze, Lu Yize frowned. He was indifferent to the piece of mutated centipede meat. If he gave it, so be it. However, before leaving, he cut off the part that Jiang Yu had bitten into and took it with him. Observing the neatly cut edge, Xian Wenrui, not lacking in perception, immediately understood Lu Yize's intent. It was a manifestation of possessiveness. He was evidently averse to anyone having even the slightest intimacy with his wife, even indirectly. After being inundated with dog food day after day, Xian Wenrui felt an urge to shout, "What is wrong with you? I truly do not wish to be a villain." Chapter 30. Embrace. At this moment, Jiang Yu, being pulled away, was quite displeased. She had only taken a single bite, just one. She was still hungry when Lu Yize dragged her off, and his demeanor toward her was growing increasingly harsh. Aware that she was gradually beginning to comprehend human speech, Lu Yize offered a brief explanation. While she might not grasp everything, the word food seemed to resonate deeply within her small zombie brain. Her neural pathways processed it, and she quickly understood its significance. Instantly, she retracted her claws and became obedient, following Lu Yize closely, curiously peering ahead. She resolved to trust Lu Yize one more time. The zombie displayed an unexpected intelligence. Lu Yize gently stroked her head, feeling that she was increasingly reminiscent of her former self. As the pair, one human and one zombie, entered the safe house, Lu Yize had meticulously crafted a designated cooking area for himself within its confines. The kitchen was equipped with an array of pots and utensils, all fashioned from stainless steel to prevent any potential accidents caused by the zombie. In his previous life, shortly after being rescued by the little zombie, he had consumed numerous mutated plants and animals, with mutated ants, rats, and centipedes being the most frequent delicacies. To elaborate, the taste of the mutated centipede was unparalleled. When the dark shell was peeled away, the flesh revealed itself in a strikingly pure white hue. This centipede meat was not cloying like ordinary pork, but rather resembled an oversized lobster, both in texture and flavor. It was firm, chewy, and carried a unique seafood essence, sweet rather than fishy. Having grown up in an orphanage, Lu Yize was not particularly finicky about food, yet he wished for Jiang Yu to enjoy something special. Following a recipe, he prepared a dish of mutated centipede meat inspired by the preparation of lobster. He even added a layer of vermicelli beneath the succulent garlic-flavored centipede, which turned out to be far more aromatic than any lobster he had encountered. After all, while ordinary lobsters were merely larger in size, the mutated centipedes possessed inherent abilities that surpassed the mundane crustaceans in flavor and texture. Perhaps the most significant transformation of the zombie post-evolution was the awakening of her senses. She now possessed the heightened smell and taste akin to that of a human. At this moment, since transforming into a zombie, Jiang Yu experienced the pleasure of such an enticing aroma for the very first time. Without needing any coaxing from Lu Yize, she instinctively gravitated towards him, like a tail faithfully trailing behind. Wherever he ventured, she followed, a glimmer of translucent saliva gracing the corners of her mouth. Once the mutated centipede meat was cooked and served, Jiang Yu eagerly grasped it with her hands, her zombie skin coarse and resilient, impervious to heat. She stuffed the meat into her mouth, but Lu Yize, concerned for her esophagus and hands, swiftly intervened, placing the mutated centipede meat into the bowl before her with chopsticks. Urging her to learn to use utensils, Lu Yize endeavored to mold this zombie into a semblance of humanity, striving to distinguish her from others of her kind. He patiently instructed her, reminiscent of how she once cared for him in his vulnerable, paralyzed state. As a zombie, Jiang Yu believed her claws were the finest tools available, utterly perplexed by Lu Yize's insistence on using utensils. Nevertheless, Lu Yize remained resolute. Sensing danger emanating from him, Jiang Yu reluctantly grasped the chopsticks. Persistently prodding the contents of the bowl, If a child could master chopsticks, it was unfortunate that Jiang Yu's current intellect was even less developed. She could not grasp the concept, and in her frustration, she mangled the centipede meat without consuming a single bite. Just as her anger reached a boiling point, Lu Yize sighed and began to feed her with a spoon. A mouthful of garlic-flavored centipede meat soothed the irritable zombie, at least quelling her immediate desire to lash out. As she obediently accepted each bite, why not try to learn? Lu Yize offered the spoon to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu harbored a disdain for such things. She found herself unable to grasp them. However, she was remarkably intelligent, promptly wrapping her arms around Lu Yize's waist. Nuzzling against him in a manner reminiscent of a child seeking affection, she then lifted her face, her dark, expressive eyes blinking twice. Lu Yize felt his heart melt under her gaze. It was of little consequence if she could not learn. After all, with him by her side, she would always be able to eat her fill in a clean manner. With a gentle sigh, Lu Yize reached out to stroke her head, resigning himself to the notion that if she had no desire to learn, so be it. Jiang Yu may not have understood, yet she was thoroughly satisfied whenever Lu Yize fed her. After her hunger was sated, he wiped her mouth clean. At that moment, Jiang Yu leaned in closer. Inhaling the aroma of the food she found most delectable, her appetite peaked. She opened her mouth and playfully nibbled on the hands that danced before her. Though she did not bite down hard, it was merely a gentle exploration of taste. Suddenly, she felt reluctant to consume this food, wishing to reserve him as a backup sustenance for times when no other nourishment was available. Lu Yize had grown accustomed to Jiang Yu's playful nibbles and was oblivious to the peculiar habit she had developed. But as long as he was not at risk of becoming a zombie himself, he allowed her to indulge. However, perhaps due to her recent satisfaction, Jiang Yu nibbled a while before returning to the same spot to lick, seemingly teasing someone. Lu Yize's gaze deepened, and he cradled her as he led her to bathe. After their cleansing ritual, her waist-length black hair appeared sleek and well-groomed, making the entire little zombie seem remarkably docile. Lu Yize settled Jiang Yu in his embrace, preparing to show her something. Jiang Yu gazed at him in confusion. However, having satiated her hunger, she felt a surplus of energy yet to be expended. Thus, she had no immediate inclination to eat. Instead, she nestled into a comfortable position. Lu Yize enveloped her in his embrace, producing 2 crimson marriage certificates, revealing within them their shared photograph. Although Jiang Yu could not comprehend the characters, she recognized Lu Yize. Upon seeing him on the marriage certificate, she lifted her gaze to the real Lu Yize, then back to the image. Frowning slightly, she tilted her head and gently touched the upward curve of Lu Yize's lips in the photograph, pondering the emotion he displayed, a sentiment she had rarely witnessed in him. She then turned to caress the corner of Lu Yize's mouth, prompting a soft smile from him, which led him to hold her even tighter. The embrace was almost uncomfortable. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Yu felt no desire to escape. Whispering near her ear, Lu Yize's complex emotions threatened to overflow as he said, "After marriage, we become a family. You understand?" Clearly, Jiang Yu did not comprehend. She was oblivious to the meaning of marriage and the concept of family. In that moment, Lu Yize's heart was profoundly shaken. Chapter 31. The Bridal Chamber. However, the zombie had no intention of indulging in sentimentality. After a few minutes in his arms, Jiang Yu quickly grew restless, writhing in an attempt to free herself. The sheer difficulty of restraining himself while holding someone he adored, coupled with the rarity of his good mood, was already a challenge. Yet, this senseless zombie, unaware of the impending danger, squirmed in his embrace. Had he not known her current state of mind, Lu Yize might have thought she was teasing him, and rather ardently so. Jiang Yu seemed to sense something amiss, lowering her head in confusion. And then she bared her teeth at Lu Yize, believing he was attacking her. In a sense, it did feel like an assault. After all, it was the night of their wedding, and although Lu Yize had no intention of proceeding to the final step while she remained oblivious, facilitating a slight progression in their relationship was hardly a grave issue. Lu Yize maintained a calm facade, a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. He reached out to caress Jiang Yu's sharp canine teeth, noting their acute edge. Jiang Yu bit down on Lu Yize's finger, unwilling to relinquish the offering he had presented. Desire surged within Lu Yize's eyes, shimmering with intense longing. For a moment, the genuine food remained unaware of its predicament, continuing its brazen provocation. He traced his fingers along her lips, the icy sensation starkly different from the warmth of human touch. Leaning down, he pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of her mouth, prying open her pearl-like teeth. Jiang Yu, perplexed, tentatively extended her tongue, savoring the food that had been presented to her. She was compelled to raise her head, slightly parting her lips to allow Lu Yize to delve further. Enveloped by his breath, her delicate hands were ensnared in his grasp. Lu Yize's breath caressed her chilly skin, whispering softly, coaxing her to embrace his scent. The ambiguous atmosphere, combined with the coldness of her zombie-like earlobes, seemed to absorb a touch of warmth. His lethal tenderness ensnared the dim-witted mind of the zombie, leading Jiang Yu into a bewildered descent into a trap. Lu Yize unfastened the top button of her garment, lowering his head to leave his unique mark upon her jade-like skin. Though zombies are devoid of warmth, at that moment, Jiang Yu felt as if the searing heat in her palm threatened to scorch her entire being. The darkness concealed all that was unbearable, leaving Jiang Yu's mind a blank slate, her breath stolen away. Lu Yize's kiss was no longer gentle as it had been at first. It felt as if a beast had shed its guise in the night, fierce and cruel. If Jiang Yu were to open her eyes now, she would witness the invasion reflected in Lu Yize's gaze. As she was lost in the kiss, a vague memory surfaced. 2 words Lu Yize had once wanted her to remember. Clinging to Lu Yize, her voice was muffled and stammering. See. The indistinct words caught Lu Yize off guard. An unpleasant scent permeated the air, asserting its presence. Lu Yize's hands slipped around her arms, drawing her tightly into his embrace, as he leaned down to kiss the crown of her head, calling her name once more. Unfortunately, the zombie in his arms became uncooperative, though perhaps it was overly compliant. To Jiang Yu, Lu Yize was akin to a delicacy radiating a unique aroma, for he was enveloped in supernatural energy. When Lu Yize momentarily loosened his grip, Jiang Yu swiftly bent down. The icy, soft sensation caused a thunderous eruption in Lu Yize's mind, shattering the strings of rationality, his eyes instantly ablaze with crimson. Though his expression remained indifferent, the bloodshot eyes betrayed his tumultuous emotions. He grasped Jiang Yu's chin, his gaze profound, hinting at a resurgence of intent. Yet, when he met her innocent, bewildered eyes, Lu Yize closed his eyes to steady his emotions. At merely 19, one should not indulge in excessive bullying. Lu Yize reached out to lift the person up, restraining himself to utter a gentle, "Let us sleep." If they did not rest soon, it would be futile for them to seek slumber that night. Fortunately, the zombie lay still, obediently resting without causing any further disturbances. Lu Yize sighed softly. He now realized that the torment of being unable to act while his beloved lay in his embrace was eclipsed only by the frustration of her incessant teasing. Perhaps she had been holding back too long, for when Lu Yize awoke the following day, he discovered a pimple had emerged on his forehead. Having rarely experienced such blemishes throughout his life, he was left bewildered by the sudden surge of heat within him. The unwitting instigator of his plight remained blissfully ignorant, happily gnawing on a crystal core. Little did she know the disquiet her actions had caused others. When Xian Wenrui encountered the invigorated Lu Yize and the lively Jiang Yu out for a stroll, he could not help but comment, "Lu Gu, what happened to your forehead?" Surely, it could not be the result of unfulfilled desires. Unbeknownst to Xian Wenrui, his offhand remark struck a chord with the truth. Lu Yize remained impassive, though internally vexed. "Lu Gu, I have some chrysanthemum tea. Would you like some? It can help alleviate the heat. I used to have pimples too, but since I started drinking it, they've disappeared." Upon finishing his sentence, Xian Wenrui began rummaging through his tattered bag. Lu Yize was at a loss. Xian Wenrui's lack of blemishes was attributed to his extraordinary ability to purify his body, eliminating all impurities, rather than the chrysanthemum tea. Moreover, the heat he felt was far beyond what mere tea could temper. Lu Yize was uncertain whether it was the lingering embers of desire ignited by Jiang Yu's teasing from the previous day, but today he felt an undeniable restlessness within him. Though it seemed somewhat unrealistic, in this apocalyptic world, merely surviving was already a fortunate blessing. Little Fatty suddenly felt a wave of melancholy, pondering the fate of his parents. Unable to reach them. Fortunately, he had previously sent most of the supplies procured from selling their home to his family, and if fortune favored them, perhaps they might yet reunite. The earlier agitation felt like a mere illusion, something he had subconsciously dismissed. What occupied his thoughts now was Jiang Yu's unexpected outburst. He was at a loss as to how to coax her into speaking again. From what he understood, as zombies evolved, they gradually acquired certain human skills, such as language, expression, and emotions akin to those of humans. Chapter 32. Engraved in bone in his past life. When he first met Jiang Yu, she had already lost her voice in an attempt to save him. He had never heard her utter a single word, nor did he know her name. This remained a deep regret for Lu Yize in his previous existence. Thus, when Jiang Yu spoke his name in that tender moment on the bed, he was overwhelmed with emotion, losing his composure. Her voice was soft, reminiscent of what he had imagined, yet he could not make out the words clearly. After that initial utterance, no matter how much Lu Yize enticed her with food and crystal cores, Jiang Yu showed no intention of speaking again. He even pondered whether he might need to engage in more intimate acts to provoke a response from her. The thought amused him, making him realize how absurdly flustered he had become. It was merely a common low-grade fever, and Lu Yize did not pay it much mind. However, unexpectedly, in the dead of night, he was suddenly afflicted by a relentless high fever, which even awoke Jiang Yu, who had been cradled in his arms. An overwhelming surge of his extraordinary abilities caused the very air around him to ripple. Lu Yize felt as though molten iron was being poured into his limbs, searing his body. He opened his eyes, his vision a bloody blur. The power within him surged chaotically, searching desperately for an escape. While the explosive energy coursing through him became unmanageable, blood oozing from his pores, transforming him into a grotesque figure drenched in crimson. Sensing the violent swell of his abilities, Lu Yize, with the last vestiges of his sanity, pushed Jiang Yu away, fearing he might inadvertently harm her. Freed from his grasp, Jiang Yu gazed at the food before her, its intoxicating aroma wafting enticingly, yet she was deterred by the terrifying aura surrounding him. She glanced at Lu Yize, who was in excruciating agony, and then looked outside, where the moon hung high in the sky. The undead were creatures of darkness, prowling in the night. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she stood up, determined to leave the room. With his mind nearly consumed by fever, Lu Yize sensed her intent to depart and instinctively seized her with a powerful grip. "You wish to leave?" he intoned coldly, his voice laced with uncontainable fury. Jiang Yu resolutely pried his fingers apart, her gaze unexpectedly steadfast. How could Lu Yize relinquish his hold? Blood clouded his vision, and rage surged within him. If she were to go, then they might as well perish together in that very moment. Lu Yize was engulfed by a tempestuous power that swept away his reasoning, violently clashing with the zombie before him, one desperate to depart, the other relentlessly striving to compel her to remain. Jiang Yu, being merely a first-tier zombie, stood no chance against Lu Yize, who was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier of his abilities. At this moment, Lu Yize had lost all semblance of sanity, his eyes a fiery crimson. Upon closer inspection, they bore a striking resemblance to those of the mutated centipede. He grasped Jiang Yu's throat with a grip so fierce that a mere exertion of strength could easily sever it and extract the crystal core he so urgently coveted. A voice echoed within his mind, urging him to dig deeper, amplifying the insatiable ambition for power that resided deep within him. Yet, a primal instinct held his hand in check, preventing him from committing the act. Seizing a fleeting moment of slack in his grip, Jiang Yu swiftly broke Lu Yize's arm and retreated hastily, vanishing into the darkness with remarkable speed. Lu Yize stood motionless, his eyes fixated on the zombie that continued to distance herself from him, disappointment and desolation swelling within him. She was not the same zombie that had accompanied him for a decade in his previous life. Perhaps this was merely an obsession of his own, and he had nearly taken her life in the process. This realization jolted Lu Yize into clarity, rendering him frozen as he stared at the hand that had just inflicted harm upon Jiang Yu. What had he been doing? As he stood there, gradually consumed by darkness and despair, he felt an unexpected sense of relief that Jiang Yu had awakened the last vestiges of his reason and had successfully escaped. The sudden onset of a high fever and an overwhelming surge of energy plunged Lu Yize into a state of confusion, leaving him in a semi-conscious daze. This disarray starkly contrasted with the unrelenting departure of Jiang Yu earlier that day. The intertwining of his past and present lives seemed to blur, yet in both existences, he found himself unable to locate that little zombie, whose gaze had once been filled solely with him. She might have long since ceased to exist. This realization pierced Lu Yize's heart, causing an anguish that reverberated through his very being, intensifying his despair as energy relentlessly heightened his senses. Drenched in sweat, he struggled alone in the darkness until the dawn finally illuminated his room, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos. At that very instant, a familiar figure shattered the stillness of the window. The resolute zombie reappeared before him. Lu Yize opened his eyes, his expression cold and detached, uncertain whether this was a figment of his imagination or reality, even questioning if this was merely a delusion leading him deeper into an illusion. The approaching zombie, her eyes gleaming with unmistakable excitement, limped closer to him, revealing distinct bruises around her neck. As she drew near, she shook off hundreds of crystal cores from her blood-soaked garments, remnants of untold encounters with other zombies, and presented them to Lu Yize. As the crystals neared him, they were swiftly drained and absorbed, allowing Lu Yize to regain a flicker of lucidity. At this moment, Jiangyu bore no unscathed flesh. Every part of her body bore the marks of zombie bites, her nails fractured in several places, and her intestines lay exposed from brutal assaults. Her legs were injured, causing her to limp painfully. The most glaring wound was the deep, dark fingerprints encircling her neck. She gazed at the zombie before her, its face splattered with dark green blood, remnants of its previous victims and fragments of brain matter clinging to its head, stirring a profound unease within her that she could not shake. Her decision to leave was not born of fear, but rather the exhaustion from a night of relentless battle. Lu Yize did not reciprocate her embrace. Instead, he regarded her with a cold stare, as if questioning whether she would risk her life for someone like him once more. Jiangyu struggled to comprehend his lengthy words. Observing Lu Yize's prolonged silence, she clumsily imitated the gestures he had shown her during her earlier upgrade, reaching out to throw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. Lu Yize's fingers trembled momentarily, yet he resignedly lowered his head, enveloping Jiangyu in a fervent embrace. It was as though a drowning soul had seized the sole piece of driftwood meant for them, his heart aching with a desire to merge her into his very being. Chapter 33. Cuddle. Scattered crystal cores littered the ground as the two remained locked in a tight embrace. Jiangyu, nestled within Lu Yize's hold, was blissfully unaware. Yet she could feel his uncontainable love through the warmth of his body and the rhythm of his racing heart. The fatigue and tension that had gripped her entire being began to dissipate, and only in Lu Yize's arms did she find solace. Finding a comfortable position, Jiangyu surrendered to sleep. Lu Yize's recent enhancement of abilities had rendered him unconscious for 3 full days. Jiangyu, too, was not faring much better. Her condition was even more severe, as she had succumbed to a deep slumber, her body immersed in a state of recovery. When Lu Yize awakened once more, he opened his eyes to discover that his perception of the world had deepened significantly, with everything around him rendered astonishingly clear. In his previous life, Lu Yize had reached level 2, yet his current experience was markedly different. Rather than merely enhancing his supernatural abilities, it felt as though his mental fortitude had been expanded. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, a new concept emerged alongside supernatural powers: mental strength. This mental fortitude would broaden in tandem with the enhancement of one's abilities, ultimately determining an individual's potential and innate talent. During the final phases of the apocalypse, Lu Yize had conducted research related to mental strength, crudely categorizing it into several tiers from S to F. The stronger one's mental capacity, the easier it became to concentrate and manipulate supernatural powers. Whether it was the initial perception of supernatural abilities or the subsequent connection of ability fragments for enhancement, the process became considerably more manageable. In the realm of supernatural research, few possessed a deeper understanding than Lu Yize, even in the early days of the apocalypse. Typically, a regular person, even upon awakening their supernatural powers, would possess only F-level mental strength. As their abilities progressed, with a stroke of luck, their mental capacity might increase as well, though this was a rarity. Some individuals might traverse their entire lives without advancing beyond a single tier of mental strength. Conversely, those who began with a higher level of mental fortitude found it significantly easier to upgrade their supernatural abilities. As the apocalypse unfolded, others began to notice that those with psychic abilities advanced at a pace far exceeding that of their peers. This was precisely why, in his previous life, when Jiangyu revealed her identity as a high-tier psychic zombie, so many were willing to risk their lives to obtain her nucleus. Previously, his level was too low for him to perceive any anomalies. He could only manipulate the mutated plants and intimidate those of lower rank, such as Jiangyu. It now appears that these abilities were a direct result of his enhanced mental prowess. In his previous life, prior to Jiangyu's sacrifice, Lu Yize's mental strength was merely at the B level, despite him already being a level 4 ability user at that time. Now, having only just stepped into level 2, his mental strength far exceeds what it once was. If he is not mistaken, in this life, his mental capacity has reached the S level. This transformation can be attributed to Jiangyu's sacrifice. With a soft sigh, Lu Yize picked up the still slumbering Jiangyu, his gaze deep and complex. He had believed that such a fortuitous opportunity would compel Jiang Yu to either consume him or escape from his grasp, even if he had resigned himself to granting her that chance. As he gently caressed her injured abdomen, he noted two conspicuous black scars marring her otherwise smooth, jade-like skin, akin to blemishes on a precious stone. These dark markings were all left by him, and he questioned his worthiness to have her endure such pain for him. Lu Yize held Jiang Yu tightly, a tumultuous emotion swirling within him, constricting his throat and rendering him speechless, though his eyes shimmered with fervent intensity. The wounds inflicted by zombies could only heal naturally over time or be mended with crystal cores. The hundreds of crystal cores that Jiang Yu had unearthed the previous day had all been absorbed by Lu Yize. He recalled the orange crystal core he had stored away, extracted from the body of a mutated centipede, which would be perfect for treating Jiang Yu's injuries. But in the next moment, Lu Yize stood rigidly in place. Within his spatial domain, not only was the orange crystal core obliterated, but even the other rudimentary red crystal cores had been reduced to mere powder. It was likely the lingering resentment of that mutated centipede that compelled him to absorb energy beyond his limits, thereby forcing him into an upgrade of his abilities. After securing Jiang Yu within his spatial domain, Lu Yize did not hesitate to venture outside. Exiting the safe house, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Xian Wenrui's house lay in ruins, dismantled and unrecognizable. He had fashioned a makeshift doghouse from the remaining timber. Upon seeing Lu Yize emerge, Xian Wenrui's face lit up with relief. "Brother Lu, you're safe. Thank goodness. I was terrified these past few days." Lu Yize tossed the car keys to Xian Wenrui, who had previously declared that he would accompany Lu Yize as soon as he ventured out. Without a moment's hesitation, he caught the keys. 3 days ago. Did something happen to you, Brother Lu? The surrounding plants, which had been relatively calm, suddenly went berserk that day, launching a frenzied assault on you. They almost breached your defenses. Xian Wenrui recalled the events with lingering trepidation. Lu Yize had momentarily forgotten this incident. Those mutated plants had been subdued by him, appearing docile as a result. However, upon sensing his unstable and weakened abilities, they undoubtedly yearned to consume him to enhance their own strength. And then, Lu Yize inquired in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui immediately turned, anxiously pressing, "Brother Lu, is sister-in-law all right?" Thankfully, she was there to eliminate those mutated plants and the zombies drawn to you. But it seems she sustained injuries as well. Xian Wenrui hesitated to speak. Had it not been for his swift escape, Jiang Yu might have perished alongside him. Because he fled quickly, he was spared the sight of Jiang Yu being pierced through the abdomen by the most formidable of the mutated plants, leaving her intestines exposed. However, Lu Yize, piecing together Xian Wenrui's account with the wounds on Jiang Yu's body, could surmise the events that had transpired. Were it not for Jiang Yu, he would likely have become mere sustenance for the mutated flora. A fierce intensity flickered in Lu Yize's eyes as he gazed out of the car window. Even Xian Wenrui sensed the powerful fluctuations of supernatural energy. In the next moment, the colossal mutated plant, which had aggressively clung to the mountainside, began to swell at its roots and branches, struggling to escape yet finding itself utterly ensnared. It filled with an energy akin to air being forcefully injected, expanding rapidly to its limit. After writhing a few times, the mutated plant erupted, its verdant juices and remnants splattering forth, revealing a crimson core that was gradually turning orange. In an instant, the core vanished only to reappear in Lu Yize's right hand. Xian Wenrui was taken aback, realizing that Brother Lu's powers had once again ascended. It seemed he too must hasten to keep pace. Seated in the back, Lu Yize released Jiang Yu from the realm of supernatural energy, feeding her the newly acquired core from the mutated plant. Jiang Yu had awakened, though still resting due to her severe injuries. Upon feeling the core being placed in her mouth, she opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yize, who was nourishing her, nuzzling her head contentedly against his hand. Chapter 34. Someone covets the little zombie. Jiang Yu possessed a simplistic mind, incapable of grappling with complex dilemmas. However, she had grown accustomed to Lu Yize providing her with sustenance. In her perception, his stockpiled provisions symbolized an unending supply of food. To distill it further, being alongside Lu Yize ensured she would never experience hunger. Acting purely on instinct, the little zombie swiftly grasped this notion, leading her to venture forth in search of crystal nuclei for Lu Yize. In exchange for these nuclei, she could obtain food, and her innate instinct for nourishment sparked a rare flicker of intelligence within her. At present, she had successfully procured food, her eyes shimmering with delight as she regarded herself as perhaps the cleverest zombie in existence. Lu Yize, however, was oblivious to these thoughts. As a normal human, he could hardly fathom the mind of a zombie. Yet, as he observed Jiang Yu nuzzling her head against his palm, the coldness of his demeanor began to soften. The plump driver, silently navigating the vehicle, glanced at their interaction with envy, lamenting inwardly, "Who understands, dear companions? I too yearn for a soft, adorable, and devoted wife." Midway through their journey, Xian Wenrui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Lu Yize and said, "Brother Lu, I need to use the restroom." At this moment of urgency, Xian Wenrui clutched his abdomen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Yize, displaying no intent to complicate matters, simply cautioned him to be careful. Gratefully, Xian Wenrui thanked him and hurriedly exited the vehicle with a tissue in hand. Each time they entered the city, the destruction of the buildings appeared increasingly severe. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the scene as one of utter devastation. Throughout their journey, Lu Yize had dispatched numerous zombies, and the population of the undead had surged. It was estimated that only around 30% of the city's inhabitants remained uninfected. After absorbing dozens of crystal nuclei given by Lu Yize, Jiang Yu's wounds had nearly healed. It turned out that as long as the quantity of crystal nuclei was sufficient, the scars on her body could be mended. Lu Yize recalled Jiang Yu from his previous life, who was covered in injuries. Had she not given him all the crystal nuclei she had painstakingly collected, she might have had a genuine chance at recovery herself. Yet, she chose to care for him. A mere burden. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yize forced himself to cease these thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, the turmoil had vanished, replaced by calmness. Jiang Yu was an incessantly restless zombie. The longer she remained in the vehicle, the more agitated she became. Fearing that her confinement might cause her distress, Lu Yize decided to take her out for a stroll nearby. Each time he brought her out, he ensured she was bundled up tightly, donning a hat, mask, and sunglasses. Worried that if she strayed from his sight, other ability users might extract her crystal nuclei. Along their journey, Lu Yize had already discovered several corpses of zombies from which the crystal nuclei had been removed. Indeed, nearly a month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and individuals had begun awakening their abilities, fully aware of the value of zombie crystal nuclei. Jiang Yu, oblivious to Lu Yize's concerns, was busy sniffing around, reveling in a sense of satiety. They currently found themselves in what appeared to be a residential area, a detail Lu Yize did not dwell upon, as his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu in the distance. Following the incident during the advancement of his abilities, Lu Yize now granted Jiang Yu significantly more freedom than before. Once assured that she had no intention of leaving, he no longer felt like a pervert keeping her under constant surveillance. However, the tranquility was soon shattered by a charming cry for help. After his ability advancement, Lu Yize's perception had enhanced several levels. A cry for help echoed from less than 100 meters away, swiftly followed by a barrage of curses and the frantic pleas of a young woman. Lu Yize remained motionless, his gaze cold and indifferent. The girl, spotting him, dashed towards him as if grasping at the last strand of hope. "Please, save me," she implored. Yet, Lu Yize stood unmoved, exhibiting no response. Behind her, several men seized her ankle, their faces twisted with lewd grins. They glanced at Lu Yize, whose demeanor suggested he was disinterested in intervening, and one of them called out, "Hey, brother, care to join us in savoring this campus beauty?" Lu Yize, accustomed to such depravity, turned his back on the scene, directing his attention towards Jiang Yu beside him. Ignoring him, the others were too engrossed in their vile intentions to pay him any mind. Once scorned by these women in the pre-apocalyptic world, they now reveled in the chaos, finding it all too easy to assert dominance over them. A middle-aged man, emboldened by the situation, reached out to grope the girl, who immediately cried out in protest, "No, please don't touch me." But in response, she received a resounding slap. "You ungrateful wench, we are doing you a favor. Soon enough, you won't be refusing us," he sneered. With that, the delicate fabric of her clothing was violently torn apart, her skirt stripped away, as the group laughed and leered. Despair washed over her as she cast a forlorn glance at Lu Yize, who stood at a distance, unyielding. Her gaze was pleading, tears streaming incessantly from her eyes. Yet, Lu Yize remained utterly indifferent, even finding her weeping bothersome, devoid of any intention to intervene. He possessed the capability to save her, but why should he? In this apocalyptic world, countless souls required salvation. If one does not learn to rescue themselves, no amount of assistance would suffice. The only person that mattered to Lu Yize in this world was Jiang Yu. Others held no significance to him. To his astonishment, Jiang Yu, driven by curiosity, rushed towards the crowd, peering inquisitively. Lu Yize's expression darkened instantly. The sight of those individuals, barely clothed, was unacceptable. What was his wife doing mingling with such chaos? One among the throng, noticing the impeccably wrapped beauty standing before him, was immediately invigorated. "Little beauty, are you eager to join in the fun? Come, let uncle indulge you," he leered, attempting to reach out. In a heartbeat, Lu Yize's demeanor shifted to one of ominous fury. The man who had just been grinning lewdly suddenly found his existence obliterated, his head erupting in a gruesome display. Leaving only a corpulent body collapsed on the ground. Remarkably, Jiang Yu stood before him, untouched by a single drop of blood. Thrilled by the carnage, she emulated Lu Yize, unhesitatingly extending her claws to pierce the skull of another assailant. The shift in the atmosphere was so profound that the crowd was rendered momentarily paralyzed. It was only when Jiang Yu bared her claws in a manner reminiscent of a zombie that they finally grasped the gravity of the situation and fled in panic, exclaiming, "Zombies are here." Yet, Jiang Yu would not afford them an escape, though her mouth was masked, preventing her from biting. Her sharp claws rendered the act of killing astonishingly effortless for a creature of her kind. As Jiang Yu became accustomed to slaying zombies for their crystal cores, she unhesitatingly crushed the skulls of the group before her. Regrettably, their minds were devoid of substance, utterly vacant. In times past, Jiang Yu might have contemplated cannibalism, however. She had evolved, her palate now discerning. If she were to indulge, it would be in something exquisite, such as Lu Yize, who radiated an intoxicating aura of supernatural energy. Just after emerging from the restroom, Xian Wenrui hurriedly adjusted his trousers and was taken aback by the scene before him. His sister-in-law was engaged in murder. Why did Lu Ge not intervene, but instead stand by her side, merely spectating? As Xian Wenrui took a few steps closer, he spotted a girl seated on the ground, her clothing torn to shreds. Her gaze was fixated on Lu Ge in the distance, but upon noticing Xian Wenrui's approach, she instinctively shielded her body. The state of her attire made it abundantly clear what had transpired, and Xian Wenrui understood. No wonder Lu Ge allowed his sister-in-law to dispatch these individuals. Evidently, they had set their sights on her. Was this not a clear invitation to death? Stealing a glance at the girl on the ground, Xian Wenrui felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly averted his gaze, removing his jacket and offering it to her. She hesitated, but ultimately accepted the garment, donning it while her gaze lingered on Lu Yize, clearly desiring his attire rather than that of this unfamiliar, portly figure. Xian Wenrui, being astute, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he reassured her, "Go ahead and wear it. Don't be afraid. Those people have all been dealt with by my sister-in-law." Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, the girl's expression paled, disbelief etched across her features. Yet she was a zombie. Xian Wenrui merely smiled, choosing not to engage with her incredulity. Lu Yize extended his hand to gently wipe each of her fingers, even taking care to clean her eyes. While Jiang Wo was accustomed to having her hands wiped, the gesture for her eyes left her somewhat perplexed. She blinked a couple of times, her delicate eyelashes brushing against Lu Yize's palm like the wings of a small fan. Chapter 35. One cannot consume humans, yet one may slay her. Jiang Wo grasped a single word: slay. The zombies favored such a brutal resolution, prompting her to obediently nod in agreement. Satisfied, Lu Yize clasped her freshly cleaned hand, completely indifferent to the remaining survivor. As for why Jiang Wo had not killed her, it was simply due to the girl's weakness, which rendered her forgettable. These upgraded advanced zombies were exceedingly discerning when it came to food, Jiang Wo thought with a hint of pride as she lifted her chin. The young woman watched as Lu Yize tenderly held Jiang Wo's hand, her initial admiration for strength suddenly magnified beyond measure. The combination of a strong will and devoted affection towards one's beloved fulfilled every fantasy she harbored regarding her future partner. As he prepared to depart, the girl quickly trotted over to them, calling out, "Wait, please hold on." She reached out to grasp Lu Yize's clothing, but Jiang Wo detected her intent first. Swiftly placing her hand in front of Lu Yize, Jiang Wo flashed a grin, revealing her fangs, her displeasure evident. Her food was not to be touched by anyone. Lu Yize raised an eyebrow in surprise, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. He was unaware of how he appeared in Jiang Wo's eyes, yet he could distinctly sense her possessiveness towards him. Regardless of the reasons behind it, this sentiment was undoubtedly delightful. The girl opposite him, upon realizing that Lu Yize's gaze was solely fixed on Jiang Wo, felt a pang of disquiet. In a fleeting moment of bittersweet emotion, The joy of newly blossoming affection for someone is swiftly overshadowed by an indescribable sorrow. My name is Churu, and I wish to express my gratitude to you. If it were not for your timely rescue, The young woman cast a shy glance at Lu Yize, yet her countenance bore a hint of embarrassment. For the distressing scene in which she had nearly been sullied had been witnessed by the very person she admired. Lu Yize found himself perplexed by this individual, questioning the sanity of either her mind or her sight. The one who had saved her was, strictly speaking, not a human but rather a zombie. And he had no intention of intervening at all. Yet, here she was, offering thanks. Even if he had seen her being toyed with by those men, he would not have batted an eye, let alone consider assisting her. He had no inclination for such frivolous benevolence. Lu Yize glanced down at Jiang Yu, who was utterly bewildered by the lengthy discourse, and gently pinched her fingertips, asserting, "The person you have saved, the trouble you have attracted, you must resolve it yourself." Upon hearing Lu Yize's words, the smile on Churu's face faltered. At that moment, as Jiang Yu grappled with the dilemma of whether or not to eliminate this seemingly vulnerable individual, Xian Wenrui appeared just in time. The rotund figure, with a jovial demeanor, sought to lighten the atmosphere, declaring, "Sister-in-law, let us depart. I still wish to find some tools for repairs." Yet Jiang Yu remained, harboring an inexplicable hostility towards the person before her. She detested the way this individual gazed at Lu Yize, a sensation that unsettled her. Lacking comprehension of human sensitivities and the intricacies of emotions, and with a zombie's mind ill-equipped to process such complexities, she was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Lu Yize was hers, and hers alone. Churu is an astute individual. After weighing the pros and cons, she realizes that accompanying them is most advantageous for her, whether it is to draw closer to her beloved or to avoid a recurrence of today's unfortunate events. She must follow them. Churu does not regard Jiang Yu with any significance, for Jiang Yu is merely a zombie, and a zombie cannot compare to a living person. She believes that, given the opportunity, she can capture Lu Yize's heart. However, she is also aware that Jiang Yu currently serves as a crucial point of leverage, prompting her to adopt a humble stance as she speaks to Lu Yize. "I can take care of her. Please allow me to accompany you. I am willing to do anything." The last statement is laden with suggestive undertones, and upon uttering it, her lovely face reddens. Prior to the apocalypse, many had adored and pursued her without stirring her heart. Even now, numerous so-called strong individuals are eager to protect her, seeking nothing more than to claim her as their own, yet she has turned them all down. The events of today are, in truth, a deliberate scheme by those she had rejected. She knows that if she remains in this community, today's incident will inevitably repeat itself. Since she must follow someone, she hopes to choose the individual before her, young, powerful, and a strong figure who, even in the face of her exposed form, harbors no lewd gaze. Xian Wenrui silently weeps within. It was his sister-in-law who had driven away those men, and it was he who had provided her with clothing. Yet this girl's eyes only reflect Lu Gu. The chubby one pinches the flesh on his belly, pondering when his own fate will arrive, while quietly envying Lu Yize's charm with women. "Anything I can do?" Believing that Lu Yize would remain silent, he unexpectedly uttered a cold remark after a prolonged silence. Churu's face flushed instantly, and she clutched the hem of her garment tightly, resolutely nodding as if to affirm, "Yes, anything is acceptable, as long as it is you." Upon articulating the last few words, she felt a warmth radiating from her skin, her fair legs exposed, yet she was entirely unperturbed by his gaze. Lu Yize cast a glance at Jiang Yu, his eyes never gracing the speaker, seemingly lost in contemplation as he fixated intently on Jiang Yu. A significant smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Then follow along." Churu's face brightened with a smile, her eyes gleaming with joy, even prompting Xian Wenrui to display an expression of astonishment. It was quite unexpected. He had assumed that someone like Lu Gu would only accept his wife and no other woman. Yet this elicited an indescribable feeling, quite surprising indeed. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend their meaning. As Churu approached them, bashfully and shyly whispering, "Could you possibly lend me a piece of clothing? I still have to." Just as she was about to reach out to touch Lu Yize's arm, Jiang Yu swiftly turned her head to glare at him, seething with indignation. Anger surged within her dark eyes, consumed by a singular thought: to devour her, to consume her. She would not permit her to draw near to Lu Yize. Grasping the other's hand, Churu let out a piercing scream, anxiously looking towards Lu Yize, resembling a weeping pear blossom, utterly pitiable. As Jiang Yu was about to sink her teeth into Guan Churu's neck, she was abruptly halted by Lu Yize, whose formidable spatial abilities formed a barrier against her sharp jaws. Jiang Yu paused, her fury mingling with an inexplicable sorrow and sense of injustice. She had offered all her crystal cores to Lu Yize, yet he denied her even a single morsel and chose to grow so close to another. The emotionally oblivious little zombie sensed a profound ache resonating from the depths of her soul. She no longer wished to retain this reserve. She yearned to devour Lu Yize, thus claiming him entirely as her own. Enraged, she glared at him fiercely, intensifying her grip. Yet, rather than flinch in pain, Lu Yize simply smiled. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "You cannot eat people, but you may kill her." Chapter 36. The little zombie is heartbroken. Lu Yize remained indifferent to the fate of insignificant lives. He merely found it amusing to provoke the little zombie's emotions, relishing the rare display of human sentiment within her. Even if Jiang Yu were to slay the other before him, he would likely stand by, commending her actions. For it was the other who had declared that anything was permissible. After all, it was merely a life. She should be able to relinquish it. Guan Churu was oblivious to their whispered exchange, but Skin Wenrui, an adept of abilities, overheard everything clearly. Possessing both strength and emotional intelligence, he instantly comprehended Lu Yize's intentions. Casting a glance at Guan Churu tinged with a hint of sympathy, Guan Churu felt a twinge of fear, yet an indescribable joy blossomed within her. Indeed, when faced with the choice between a normal person and a zombie, he would invariably opt for the normal woman. She pondered anxiously, "Is she all right? Did I upset her?" As she spoke, she yearned to draw closer to Lu Yize. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, in a fit of anger, could only comprehend the words "do not eat," her heart heavy with unexpressed sorrow, sensing that Lu Yize had changed. Yet, even in this state, she forbade anyone from approaching him. In the past, Lu Yize had always shared with her. Now, he shielded others. The sight of Guan Churu, looking wounded and fearful, attempting to approach Lu Yize, prompted Jiang Yu to instinctively guard him, baring her teeth as if to bite. Having survived 15 years in the apocalypse, Lu Yize had long forsaken any remnants of human boundaries. However, his sole conviction remained that Jiang Yu must not consume human flesh. This was not born from a profound sense of kinship with his kind nor from a failing moral compass, but rather a desire to prevent Jiang Yu from evolving further, only to regain her memories of having devoured humans. Regrettably, Jiang Yu failed to grasp Lu Yize's intentions. All she understood was that he denied her the woman before them, leaving the little zombie heartbroken. Her heart, which had long ceased to beat, felt as though it had split open anew, causing her sudden discomfort. Yet, as a zombie, she could not shed tears. All her emotions were trapped within this zombie shell. It was at this moment that she clearly realized that she and Lu Yize were not of the same kind. In a fit of rage, the little zombie suddenly lost her appetite for the reserve food, feeling that the two before her were an eyesore, despite having never contemplated leaving during Lu Yize's ascension. As Jiang Yu turned in exasperation, Lu Yize noticed her intention to leave, and an ominous shadow enveloped his face. It seemed that their playful antics had provoked the zombie to the extent that it no longer desired its sustenance. Lu Yize swiftly grasped the zombie, lifting it into his arms with a darkened expression, instructing Sien Wenrui to procure another vehicle. In this neighborhood, cars were in no short supply. Guan Churu closely followed Lu Yize, yearning to accompany him to the car, yet she found herself thwarted by an invisible force that kept her at bay. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, an immense force pushed her back, compelling her to use her hands for protection as she stumbled backwards for several meters, ultimately falling to the ground. Shaken and disconcerted throughout the ordeal, Lu Yize did not spare her a single glance. Seeing her pitiable state, Sien Wenrui, out of kindness, cautioned her, "Do not harbor illusions about Brother Lu. There is no place for you between them." He hesitated to mention that Brother Lu was entirely indifferent to her well-being. However, Guan Churu remained undeterred. Having never encountered rejection in her life, she found Lu Yize's profound affection for the zombie only enhanced his allure in her eyes. The force that had previously barred her from approaching him was formidable, instilling an overwhelming sense of security. She was reluctant to forfeit the chance to be close to such a person, fearing regret if she let this opportunity slip away. "He promised to let me join you. All I seek is a safe haven. In this neighborhood, I shall inevitably become a mere plaything," Guan Churu lamented, skillfully leveraging her advantages. Sien Wenrui, troubled by the situation, pondered whether to continue bringing her along. concerned that his sister-in-law might truly become incensed enough to leave home. After spending these days together, he had come to understand the complexities of the situation. He, Lu Yize, is nothing short of a madman, while his sister-in-law serves as the sole antidote capable of calming his insanity. The mere thought of her departure sends a shiver down Xian Wenrui's spine. If he were to leave her behind, it would be difficult to explain to Lu Yize when the time came. Upon reflection, Xian Wenrui surmised that Lu Yize's request for him to take another vehicle implied that he should bring her along. There was no need for a second car otherwise, and the rationale for 2 vehicles was unmistakable. Lu Yize did not wish for this young lady to occupy the co-pilot seat designated for Jiang Yu, nor did he intend to share the same cabin with her. After all, it would be impractical to confine her to the trunk. Once Xian Wenrui clarified his thoughts, he turned to the tearful Guanchuru and said, "Do not cry just yet. I shall procure a vehicle, and we will depart together." Guanchuru, having been unable to board Lu Yize's car, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within her. Yet she understood that it was not the time for her to be irate. She would endure until she could win Lu Yize's heart. Gratefully, Guanchuru cast a glance at Xian Wenrui. She and Jiang Yu embodied 2 starkly contrasting forms of beauty. Jiang Yu exuded an aura of icy purity, while Guanchuru radiated a vibrant, striking allure, her beauty distinctly pronounced. A mere smile from her sent Xian Wenrui's heart aflutter. He sighed, pondering why no beauty had ever turned her gaze upon him. As Guanchuru settled into the vehicle that Xian Wenrui had painstakingly acquired, she subtly probed for information regarding Lu Yize and Jiang Yu. Upon learning of their marriage, the smile on her face faltered momentarily. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. It mattered little, for Jiang Yu had become a mere shadow of her former self, a zombie, and how long could Lu Yize possibly tolerate her? Moreover, we find ourselves in an apocalyptic world where the conventions of marriage have long ceased to hold relevance. In their community, the strong possess multiple partners. After contemplating this reality, Guanchuru continued to inquire about their circumstances with a smile. Xian Wenrui, not lacking in insight, quickly discerned her thoughts and remained undeterred. He refrained from divulging any further information, but instead focused on recounting the deeply moving, unbreakable bond between Lu Yize and Jiang Yu. Listening to this, Guanchuru clenched her clothes in jealousy and envy, pondering why she had not encountered Lu Yize first. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, the individuals being inquired about, one human and one zombie, enjoyed a rare moment of silence, primarily because Jiang Yu had turned the zombie's head to gaze out the window, ignoring the others. Indeed, whether human or undead, women can be quite challenging when angered. Nevertheless, Lu Yize felt a sense of satisfaction upon observing Jiang Yu's frown. Her emotions were gradually being provoked, rendering her far more animated than at the outset. The more emotions a zombie exhibits, the more likely they are to reclaim their human memories. However, this balance must be carefully managed, as demonstrated moments earlier when the little zombie nearly stormed off in a fit of rage. It was inconsequential if she was angry enough to bite. But leaving home was unacceptable. What was she still upset about? The individual in question was hardly significant enough to warrant such concern. While driving, Lu Yize glanced at the irate little zombie, cheeks puffed in indignation. The mere thought of biting her made Jiang Yu understand his intentions, prompting her to snap her jaws at his neck in frustration, nearly causing him to lose control of the vehicle. He steered with one hand while his right hand rested on the back of Jiang Yu's neck, harboring no real intention of reproach as he navigated the road. Jiang Yu, however, remained steadfast, biting down until blood was drawn. She found that the anguish within her chest did not diminish. Rather, it intensified. Confused by her own turmoil, she felt as though she were unraveling. Jiang Yu extended her tongue to lick Lu Yize's wound, yearning to transform him into her equal, for then they would be of the same kind. Her instinct as a zombie informed her that with claws and teeth, she could convert him into her kin. Thus, she gnawed at Lu Yize's neck, fingers, and arms. She even contemplated biting the area she had inadvertently licked before, saturated with abilities, but Lu Yize intercepted her intentions, lifting her before she could act. He parked the car by the roadside, his irritation simmering due to the little zombie's antics, not out of anger, but rather a burning sensation directed towards his lower abdomen. "What's wrong?" Lu Yize inquired, gently massaging the back of Jiang Yu's head, pondering whether he had pushed her too hard, causing her distress. Jiang Yu, still a fledgling zombie, had previously drifted through life in a haze. Yet today she suddenly grasped a profound truth. She was not like Lu Yize. He was human, and she was not. This realization filled Jiang Yu with an inexplicable unease. She found herself no longer wishing to merely keep Lu Yize as a reserve. Instead, she longed to consume him, to incorporate him into herself, bringing her solace. Yet, she could not fathom why she hesitated to take that final step, despite her desire to devour him. She felt an unwillingness, ultimately settling for the bittersweet act of licking the blood that flowed from his wounds, a meager attempt to quench her thirst. Jiang Yu's emotions were lodged in her throat, causing her such distress that tears threatened to fall. Yet, as a zombie, she was incapable of crying or truly understanding sorrow. In the end, she simply reached out, seeking solace in Lu Yize's embrace. With a voice tinged with the semblance of tears, she plaintively called out, "Lu Yize." Upon hearing this, Lu Yize's heart quivered in response. He suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing that he had been too insistent with Jiang Yu. His actions, intended to provoke her into speaking again and to draw her closer to her humanity, had inadvertently caused her distress. Lu Yize felt a wave of compassion wash over him. He held the small zombie tightly in his arms, his hand gently resting on her head, surrendering with a sigh. "I won't pressure you anymore. We will take our time." Lu Yize was unaware of Jiang Yu's unease, nor did he comprehend her urge to bite him, leaving behind a series of marks. However, he had abandoned the notion of provoking her further. As for the woman in the small chubby vehicle, he decided that she could be disposed of at some base later on, a rare act of kindness on his part. In an effort to comfort Jiang Yu, he eliminated numerous low-level zombies, extracting their cores, and, after cleansing them, placed them into Jiang Yu's hands. The once lively little zombie, who had previously been consumed by thoughts of food and drink, seemed to have lost her vitality today. Even the cores she adored were merely toys in her hands, devoid of any desire to consume. Outside the vehicle, the rotund Wenrui noticed this scene and curiously inquired, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Are you not feeling hungry? You seemed to enjoy eating before. Perhaps they weren't cleaned properly. Should I wash them again?" Lu Yize, too, reached out to gently rub the zombie's forehead, concerned for her well-being. As a result, the zombie suddenly threw a tantrum, turning its head away and refusing to be touched, as if the earlier affectionate embrace had never happened. Lu Yize found it amusing. His usual impatience vanished in the presence of Jiang Yu. Noticing her aversion to consuming the crystal cores, he went on to slay numerous mutated plants to procure more for her, gently coaxing the zombie. "Are you really not going to eat? If you don't, I'll give it to someone else." At the mere mention of someone else, the zombie immediately shifted into a combat stance. Lu Yize casually tossed a crystal core to the chubby companion. Upon seeing it was meant for him, Jiang Yu promptly calmed down, nestling obediently in Lu Yize's embrace. Tossing a couple more crystal cores to the chubby one had become routine for Jiang Yu, and she never felt displeased. Xian Wenrui happily accepted the crystal cores, thanking Lu Ge. Not far away, Guan Churu, forbidden from approaching, felt a twinge of jealousy. She was well aware that zombie crystal cores were valuable. In their community, there existed a psychic who had inadvertently discovered a zombie crystal core, which significantly enhanced his abilities. It was rumored that his prowess surpassed others solely due to a single crystal core. Now, they were casually feeding a handful of these cores to the zombie, which explained why it appeared so different from the others. It was evident that, aside from Lu Yize's diligent care, the influence of these crystal cores played a crucial role. Guanchura clenched her fists in frustration, unable to comprehend why someone of Lu Yize's caliber would revolve around a mere zombie. If he desired, he could easily access any base or obtain any person. Why then did he confine himself by nurturing a zombie? At this moment, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Guanchuru's eyes. For the sake of her future with Lu Yize, this zombie had to be eliminated, even if it could not be eradicated. She must seek an opportunity to drive it away. Only then could she fully enjoy Lu Yize's affection and privileges. Merely contemplating this made her feel a slight dampness beneath her, her gaze fixated with obsession in the direction of Lu Yize. She had already envisioned herself in the place of Jiang Yu, cradled in Lu Yize's arms. As they passed through the suburban villa area, Lu Yize's sharp gaze suddenly locked onto a particular floor. His mental acuity had grown remarkably strong, allowing him to perceive the situation inside the house with clarity. Had it been an ordinary person, he would have likely departed without a second thought. However, within the house, Lu Yize discerned several familiar figures. In his past life, he had numerous enemies, yet only a handful had shown him kindness. Apart from Jiang Yu, he owed a debt of gratitude to a few affluent classmates who had provided him with startup funds during high school. In his previous existence, after awakening his abilities, he had fortuitously saved them, and they had followed him. Ultimately, due to Cui Yingying's betrayal, Lu Yize had been left crippled, while those wealthy classmates had met tragic ends. These individuals were quintessentially hedonistic. Aside from their wealth, they possessed no other remarkable talents, and it was likely that mere survival had enabled them to endure to this day. Lu Yize was determined to rescue them, taking Jiang Yu along as he left. Upon witnessing this, Xian Wenrui immediately exited his vehicle to follow. Guanqiru, observing Jiang Yu's retreating figure, hesitated for a few seconds before gritting her teeth and getting out of the car. Once they entered the villa area, Lu Yize noted an unusual stillness enveloping the surroundings, with few low-level zombies wandering about. Yet, the greater the silence, the more peril it concealed. Not long after they entered the villa district, Lu Yize abruptly lifted his head, his pupils constricting as he gazed towards a corner. Jiang Yu immediately extended her claws and fangs in a defensive posture. The only one present who remained oblivious to the situation was Guanqiru, who was still fixated on getting closer to Lu Yize. However, in the next moment, a grayish-black zombie, its head reduced to mere remnants, was hurled towards them by an unknown creature, landing at their feet. Upon seeing the zombie, Guanqiru let out a piercing scream, only to have Xian Wenrui swiftly cover her mouth. Even he, usually patient, was struggling to suppress his anger. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, she continued to struggle against Xian Wenrui's grip, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Lu Yize, her fear amplifying her reliance on him. Little did she know that her scream had awakened hundreds of nearby zombies, who were now advancing towards them. What truly unsettled Lu Yize was not just the horde, but rather the presence of a solitary zombie lurking in the shadows, a creature whose strength was likely on par with his own. "Let go of me. What do you intend to do?" Guanqiru persisted in her struggles. Lu Yize, having exhausted his patience, realized that keeping such a hindrance around served no purpose. Without hesitation, he utilized his powers to cast Guanqiru towards the mass of zombies. Initially, when she felt Lu Yize's power pulling her from Xian Wenrui's embrace, a glimmer of surprise lit up her face. Yet, the instant she was flung before the horde, disbelief washed over her features, turning her expression ashen. Turning to meet Lu Yize's gaze, cold and devoid of warmth, she was abruptly jolted into awareness. He is utterly indifferent to her life and death. Chapter 38. The delusion of replacement. As the horde of zombies drew ever closer, Guanqiru anxiously rose to her feet. She pleaded with Xian Wenrui, "Xian Wenrui, I was wrong. I beg you, save me, please." Having recently graduated, Xian Wenrui was still an impassioned youth. Had Guanqiru not sought his aid, he might have been resolute in ignoring her plight. But now, Lu Yize cast a glance at Xian Wenrui, recognizing his inherent kindness. However, he soon found himself preoccupied, pondering whether Xian Wenrui would indeed concern himself with that troublesome woman. Suddenly, Jiang Yu shuddered and looked toward the ceiling, where a zombie, bearing a decayed head, lunged at her like an arrow. Upon noticing the approaching zombie, Jiang Yu swiftly extended her agile form, deftly sidestepping the outstretched hand of the creature. Simultaneously, Lu Yize erupted into action, using spatial constraints to immobilize the zombie. Yet this particular undead being possessed strength that far surpassed all others they had previously encountered. Saliva dripped from its mouth, its teeth stained with the remnants of human flesh, and perhaps even that of supernatural beings. Its eyes rotated in a full circle, locking onto Jiang Yu's position. With a low growl, the already massive zombie swelled further in size, the sound of shattering glass resonating through the air, causing Lu Yize's expression to darken. "Go!" Lu Yize's voice rang out, prompting Jiang Yu to immediately retreat several meters. Shortly after her departure, the space that ensnared the zombies was shattered by Lu Yize, forming a myriad of spatial blades, enveloped in a layer of spatial abilities to augment their mass and amplify their lethality. Hundreds of these blades tore through the zombie's flesh, focusing their assault on its brain, while the blades, wrapped in spatial energy, spun rapidly, carving away chunks of meat from the creature. As Lu Yize busied himself with the formidable zombie, Jiang Yu and Xian Wenrui were equally occupied, defending against the hundreds of zombies besieging them below. Just when Xian Wenrui was on the verge of being pierced through the brain by a zombie's claw, a sudden gunshot rang out, striking the zombie in the head and diverting its course. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Wenrui sprang up and extracted the crystal core from the zombie's brain. He glanced back and noticed several curious figures inside the room had intervened, while the person he had just rescued, Guanchuru, had inexplicably vanished. Since his rebirth, apart from the mutated centipede, Lu Yize had not encountered any adversary he deemed formidable. This zombie was likely of a comparable level to him, yet its mental prowess was decidedly inferior. Thus, Lu Yize found it considerably easier to handle this foe than the mutated centipede. As the energy swirled, Lu Yize once more locked onto the position of the colossal zombie, immobilizing it in place. Several icy beams were directed at the zombie's forehead, eyes, throat, and heart, transforming the previous two-dimensional line formation into a three-dimensional analysis aimed at severing the zombie's very essence. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the zombie emitted a deafening roar, its cacophonous sound resonating painfully in the ears. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, windows were marred by cracks, resembling a spider's web that swiftly spread across their surfaces. Jiang Yu had just regained her human senses, feeling discomfort, yet unaware of the need to cover her ears. It was Lu Yize who, noticing her plight, employed his extraordinary abilities to shield her from the disruptive sound waves. The moment her ears were covered, Jiang Yu's world was abruptly enveloped in tranquility. However, the next instant, every window within the vicinity of the zombies erupted with a series of deafening explosions. Bang, 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 hundreds of windows shattering in succession. Despite the formidable defenses of the zombie, Lu Yize was resolute in his intention to vanquish it. His peripheral vision expanded, delineating lines within the fabric of space, with the previously targeted body parts serving as coordinates. The area encompassing both himself and the zombie transformed into a spatial coordinate system. Lu Yize manipulated the spatial lines, causing those points to shift. These lines penetrated the zombie's corporeal form, segmenting it as the creature writhed in fierce resistance. With a grim expression, Lu Yize forcefully extracted the crystalline core embedded deep within its brain. As the orange core detached, the zombie ceased to exist, its body disintegrating into charred remains that scattered across the ground. Observing this scene from a distance, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over her, replacing her earlier excitement and yearning for the core with a poignant sadness, akin to a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. As if to affirm her sentiment, Guanchuru emerged from an unknown corner, her gaze fixated on Lu Yize in a state of rapture. Upon turning, she noticed Jiang Yu standing nearby, lost in confusion. Suppressing her fear, she approached Jiang Yu's side. She casually remarked, "The zombie core is truly a remarkable thing. If it were me, I might even consider raising a zombie by my side, and once she levels up, I could seize her core when she is unprepared." Jiang Yu found these words incomprehensible yet vaguely grasped her meaning, filling her with animosity towards the speaker. Guanchuru appeared to be captivated by the immense power exhibited by Lu Yize, her desire to win his affection reaching a fever pitch. "Once Yize extracts your core, he may very well devise a way for me to absorb it, awakening my own abilities, and then..." She caressed her abdomen, a sickly yearning on her face. "Perhaps he and I would even have a child connected to our bloodline." Observing Jiang Yu's contorted expression of pain, she felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, further provoking her. "You know, how could a human and a zombie possibly have a child? You will have nothing. Only I can bear him a child." Guanchuru produced a glass blade from an unknown source, gripping it tightly as blood stained the weapon. Her face twisted in ecstatic excitement. Intent on capitalizing on the zombie's momentary distraction to emulate Lu Yize's technique of extracting a zombie core and kill her. Kill her, kill her, kill her. And she could take her place. However, just as she prepared to strike, an overwhelming force propelled her away. Before she could rise, she noticed Lu Yize approaching, and she quickly masked her hostility, shamefully drawing closer to him once again. Even before she could touch him, Lu Yize unhesitatingly cast her aside with his abilities, and she remained oblivious to the calm fury simmering within him. As she witnessed Lu Yize's anger, it seemed as though she was eager to prove something, and she immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Brother Lu, I believe there may be some misunderstandings between you and Yeye regarding my intentions. I merely wish to care for her. I assure you, my intentions are innocent." She cast a bashful glance at Lu Yize, seemingly inadvertently biting her lip as she explained, "I am truly grateful to you both. Had you not arrived in time, those individuals might have harmed me. Therefore, I cannot allow my virtue to be tarnished." While uttering these words, her gaze remained fixed on Lu Yize, subtly revealing her delicate form. She understood what captivated a man's attention and presumed that Lu Yize's harsh demeanor stemmed from a misconception about her virtue. I am not a woman of loose morals. I have preserved my purity solely for the one I cherish, brother Lu. Her shy utterance remained unfinished, but Lu Yize's patience, already worn thin, dissipated entirely. Suddenly, Guanchuru was lifted into the air, her neck ensnared by an otherworldly force, as if someone were choking her. No, the pressure was far more intense, rendering her breathless. What were you just about to do? Lu Yize's calm voice concealed a tumultuous undercurrent, his words laced with suppressed fury, his gaze piercing like that of a serpent fixated on the brazen fool before him. Upon hearing Guanchuru's remarks to Jiang Yu and witnessing the latter's nails digging into her palm, Lu Yize was consumed by unrestrained rage, already contemplating the notion of offering Guanchuru to the zombies. To her astonishment, she dared to lay hands on Jiang Yu, inadvertently crossing Lu Yize's threshold. Lu Yize intensified the force of his supernatural abilities, his gaze void of emotion, as if a fire raged within his chest. Yet even in this moment, Guanchuru revealed an inexplicable thrill, an unspoken reverence for the powerful. She gazed at Lu Yize, the very man who sought her life, with an obsession that betrayed her affinity for such strong and devoted men. Xian Wenrui, witnessing Guanchuru's expression, felt an unsettling shiver run down his spine, pondering the madness of someone who could find ecstasy in such dire circumstances. Madness, pure madness. Lu, brother, no, Yize. I can bear your children. I can carry on your lineage. Do with me as you please, Yize. Her words filled Lu Yize with revulsion, even as he gripped her throat with his powers. With a grim countenance, he snapped her neck. Yet the joy on Guanchuru's face had not yet faded when life left her body. Lu Yize callously discarded her corpse to the side, but at that moment, Jiang Yu sprang into action, her claws piercing through Guanchuru's lungs. Blood stained her claws as Jiang Yu's fury ignited a primal instinct within her as a zombie. Xian Wenrui covered his face, having anticipated such an outcome. This woman had truly lost her mind. After being saved, she still entertained thoughts of usurping power. He glanced at Guanchuru's punctured chest, then shifted his gaze to Lu Yize. When Xian Wenrui noticed Lu Yize frowning, he was somewhat taken aback, surprised that even Lu could feel pity for her beauty. Although he had personally ended her life, at least he had left her with a complete corpse. Ahem. Though that complete corpse was now thoroughly ravaged by his sister-in-law. However, he soon realized that he had overthought the situation. Xian Wenrui observed as Lu Yize approached Jiang Yu, gently cleaning the blood from her arms and face. He seemed entirely unconcerned about the act of killing that had transpired before him, casually remarking that she was dirty. Frowning, Jiang Yu did not withdraw her hand, allowing Lu Yize to cleanse her. In truth, the little zombie had taken to heart the words spoken by Guanchuru, though silent. She felt a reluctance to meet Lu Yize's gaze due to her discomfort. Noticing her somber mood, Lu Yize felt a sense of satisfaction that Jiang Yu was beginning to exhibit emotions, yet he was reluctant to see her saddened. Do not believe her nonsensical claims. I do not like children. It is enough for us to be together, he stated, not as a means of consolation, but rather as a declaration of fact. He genuinely disliked children. Lu Yize was unaware of how others felt, but having grown up in an orphanage, he was thoroughly vexed by the presence of children. The notion of caring for a being that demanded attention, constantly usurped affection from others, and incurred substantial expenses disgusted him. He yearned for the simplicity of a life shared solely with Jiang Yu, free from any interruptions, where their mutual understanding could be conveyed with just a glance. However, Jiang Yu remained oblivious to his genuine aversion towards children. Instead, she mimicked Guanchuru by lowering her head to touch her own belly before reaching out to explore Lu Yize's abdomen. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied her tiny mind. Lu Gu, are those individuals in the villa your friends? Xian Wenrui inquired, diligently tapping the zombie's head to extract the crystal core. He has finally mastered the use of his extraordinary abilities, no longer limited to merely utilizing them for mundane tasks as he once did. It is somewhat embarrassing for him to acknowledge his acquaintances. Lu Yize, is that you? Come on, these are my friends. Lu Yize accepted the situation, for these individuals had never betrayed him in his past life. Indeed, they had even perished because of him. He felt no need to disguise Jiang Yu, as her recent transformation into a zombie had already been witnessed by them, and he harbored no secrets to conceal. As Lu Yize approached the villa's entrance, his affluent classmates promptly opened the door. However, instead of rushing forward with tears of joy, they regarded Jiang Yu with a hint of suspicion. They were perplexed by the circumstance. How could Lu Yize be holding the hand of a zombie? In truth, after graduating, They had seldom crossed paths, and it was evident that these young scions had led rather extravagant lives in university. Their hair was dyed in flamboyant colors, one with yellow, another with blue, and yet another with green. The one with yellow hair had previously shared the closest bond with Lu Yize, having invested the most in him. Initially, when everyone claimed their investments had been swindled, the yellow-haired one vehemently insisted it was impossible, staunchly supporting Lu Yize. This act of loyalty had left a lasting impression on Lu Yize. Eventually, as Lu Yize's company flourished, they received substantial dividends year after year, eliciting envy from others. It was then that the yellow-haired one sheepishly approached Lu Yize, touching his nose in a gesture of embarrassment. In truth, during that time, he felt deep down that he had been deceived, yet due to his stubbornness, he resolutely refused to admit it. He thought it was merely a few months' worth of pocket money and did not take it to heart, never anticipating that Lu Yize would become quite successful. The blonde, being the person who had the most contact with Lu Yize, was well aware that Lu was wholly dedicated to his career, working overtime and striving to outdo others. Not to mention women. Aside from work-related matters, it was a challenge to even get close to him. Now, suddenly accompanied by a woman. Oh no, a female zombie. He was indeed curious. The blonde pointed at Jiang Yu, gazing at Lu Yize with intrigue, and inquired, "Who is this?" Lu Yize realized that some individuals were inherently carefree, even in the face of an apocalypse. At times like this, all matters must take a back seat to gossip. Jiang Yu, my wife, Lu Yize succinctly introduced. The blonde and his companions collectively gasped, having never heard of Lu Yize being in a relationship, let alone married. When did this happen? How were they unaware? Why hadn't they been invited to the wedding? He would have gladly contributed some money, though now, money seemed rather insignificant. The blonde, who had been financially well off before the apocalypse, found that after the world turned upside down, money had become the most useless of commodities. And this thought left him feeling somewhat despondent. Consider whether you would like to join me. If so, please pack your belongings. There were 3 individuals present, and after deliberating, they naturally concluded that staying with Lu Yize was preferable to languishing in their small, nearly depleted shelter. The blonde appeared conflicted, but ultimately mustered the courage to ask, "Brother Lu, can we possibly bring one more person besides the 3 of us?" Chapter 40. Do not touch my wife. Lu Yize furrowed his brow. In his previous life, he had rescued these individuals half a year after the onset of the apocalypse. To be frank, Lu Yize was not particularly inclined to concern himself with the fate of the so-called neighbor's younger sister, fearing yet another troublesome situation akin to that of Guanqiru. Sensing his hesitation, Huang Mao pondered for a moment before speaking with unwavering determination. "Brother Lu, I am not one to disregard the gravity of a situation. If my presence complicates matters for you, simply take them both and leave. I will remain behind." However, it was not long before a figure in a wheelchair was pushed into the room. Even seated, this person exuded an aura of calmness. Xian Wenrui's eyes sparkled with delight. The girl before him was truly enchanting, clad in a flowing white dress, with a delicate face resembling fine porcelain and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that seemed innocuous. What stood out most was the elegant and serene quality radiating from her, a warmth and tranquility that enveloped the atmosphere. "Brother, do not rush," she gently reassured Huang Mao before turning her composed gaze towards Lu Yize, her attention then shifting to the injured Jiang Yu beside him. She quickly discerned Lu Yize's regard for Jiang Yu, realizing she held a valuable bargaining chip. Sheng Shui regarded Lu Yize with a calm demeanor and declared, "I possess the ability to heal, capable of mending both humans and zombies." She deliberately emphasized the word zombies, intent on proving her worth, as she did not wish to be a burden any longer. Oh, at last, Lu Yize's gaze settled upon her. Sheng Shui instinctively tensed. As if scrutinized by a venomous serpent, Lu Yize exchanged a glance with Xian Wenrui, who immediately understood the unspoken cue. Xian Wenrui approached with a smile, cheerfully saying, "Sister, I just got scratched on my arm by a zombie. Could you kindly take a look? Who are you calling sister? Such familiarity is unacceptable." The young man with yellow hair retorted, his temper flaring as he cast a disdainful glance at Xian Wenrui. Xian Wenrui felt unjustly accused, unsure of what to call the individual, as addressing her as little lady seemed utterly inappropriate. Sheng Shui tugged at the yellow-haired youth's clothing, urging him to calm down, and reluctantly, he stepped aside. Xian Wenrui pulled up a stool to sit before Sheng Shui, who was visibly anxious. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath, focusing intently as her hand hovered over the wound on Xian Wenrui's arm. She shut her eyes, striving to sense her unique abilities. Initially, Xian Wenrui felt nothing. But soon he became aware of a gentle warmth radiating from his arm, a sensation that was quite pleasant. Almost immediately, the wound began to heal rapidly. Flesh and blood reconnected, and skin enveloped the injury. The newly formed tissue, though softer than the surrounding skin, caused no discomfort whatsoever. Astonished, Xian Wenrui touched his arm, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Lu is completely healed. This is incredible." Lu Yize, attuned with his mental power, noted that this individual possessed healing abilities and had considerable mental strength. Such extraordinary powers were rare even in the latter stages of the apocalypse, making them highly sought after by various bases. In her previous life, she had perished too soon to be aware of someone like this. At that moment, a sheen of sweat covered Sheng Shue's forehead as she gasped for breath, while the yellow-haired youth stood helplessly beside her, fanning her in distress. At this moment, her powers were entirely depleted, yet she stood tall with unwavering resolve. She lifted her gaze towards Lu Yize and inquired, "May I ask, have I proven myself?" Lu Yize cast a glance at the composed Jiang Yu and noticed her lack of aversion towards Sheng Shui. Thus, he nodded in approval of her inclusion. Indeed, Jiang Yu exhibited no reaction towards Sheng Shui. She was merely a little zombie with a mind as small as a mung bean, incapable of harboring dislike for anyone. Upon hearing that Lu Yize was willing to take Sheng Shui along, the blonde-haired individual was instantly moved, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, your loyalty remains unwavering." Lu Yize was perplexed by this misperception. He had never had much to do with loyalty throughout his life. His willingness to include this individual stemmed solely from her value. His decision to retain these individuals was not merely an act of kindness. He had his own considerations. Since he had already acquired one Xian Wenrui, he saw no harm in adding a few more. Although his territory was still relatively untouched, it was inevitable that, as human living space continued to diminish and food became scarce, others would soon set their sights on his domain. Given this reality, it would be prudent to establish a base that he could control. While the strength of these individuals was secondary, at the very least, they would not betray him for the time being. Having resolved to construct a base, Lu Yize began contemplating the fundamental conditions for its operation. The safe zone he selected was situated on a hillside, easy to defend yet difficult to assault, abundant in resources, and further protected by mutated plants, making it quite secure. However, the combat capability within the base was somewhat lacking. Aside from himself and Jiang Yu, the only remaining fighter was Xian Wenrui, whose prowess barely allowed him to slay 1 or 2 zombies at most. As for the other 3 rascals, their combined prowess could scarcely equal half of a single Xian Wenrui. Together, they might manage to vanquish a solitary zombie. Although Sheng Shui, seated in a wheelchair, possesses extraordinary abilities, she currently lacks any offensive capabilities and can only heal them when they sustain injuries. While Lu Yize was lost in contemplation, they had already completed their packing. The blonde-haired fellow lifted Sheng Shui into the passenger seat of his luxurious vehicle in the garage, causing Xian Wenrui's eyes to glimmer with excitement. "Wow, brother, this car is incredible. You're truly wealthy." Xian Wenrui, a reclusive individual with a penchant for luxury cars and beautiful women, couldn't resist reaching out to touch the exquisite vehicle. The blonde, upon hearing this, wore a smug expression, declaring, "I have never known poverty since the days of my great-grandfather. Money is merely a string of numbers to me. Don't go touching other people's wives." He shouted as he noticed Xian Wenrui's hand. "What are you talking about? When have I ever touched your wife? Isn't she right there sitting comfortably?" Xian Wenrui protested, pointing at Sheng Shui in the passenger seat. Having never encountered such jest, Sheng Shui's face flushed red with embarrassment. The blonde, upon hearing this banter, rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "TSK, your thoughts are rather impure. What are you imagining? My relationship with Xiao Shui is purely that of siblings. Having grown up in the same open-crotch pants, as innocent as pristine white paper. When I mentioned wife, I was referring to my beloved car. This vehicle is my partner, one I would take with me even in the apocalypse. The others, alas, they can only be deemed as disappointments." Huang Mao brushed aside Xian Wenrui's hand, forbidding him from touching his wife. Xian Wenrui glanced at Sheng Shui, then at the not-so-fully developed Huang Mao. He was incredulous. How could Huang Mao, with such a stunning childhood sweetheart by his side, remain indifferent? He certainly could not. Chapter 41. Is she really not your wife? Huang Mao thought him deranged, casting a sidelong, disdainful glance. "You? No way, you're unworthy of my sister. What kind of talk was that? Xian Wenrui had merely spoken off the cuff, harboring no real intention, for Sheng Shui appeared quite young. He simply found it amusing to tease Huang Mao. Out of curiosity, Xian Wenrui inquired, by the way, "How old is your sister? You claim not to be interested in her, yet you ask about her age?" Huang Mao, feeling sensitive, decided it best to keep Xian Wenrui at a distance from his sister. "I was just casually asking, curious whether my sister is older than your wife." Xian Wenrui truly had no ulterior motive, as there were only 2 girls in total. One was his sister-in-law, and the other seemed underage. Speaking of his sister-in-law, Huang Mao sighed. "I had intended to introduce my sister to Brother Lu, but he is so engrossed in work that he shows no interest in romance. Who would have thought he would stealthily find a partner while I wasn't paying attention?" After saying this, he pressed further. "So, how old is your sister-in-law? How did they meet? Why did Lu Yize choose a zombie for a wife?" The young man with yellow hair possessed little depth of thought, and with just a few words, he revealed everything. "My sister is 21. What of it? How old is that zombie? Yet, one cannot deny her beauty." "What? 21? She appears more like a minor, resembling a mere 15 or 16. Xian Wenrui was genuinely astonished. Is it so unusual for someone to be naturally youthful? After uttering this, the young man cast a wary gaze at Xian Wenrui, questioning whether this reclusive man was perhaps a connoisseur of youthful allure. "Give it up. Don't even think about it." Sheng Shui endeavored to maintain a smile, longing to remind them that she could hear their conversation. Perhaps they ought to speak at a distance? Ever since her powers awakened, her perceptive abilities had sharpened, particularly in sensing human emotions. This is why she immediately recognized Lu Yize's fondness for Jiangyu. Outside, the two continued their idle chatter, seemingly anxious that she might miss their gossip. "My sister-in-law is even 2 years younger than your sister, only 19. They wed in the aftermath of the apocalypse. You wouldn't believe it. I merely mentioned it in passing, and without hesitation, Brother Lu took his people. Oh no, he took the zombie, to register their marriage." Speaking of this, Xian Wenrui felt a hint of pride. "I was the one who captured their wedding photos, and Brother Lu even gifted me with wedding sweets. One could say I played a role akin to that of a witness." Did they marry after the girl transformed into a zombie? It's hard to tell. Lu Yize appears quite affectionate. You wouldn't know of his previous temper. He used to ignore everyone. He still does, in fact. He only pays attention to his wife, who, alas, is not quite human. Xian Wenrui reminisced about his interactions with Lu Yize, who had largely treated him like the air around him. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao chuckled, questioning the significance of such a situation. He recounted his own experiences, expressing his disdain for Lu Yize's aloofness, which often left him with a bewildered expression. Consequently, he sought out confrontation, ambushing him on the way home from school. Xian Wenrui inhaled sharply, surprised to learn that Lu Yize had a temper beneath his calm exterior, willing to come to his rescue. What a temper indeed, Huang Mao retorted, recalling a time when Lu Yize had wielded a brick, dragging them by their collars and mercilessly beating them. "You see this scar on my head? It was a result of his wrath. My skull practically blossomed that day. He was like a rabid dog, leaving me with a concussion, and I now often question my mental acuity, wondering if it's a lingering aftereffect from that encounter." Lowering his gaze, Xian Wenrui noticed a scar resembling a centipede crawling beneath Huang Mao's straw-like hair, a testament to the severity of the beating. However, considering Huang Mao had sought trouble himself, he defended Lu Yize, cautioning him against provoking someone whose mental faculties may already be compromised. Sensing that Huang Mao was on the verge of anger, Xian Wenrui hastily added, "But your head seems intact. It's remarkable that it withstood such blows." Indeed, as they exchanged these words, Sheng Shui silently noted their conversation. Firstly, Lu Yize was not to be trifled with. Secondly, when the time came, she would choose Jiangyu over Lu Yize. And thirdly, she should refrain from engaging with Xian Wenrui casually, lest she be drawn into divulging valuable information. Lu Yize's venture into the city was primarily to gather zombie crystal cores. Having replenished his supplies, he had no intention of lingering outside any longer. As the group departed, they also took along provisions from Huang Mao's family. Upon seeing the heap of goods, Xian Wenrui inquired, "Why have you stockpiled so much?" Huang Mao, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "My family received word that an inexplicable number of people began hoarding supplies. Though the reason eludes us, my parents urged me to purchase some as well." Lu Yize had been aware of this in his previous life, which enabled them to endure for so long. After all, individuals of higher social strata are privy to greater information. Unfortunately, Their possession of supplies soon became public knowledge. The reason for Sheng Shui's demise in his past life was precisely due to intruders attempting to seize their food. Upon discovering Sheng Shui's beauty, their intentions turned sinister. To safeguard the lives of her companions, Sheng Shui detonated the ammunition in her possession after their departure, leading to a mutual destruction with the invaders. This incident catalyzed a profound transformation in the once carefree group, hardening their hearts. They not only learned to slay zombies, but also acquired the grim skill of taking human lives. In the past, the trio who followed Lu Yize encountered numerous dangers, and it was inevitable that they would suffer injuries from zombies. Fortunately, luck was on their side, and all three awakened supernatural abilities. In the later stages of the apocalypse, research suggested that the potential for awakening such powers is intrinsically linked to one's genetic makeup. Thus, even if they were to contract the zombie virus now, they would likely not mutate into zombies but instead possess abilities akin to Lu Yize's. After a group of individuals loaded their supplies onto the vehicles and separated into two cars, Lu Yize suddenly remembered something just before their departure. He spoke up. "I haven't joined any base. If you wish to go to the central base in the city, I can take you there." Zimao and Lu Mao exchanged hesitant glances before finally admitting, "Brother Lu, we still want to go to the central base. When the apocalypse began, we were here, not at home. I want to go to the base to look for my family." Lu Yize was not surprised, since they wished to leave. He did not obstruct them, but turned to look at Huang Mao, who had remained silent. Chapter 42. Entering the base. Huang Mao, who had just been lost in sorrow, immediately declared upon catching Lu Yize's glance, "I'm not going anywhere. I'll stick with Brother Lu." He was somewhat fortunate, as his parents were not here but had gone to B City, which is currently the largest base in the country. He had the chance to contact them and learned they were still alive, which alleviated his worries compared to others. As for Sheng Shui, Huang Mao, fearing she might recall painful memories, quickly added, "Brother Lu, Xiao Xue is coming with me." He sincerely regarded Sheng Shui as his younger sister. They had known each other since they were children. When he learned that her parents had been bitten by zombies, he felt a deep sorrow. Thus, even when he discovered that Sheng Shui had been bitten and could potentially turn into a zombie, he resolutely chose not to abandon her, locking her away in a room. He had prepared himself for the grim possibility of having to end her life should she transform. Sheng Shui had contemplated ending her own life, but he had always intervened. Fortunately, their luck held, and Sheng Shui survived. Sheng Shui had no objections to this, compared to an unknown base. She actually preferred the place where Lu Yize and his companions resided. With fewer people and stronger capabilities, the safety factor was relatively higher. Seeing that they had already made their decision, Lu Yize ceased to intervene, respecting the paths of individual destinies. Green-haired and purple-haired companions understood Lu Yize's concerns, especially considering he was accompanied by a zombie. Within the base, there was no telling how many harbored animosity towards the undead. Confrontation could indeed become quite troublesome. "Thanks, Brother Lu. Take care." The two bid farewell to those in the vehicle. In this apocalyptic world, parting from acquaintances stirred a tempest of emotions within them. The blonde-haired one poked his head out, feeling a tinge of sorrow. "There's not much left to say, so I wish you a swift reunion with your families." Lu Yize was not one to indulge in sentimentality. He handed them a few crystal cores along with some supplies. "Keep the crystal cores safe. They will prove useful in the future." The crystal cores were akin to currency in this post-apocalyptic era, serving numerous purposes. "Thank you, Brother Lu. If we locate our families, we'll seek you out if the opportunity arises." Indeed, Lu Yize did not refuse. In these uncertain times, the future was unpredictable. Should fate allow them to meet again, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. After bidding farewell to the two, he watched as they safely entered the base before departing himself. At the entrance of the base stood a woman with only one leg, fiercely gazing in the direction of their departing vehicle. To her surprise, Cui Yingying and her group had also joined this base. However, given the small band of individuals they were, aligning with a military organization for safety was indeed a prudent choice. This development promised to unfold into an intriguing spectacle, because Lianzhang's so-called true love is the daughter of the leader of this base. However, it seems unlikely that his relationship with Cui Yingying in this lifetime will progress as smoothly as it did in the last. Lu Yize was in good spirits, and as Jiang Yu observed the upward curve of his lips, she turned her head towards the rearview mirror and poked her cheek with her finger. She couldn't comprehend why she couldn't display such an expression like Lu Yize. Her face seemed to possess a will of its own, and suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a surge of frustration. Lu Yize, to be frank, was not particularly considerate and was inscrutable when it came to the thoughts swirling in the mind of a zombie. Watching her gesture in front of the mirror, she couldn't help but muse that, indeed, whether woman or female zombie, there exists an innate love for beauty. When they finally meandered their way to the safe house at the hillside where Lu Yize resided, the yellow-haired boy was startled by the sight of the mutated plants before him. He rubbed his arms uncertainly and asked, "Can people really live here? What if these plants devour us in the middle of the night?" Sheng Shui cast him a helpless glance, sometimes perplexed by the nonsensical questions that seemed to occupy her brother's mind. "No, you needn't worry, Huang Mao. Brother Lu can control these plants. You are safe," Xian Wenrui kindly reassured him. The yellow-haired boy was momentarily taken aback, unsure of who Xian Wenrui was referring to. As everyone turned their gaze towards him, he realized that the name Huang Mao was directed at him. "What do you mean by Huang Mao? I see you are the real Huang Mao. How impolite. I'm not changing my name. I am Fan Jian," Fan Jian declared loudly, asserting his identity. Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui immediately doubled over with laughter, exclaiming, "What? You say your name is what? Worthless? Who on earth bestowed such a name upon you?" I could die from laughter. Young Master Fan cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Thus, he typically refrained from disclosing his full name in public, as people affectionately referred to him as Fan Xiaoye. "It was my grandfather who named me, believing that a lowly name would foster a prosperous life. Do you understand?" He continued, "Even wealthy families hold such beliefs. I had thought it was only us impoverished souls who cared about this. Our family is affluent, though we are merely coal tycoons, lacking any academic inclination. If you catch my drift." Young Master Fan, being quite down-to-earth, felt no shame in this and even yearned to share his family lineage with Xian Wenrui. However, Sheng Shui could no longer bear it. She tugged at Fan Jian, urging him to refrain from revealing their childhood secrets, as he might not care for his own dignity. But she certainly cared for hers. The young master, brimming with the desire to share, was silenced by his childhood companion, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Yet, he soon discovered something new that captured his attention. Upon witnessing Xian Wenrui moving supplies to a makeshift shelter resembling a doghouse, he pointed at it in astonishment. "You keep pets? I realize now that when Lu Gu used to beat you, it was hardly unjust. How have you survived with such a mouth?" Xian Wenrui picked up a hammer and began tapping on the doghouse. "Why are we suddenly reminiscing about the past? Where's your pet?" Fan Jian was indeed aptly named, as his grandfather had chosen well. "This is where I reside, my friend." Xian Wenrui had come to understand that conversing with this individual required a certain level of clarity. Otherwise, he would remain utterly bewildered. "Ah, you reside in a dog. Oh, this open-air villa. Well, it's not too bad, actually." Fan Jian, though sharp-tongued, harbored no malice. He consoled while simultaneously attempting to salvage the situation. Lu Yize felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him once more, regretting ever having provided that initial investment, for it had led him to forge a friendship with such a foolish individual. As they proceeded inside, Lu Yize's words interrupted Fan Jian's earnest efforts to mend things. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Fan Jian eagerly urged Sheng Shui to follow, leaving Xian Wenrui to watch with a tinge of jealousy, thinking to himself how fortunate they were to have such a protective brother. Just as his musings came to an end, Xian Wenrui heard Lu Yize turn around, frowning with evident impatience, and say, "Xian Wenrui, bring your doghouse inside with you." Instantly, Xian Wenrui lifted his head, processing the command in a mere fraction of a second, and promptly hoisted his doghouse as he hurried inside, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm coming." Chapter 43. Treating Zhang Yu. Although they had entered the safe house, Lu Yize distinctly maintained a boundary, clearly differentiating them from the inner sanctum. This marked the first occasion for Xian Wenrui to step into this space after having been here for some time. From the outside, the entire internal structure appeared to be embedded within the mountain and shrouded by vegetation, obscuring its true architecture. However, upon venturing inside, he discovered it to be a miniature world, surpassing their base in the city in every aspect. It was not merely suitable for their small group. Even 100 individuals could be comfortably accommodated. Within the mountain lies a colossal pyramid structure crafted from metal, where Lu Yize and Zhang Yu reside at its pinnacle. This location is not only the most secure within the mountain, but also provides a panoramic view of the entire base. "Wow, this is astonishing," Fan Jian exclaimed, pushing Sheng Shui as he gazed in amazement at the intricate design surrounding them. Even Xian Wenrui, who had never set foot in this place before, was taken aback. having previously assumed that Lu Yize had merely established a modest dwelling within the mountain. He had no inkling that such a fortified refuge had been constructed. Even Xing Shui, who had already suspected Lu Yize's extraordinary nature, found herself awestruck by the sight before her. Yet, she was the first among them to regain her composure, understanding that she, unlike Xian Wenrui and her brother, was perceived differently by Lu Yize. The fundamental distinction lay in the fact that Lu Yize trusted them, yet held reservations about her. Now that he had permitted her entrance, it was evident that she had a purpose to fulfill. Xing Shui's gaze shifted towards Jiang Yu. It seemed that only Jiang Yu could compel Lu Yize to relent, suggesting that he likely wished for her to assist in healing Jiang Yu. You will reside in the outermost layer, where there are several vacant rooms. Choose one for yourself, Lu Yize stated. His willingness to allow others entry represented a considerable concession, and he would not permit them to approach his and Jiang Yu's quarters. Of course, no problem at all. The young master had no objections. So Xian Wenrui felt no hesitation either. He could endure living in a dilapidated house or even a dog kennel, let alone a single room within this base. However, Xian Wenrui suddenly recalled something. Lu Yize, since there are rooms available, why don't you let me bring my dog kennel in? Nothing significant. Just keeping it for the dog you will raise in the future, Lu Yize replied casually. Xian Wenrui was momentarily taken aback before realizing that his brother Lu was actually joking. Damn, Lu, you're making fun of me too? In this apocalypse, where can one find pets to care for? Even the dogs have mutated, and humans are nearly becoming pets themselves. He glanced at the doghouse, which could hardly accommodate a mutated dog. Indeed, the neighbors in the adjacent building have 8 dogs, all of which have turned. Those who flaunt their power through their pets swiftly ascend. However, those mutated dogs recognize only their owner, otherwise, he might have taken us along. Fan Jian said enviously. The individual he referred to sparked a faint recollection in Lu Yize's mind. He was an ordinary man, yet his 8 mutated dogs were fiercely loyal, allowing him to survive until the later stages of the apocalypse. However, he underestimated the insatiable nature of greed. After joining the base, a plot was devised to separate his 8 dogs, systematically dismantling his defenses and extracting the cores of those mutated creatures. In a single blow, he lost 5 dogs. And in a desperate attempt to save the last 3, he was ultimately imprisoned by the base personnel, interrogated regarding the whereabouts of the remaining dogs. He stubbornly refused to divulge any information, ultimately succumbing to relentless torture. In the apocalypse, the absence of legal constraints and the swelling desires of the human heart are far more terrifying than zombies or mutated flora and fauna. Given the opportunity, Lu Yize would not hesitate to welcome this man into their fold. After all, a person willing to die for a few dogs is unlikely to betray a friend. Once the 3 were settled, Lu Yize took Jiang Yu to the residence of Xing Shui, with Fan Jian trailing closely behind, his unease palpable. Lu Yize cast him a glance, but chose to dismiss it. She bore 2 wounds on her abdomen, one of which had yet to heal. Can your abilities heal her injuries? Lu Yize inquired of Xing Shui, placing his hand gently over Jiang Yu's previously wounded belly. We must conduct a thorough examination before drawing any conclusions, Xing Shui replied. Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, she had been a medical student, having caught whispers of the impending doom. In a tragic twist of fate, her parents were devoured by zombies right before her eyes, as she was locked away in a cabinet, helplessly witnessing the horror unfold. Xing Shui's awareness of her own healing powers stemmed from her desperate desire to save her parents, who had perished while attempting to protect her. Though they had transformed into mindless zombies, their physical forms remained, and thus, in a sense, they were lost to her. Yet, her unique abilities could mend their existing corporeal shells. Beyond that, she felt utterly powerless. She could heal countless others, but could not reclaim her parents. At that moment, as she gazed at Jiang Yu, her eyes shimmered with concern and longing, reflecting her yearning for her lost parents. Xing Shui perhaps understood Lu Yize's unwavering dedication more than anyone else, for she too had once contemplated holding on to her loved ones, even if they were undead. To facilitate the medical examination, Lu Yize forcibly dismissed the oblivious Fan Jian from the room. Left outside, Fan Jian, still dazed, called out, Lu Yize, why don't you come out? At this, Lu Yize could no longer tolerate the foolishness and retorted, what is there that I cannot see concerning my wife's health? Oh right, Fan Jian exclaimed, slapping his forehead as the realization struck him. He felt as if he had been foolishly born into this world. While others were shedding their clothes for inspections, he remained foolishly lingering inside. It seemed that Lu Yize's temper had indeed improved. Had it been in his youth, he would have likely struck him with a brick. Sheng Shui felt a sense of embarrassment. Sometimes she truly believed that Aunt Fan, during her brother's birth, must have left her wits behind in her womb, for how else could one be so foolish? Jiang Yu, who had lacked appetite throughout the day, was now intently gazing at Sheng Shui, inexplicably finding this food more appealing than the one Lu Yize had previously kept in the doghouse. To eat or not to eat? Jiang Yu found herself in a slight dilemma. As she pondered, Sheng Shui, perceiving her lack of resistance, lifted her shirt, revealing a flat abdomen adorned with two prominent dark patches that nearly consumed her entire belly, extending to her sides, marring her jade-like skin, which caused Lu Yize to frown in concern. In the realm of treating zombies, perhaps no one understood better than Sheng Shui. Her hand rested upon the distracted zombie's abdomen, channeling her abilities. Oh, Jiang Yu, feeling a sense of comfort, glanced at her own belly. Chapter 44, The Desire. To conceive upon hearing her utter a sound. Lu Yize's expression turned tense. He grasped her hand, and his gaze directed towards Sheng Shui became even more piercing. His intense scrutiny placed considerable psychological pressure upon Sheng Shui. Yet she remained resilient, unaffected by it. When Sheng Shui reopened her eyes, her powers had been completely drained, leaving her drenched in sweat. She looked back at Jiang Yu. Her eyes filled with compassion. Lu Yize cast a glance downward and observed that the black patches on Jiang Yu's abdomen had faded only slightly. Had it not been for his formidable mental fortitude, he might not have noticed the subtle change. Her abdomen had endured 2 severe injuries. While the exterior appeared to have mended, the internal damage was profound, with her organs displaced. If she were capable of sensing pain, she would be enduring excruciating agony every moment. Before Lu Yize could voice his doubts, Sheng Shui interjected, noting that with such an extent of injury, had Jiang Yu not been a zombie, she would have likely succumbed to the pain long ago. Lu Yize had already begun to piece together Jiang Yu's condition. She was the sole person he cared about in this world. Thus, he could discern the occasional oddities in her behavior following her ascension. Zombies are oblivious to the concept of pain, yet an evolved zombie can indeed experience it. Jiang Yu forced herself to acclimate to this discomfort, believing it to be merely a facet of her evolution, akin to her persistent sense of smell and taste. Furthermore, she had previously endured pain while extracting the cores from zombies and mutated plants to facilitate Lu Yize's ascension. Disregarding her own injuries as she presented the cores to him, Lu Yize took a deep breath, steadying the turmoil within him, and lifted the small zombie who had begun to cling to Sheng Shui, seeking comfort after her treatment. It is often said that zombies lack intelligence. Jiang Yu had once contemplated consuming Sheng Shui. However, after her treatment, she felt a sense of relief and decided to keep Sheng Shui as a reserve of sustenance. Sheng Shui had never experienced such intimacy with another, nor had any zombie before. However, she did not harbor any disdain for this dependence. Instead, she reached out to touch the well-groomed hair of the zombie. They appeared amiable, yet Lu Yize inexplicably felt a twinge of jealousy, whether in this life or the last. Jiang Yu relied solely on him. Now, it seemed he had unwittingly invited someone to vie for the attention of the zombie. Lu Yize, in a huff, drew Jiang Yu into the space of his abilities and promptly opened the door to leave. Sheng Shui felt a sudden emptiness in her legs and a hint of despondency in her heart. Meanwhile, her not-so-bright childhood companion, Fan Jian, stood at the door, oblivious, calling out, Hey, where's my sister-in-law? Where did she go? Is she out hunting for food? The notion of her venturing out for sustenance seemed implausible. Given Lu Yize's possessiveness and concern, that zombie likely could not stray even a step beyond his line of sight. Listening to Fan Jian's incessant foolish remarks from outside the door, Sheng Shui sighed, leaning back in her wheelchair, contemplating what might nourish both intellect and insight. It is often said that foolish people enjoy fortuitous blessings. Although Fan Jian was not particularly astute, he had been fortunate since childhood, having ample funds. Before the apocalypse, he casually invested several months' worth of pocket money in Lu Yize, and back then, many deemed him foolish. Yet, merely a few years later, he had indeed helped Lu Yize establish a notable presence. While other wealthy heirs were still reaching for handouts, Fan Jian was comfortably reaping rewards from the dividends shared by Lu Yize. At that time, he had been the envy of many. But who could have predicted that Lu Yize would suddenly act irrationally and sell the hen that laid the golden eggs? Many who had been on good terms with Lu Yize turned against him. Upon learning of this, Fan Jian disregarded others' instigations, resolutely continuing on his own path. If it was sold, then so be it. His greatest virtue lies in his lack of greed, which has indeed brought him good fortune. Amidst the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, he was taken in by Lu Yize and found refuge in a relatively secure safe house. At first, Sheng Shui felt a sense of unease upon moving in, but after undergoing treatment, she found herself significantly calmer. Given Lu Yize's regard for Jiangyu, it was clear that such treatment would persist. As long as she could heal Jiangyu, she would be allowed to remain in this safe haven. With her eyes closed, haunting images of her parents' tragic demise and their efforts to protect her flooded her mind, the anguish of losing loved ones causing her to clench her hands tightly, her heart aching. Yet when she opened her eyes again, the shadows dissipated, replaced by a resolute gaze. She resolved never to be a burden to anyone again, nor to helplessly witness the demise of others before her. What are you searching for? Lu Yize, feeling overlooked, voiced his discontent. Jiangyu, unable to retain memories, immediately leaned towards Lu Yize at the sound of his voice, her recollection of the day's unpleasant events fading. One thing lingered in her mind. With her mouth agape, she stood on tiptoe to nibble on Lu Yize's chin, intent on transforming him into a creature akin to herself. It was an ambitious notion. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that those who had awakened their powers could not be infected by the zombie virus. Thus, it was destined that they would not belong to the same kind, nor be classified as zombies. Lu Yize had grown accustomed to Jiangyu's penchant for biting him. Her current attempts to bite had evolved from her initial mindless ferocity to a more measured, yet still determined, endeavor. At present, rather than desiring to consume him as food, it seems more akin to flirting and indulging in playful affection, incessantly kissing and nibbling, which incites a fiery irritation within Lu Yize. The zombie's imitative behavior is remarkably strong. As she nibbles, she feels an insatiable craving, unable to transform Lu Yize into one of her kind. Recalling the previous gestures he had made towards her, she mimics him, gently kissing his lips, then stealthily extends her tongue to make contact, only to retreat in haste. Such teasing proves to be even more lethal for Lu Yize. Grasping a handful of his hair, he sits down with the zombie, positioning her on his lap to better sense his current emotions. The zombie bows her head, fidgeting restlessly, only to have Lu Yize grasp her chin, compelling her to part her lips, revealing two fangs that, while focused on the zombie, are not particularly conspicuous. Lu Yize finds it peculiar. Having experienced rebirth, he no longer considers himself a mere youth. In both this life and the last, he has encountered numerous women who sought to entice him. Yet here he is, ensnared by a zombie who comprehends little. The little zombie licks Lu Yize's fingers as they brush against her fangs, prompting Lu Yize's gaze to darken as he smiles and inquires, "What do you wish to do?" In truth, she herself is uncertain of her desires. Yet, at this moment, a memory surfaces of a previous woman's provocative words. Jiangyu, who had been reluctant to speak, now touches her abdomen, gazing innocently at Lu Yize with unwavering determination, and articulates her wish. "I want a baby." Chapter 45. Stimulus. She was purely provoked by the events of the past, but upon reflection, the little zombie's mind suddenly illuminated with clarity. Realizing that it was indeed a splendid idea, she yearned to have a child with Lu Yize. However, how could one conceive a child? The zombie's intellect was insufficient to decipher such a complex dilemma. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yize's expression became intriguing. At the very least, his body was undeniably honest. Jiangyu cast a glance downward, contemplating the absorption of supernatural abilities, which were also a delightful nourishment for zombies. Observing her intent descent, Lu Yize wrapped his arms around her waist. Yet, this little zombie, though proactive, remained utterly oblivious, her eyes wide with innocence. Lu Yize gazed at her for a moment. He was not a saint, after all. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of her mouth, softly admonishing, "You must not behave this way with others, understand?" The zombie nodded, half comprehending. However, her thoughts wandered to the fact that she could devour others in a single bite. Yet it was only Lu Yize whom she could not bear to consume entirely, so she would merely savor him, tasting his essence. Seeing her nod in agreement, Lu Yize, feeling somewhat pent up, had no intention of letting her off the hook so easily today. He lifted Jiangyu in his arms, striding towards the bed. The little zombie was exhilarated, her eyes sparkling as she watched him, perhaps under the impression that a feast awaited her. Once placed on the bed, Jiangyu appeared slightly bewildered, reaching out to embrace Lu Yize's neck. He responded with a soothing kiss, lowering his head to meet hers. The little zombie, often boisterous, transformed into an obedient creature the moment she was kissed. Jiangyu was rendered dazed by the fervent kisses, occasionally savoring the metallic tang of blood that trickled from Lu Yize's tongue inadvertently bitten by her sharp teeth. Lu Yize pressed Jiang Yu against the headboard, shedding his facade like a predatory beast. Bewildered, Jiang Yu found herself cradled in his lap, her elegant legs half kneeling on the bed. To Lu Yize, every inch of Jiang Yu seemed to reside at the very core of his being. Her legs, slender and proportionate, bore the hue of jade due to her transformation into a zombie. Yet, this peculiar coloration only enhanced their allure, rendering them akin to exquisitely sculpted ivory. With a deft motion, Lu Yize entwined her legs around himself, prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck as he carried her to a nearby chair. At that moment, his eyes were ablaze with a crimson intensity. Leaning back in the chair, he tenderly caressed the nape of Jiang Yu's neck, yet refrained from any further actions. Confused, Jiang Yu leaned in to plant a kiss on him, and upon receiving no resistance, her gaze flickered with mischief. This time, Lu Yize did not intervene as the zombie slipped from his grasp, squatting bewilderedly beneath the desk, utterly oblivious to the transgression she had committed. Lu Yize remained unruffled, save for the crimson hue that stained his eyes, as he guided the lost zombie through the threshold. Jiang Yu gazed up at Lu Yize, tentatively inching closer, while he beckoned her to plunge deeper into temptation. Never had Lu Yize encountered such a stimulus. A blush crept onto his icy cheeks. His fingertips began to traverse her locks, moving from her hair to grasping the nape of her neck. His gaze fixated on Jiang Yu, an intense desire to leave a mark exclusively his upon her. Jiang Yu, once impeccably attired, now appeared disheveled and unkempt, in stark contrast to Lu Yize, who sat composedly in his chair, fingers resting upon his nose bridge, his clothing pristine and devoid of any hint of disorder. In her discomfort, Jiang Yu was resolute in her refusal to continue, which nearly amused Lu Yize to the point of laughter. Thus ensnared in an awkward predicament, he leaned closer to her, whispering sweetly deceptive tales of infants to entice the not-so-bright zombie. Upon hearing the word baby, the little zombie patted her belly and inched closer to Lu Yize, her dark pupils glistening with confusion. His once cold, indifferent eyes gradually warmed under the influence of this peculiar creature. With a resigned sigh, he lifted the zombie from the ground, cradling her in his arms, observing her lashes dampened by mist. The little zombie met his gaze defiantly, exhibiting an audacious disregard for his intentions. Turning her head away, she displayed the traits of a capricious temptress, blissfully content as she patted her belly, uttering the scant vocabulary she possessed, baby, baby. Lu Yize could not help but suspect that she was deliberately teasing him. Alas, the easily deceived little zombie remained oblivious to the fact that her whims would not yield a baby, especially at the tender age of 19. While harboring dreams of motherhood, dreams he would not indulge, wishing to silence her nonsensical talk of non-existent infants, he tightened his embrace around Jiang Yu's supple waist, kissing her with a fervent possessiveness. The little zombie nestled in his arms now appeared quite content, indifferent to the notion of affection, happily cuddling against Lu Yize while likely pondering how to nurture the baby within her. Lu Yize felt a sense of helplessness. He yearned to explain to the little zombie that such actions would not result in a child. However, meeting Jiang Yu's expectant gaze rendered him speechless. Perhaps it was best to let it be, as a real child would not truly emerge. He guided the zombie to wash up, and after she was clean, he cradled her in his arms and tucked her under the covers to sleep. The following day, while Xian Wenrui was repairing a doghouse at the base, he happened to see Lu Yize bringing Jiang Yu to seek treatment from Sheng Shui. Observing Xian Wenrui at work, Lu Yize felt quite cheerful and offered some materials to assist. Once they entered, Fan Jian was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. He had known Lu Yize for years and had never witnessed him in such a buoyant mood. As a reclusive individual with a wealth of experience, Xian Wenrui gazed meaningfully at their retreating figures and remarked cryptically, "Perhaps they are satiated." In Chapter 46, Lu Yize, the Beast, was not the only one to notice an oddity. Even Sheng Shui, who was assisting with the treatment, sensed something amiss. While they might have speculated, Sheng Shui clearly observed the disarray around Jiang Yu's neck. Those mottled marks could not have been self-inflicted by the little zombie. Witnessing this scene, Sheng Shui discreetly helped to raise Jiang Yu's collar, inwardly cursing Lu Yize for being a brute who would not even spare a zombie. Yet, Lu Yize maintained a facade of normalcy, showing no sign of embarrassment even when his peculiarities were uncovered. Is it not entirely normal for him to be intimate with his wife? Moreover, had it not been for Jiang Yu's initiative, he would not have desired to engage with her so soon. Yet, Ultimately, it was his own inability to restrain himself that led to the situation. Lu Yize reflected on this for a brief moment. Once the second treatment concluded, he instructed Sheng Shui to assist her in dressing and bathing whenever time permitted, while he would wait outside for the subsequent treatment. Previously, Lu Yize had been anxious about Jiang Yu, fearing she might inadvertently harm someone. Now, however, he chuckled inwardly. Not only was she not a threat, but she was also kept in check by his influence. As for why he chose to remain outside, it was simply a matter of decorum, being the sole man in the room, and a married one at that. He felt it prudent to maintain a respectful distance. Outside, he could still sense Jiang Yu's condition through his mental acuity. Upon hearing his words, Sheng Shui felt a wave of relief. She had long wished to suggest that Lu Yize's absence from the room might alleviate her anxiety and enhance the effectiveness of the treatment. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, understanding that she was under his roof and subject to his decisions. The only one seemingly indifferent to the dynamics was Jiang Yu herself. She found solace in Lu Yize's formidable abilities and was comforted by Sheng Shui's tranquil presence. After Lu Yize exited, Sheng Shui guided Jiang Yu to the bathroom for a bath. Although seated in a wheelchair and lacking sensation in her lower body, she had grown accustomed to the task over the past few months, finding it no great challenge to assist a zombie in bathing. Sheng Shui's legs had been incapacitated prior to her awakening of powers, a consequence of a car accident that injured her spine, resulting in paralysis. Even with her newfound abilities, the restoration of such irreparable damage was not something that could be achieved overnight. However, as she treated Jiang Yu, she gradually discovered a method to enhance her abilities. By fully utilizing her light powers and subsequently accumulating her abilities, she could expand her original capacity. After completing Jiang Yu's treatment, she would also engage in self-healing in the evening. She estimated that barring any unforeseen circumstances, she might have the hope of standing within 3 years. Yet, she was currently faced with a rather vexing issue. Why did this seemingly obedient zombie react like a frenzied cat at the mere touch of water? After exerting immense effort to finally bathe the zombie, she understood why Lu Yize had entrusted this arduous task to her. Xingtian covered her face, on the verge of tears. Oh, how she despised those who had matured so well at such a tender age. The experience of bathing left her psychologically scarred. Fortunately, Lu Yize, still possessing a semblance of conscience, rewarded her with 2 crystal cores as a form of treatment fee. Reluctantly, Xingtian accepted this. However, her smile gradually faded upon hearing Lu Yize's subsequent remarks, even harboring a sense of hostility towards him. Being scratched by a zombie carried the risk of becoming one, and there was also the possibility of awakening abilities. Whether one could awaken such powers was contingent upon their innate constitution. One could ponder whether to remain an ordinary person or to take the risk of attempting to awaken their abilities. Lu Yize's words to Fan Jian resonated clearly in Xingtian's mind. Fan Jian felt conflicted. While awakening would undoubtedly be preferable, there was still a 50% chance of becoming a zombie, which troubled him. It wasn't that he feared death. If he were to transform into a zombie, it would merely be a matter of losing one life. I fear that if he were to become a zombie, his strength would significantly increase. And it would be unfortunate if he inadvertently harmed someone here. If only Lu Yize could comprehend his thoughts, he would surely remark on the absurdity of such musings. With his slight physique, even in the event of zombification, it would likely take but a single hand to subdue him. Upon reflection, I cannot acquiesce. Sheng Shui glared fiercely at Fan Jian, causing him to instinctively shudder. She maneuvered the wheelchair to position herself before Lu Yize, openly displaying her emotions in a way she had never done before, declaring that this matter should not be broached again. She refused to accept it. Very well, very well. Even if he wished to voice his thoughts, he dared not do so at this moment. What a resilient young lady she was, never having shed a tear no matter the circumstances. Yet now she remained silent, seated in her wheelchair, tears cascading down her cheeks. Upon witnessing her distress, Fan Jian grew anxious, attempting to wipe Sheng Shui's face with his grimy sleeve. Do not cry, please do not cry. I shall heed your wishes, just do not weep. Brother, I am here, do not weep, I shall avoid that peril. Fan Jian, noticing that her once fair visage was becoming increasingly smudged by his efforts, felt a pang of guilt and contemplated using a cleaner corner of his garment. Sheng Shui was genuinely heartbroken. She had witnessed her parents being devoured and had endured the abandonment of relatives who turned a blind eye to her plight. Ultimately, in her despair, even when faced with the prospect of being bitten by a zombie, he had never considered forsaking her, and even when he had the opportunity to escape, He chose not to abandon her. When Lu Yize had come to rescue them, Sheng Shui had deliberately refrained from going outside. She truly wished to ascertain how Fan Jian would choose when confronted with the temptation of escape. From the moment Fan Jian chose to stay and accompany her, Sheng Shui genuinely regarded him as family. Having already lost too many loved ones, she was unwilling to part with the last remaining kin in this world. Observing Sheng Shui's distress as she wept, Fan Jian understood that she was revisiting painful memories. He crouched before her, tenderly ruffling her hair, and reassured her, "All right. Brother promises you no more risks. From now on, I shall rely on you to take care of me." Upon hearing his sincere promise, Sheng Shui gradually quelled her sobs, assured that he was not merely placating her. In the adjacent room, Xian Wenrui, being an ability user, was acutely aware of the commotion outside. With an expression of envy, he sighed, "How wonderful it is. I too wish for a little childhood friend who cares for me in such a manner." Observing this entire scene, Lu Yize let out a deep sigh, resigning himself to fate. Only Jiang Yu remained rooted in place, gazing at the tears on Sheng Shui's face. Confused, she touched the corners of her own eyes, only to discover them dry. Chapter 47. Pregnancy recently. Jiang Yu had developed a peculiar habit of occasionally feeling the corners of her eyes. Initially, Lu Yize attributed this to discomfort in her eyes, scrutinizing her dark orbs for any signs of irregularity, yet found nothing amiss. Witnessing this unfolding spectacle, Fan Jian felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing how he had overlooked the fact that Lu Yize had become so infatuated after entering a relationship. Who was it back in school that remarked Lu Yize had the appearance of a scoundrel? He longed to capture these moments and throw them back in their faces. Yet here he was, feeling a chill and breaking into goosebumps at the mere sight of Jiang Yu. He admired Lu Yize immensely, wondering how he could sleep every night next to a creature with pitch-black eyes and a pallid complexion, resembling a zombie. Did he not wake in fright in the middle of the night? Even if Jiang Yu was attractive, surely that could not suffice. When he expressed his thoughts to Sheng Shui, she looked at him with surprise and replied, "Not at all. I find Jiang Yu quite endearing." Fan Jian pondered, "Is this what others think?" He felt he was the only sane individual in the base. Indeed, he referred to Lu Yize's place as a base, despite the fact that it currently housed only one zombie. Lu Yize provided them with shelter, yet they were responsible for sourcing their own food. Sheng Shui treated Jiang Yu daily, exchanging her efforts for sustenance from Lu Yize. Although she claimed she would support Fan Jian, he, as a fully capable man, was unwilling to be utterly dependent and live off her. From Xian Wenrui, he learned that Lu Yize ventured out every week to hunt zombies, and Xian Wenrui took this opportunity to procure zombie cores or replenish necessary supplies. Xian Wenrui could also utilize his abilities to generate clean water resources in exchange for goods from Lu Yize. Lacking such powers, Fan Jian resolved to accompany Lu Yize on his expeditions to devise ways to hunt zombies. As Fan Jian prepared to venture out, Sheng Shui remained silent, aware she could not dissuade him, and thus suggested they go together. Their differing opinions led to a minor quarrel. Ultimately, they all set out together, and fortune smiled upon them. They encountered no significant threats apart from low-tier zombies. In addition, they encountered a group of survivors who, upon glimpsing people through a crack in the door, were overcome with joy, believing they had finally met their rescuers. However, their elation was short-lived as they noticed the zombies led by Lu Yize, and expressions of hatred swiftly ignited in many of their eyes. "It's a zombie. Quickly, kill her." "Yes, she must be killed. Otherwise, we will not let you in." Lu Yize found his temper surprisingly restrained, refraining from retaliating against these individuals and allowing them to continue their raucous outcry. "Come in. Who would wish to enter your rat's nest? If you are unwilling to emerge, then remain inside. It is of no concern to us." Fan Jian, a young master before the apocalypse, was unaccustomed to such insolence and could hardly tolerate their behavior. Sheng Shui observed that among those speaking, there were no women, children, or the elderly. Only able-bodied men remained, each fully aware of the grim reality that had unfolded. This apocalypse had indeed magnified the darker facets of human nature. Suppressing her emotions, she sighed softly and turned away. As they genuinely prepared to leave, the occupants of the room grew anxious. Exchanging glances, they revealed a fierce determination. While they may have feared the zombies, they held no fear of humans. At the instant Lu Yize and his companions turned, the door quietly creaked open. A few armed with wooden clubs attempted to seize the supplies from Lu Yize and his group, but before they could draw near, they froze in midair. with insatiable curiosity. Fan Jian glanced back and witnessed blood splattering down, as those who had once been alive lay lifeless, their bodies wholly intact. It was evident that only Lu Yize possessed the power to enact such devastation. Fan Jian turned his head, swallowing the wave of nausea rising within him. Gripping the wheelchair of Shang Shui tightly, forcing himself to maintain a composed facade. Conversely, Shang Shui offered words of comfort. Brother, do not fear. If they do not provoke us, we shall not retaliate. This is their own doing. Fan Jian observed the calm demeanor of the group surrounding them, silently shedding tears in his heart, pondering what kind of villainous organization he had become a part of. The previously boisterous survivors had fallen utterly silent. Even in the face of their companion's demise, they dared not utter a sound. Shang Shui's psychological resilience was evidently far superior to Fan Jian's. Confronted with such circumstances, she remained unperturbed. As an ability user, she perceived more than Fan Jian, and she felt no animosity towards Lu Yize. Had these individuals not intended harm, he would not concern himself with their fates. Before they could exit the residential area, Lu Yize suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar aura. Among them, the soul zombie. Jiang Yu felt this strange presence even more acutely, compelling her curiosity to investigate. Lu Yize grasped Jiang Yu's arm as she approached a particular house, not hindering her advance. The unsettling scent emanated from a one-bedroom apartment within the residential building. As Lu Yize and Jiang Yu approached, upon opening the first door, they discovered that this space was less a residence and more accurately described as an illicit laboratory. Bloodstains, clearly dragged across the floor, painted a stark contrast against the pristine white surroundings. The overhead lights flickered unnaturally, casting an eerie glow. The individuals present held their breath, tensed and silent, while Lu Yize extended his mental acuity within the room, detecting nothing amiss. His hand rested upon the doorknob, slowly turning it. As the door creaked open, a grotesque zombie, crawling on the ceiling, rotated its head a full 360 degrees, its tongue lolling out, charging towards them with alarming speed. Holy moly! Fan Jian was startled by the sight before him, retreating several steps with Shang Shui, hurriedly seeking refuge behind Xian Wenrui. Although the onslaught was fierce, the very next moment, the creature was stripped of its crystal core. It was merely a low-tier zombie. Lu Yize approached, illuminating the abomination with his flashlight, noting the numerous stitches marring its body. Rather than being in this state from the onset, Lu Yize surmised that it had been artificially sewn together. Shining the light towards the West Zhou, he beheld an array of jars filled with preserved organs, some human, some zombie, and notably, an entire row of human embryos. No, they might not solely be human embryos. As Lu Yize leaned in for a closer inspection, he suspected there could be both human and zombie embryos among them, albeit all were lifeless. Who could be so deranged, so utterly inhumane? Xian Wenrui surveyed the grim scene, feeling once more as if he were witnessing the depths of human depravity. Let us hurry, let us hurry. This place is utterly sinister, and I have a dreadful feeling that another zombie might suddenly appear. It's terrifying. Let us get out of here. Fan Jian, consumed by fear, closely followed Xian Wenrui, yet even in such dire circumstances, he ensured that Shang Shui was shielded between himself and Xian Wenrui. The atmosphere was not only unsettling for them, even the zombies appeared distressed. Jiang Yu, resisting the horror around her, reached out and smashed every jar in the room. Yet her face remained clouded with gloom. Lu Yize observed her emotional instability and thus led her out of the underground studio apartment. Upon stepping out of the room, a collective sense of relief washed over the group, as if they could finally breathe again. Just as they were about to depart, the small zombie suddenly fixated on the corner of the staircase. She broke free from Lu Yize's grasp and sprinted away with surprising speed. With his hand now empty, Lu Yize's expression darkened as he pursued her. What was happening? The others were bewildered, exchanging glances before following suit. A pungent scent of blood wafted from the staircase. Jiang Yu pushed aside the cardboard boxes obstructing the stairwell and took a couple of steps into the shadows. She turned to find herself face to face with a woman, emaciated to the point of extremity, drenched in blood, her belly swollen, and a look of sheer terror etched across her features. Chapter 48. Strangling the monster with her own hands. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, the woman's eyes widened in rage, akin to a trapped beast, her body tense and her gaze burning with unrestrained animosity. Jiang Yu's attention was drawn to the protruding belly of the woman before her, whose frame was nothing but skin stretched over bones, her cheeks sunken and resembling a grotesque caricature of humanity, blood oozing from her chest. The woman appeared so frail that even standing seemed to threaten the integrity of her bones under the weight of her swollen abdomen. Beneath her, a pool of dark, congealed blood mixed with fresh crimson spread out. In comparison, she resembled a zombie more than Jiang Yu did. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, a look of perplexity crossing her face as she struggled to discern if the figure before her was human or undead. What on earth? Was there still a person hidden within this? Fan Jian stepped back in shock at the sight before him. He had witnessed many horrors in the apocalypse. Yet this woman's plight was so harrowing that he could scarcely bear to look. Her exposed form held no semblance of beauty, the skin sagging, and her ribcage starkly outlined against her frame. The multitude of pinpricks and marks of abuse on her body sent a chill down the spine. A gaping wound has been carved into her chest, from which blood seeps continuously, staining the ground beneath her emaciated form. Upon encountering these individuals, the woman displays no hint of surprise at the sight of her kind. Instead, her pupils constrict, her eyes filled with aversion, dread, and despair. Lu Yize, possessing a stronger mental fortitude than the others, had already taken note of her but did not dwell on it. In fact, when his gaze fell upon her abdomen, a flicker of revulsion crossed his mind, not directed at her, nor at the child she carried, but rather at the stark reminder of humanity's baseness. Seated in a wheelchair, Sheng Shui, the only conscious woman present, could empathize more profoundly with this woman's plight than the others. Without hesitation, she removed her coat and draped it over the woman's broken form. She then urged the dazed Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui to construct a makeshift shelter using cardboard to shield her from view. The pair hesitated for a moment before hastily gathering the materials, still bewildered by the overwhelming scene before them. Jiang Yu, come out, Lu Yize commanded, just as a pained, hoarse groan escaped the woman within. Sheng Shui, slightly panicked, exclaimed, she's about to give birth. Lu Yize felt his left hand suddenly gripped tightly by Jiang Yu. He could not comprehend why she was so invested in the creature growing within that woman. Do not concern yourself with her. What she carries is not human. Lu Yize's tone was devoid of any warmth, almost merciless as he spoke, leaving the others momentarily stunned. With a sweep of his mental energy, he discerned that this woman was beyond saving. Her insides had completely rotted away to nourish the monstrous life within her womb. Sheng Shui's attempt to save her would be in vain. As she assessed the woman's condition, a chill ran through her. Indeed, as Lu Yize had asserted, she sensed a creature. The woman's abdomen suddenly heaved, as if the child within yearned to break free. Her body was ravaged, violently shaking, bones creaking in protest. Her head drooping suddenly, and she trembled uncontrollably, a guttural, blood-choked sound tearing from her throat. The woman's anguished wails stirred a deep sympathy in those present. Jiang Yu sensed her resentment, fury, and suffering. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, the woman grasped Sheng Shui's arm tightly, tears streaming down her face, mingling with blood. Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon a shadowy corner for an extended period, and unable to resist, she pressed her hand against her own heart, which remained still, piquing her curiosity. Lu Yize cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yu, urging her to explore as she wished. Sheng Shui, initially torn and uncertain, observed the woman who had once feared the zombies, her eyes tightly shut, oblivious to Jiang Yu's approach. It was only when Jiang Yu's cold, azure hands gripped hers that the woman suddenly opened her eyes wide. Fear flickered across her gaze, and she began to struggle fiercely, leaving Jiang Yu in a state of panic and confusion. The relentless, cramping pain in the woman's abdomen robbed her of the strength to resist, and she lay weeping on the ground. Jiang Yu tilted her head, reaching out to wipe away the tears. Sheng Shui, utilizing all her extraordinary abilities, stabilized the situation, while the chaotic voice of Fan Jian could still be heard through the makeshift cardboard barrier. Jiang Yu's pitch-black eyes fixed intently on the despair emanating from the other person. In a fleeting moment, Lu Yize abruptly lifted his gaze. At that instant, Jiang Yu sensed the intense emotions of the woman on the ground and glimpsed into her memories. Jiang Yu witnessed the terror she felt at the onset of the apocalypse, the joy of being taken in, and the subsequent despair of being subjected to experimentation time and again. The humiliation of being forced to coexist with the undead stripped her of her dignity, and before her, countless others had perished in failed trials. Only the creature within her, designated as 016, stubbornly clung to life. The monster gnawed at her body, siphoning her vitality. While she endured both psychological and physical torment, her form barely clothed, surviving like a wretched dog. She loathed those who conducted these experiments. Her hatred intensified with each moment. She despised the creature growing within her, detested the obliteration of humanity in the face of the apocalypse, and harbored an all-consuming resentment for everything. Jiangyu. The piercing cries of the infant and Lu Yize's urgent calls simultaneously shattered the suffocating despair. He felt a distinct surge of extraordinary energy emanating from Jiangyu. However, it was evident that the woman in question was as bewildered as ever. She turned her gaze to the nearly lifeless figure on the ground and to a child, simply wrapped and placed beside her, who was crying out with remarkable vigor. The woman's lips were parched and tinged with a dark purple hue, while her lower body continued to expel copious amounts of blood and a murky, bluish liquid. Despite the exhaustion of her extraordinary powers, it was of no avail. Just as Lu Yize had initially stated, she was not destined to survive. The woman stiffly turned her head, gazing at the monstrous entity lying beside her. Hearing the cries of the child, she felt a profound hatred and resentment, summoning the last vestiges of her strength to choke the very creature she had birthed. Chapter 49. The dignity of being human. The cries of the monster gradually diminished, and the woman's trembling hand extended forth. Even as she closed her eyes and ruthlessly extracted the crystal core from the creature's brain. Holding the core tightly in her grasp, she did not let go. Watching as the monster slowly lost its vitality and ceased its cries, its life extinguished. As she beheld the lifeless creature, a mad laugh escaped her lips. A cacophony of despair that eventually transformed into a semblance of relief, accompanied by a faint trace of compassion. It was unclear whether this compassion was directed towards herself or the newborn monster that had been silenced at her hands. She seemed to sense that Jiangyu had probed into her memories, and in turn, she felt Jiangyu's emotions. Gathering every ounce of her strength, she rasped with a voice that was both painful and hoarse, "Do not let me become a zombie." Having been infected with the zombie virus, it was highly probable that even in death she would transform into one of the undead, a fate she abhorred more than anything else. For she could not bear the thought of becoming a part of the flesh-eating horde. Her eyes remained wide open, yet she had already lost all signs of human life. With the corners of her eyes glistening with tears, Jiangyu reached out to touch the woman who had already succumbed to death, her eyes filled with confusion. She was unable to comprehend the dying words of the woman. Though she did not fully understand, a sense of profound sorrow began to stir within her. Lu Yize noticed Jiangyu's despondency and retrieved a set of clothing from the space around him. After Sheng Shui accepted it, she hesitated, uncertain whether Lu Yize had genuinely chosen to exhibit an act of kindness. He urged her to dress the woman. Turning to Sheng Shui, Lu Yize then glanced at the lifeless figure on the ground, a tragic sight, emblematic of the countless souls who perished in this apocalyptic world. In such a desolate reality, the concept of burial seemed trivial. Nevertheless, he was not averse to performing a good deed on Jiangyu's behalf. At the very least, allowing the woman to depart with dignity, an infrequent display of compassion from Lu Yize. He held a measure of admiration for the woman, recognizing her fierce resolve in slaying the monstrous creature without hesitation. As Sheng Shui dressed the deceased and gently closed her eyes, Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui began to remove the cardboard, allowing light to pierce through the dim corridor. "What shall we do with the corpse of this small creature?" Xian Wenrui looked up at his brother Lu, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Dispose of it," Lu Yize replied curtly, lacking any surplus of sympathy for such a creature. He did not even take the crystal core firmly grasped in the woman's hand. No one present dared to approach the half-human, half-zombie offspring's body. Even a mere glance was enough to raise the hairs on their arms. Sheng Shui, feeling helpless as she gazed at the lifeless woman, sighed softly and turned to Lu Yize, asking tentatively, "Is it possible to give her a proper burial?" Jiangyu, her eyes fixed on the woman now cloaked in garments, inexplicably felt a flicker of insignificant pity. His emotions appeared to be subtly influenced by the lingering memories of the woman who had just passed away. Evoking a modicum of insignificant sympathy, Lu Yize observed Jiangyu in silence. Under the oppressive shroud of despair, a fissure finally emerged. As the once desolate heart sensed a twinge of pain, akin to a decaying soul yearning to break free from its shackles, Lu Yize noted her slight deviation. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, deciding that it would be best to lay her to rest properly, the granted zombie immediately lifted her head. Although she did not comprehend the significance of this, she felt that it must not be a bad thing for the woman. In this apocalyptic world, even the desire to bury the dead was thwarted by the absence of suitable places and the likelihood of the deceased transforming into a zombie loomed large. Following the woman's directive to prevent her from becoming a zombie, they opted for cremation. The cremation process unfolded even more swiftly than they had anticipated. Likely due to the woman's body being devoid of flesh and blood, the flames devouring her tortured remnants with ferocity. Lu Yize gazed into the fire at this woman who wished to depart as a human. The suffering she had endured resonated with his own past, where he too had been subjected to experiments, his liver and heart excised. In that moment, a surge of rage coursed through Lu Yize, his powers flaring as he intensified the blaze, the flesh and hair crackling ominously in the flames. Yet, this was not sufficient. He ignited the dilapidated basement until nothing remained. Jiangyu, affected by Lu Yize's tumultuous emotions, gazed at the swirling energy enveloping him with reddened eyes. In the next instant, disregarding the still-burning flames, the primal urge to feed overwhelmed her reason, and she lunged swiftly toward him. The sharp teeth sank into Lu Yize's arm, failing to draw any blood. Yet the pain detached him from memories of the past. He gazed down at Jiangyu, who was gnawing at him, the firelight reflecting in his eyes as he reached out to grasp the nape of her neck, remaining silent. The others, witnessing this sudden turn of events, dared not utter a word. Amidst the flames, the dilapidated laboratory was consumed, and the numbered experimental subjects perished one by one, while the woman ultimately shed her bizarre guise, becoming a mere skeleton, a human skeleton. Lu Yize retrieved a wooden box from within the space, placing the bones inside, and then let them rest. Xian Wenrui accepted the box, accompanied by Fan Jian, as they set out to collect the remnants of the woman. Even Fan Jian, a privileged young man in this apocalyptic era, refrained from uttering any sentimental remarks. Using his powers, Lu Yize reduced all the bones to ashes, which conveniently fit within the box. Sheng Shui held the box, hesitating whether to bury her here. Observing Lu Yize's silence, she tentatively suggested, "I believe she wouldn't want to remain here. Perhaps we should take her outside for a proper burial." If it were anyone else, Lu Yize would not have shown such compassion. But as a fellow experimental subject, he understood the desperate desire to escape this place, whom Lu Yize did not refuse. Taking a box of ashes was not an insurmountable task. The group exited the neighborhood, arriving at a clearing in the park just outside, where Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian collaborated to dig a pit, burying the box within and erecting a stone as a marker. The stone bears no name, yet it signifies that a person lies buried beneath it. This woman, whose identity and name remain a mystery, has ultimately been interred as a human being. From the very beginning, she was neither a monster nor merely a vessel for the creation of one. Rather, she was a living, breathing individual, possessing flesh and blood, capable of nurturing life, yet also capable of extinguishing it with her own hands. This is her dignity, one that she could not relinquish, even in death. Chapter 50. The Nameless Tombstone. It seems to be Zhang Qian. The voice of Jiangyu halted a group of departing individuals in their tracks, all eyes converging upon her. What? Lu Yize tightened his grip on Jiangyu's hand. Yet, Jiangyu fell silent, redirecting her attention to Lu Yize, as if the words she had just uttered had never been spoken. She found the stored provisions before her to be exceptionally sweet today, emanating an aura of extraordinary power. And all she desired was to consume him to satiate her hunger. Unbeknownst to her, this surge of power was a reflection of Lu Yize's emotional turbulence. Sheng Shui, who stood closest, discerned her words and glanced uncertainly at the nameless grave. Did Jiangyu just mention this woman's name? The fellow ability user, Xian Wenrui, hesitantly spoke up, pondering whether it was indeed so. But how did she know? And since when could her sister-in-law speak? I have no idea. I could hardly catch what was said just now. How come you all have such keen hearing? As the only one devoid of abilities, and with rather poor hearing, Fan Jian had not heard Jiangyu's words and reasonably suspected that they were isolating him. Lu Yize fixed his gaze on Jiangyu, intent on deciphering the peculiarities surrounding her, yet regrettably, Jiangyu remained in a state reminiscent of a zombie. Noticing the heavy silence, Xian Wenrui spoke up, suggesting that it was futile to dwell on the matter. Even if it were true, they remained oblivious to the actual two characters. Let us move on, he concluded. This sentiment was echoed by Fan Jian, who remarked that if they were to inscribe the wrong characters, it would be far worse than leaving the tombstone blank. Lu Yize was determined to ascertain Jiangyu's current predicament and continued to apply pressure on her. In response to his insistence, Jiangyu, feeling cornered, bared her teeth in a defensive snarl. Concerned that further pressure might lead to dire consequences for Jiangyu, Sheng Shui interjected, seeking to divert Lu Yize's attention. Brother Lu, she began, I noticed 3 digits on the woman's lower back, 016. Could this be related to the child? Upon hearing these numbers, Lu Yize's expression remained largely unchanged. Previously, when they entered the laboratory, they had encountered several distorted dead embryos, each marked with numbers ranging from 1 to 15. These embryos had initially borne a semblance of humanity, but had gradually warped due to failed experiments. One, in particular, had its entire head consumed by a mass of teeth. Devoid of any semblance of life, transformed instead into a grotesque zombie-like entity, its body contorted beyond recognition. Xian Wenrui and Sheng Shui exchanged grave expressions. In this apocalyptic world, there were always individuals committing acts of madness that defied comprehension. Have they truly lost their minds? Fan Jian voiced his bewilderment, unable to fathom the extent to which humanity had deteriorated in the face of the apocalypse. Who can say? Xian Wenrui sighed in response. They cast one final glance at the unmarked gravestone. Sheng Shui stepped forward to place a flower upon it, a delicate bloom she had kept close to her heart. Still unfaded, they departed, hoping that the forlorn soul might find solace at last. Following the incident, a pall of gloom descended upon the group as they boarded the vehicle, each lost in their own thoughts. In his past life, Lu Yize had never encountered the existence of a creature that was both human and zombie. This suggested that the specimen designated as 016 likely had a brief existence. The harrowing sights they had just witnessed were too brutal to easily forget, leaving Fan Jian in a state of bewilderment. What do you think about that peculiar little creature? It bore an uncanny resemblance to both a human and a zombie. Could it be that its mother was infected by the zombie virus during pregnancy? Xian Wenrui disagreed with her theory, positing that perhaps someone had intentionally sought to create a hybrid of human and zombie, conducting deliberate experiments, as evidenced by the numerous embryos in the basement. Goodness, that's utterly deranged. Fan Jian breathed deeply. Sheng Shui recalled the adult bodies she had seen submerged in jars, suspecting that some were deliberately captured pregnant women, forced to contract the zombie virus. In the chaos of societal collapse, it was the vulnerable who suffered first. Is there something wrong with their minds? How could anyone conceive of such atrocities? Fan Jian found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp the mindset of those capable of such acts. Who knows? In stark contrast to their lamentations, Lu Yize had long since grown accustomed to this grim reality. At this early stage of the apocalypse, there remained a glimmer of hope for humanity's restoration of civilization, and everyone struggled to suppress the darkness festering within. However, as the world descended into its final days, humanity turned upon itself, giving rise to a series of horrifying experiments. In this apocalyptic era, the mutated flora and fauna, alongside the transformed zombies, paled in comparison to the terror posed by unshackled humans. Their current mission was to gather zombie crystal cores, and as Lu Yize gazed out at the weather, he realized the necessity of acquiring a greater number of these cores, not only for their primary objective but also to stockpile essential supplies. Upon their return to the mall, they were met with a scene of utter devastation in the commercial district. The vast majority of goods within the mall had been thoroughly scavenged, leaving behind only a horde of over 100 zombies meandering through the ruins. The sheer number of these undead made Fan Jian shudder. Lu Yize observed a flicker of excitement in Jiang Yu's eyes at the sight of the zombies. It was not the joy of discovering food, but rather a strange resonance with her kind. Initially intending to bring Jiang Yu into the mall with him, Lu Yize's demeanor darkened. You all stay in the car and keep an eye on Jiang Yu, he instructed. With a disabled Sheng Shui, an inept Fan Jian, and the utterly useless Xian Wenrui, there was little utility in their presence. It was precisely this realization that led Lu Yize to gradually place his trust in Jiang Yu, suppressing the morbid obsession within him. Otherwise, he would never permit her to stray from his sight. As Jiang Yu noticed Lu Yize preparing to leave, she watched him with a look of confusion, instinctively wanting to follow, yet he left her behind in the vehicle. Jiang Yu could only lean against the passenger window, her claws gripping the glass, utterly bewildered as to why Lu Yize would abandon her there. The reason for not bringing Jiang Yu along was a vague sense of foreboding that Lu Yize could not quite shake. Yet that aura was remarkably concealed. Even as he expanded his mental prowess, he could not pinpoint the exact location of the source. This presence instilled in Lu Yize a sense of formidable threat, rendering him uneasy about Jiang Yu's proximity. Chapter 51. The little zombie's urgent rescue on the first floor of the shopping mall, not far from the exit. Most of the shops had been thoroughly ransacked. Some goods remained within the mall, untouched due to the congregation of zombies. But these were approximately 100 meters from the exit. On September 14th, a comet fell, triggering the outbreak of the zombie plague. It was a Saturday, the last working day before the Mid-Autumn Festival. The following day would usher in the long-awaited holiday for the laborers. Unfortunately, due to a life-threatening change in schedule, they found themselves working on the last day before the apocalypse. The office buildings were filled with disgruntled workers, and the crowding facilitated the rapid spread of the plague. The mall and the office were in close proximity, and at that moment, the mall was besieged by a horde of zombies. The instant Lu Yize set foot in the mall, all the zombies inexplicably froze, then slowly turned their heads, their collective gaze fixated upon him. The atmosphere became tense, and the zombies, as if awakened, began to advance toward him. Among them, one zombie was particularly anomalous. It had mutated and crawled with astonishing speed, its limbs thrumming with a frantic energy. Its face was a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, with only a distorted, malicious grin of teeth occupying half of its visage. Lu Yize harnessed his abilities, swiftly obliterating the heads of several zombies. And as this monstrous creature drew near, he locked his gaze onto it first. However, this mutated zombie moved with astonishing speed and possessed an acute sensitivity to supernatural abilities, evading the spatial confinement conjured by Lu Yize. With a resounding crash, the zombie's body was sent hurtling upwards, flung several meters away, its grotesque visage dripping with corrosive pus that seeped into the ground. The cacophony echoed outside, causing Jiang Yu to abruptly lift her head and strike the car window with her elbow, causing cracks to spread outward from the point of impact. Her sudden movement startled the others, yet she remained oblivious, delivering another blow that shattered the glass completely. With a firm push, Jiang Yu nimbly leaped out. The entire sequence transpired within mere seconds. By the time Xian Wenrui grasped the situation, he hastily thrust the items in his hands into Fan Jian's possession. We're doomed. We're doomed. Stay here. I'll go help. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian, a robust man, felt compelled to assist but was halted by Sheng Shui, who insisted. If we go now, we will only complicate matters. Fan Jian fell silent, unable to counter her reasoning. Upon rushing into the mall, Xian Wenrui beheld his sister-in-law crushing a zombie's skull with a single hand, her black, elongated claws dripping with pale yellow brain matter. The tattered garments of the mutated zombie were instantly torn apart, its speed now surpassing that of before. Fine droplets of black blood oozed from its body, and the crawling limbs suddenly convulsed, muscles bulging grotesquely. The arms of the mutated zombie gradually became enveloped in black, the spilled blood pooling on the ground, exuding a foul stench and corrosive properties. He seized one of the zombies and hurled it towards Lu Yize. The moment the low-tier zombie made contact, the black pus seeping from his palm corroded its body. The toxic zombie was cast towards Lu Yize, who disregarded the incoming threat, his gaze firmly fixed on the mutated zombie before him. A whirlwind, shaped by spatial blades, swept through the mall, shredding the zombies caught within. The mutated zombie sensed the imminent danger and retreated in a series of rolls, only to find its escape blocked by a wall of water that materialized in mere seconds. As the wall began to dissipate, a dark green claw emerged, piercing through the water barrier and sinking its fingers into the decaying visage of the mutated zombie. A piercing, shrill scream erupted as the spatial blade struck, severing its left limb and head. Yet, even this did not bring about its immediate demise. The crystal core atop its head remained untouched, and the already rotting cranium oozed pus that corroded the ground beneath. Jiang Yu's blackened nails and azure hands were ravaged by the mutated zombie's corrosive essence, her hand hanging limply at her side, dripping with black blood. Lu Yize's expression darkened as his gaze fell upon Jiang Yu's damaged hand. The rolling head continued to lunge at him, but Lu Yize coldly stepped upon the rotting skull of the zombie, cutting off all avenues of escape, gradually increasing the pressure. The sound of cracking bones accompanied the mutated zombie's agonizing shriek, culminating in a resounding pop as its head shattered, brain matter spilling forth, and black pus staining the floor. While the orange crystal core lay crushed beneath Lu Yize's foot, the remaining zombies in the vicinity, as if receiving some unspoken command, began to retreat. Is this? All of them retreating? What is going on? Gasped Xian Wenrui, exhausted from expending his powers. The recent wall of water, though it lasted merely 3 seconds, had already reached his limit. He went to fetch Sheng Shui. Upon reaching Jiang Yu's side, he fixated on her injured hand, overwhelmed by emotions from a past life. his gaze momentarily fierce and uncontrollable. He should never have allowed Jiang Yu to leave the ability space. The world was fraught with peril. Xian Wenrui immediately understood upon seeing Jiang Yu's hand and went to the car to bring Sheng Shui. As Sheng Shui and Fan Jian entered the mall, their expressions changed drastically upon encountering the scattered remnants of zombies. The air was thick with a pungent stench of decay, and while Sheng Shui managed to hold her composure, Fan Jian retched several times, crouching aside. Observing Lu Yize's expression, Sheng Shui knew she could not afford to delay. She approached Jiang Yu to provide treatment. However, the corrosive pus was too potent. With her abilities depleted, Sheng Shui could only manage a superficial repair of the wound. The newly formed skin bore little resemblance to the original jade hue, instead resembling a piece of exquisite jade tainted by black ink. Several more treatments would be necessary. Feeling apologetic, Sheng Shui spoke to Jiang Yu. Unbothered by the uneven coloration of her hand, Jiang Yu scratched her claws, noted the absence of pain, and dismissed her concerns, reaffirming her confidence in her backup supplies. Lu Yize held Jiang Yu's hand, caressing it. It was smooth, yet the stark black wound was too glaring. His displeasure was further heightened as he noticed a gaze upon them. Looking up, Lu Yize met the eyes of a zombie on the 5th floor, clutching a severed head. The creature, holding the skull, averted its gaze, fixating instead on Jiang Yu's already healing wound, before gradually shifting its attention to Sheng Shui, who sat in a wheelchair. He tilted his head in contemplation, then shifted his gaze toward the most formidable threat, Lu Yize, and made a judgment. Finally, he caressed the skeleton in his embrace and vanished. Chapter 52. The little one's demise this time. It was merely a mutual probing between the zombie king and Lu Yize. Both were acutely aware that one human and one undead were evenly matched in strength, and neither would rashly engage in combat. The zombie king's power was on par with Lu Yize's, both situated within the level 2 hierarchy. Should a confrontation arise, neither party would emerge unscathed. Lu Yize cast a glance at Jiang Yu. Indeed, the speed at which zombies consumed ability users to advance was significantly swifter than that of absorbing zombie nuclei. Currently, Jiang Yu's strength surpassed that of ordinary zombies, yet she still fell short of the present zombie king. Lu Yize absent-mindedly twirled the ring on Jiang Yu's left hand. Surprisingly, his sister-in-law had not lost the ring. Xian Wenrui noticed the ring on Jiang Yu's finger and spoke in astonishment. After all, given Jiang Yu's earlier ferocity in dispatching zombies, he had taken several steps back, fearful of being caught in her bloodlust. Lu Yize remained silent, merely clasping Jiang Yu's fingertip with his own hand adorned with a wedding ring. In truth, he had not anticipated that she would manage to keep it safe. Having prepared for the possibility of her losing one ring after another, he understood that Sheng Shui was an astute individual, and considering the significant impact of her abilities, he took the rare opportunity to advise her, cautioning that high-level zombies might already have set their sights on her. Lu Yize was not indulging in alarmism. In his previous life, this zombie king, seemingly regaining human memories, had roamed in search of ability users. It was said that this zombie yearned to resurrect his beloved. The extraordinary individual, Sheng Shui, possessing unique abilities, had just been observed by Jiang Yu during a treatment session. Had it not been for his apprehension towards Lu Yize, Sheng Shui might have already fallen prey to the zombie king. Jiang Yu, in his current state as a first-tier zombie, had already developed human-like senses and a modicum of emotions. One can only imagine the complexity of feelings harbored by the second-tier zombie king. The reason he clutches that skull seems to stem from an instinctive recognition of its owner's significance to him. Upon hearing that Sheng Shui was being targeted by a zombie, Fan Jian was immediately filled with indignation. How could one so consumed by the undead still exhibit such carnal desires? Could it be that this zombie was a lecherous spirit? A moment's reflection led him to wonder if the zombie clutching the skull was the same one they encountered at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xian Wenrui, upon mentioning the skull, recalled the zombie that had gnawed upon a newlywed's corpse. Noticing Lu Yize's silence, Xian Wenrui promptly retrieved the marriage certificate he always carried and presented it to Sheng Shui. Take a look, is this him? Sheng Shui gazed down at the marriage certificate. As it opened, two youthful figures smiling at the camera came into view. The girl in the photograph beamed at the lens, her eyes curving slightly like crescent moons, reminiscent of early summer sunlight cascading down, exuding a brightness even more enchanting than her delicate demeanor as she affectionately nestled against her companion. Her shoulder fell short of the man beside her, yet their proportions harmonized perfectly. The man, possessing a rugged visage, bore striking features and an aura of silent authority. His steadfast gaze, with dark pupils, radiated honesty and fervor when directed at her, concealing a profound affection that was not easily unveiled. Without uttering a single word, the intimate proximity of their bodies spoke volumes about their closeness. Sheng Shui found it impossible to associate the strikingly handsome man in the photograph with the zombie she had hastily glimpsed moments ago. Yet, the faint connection between the two confirmed the unsettling reality that they were indeed the same person. It must be him. The memory of being scrutinized like prey by a snake tightened her fists in silent resolve. Fan Jian leaned in for a closer look and offered a candid assessment. A handsome visage, a beautiful wife, yet he still aspired to be a lecherous fiend, or rather, a lustful undead. Perhaps it was not so straightforward. Had not Brother Lu mentioned that he was a high-level zombie? Just as their sister-in-law was unlike ordinary zombies. Might he too possess distinct traits? Xian Wenrui pondered further, recalling their previous encounter when he had been seen gnawing on a corpse, and now he casually bore a skull. Could it be that he had set his sights on Sheng Shui with the intention of resurrecting his wife? Could the dead truly rise again? Fan Jian's face mirrored shock. If a mere skull could be revived, then surely his parents, buried beneath their home, could also return to life. Yet, the reality was stark. Such resurrection was impossible. In his past life, Lu Yize had witnessed Jiangyu perish before his very eyes, plunging him into a period of madness. He had attempted various methods to resurrect the undead, all in vain. Clenching Jiangyu's hand with increasing intensity, he was ensnared by the bitterness of past grievances. Though he had taken his vengeance in his previous existence, the anguish remained indelible. If given another chance, even if nothing transpired, he would not spare those who had wronged him. As Cui Yingying and Dong Hong had articulated in his past life, he, Lu Yize, was one who would repay every slight, relentlessly and without respite. Jiangyu fidgeted with her hands, and Lu Yize immediately enveloped her with his abilities, frowning in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, he soon realized that he had hurt her and gradually regained his composure, easing his grip while still intent on holding her hand. Jiangyu, at this moment, resembled a slightly inflated-headed zombie, a rather clever specimen among her kind. Upon sensing Lu Yize's initial hostility towards her, she swiftly entered a state of vigilance. Baring her zombie fangs, the zombie that had just been eager to save others now entertained the thought of consuming her backup food. Zombies are capricious creatures. But Lu Yize knew precisely how to handle Jiangyu. He simply led her further inside to procure some supplies. The clever zombie, however, was still perplexed by the concept of supplies, remaining rooted in place, baring her teeth. As Lu Yize passed by a maternity shop, he paused, glancing inside to find the items strewn about chaotically, a disarray of goods trampled upon. The formula milk had long been cleared out, but the remaining items were rather burdensome in this apocalyptic world. Adopting a mindset of since I'm here, I might as well, he decided to collect all the untouched stock in the store into his space. While he busied himself with gathering supplies, he noticed Jiangyu standing outside the maternity shop, poised before a machine, and then, with a swift punch, shattered it. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yize approached her, only to see her clutching a box. Upon discerning the words inscribed upon it, a smirk crept onto his face, his narrow eyes glinting with mischief. Mint flavor? Spiral? Ultra thin? Chapter 53. My wife is quite wild. She appears obedient, yet her taste is rather adventurous. As a mindless zombie, Jiangyu was blissfully unaware of the purpose of the box she clutched in her hands. However, driven by a mindset of now that I'm here, I cannot leave empty-handed, she was determined to seize the opportunity, a lesson she had learned from Lu Yize. Without hesitation, she gathered an assortment of various flavored baby puff kits, cradling them in her embrace. A diligent learner, she emulated the task at hand, making a concerted effort to collect every box lined up in the machine, intent on taking them all. Lu Yize raised an eyebrow, standing by with a bemused expression, remarking on her impressive appetite. Observing her struggle to hold everything, he kindly assisted by storing the items in his spatial realm. His act of kindness, however, was somewhat self-serving, as he preferred close proximity without any encumbrances. With his powers continually enhancing, the likelihood of her conceiving a child diminished further. Moreover, considering Jiangyu was a zombie, reproductive isolation rendered the possibility of offspring highly improbable. Thus, this endeavor seemed unnecessary, yet Jiangyu's curiosity compelled her to experiment occasionally. Hundreds of miniature balloons, diverse in variety and flavor, were neatly tucked away in Lu Yize's space, offering limitless possibilities for play. Before departing, Jiang Yu fixated on the informative books displayed in the maternity store. Although the words eluded her comprehension, the illustrations conveyed their essence. Lu Yize remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her mind, a chaotic mixture of excitement and intrigue. Regardless, they efficiently packed their supplies and proceeded to scour other shops, emptying them of all items, regardless of their potential utility, and stowing everything away in the spatial realm. As they emerged, the others had already collected the crystal cores scattered on the ground and seized the opportunity to scour the shopping mall, discovering numerous valuable items. They entrusted all the crystal cores to Lu Yize, as the majority of the zombies had been vanquished by him and Jiang Yu. Lu Yize, without hesitation, accepted 90% of the cores, allocating the remaining 5% to Xian Wenrui and the other 5% to Shang Shui and Fan Jian. They had not been outside long when misfortune struck, encountering Li Anzhang and his group, who were out adventuring for supplies. Lu Yize, you're still alive? Li Anzhang exclaimed, noticing the dismembered zombie bodies behind them. After reflecting on the series of events, he finally grasped the situation. You have awakened your abilities, too? Li Anzhang had only recently discovered the existence of superhumans upon joining the base. In a bid to protect Cui Yingying's family, he had inadvertently been scratched by a zombie, and fortune favored him as he survived, awakening a formidable lightning ability. This was his first official outing with a team of superhumans. Upon hearing Li Anzhang's words, a middle-aged man beside him immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Yize. You are also a superhuman? Would you consider joining our base? We can offer you the highest privileges if you do. In the early days of the apocalypse, superhumans were scarce, and various bases sought out powerful individuals. The middle-aged man, capable of leading a base, astutely assessed the situation within the mall and deduced that Lu Yize possessed considerable strength. In truth, had it not been for the intention of nurturing a promising talent like Li Anzhang, he likely would not have ventured out himself. Lu Yize dismissed the man entirely, choosing not to respond to his inquiry. Instead, he opened the car door and instructed Jiang Yu, who stood nearby, to enter the vehicle. Lu Yize guided the neatly dressed Jiang Yu into the car. Her obedient demeanor initially went unnoticed by the others. The leader of the base was the first to sense something amiss, as a surge of fire-based abilities flickered in the air. Zombies. He scanned the area with his gaze, realizing that everyone else remained remarkably composed, clearly aware of the undead presence. When he glanced back at Lu Yize, a wary look crept into his eyes. As a seasoned authority figure, he pointed at Lu Yize and commanded, if you wish to join the base, you must first eliminate her. Lu Yize, who had previously dismissed the presence of others, reacted sharply to this statement, raising his head with a piercing gaze. In an instant, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling malevolence. His formidable powers erupted forth, and the robust figure of the middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. He attempted to unleash his abilities in a futile effort to resist, but was thoroughly overpowered by Lu Yize's overwhelming force. The violent clash of abilities generated a tremendous shockwave, forcing the 10 or so members of the opposing team to cover their ears, while blood continued to ooze from their mouths and noses. Lu Yize condescended to approach the so-called leader of the base, placing his foot upon the man's face. He looked down at him with a blank expression, yet his eyes bore a fierce, bloodthirsty chill. Lu Yize, you cannot. Lian's warning went unspoken, as he was abruptly flung several meters away. Unable to draw near, Lu Yize paid no heed to the inconsequential Li Anzhang. Rather, he intensified the surrounding powers with an aura of murderous intent and inquired, whom do you wish to kill? The other party opened his mouth, only to feel an invasive force penetrating his lungs, depriving him of air and leaving him utterly unable to speak. His face gradually turned a shade of purple from oxygen deprivation, and it dawned on him that this individual harbored lethal intentions towards him. A faint, almost negligible purple lightning struck at Lu Yize's feet, prompting him to finally take notice of the blood flowing from Li Anzhang's 7 orifices, a sight of utter disarray. Lu Yize, I apologize. Please spare our leader. Li Anzhang pleaded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He understood that mere apologies would not quell Lu Yize's murderous desire. Thus he clenched his teeth and presented all the crystal cores he had meticulously preserved for enhancing his abilities. There were 36 cores in total, along with some essential supplies. All of this is yours. In light of the day I spent caring for you in the hospital, I implore you to release our leader. Lu Yize regarded the meager offering with disdain, yet he detested being in anyone's debt. After a moment of silence, he lifted his foot, granting him a semblance of respect. There shall not be a next time. Upon uttering these words, Lu Yize entered his vehicle and departed, indifferent to the roars that erupted behind him. Everyone, save for Jiang Yu, held their breath, gaining a newfound respect for Lu Yize's prowess. Only Jiang Yu seemed unfazed by the earlier incident, her mind swirling with thoughts unknown. Upon returning to the base, she seized Lu Yize and hurried towards the room, her urgency a mystery. Lu Yize extinguished the cigarette between his fingers, furrowing his brow as he followed her. Just as she was trying to ascertain his intentions, she saw Jiang Yu pinning him to the bed, perched atop him. She reached out to tug at Lu Yize's clothing, leaning down to kiss his chest. Lu Yize, nearly grinding his molars to dust, stared at Jiang Yu, perplexed by her sudden acquisition of such boldness, and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 54. The bewildered wife. Jiang Yu sensed Lu Yize's anger, though she remained unaware of its cause. Despite being restrained, she was determined to undress him. However, upon feeling the suppression of his extraordinary abilities, she immediately deflated, embracing him and burying her head in his chest. Noticing his lack of response, she furtively glanced up only to find him gazing back, prompting her to quickly lower her head once more, nuzzling him like a playful child. The fiery irritation that had surged within Lu Yize began to dissipate, soothed by her endearing antics. He regarded Jiang Yu with a stern expression, remaining silent, yet showing no inclination to push her away. He merely stood, towering over her. Observing his reticence, Jiang Yu wrapped her arms around him and, puzzled, pulled his hand toward herself, bewildered by his lack of affection. Lu Yize lowered his gaze to Jiang Yu and gently pulled her away from his embrace, asserting, "You are not permitted to engage in such intimate acts with anyone but me." The little zombie fixed her eyes on Lu Yize, comprehending only one word from his lengthy proclamation, "Kiss." Understanding this, she immediately stood on her toes to peck Lu Yize. However, due to their height difference, her lips merely grazed his chin. Taken aback, Lu Yize instinctively recoiled as Jiang Yu pursued him, eager to continue the kiss. But he elevated his head to evade her advance. Jiang Yu's icy lips brushed against Lu Yize's neck, where she felt the strong, rhythmic pulse beneath. If she were to bite down, she would savor the taste of fresh blood and extraordinary powers, displaying the fangs of a zombie. She hesitated at the moment of the bite, reverting to ordinary teeth. She sank her teeth into Lu Yize's neck and shoulder, leaving marks yet drawing no blood. As she lifted her gaze, she placed a few scattered kisses upon the bite. Lu Yize, of course, recognized her primal urge to feed, a natural instinct of hers as a zombie. He merely indulged in his own flaws, testing his significance in Jiang Yu's heart. He took pleasure in witnessing her struggle against her primitive desires for his sake, cruelly affirming his importance to her. "Go take a shower first," Lu Yize said, closing his eyes to suppress his mischievous tendencies, momentarily separating himself from her. Though he was unaware of how Xing Shui had taught her, Jiang Yu had somehow learned to bathe on her own. She understood his words and, reluctant to leave, gazed at him eagerly. The intention was unmistakable. This zombie wished to be lazy and bathe alongside him. Lu Yize's expression darkened. He opted to bathe alone. If he were to join her, it would likely result in a prolonged stay in the bathroom, taking hours to emerge. However, recalling Xing Shui's warning that if she didn't wash, Lu Yize might kiss someone else, Jiang Yu astonishingly comprehended her words. After a moment of hesitation, she obediently learned to wash herself. Xing Shui wiped the sweat from her brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, to deal with the reluctant little zombie, invoking Lu Yize was the most effective strategy. Half an hour later, as Jiang Yu emerged, Lu Yize had already set aside the poster he had torn from the maternity store. The veins on Lu Yize's forehead were prominent, akin to a zombie discovering a new method of sustenance. Hearing a sound, he closed his book and directed his gaze towards Jiang Yu, who stood at the bathroom door. Her long, inky black hair cascaded down to her waist, and it appeared she had mistakenly donned Lu Yize's attire. At that moment, she was clad in a loose-fitting white shirt that conveniently fell to the mid-thigh, revealing a pair of graceful, porcelain-like legs. Although Xing Shui had instructed Jiang Yu on how to wear undergarments, this was evidently a challenge beyond her reach. The shirt's buttons were haphazardly fastened, presenting a disheveled appearance. Unbeknownst to her, her innocent demeanor and bare, rounded feet betrayed her concealed intentions. "Come here." Lu Yize's voice was dark and husky, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Jiang Yu, blissfully unaware of the looming danger, obediently approached him. Noticing Lu Yize's stillness, she cautiously drew closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, innocently standing before him. Lu Yize encircled her waist, and the lingering scent of her recent shower enveloped him. Despite both utilizing the same bathing products, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the fragrance that clung to Jiangyu. The atmosphere was just right, yet Jiangyu, feeling a pang of hunger, reached out to touch the corner of Lu Yize's mouth. However, Lu Yize, in a less than favorable mood that day, had no intention of doing anything more than holding Jiangyu in his embrace. As Jiangyu observed Lu Yize's willingness to draw near to her, she immediately cast aside any thoughts of food. Overjoyed, she encircled Lu Yize, for he seemed to her the most delectable reserve of sustenance in the world. In her exhilaration, she called out his name, Yize. Upon hearing this, Lu Yize felt a tightening in his throat and intensified his grip around her waist, perhaps leaving marks upon her skin. Yet, this slight discomfort was insignificant to a zombie, even igniting a thrill within Jiangyu, who relished sensing Lu Yize's concern for her every sentiment. When she called out again, Jiangyu fell silent, her ebony eyes shimmering with fragments of joy. Lu Yize chuckled softly, appreciating her current demeanor. He lowered his head and tenderly pressed a kiss to her brow. As he slightly opened his eyes, he found himself entranced by the depth of Jiangyu's gaze, which appeared intoxicating under the night sky. The fluttering in his heart urged him to draw even closer, nearly suffocating the space between them, as the scent of blood mingled upon their lips. Confronted by Lu Yize's unexpected fervor, Jiangyu opened her eyes in bewilderment, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, Lu Yize grasped the nape of her neck, deepening the kiss and leaving her with no avenue of escape. With each intimate encounter, Lu Yize unabashedly revealed his possessiveness towards Jiangyu. Though she didn't require breath, she remained dazed after their kisses. Lu Yize playfully curled her fingers, toying with her fingertips, his gaze fraught with a hint of danger. Do not grow close to anyone but me, understand? Chapter 55. Who was the food previously? She had merely imitated the actions depicted in images, unable to grasp the significance of such behavior, believing it to be a form of consuming food. This illustrates her possessiveness towards food. This bond will not sever their connection, although Jiangyu comprehends little at this moment. Her instinct drives her to seek closeness with Lu Yize, her source of sustenance. Observing her nod, Lu Yize refrains from further indiscretions and instead meticulously fastens the buttons of her shirt that he had previously undone. However, Jiangyu remains oblivious to his considerate intentions, playfully clinging to his neck and nuzzling into the crook of his shoulder. Zombies act solely on their primal impulses. Whether in joy or excitement, their expressions may remain unchanged, yet they convey their emotions through physical gestures. At this moment, once Jiangyu feels comfortable in the clothes Lu Yize has helped her don, she immediately tightens her embrace around his neck. As Lu Yize caresses her spine, Jiangyu momentarily freezes, overwhelmed by an indescribable intimacy. Lu Yize lowers his gaze to meet her innocent face, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her into the bedroom. What are his intentions? No, Lu Yize does not plan to engage in anything untoward just yet. After all, she is his wife, and it wouldn't hurt to impart some knowledge. Grasping Jiangyu's hand, he draws her into his embrace, leaving no avenue for retreat. He activates the projector and opens the educational video he acquired from Xian Wenrui, embracing the role of Jiangyu's teacher, guiding this less-than-bright student through a new lesson. Focus, learn well. In contrast to the content of the video, Jiangyu finds herself more captivated by Lu Yize, for the food depicted within pales in comparison to the one before her, which she desires. Unfortunately, Jiangyu is not the most diligent of students. The little zombie does not comprehend guilt, yet she obediently follows his instructions. However, her patience was limited. Lu Yize discerned her lack of focus and silently concluded that this student was indeed rebellious, necessitating a thorough education in the future. He lowered his head and captured Jiangyu's delicate lips in a fervent kiss, as if attempting to compensate for the decade of absence in one single moment. The night passed in tranquility. Before dawn, Lu Yize was jolted awake by a bone-chilling cold. In his arms, Jiangyu, who should have been devoid of warmth, had absorbed a hint of human heat due to their close contact. Though resembling a zombie, Jiangyu had, under Lu Yize's guidance, somewhat developed the habit of sleep. At that moment, she lay with closed eyes, still clad in the shirt from the previous day, her nape disheveled, making it difficult to discern who had truly become the other's prey. The temperature within the room starkly contrasted with that outside. When Lu Yize took Jiangyu out, he dressed her in a warm coat, enveloped her with a scarf, and placed a knitted hat upon her head, leaving only her dark eyes visible. It was merely October, yet the weather had shifted dramatically overnight, plunging even the safe house into sub-zero temperatures, let alone the harsh conditions outside. Having grown accustomed to the apocalyptic extremes, Lu Yize regarded the zombies as one of the least concerning threats. During their previous stockpiling of supplies, they had certainly not overlooked winter clothing. With the sudden drop in temperature that morning, they were well prepared, donning thick garments. Uncertain of the current circumstances, the two ventured outside to investigate. However, as soon as they stepped out, the biting wind lashed against their faces, rendering their skin red and purple, and the shovels in their hands felt as if they were on the verge of freezing to the ground. The snow enveloped the entire world, towering several meters high before them, while the mutated plants outside huddled together, many having succumbed to the frost. The wind pierced like icy daggers. No amount of clothing could retain warmth, and they felt their body temperatures plummet. Their vision was shrouded in an expanse of white, the air laden with a biting chill that penetrated to the marrow. Neither of the two spoke, both unable to quell their inner dread in the face of nature's wrath. What was happening? Stan Wenrui remained silent, his face ashen. The apocalypse, be it zombies, mutated flora and fauna, or natural disasters, had descended upon them, rendering humanity merely a fragile link in an overwhelming chain. The civilization that humanity once took pride in now appeared feeble and vulnerable. Lu Yize glanced at the temperature monitoring system, which had been set up earlier. Outside, the temperature was a staggering -40 degrees Celsius, a drastic drop of 61 degrees from the previous day's normal threshold of 21 degrees. Sheng Shui, feeling faint, had already donned her winter attire, wrapped tightly. As she pushed the wheelchair, if it was this cold indoors, what could be expected outside? Stan Wenrui recalled everything he had witnessed moments ago, in just one night. The world had transformed. His complexion was pale, the temperature having plummeted below -10 degrees, a chilling reality. The atmosphere was grim, with the mutated plants outside relentlessly battering against the barriers, their intrusion a constant threat, and despair permeated the base. Fan Jian forced a smile, attempting levity as he quipped, "Surely after this extreme cold, we won't be faced with a scorching heat wave? It can't possibly be that unfortunate." Lu Yize regarded him with a glance. Had he not been certain that Fan Jian was merely speaking offhandedly, he would have suspected that the other party, like himself, was a reincarnate. For indeed, following an extreme cold, there comes an equally intense heat. In such times, aside from a few species that thrive in high temperatures, the majority of living beings would frantically vie for the limited habitats that could sustain them. Chapter 56. The arrival of heavy snow in an instant. Despair enveloped the base. The only one undeterred by this atmosphere was perhaps Jiang Yu. Compared to the harshness of the weather, she found herself more intrigued by her stockpile of provisions. Though a disturbance outside soon captured her attention, Lu Yize glanced at Jiang Yu, noticing her lost in thought while gazing out the window. He chose to disregard her momentary distraction. With that, Lu Yize tossed a key from one of the storerooms to Stan Wenrui, who was taken aback by the unexpected gesture. After their time together, he understood the extent of Lu Yize's guardedness. Handing him the key indicated a significant increase in trust. "Rest assured, Brother Lu. Whatever you say to strengthen our defenses, I shall execute with utmost diligence." Stan Wenrui exclaimed with glee, eager to showcase his capabilities, momentarily forgetting the fear that had gripped him when the white snowstorm had swept through outside. Why had the weather changed so abruptly? Was it now at a point that necessitated enhanced protection? Would the conditions grow even more severe in the future? Sheng Shui sensed something amiss and inquired further. After the heavy snowfall, resources would dwindle, and whether human, zombie, or mutated flora and fauna, all would descend into madness. Lu Yize still vividly recalled the fierce battles that ensued after that blizzard in the early days of the apocalypse, before he had joined the base. The undead devour mutated flora and fauna, while the starving humans resort to feasting upon the decaying corpses of zombies. Ultimately, in a time of desperation, humanity turns to cannibalism. Presently, they find themselves in a semblance of safety, yet once the heavy snowfall subsides, the ravenous denizens of the city will dare to venture into the mountains in search of sustenance. Furthermore, some individuals, in their quest for survival, have set their sights on the ocean, where the colossal and terrifying creatures of the deep offer a potentially bountiful, albeit perilous, option. As Lu Yize's words echoed through the gathering, the pallor on their faces transformed from shock to grim acceptance. They pondered the uncertainty of when this nightmare would come to an end. Fan Jian, much like the remaining ordinary people, contemplated the possibility of returning to their former lives. Xian Wenrui placed a reassuring hand on Fan Jian's shoulder, urging him not to dwell on such thoughts, but rather to focus on the imperative of survival. Both men had families in the capital, uncertain of their fate, with over 1,000 kilometers separating them from their loved ones. The notion of seeking them out now seemed utterly impractical, fraught with the risk of perishing along the way. Their sole objective was to endure. And Lu Yize cast a glance at the few remaining souls still harboring a glimmer of hope, a sardonic smile creeping upon his lips. It was truly lamentable. In his previous life, he had never glimpsed the dawn, only witnessing a progressively deteriorating existence and the corrosion of the human spirit. Those who had endured the latter days of the apocalypse bore no resemblance to the benevolence of the current group. Lu Yize believed himself to be a prime example of such a transformation. With idle chatter now abandoned, they seized the opportunity, while the snow still fell, to reinforce their defenses within the base. The mutated plants outside, driven to madness by hunger, incessantly battered against the gates of the base. In response, Lu Yize braved the biting cold to confront these aberrant flora, though they could huddle together for warmth, thereby increasing their chances of survival. Their delusions of breaching the base would only lead them to inevitable demise. Under Lu Yize's formidable presence, these sentient plants grasped his intent. Despite their primal instincts urging them to attack, they restrained themselves, valuing their lives. Their compliance allowed the inhabitants of the base to exhale in relief, prompting them to hasten the fortification of their defenses. They feared that one day, a particularly powerful mutated organism might strike with enough force to obliterate their sanctuary, leaving them bereft of their current comforts. The plant's tendency to cluster together inadvertently benefited the base, rendering it less detectable to outsiders. However, the relentless zombies and mutated creatures, unable to find sustenance, would likely follow their scent, unwilling to forsake such a tempting prize. The snowstorm outside persisted far longer than anticipated, lasting a full 11 days. Observing the extreme weather, even within the safety of their shelter, the occupants felt a poignant sense of empathy, akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. The toll of the blizzard remained incalculable, and the number of survivors was shrouded in uncertainty, with tragedy unfolding anew each day. The harsh conditions repeatedly compelled the mutated plants to attempt an incursion, yet Lu Yize and his allies thwarted their efforts time and again. Perhaps spurred by this extraordinary environment, Xian Wenrui's abilities flourished, enabling him to harness water-based powers for offensive maneuvers. As the only ordinary individual, Fan Jian succumbed even before the physically frail Xing Shui, succumbing to a high fever. Initially, Lu Yize speculated whether it was Jiang Yu who had inadvertently inflicted a wound upon Fan Jian, consequently leading to his infection with the zombie virus and accelerating the evolution of his supernatural abilities. However, following Xing Shui's treatment, it became evident that Fan Jian's only affliction was his inherent frailty, which had rendered him susceptible to illness due to the cold. The others, all endowed with supernatural powers, had bodies that had endured the trials of their abilities, and even the most delicate among them, Xing Shui, possessed a far superior constitution compared to Fan Jian. Lu Yize held no strong objections to this. He cradled Jiang Yu in his arms each night, utilizing his abilities to gently massage her abdomen. Although his powers could not match the restorative capabilities of healing abilities in mending Jiang Yu's wounds, they nonetheless provided a modicum of comfort. As he caressed her belly, Jiang Yu recalled the supernatural energy she had ingested earlier. Reminded of Lu Yize's playful deceit, she touched her slightly protruding stomach, a result of her indulgence in meat, which bore a resemblance to the look of a previously pregnant woman. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Lu Yize, as if she herself was with child. Lu Yize's expression darkened. At this moment, despite his reluctance to consider fatherhood, he found himself contemplating the process of procreation. Yet, upon reflecting on Jiang Yu's current condition, he could only sigh, reaching out to shield her eyes, which seemed to beckon him towards temptation. Though enveloped in darkness, which might appear unsettling to an outsider, Lu Yize felt that every aspect of Jiang Yu resonated with him, perfectly attuned to his heart's desires. Observing the cunning zombie, he sighed softly, sleep now. Chapter 57. The marks on the waist were it not for the apocalypse, Lu Yize would genuinely revel in the comforts of his current life, a life with a wife, albeit temporarily devoid of children, and the warmth of a heated bed. This existence is far more pleasant than the struggles of his previous life, where he toiled at a young age, accumulating a myriad of ailments. Before the end of days, Lu Yize was an unequivocal workaholic, likely a product of his impoverished upbringing, which cultivated a deep-seated resentment within him. He felt compelled to grasp his career tightly for a sense of security. In retrospect, it seems rather absurd. Despite achieving great heights in his former life, when the apocalypse struck, it all disintegrated into nothingness. Betrayed, left with a disability, and subjected to years of experimentation. He only came to understand his own conflicted emotions in the face of death. This current existence, while not ideal, has become Lu Yize's aspiration. An orphan by circumstance, not abandoned from the outset, but rather sent to an orphanage after a family tragedy. He retains faint memories of his childhood in a small mountain village. Born into a humble farming family, perhaps this is an indelible imprint upon his soul. His agrarian mindset allows him to relish this peaceful life. He even contemplates that, should he and Jiangyu choose to raise a pet or a child in the future, it may not be a regrettable decision. Yet, this thought is fleeting, as Lu Yize soon casts aside the notion of children. Setting aside the uncertainty of Jiangyu's recovery, he harbors a genuine aversion to the idea of children. Regrettably, she fails to comprehend this. Lu Yize gently embraces the mentally exhausted Jiangyu, shielding her eyes to allow her some much-needed rest. In the face of extreme weather brought on by the apocalypse, there remains much work ahead, leaving them no time for idleness. Only at night can they snuggle together, a precious moment not to be squandered. The following day, Lu Yize learned that Fan Jian had improved, prompting him to take Jiangyu to seek treatment from Sheng Shui. The kiss marks on their necks and the imprints on their waists intertwined, the scattered traces revealing an overwhelming possessiveness. Sheng Shui observed Jiangyu, hesitating to speak, yet ultimately chose silence. However, as she exited with Jiangyu after the treatment, her gaze towards Lu Yize was laden with unmasked reproach. If her thoughts were to be articulated, they would unmistakably convey a sentiment of condemnation. Beast, oh beast, to have tormented a person, no, a zombie, to such a state. Had Lu Yize been privy to her thoughts, he might have felt compelled to defend himself, asserting that he had indeed done nothing. Jiangyu, the central figure in this intrigue, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, her mind wandering as she contemplated Sheng Shui's expressions, increasingly intrigued by the thoughts of others. Yet, before she could piece together the puzzle, a sudden, violent explosion reverberated from outside the base, a tumultuous collision that set the entire establishment buzzing. The ground trembled, debris cascading from above. In an instant, Lu Yize and Jiangyu were stripped of their leisurely repose. What is happening? Fan Jian steadied himself, positioning behind Sheng Shui. Shedding his usual irreverence for a serious demeanor, Lu Yize unleashed his mental energy, probing the situation beyond the walls. Upon discerning the reality outside, a shadow of grimness enveloped his countenance, an oppressive aura emanating from him as he coldly declared, "Enemy attack." At the utterance of these words, everyone immediately fell into a state of heightened alertness. Lu Yize had anticipated that, rather than humans, it would be zombies or mutated flora and fauna that would first detect their presence. Unexpectedly, the first to arrive were actually those of the same kind, who did not shy away from revealing their intentions as they initiated their assault with artillery. Their motives were unmistakably clear. They sought to seize this territory and plunder the resources concealed behind Lu Yize. However, Lu Yize and his companions had no intention of retreating. A glimmer of savagery flickered in Lu Yize's eyes. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But now that they have come, why not eliminate them all at once, sparing us the trouble of hunting them down one by one? The terrain here was highly advantageous, easy to defend and difficult to attack, surrounded by numerous ravenous mutated plants and creatures. As these invaders prepared for their offensive, it was the mutated flora that first feasted. The blood of humans soaked the pristine white snow, the viscous crimson liquid starkly contrasting against the pure white expanse. Just as they contemplated how to breach this stronghold, unexpectedly, the seemingly indestructible door swung open of its own accord. Clad in black, with his jacket partially unbuttoned and a thin black sweater beneath, Lu Yize appeared unaffected by the biting cold of the sub-zero temperatures. Calmly, he stood before them, surveying each familiar face. Li Anzhong, Cui Yingying. And that so-called leader of the base? It should be him, though Lu Yize had never regarded him with any significance. Upon witnessing his composed demeanor, the leader, Feng Yuanhua, was consumed with fury, recalling the humiliation of having been trampled underfoot by this young man. "You seek death," Feng Yuanhua shouted, conjuring a fiery orb in his hand. The blazing projectile shot forth, leaving a trail of embers, the waves of heat palpable even in the frigid air. Lu Yize believed that his remarkably good temper since his rebirth was the reason behind the series of events that unfolded. As the fireball approached relentlessly, Lu Yize not only refrained from retreating, but also advanced towards the oncoming inferno. With each step he took, the space around them rapidly became engulfed, the air within diminishing. At the very moment the fireball reached Lu Yize, it extinguished. Feng Yuanhua sensed imminent danger. In an instant, flames enveloped his entire body. Yet Lu Yize moved with astonishing speed, employing some unknown method to appear directly behind him. Feng Yuanhua quickly created distance, launching fiery attacks at the hands extended towards him by Lu Yize. Li Anzhang and other ability users also summoned their powers, collectively assailing Lu Yize. Lu Yize exposed his entire back, disregarding the threats, his gaze firmly fixed on Feng Yuanhua. Upon turning, Feng Yuanhua was met with a sinister smile from Lu Yize, whose hands were continuously solidifying the space blade. At that moment, Feng Yuanhua's mind echoed a single thought: lunatic. The individual before him was undeniably insane. He attempted to flee, but his body felt as if it were frozen in place, immobile. In desperation, he ignited all his abilities to withstand the onslaught. Yet amidst the flames, Lu Yize swung the space blade, severing the head of this so-called base leader with his own hands. As the head fell to the ground, a look of incredulous terror lingered on the face, blood gushing forth, with several droplets splattering onto Lu Yize's visage. Wiping the blood from his face, Lu Yize turned to gaze at the individuals who had been pierced through the abdomen by Jiang Yu. A chilling smile crept onto his lips, malevolent intent concealed within his cold eyes. As he had stated before, he did not desire to kill. Chapter 58. Mercy. He was stained with blood, and the warm blood belonging to the fallen had yet to dry from Jiang Yu's hands. The lifeless bodies at her feet were gradually growing cold. From the moment these individuals dared to lay hands on Lu Yize, Jiang Yu had resolved not to allow them to survive. A piercing wail erupted from the opposing camp. A woman, seemingly well cared for even in the apocalypse, cried out in despair. She frantically attempted to advance, only to be restrained by others. Her eyes, filled with animosity, bore into Lu Yize and Jiang Yu as she shouted incessantly, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Lu Yize recognized her as the daughter of the base leader, and in a previous life, she was the wife of Li Anzhang. He glanced down at Li Anzhang, who lay gruesomely slain, his ability core ripped from his body. Jiang Yu's actions had been ruthlessly decisive. The man was beyond saving. Had they not sought trouble with him? Lu Yize would have taken a certain interest in allowing them to live, curious to witness how they would torment one another and the absurdity that would ensue. Others began to entertain thoughts of retreat, but before they could step back, they were forcefully propelled toward Lu Yize by those behind them, controlled by plants. Lu Yize embraced Jiang Yu at the waist, guiding her to evade the chaos. The sight before them thoroughly provoked the woman hiding within the crowd. Her face was marred by green veins, as if they might burst at any moment. Her irises were tainted a vivid green, filled with envy as she glared at Lu Yize and Jiang Yu. "How could you treat me this way? How could you betray me? It was you who saved me. It was you who chose me. How could you abandon me?" The other party's emotions shifted from jealousy to resentment, and then to an obsessive gaze directed at Lu Yize. It was Jiang Yu who reacted first, her muscles tensing as she leapt forward, claws stained with blood aimed directly at her opponent's vital points. Guan Churu fixated on Jiang Yu with a cold stare, a surge of murderous intent boiling within her. If only she could eliminate her, this zombie. Then Lu Yize would belong solely to her. A thick green mist swirled in the air, the patterns of flora creeping across her entire being. Her fingertips transforming into tendrils that lunged toward the crystal core at Jiang Yu's forehead with deadly precision. Jiang Yu's extreme demeanor caused Lu Yize to furrow his brow, reevaluating the woman before him. From the subtle hints in her features, he finally unearthed a fragment of memory associated with her. She seemed to be the one who had been overwhelmed by a group, facing unspeakable intentions, only to later turn on Jiang Yu amidst the chaos, resulting in her own demise at his hands. Lu Yize distinctly recalled snapping her neck. It was after her death that Jiang Yu had pierced her lung. Thus, it was impossible for her to mutate due to Jiang Yu's zombie venom. One could only awaken superpowers after being infected by the zombie virus prior to death. Therefore, it was highly likely that this individual had already been infected before he killed her, and she had pretended as if nothing had happened while approaching him. Although her awakening of powers was recent, Her madness drove her to inflict harm upon Jiangyu, even at the cost of her own well-being. However, Lu Yize had no intention of intervening, choosing instead to observe as Jiangyu personally dealt with the trouble she had summoned. Suddenly, a vine sprang forth from the snowy ground, ensnaring Jiangyu's ankle. In that instant of being bound, she unhesitatingly twisted her ankle to break free. The green sap of the plant erupted, accompanied by a distinct sound of explosion, yet Jiangyu swiftly evaded the shockwave. With remarkable speed, she closed the distance to her opponent, her black fingers piercing through the adversary's verdant flesh, leaving her with no escape, as she ruthlessly crushed the core of her abilities. In her final moments, Guanchuru's nails dug deeply into Jiangyu's arm, whispering a curse in her ear, her dying gaze fixated on Lu Yize in the distance, culminating in a serpentine, sinister smile as her body stiffened, lifeless. The howling wind and snow muffled any sound, leaving only Jiangyu aware of her words. The others, witnessing the demise of most of the ability users, had their morale shattered. Only the woman, bereaved of her beloved and father, continued to scream for vengeance. Lu Yize turned his gaze toward her, also locking onto Cui Yingying, who had followed despite her disabilities. He surmised that her presence was pivotal in leading them to this location, for the Cui family had taken note of his movements before the apocalypse. Lu Yize preferred to avoid idle chatter and had no desire to retain this source of trouble. Observing Cui Yingying's wretched state, consumed by hatred, he was suddenly struck by a pang of compassion. In the next moment, the cries of hatred and insults ceased, leaving only two bodies reduced to a mist of blood, accompanied by the retching sounds of onlookers. Lu Yize felt that perhaps he had grown too comfortable in his rebirth, allowing kindness to blossom within him, as he swiftly dispatched the enemies from his past. As for the daughter of the base leader, there was no way he would permit such a potential threat, one who openly sought revenge against him, to remain. Sending her off to a joyous reunion was likely the last vestige of his benevolence. The others, trembling with fear, had abandoned any thoughts of further conflict. Lu Yize did not trouble those of lower status merely to bolster numbers. His focus was solely on those who had attacked him or held a grudge. Yet, at the moment they were about to enter the building, a towering mutated Samoyed, its height measuring several meters, leapt into their midst. Its pristine white fur blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape. Its black eyes glimmered with sharpness, and its claws, slightly retracted, were poised for an attack. Lu Yize pulled Jiangyu to his side, locking eyes with her, though his gaze was fixed upon the creature before them, as if its disguise had been unveiled. The mutated dog emitted a soft laugh, finding the situation amusing, truly fascinating. Gradually, the creature relaxed from its battle stance, lowering its head to devour the corpse on the ground without the slightest hesitation. In that moment, the figure atop its head became visible, dressed in a white lab coat, with wild, curly hair adorned with several pins, and obscured behind thick glasses of indeterminate prescription. She seemed oblivious to any threat. She leaped down from the mutated dog and headed straight for Lu Yize. No, she was advancing towards Jiangyu. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she spoke, her thick accent revealing her delight. Such obedient zombies are truly a rarity. She turned her gaze towards Lu Yize, who possessed considerable strength as well, and inquired, "Your abilities are formidable as well. Would you desire to become even stronger? I can assist you, as long as you agree to become my data samples. I believe I can enhance my precision in." Chapter 59. The madwoman Lu Yize felt a surge of tumultuous energy enveloping him, as the mutated dog abruptly abandoned its gnawing on a half-eaten corpse and bared its teeth at him, emitting a chilling growl. The clash of spatial abilities against the dog's lightning powers was startling. Lu Yize was taken aback to discover that this mutated creature also possessed supernatural abilities. It was evident that the level of its powers was not to be underestimated. The prowess of this mutated canine far surpassed that of Li Yine's lightning abilities, capable of withstanding at least one of Lu Yize's strikes and seemingly intent on launching further attacks. The peculiar individual caressed the agitated mutated dog, smiling as he addressed Lu Yize. "I harbor no ill intentions and shall not inflict harm upon you." Lu Yize regarded the man and his canine companion with a cold stare, contemplating the necessity of taking lethal action against him. However, just as he was about to strike, the three individuals he had been waiting for finally emerged from the room. The moment they appeared, the strange man's attention shifted abruptly from Shang Shui. His expression darkened as he leaned closer to Shang Shui, scrutinizing her with a furrowed brow, suddenly catching a whiff of a familiar scent. His eyes locked onto hers. And in an instant, a mental connection was established, only to be swiftly severed by Lu Yize's supernatural powers. At this juncture, Lu Yize's expression darkened, harboring murderous intent towards the individual before him, who suddenly exhibited a manic change in demeanor. "Have you encountered Zhang Qian?" he inquired. The scent emanating from Sheng Shui was unmistakably that of Zhang Qian, the strongest trace of which clung to her due to her having cradled Zhang Qian's ashes. This familiar name stirred faint recollections among the group, as it was the very name mentioned earlier by Jiang Yu. Suddenly, the woman unleashed a maniacal, mournful laugh, exclaiming that the experimental subject was dead. She had strangled it. How splendid, how truly splendid. In her eyes lay a concealed hatred for an unknown figure, intertwined with an overwhelming, undeniable sorrow. That monster did not deserve to live. Those deranged individuals ought to perish as well. I demand their lives as a tribute for my sister. A fervent madness flickered across her face, signaling her resolute determination. What did this mean? Uncertain of the current situation, Fan Jian pushed Sheng Shui away, apprehensive that this lunatic might lash out violently. To avoid attracting her attention, he feigned curiosity, questioning what this madwoman was babbling about. Yet, the woman seemed oblivious to such resistance, disregarding Lu Yize's warnings as she pressed forward, blood oozing from her body. Her gaze remained fixated on Sheng Shui, imbued with an irrepressible malice and hatred, as if she sought to gaze through her to find that person. Ultimately, however, upon confronting Sheng Shui's calm demeanor, she closed her eyes, concealing her sorrow and anguish. When she finally reopened her eyes, tranquility had returned, and she declared, "Zhang Qian is my sister, my biological sister." Among those present, only Jiang Yu bore no expression of shock, for she had glimpsed this singular person who had shown kindness to Zhang Qian within her memories. The deranged woman, filled with loathing, gritted her teeth and suddenly spoke. All those experiments were conducted on ordinary individuals. The madmen, under the guise of advancing humanity, recklessly disregard the lives of these individuals, exhibiting a fade of morality that is utterly revolting. Silence reigns. How do you know this? Upon hearing these words, the other person's face contorted with an even deeper hatred. Why do I know? Because each of these experiments was performed on women, individuals as unremarkable as my sister. In the pursuit of a cure for the zombie virus, how many ordinary lives have been sacrificed by those facilities? In this apocalypse, what is the most worthless commodity? Surely, it is the lives of ordinary people, especially those of women. Cloaked in the rhetoric of restoring order to the world, they engage in these frenzied experiments, compiling data that is nothing short of horrifying. I shall not conceal this from you. You must possess abilities as well, for I do. My power resides here. She pointed to her head. Indeed, such abilities are invaluable, allowing me to gather vast amounts of information. In a world where water and electricity have ceased, and the internet lies in ruins, the disparity of information can dictate the survival of an entire region. After my powers awakened, I was inundated with an overwhelming torrent of information, despair, numbness, suffering, and the malice inherent in humanity. I inadvertently discovered that those so-called facilities were clandestinely conducting research that completely disregards human ethics. Why is the awakening rate of abilities so high in the major facilities? Because their research outcomes are the result of bloody experiments, time and again. Humanity, alas, remains as repugnant as ever. The mental state of the figure in the white coat appeared rather unsettling. However, Lu Yize comprehended the turmoil she endured through the torment of the Xinyan experiment, resulting in her own psychological distortion. It is a collapse of fundamental beliefs, followed by the arduous task of reconstruction amidst the ruins. Initially, my desire was merely for a refuge capable of weathering these extreme conditions, yet now, I find myself intrigued by this zombie, which seemingly resonates with my psyche. Though I currently find myself far more captivating. The figure in the white coat turned, her gaze locking onto Jiang Yu. Lu Yize harbored no fondness for any experiments, and his disdain for this individual was palpable as he seized Jiang Yu's wrist and led her into the base. However, he overheard a voice from behind. What if I possessed a method to restore zombies to their human form? Lu Yize halted momentarily, then turned to scoff. If you truly had such a method, you would not be uttering such nonsense. The lie was laid bare, yet the speaker exhibited no embarrassment, instead laughing heartily, deeming her deceit rather unimpressive. You all are quite amusing, indeed, cold-blooded individuals harboring mere fragments of emotion within zombies. She observed their retreating figures, caressing the mutated dog beside her, which nuzzled against her cheek, its fur warming her stiffened form. She turned to the mutated dog with a smile, saying, "Stay with me. Let us remain together." Upon entering the base, Fan Jian's head still peeked outside. "Lu Yize, that woman out there seems to have not yet departed. Shall we drive her away?" Lu Yize felt fatigued. The mutated large dog beside her was a formidable challenge, not to mention the woman's abilities, which should not be underestimated. The presence of that dog was indeed troublesome. After Lu Yize uttered these words, he refrained from further elaboration. The scent of blood outside would inevitably attract numerous zombies and mutated flora and fauna. The presence of this deranged woman and the mutated dog could serve as a temporary barrier against impending troubles. Upon entering the base, Lu Yize contemplated the veracity of the woman's earlier statements. He recalled the unusual energy fluctuations he had sensed from Jiang Yu and the woman's claim that Jiang Yu's powers resonated with hers. Lu Yize reached out to touch the bloodstains on Jiang Yu's face, which had yet to be cleansed. "What, precisely, did you see?" Chapter 60. This is becoming interesting. Jiang Yu could not provide Lu Yize with the answers he sought. However, he harbored a deep-seated distrust towards this suddenly emerged individual. His concern for Jiang Yu had always been paramount. He could never entrust her to such a suspiciously unstable lunatic. Lu Yize enveloped Jiang Yu with his powers, causing her to momentarily pause, her attention shifting as she fixated on him with an increasingly fervent gaze. The desire to consume him surged to its zenith. Jiang Yu was captivated by the scent emanating from Lu Yize, sending a physiological shiver through her and triggering a cascade of saliva. Her appetite and rationality wrestled within her. Zombies possess little wisdom, yet Jiang Yu found herself reluctant to devour the precious sustenance before her. She could only swallow her saliva, her eyes unwaveringly locked onto Lu Yize. In her previous life, Lu Yize had encountered Jiang Yu too late, leaving him ignorant of the lower-tier zombies, which ultimately led to their current predicament. Had he known better, he would have studied the powers of zombies from the outset, thus avoiding the disorientation he now faced. Before he could resolve his inner turmoil, a sudden and violent tremor erupted outside the base, accompanied by the ferocious roars of beasts. Lu Yize, with his mental prowess extending outward, was acutely aware of the unfolding events and chose to remain unfazed. However, Jiang Yu, quicker to react, turned her gaze towards the source of the commotion outside the base. The cacophony persisted for 3 days, and only after this duration did Lu Yize finally rise to leave the confines of the base. The others, including Xian Wenrui, had spent those 3 days in trepidation, only daring to follow him out at that moment. Upon their emergence, they were met with a scene of utter devastation, shattered vines, torn animal remains, and a ground strewn with a viscous mixture of red and green fluids. At that very instant, a once pristine white mutant dog struggled to rise, its elongated eyes betraying a predatory instinct, emitting low growls from its throat, its snowy fur now stained with blood. Beside it stood a woman, nearly a specter of blood, as if she had just clawed her way out of a mass grave, her body marred and battered, yet her countenance bore no trace of disarray. Blood dripped incessantly from her jaw, failing to eclipse the arrogance that radiated from her. Even with her abilities depleted, she remained undaunted, her spirit unyielding. Her gaze swept over the gathered individuals, finally resting on Lu Yize. With a grin, she posed the question, "Now, do I have the privilege to converse with you?" In the wake of the apocalypse, they had encountered numerous aberrant beings, yet few had exhibited such madness. Xian Wenrui, observing her myriad injuries, noted the ribs piercing through her skin, a sight that elicited visceral discomfort even in an outsider like him. Yet she appeared oblivious to her own suffering. What could possibly compel one to endure such torment? Lu Yize gazed upon the debris scattered across the ground, noting that approximately a dozen mutated creatures had launched an assault on the base, only to be thwarted by her and her mutated canine companion. What could be the purpose behind such actions? Lu Yize scrutinized her adversary. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely stumbled upon the information that you are harboring a zombie. Under the guise of exterminating zombies, they seek to seize your resources, and I am simply intrigued by the creature you have tamed." The madwoman revealed her intentions without reservation, even as she appeared on the brink of collapse. Yet, Lu Yize had no intention of allowing her to advance a single step closer. How chillingly cold-hearted. The lunatic fixed her gaze on Lu Yize before shifting her attention to the zombie at his side. Her curiosity piqued. What could possibly drive such a person to go to such lengths for a mere zombie? Xian Wenrui, who was somewhat acquainted with Lu Yize, noted his silence and interjected. Did you come here with that group from the base? Are you in league with them? No, I have not allied myself with any base. Perhaps they would extend certain privileges to someone with my abilities, but they harbor no goodwill towards an evolved canine like Xiaobai. As she spoke, a flicker of malevolence and resentment crossed the madwoman's eyes. Then why do you wish to join our base? Fan Jian countered. The woman regarded him with a look of incredulity, her gaze shifting to Jiang Yu, as if to chastise them with her expression. You can tolerate a zombie, yet you recoil from a mutated dog? Fan Jian faltered, recognizing the harshness embedded within her glare. Lu Yize recalled the fate of the individual from his previous life. The one who possessed 8 mutated dogs, thereby validating the madwoman's apprehensions as well-founded. He pondered how to deal with her. Noticing his hesitation, she derisively remarked, Surely you do not believe that merely by remaining here, you can survive until the end? Indeed. Lu Yize had been aware from the outset that these supplies were merely temporarily stored. As the apocalypse progressed, the resources available to humanity would diminish significantly. I believe you require someone who can assist you in gathering information, she stated, her face devoid of color, her lips pallid, yet her smile remained, uttering words that served her interests best. Upon hearing this, Shang Shui cautiously inquired, Have you awakened a psychic ability? The woman responded with a smile. The system of abilities is quite intricate. I have conducted some research, but such knowledge cannot be shared freely. At this, she locked eyes with Lu Yize. The intent of negotiation unmistakable. She sought refuge from the base to endure the extreme weather, while Lu Yize aimed to glean information from her regarding abilities, zombies, and the outside world. However, standing before him was Lu Yize, who had already endured 15 years of the apocalypse in his previous life and possessed considerable knowledge about abilities. He pondered that if her only value lay in this, it was hardly significant. Yet, noticing the severely injured mutated dogs nearby, the madwoman's gaze darkened. And she ultimately conceded first. She spoke, revealing her greatest weapon, the ultimate bargaining chip. I can establish a mental connection with the zombies. Upon hearing this, everyone present halted in their tracks. Lu Yize turned around, his voice shrouded in mystery. Now, this is intriguing. Chapter 61. Gossip indeed. These mutated beasts, towering several meters tall, had yet to deteriorate due to the cold weather. Just as they had grown weary of consuming mutated centipede meat, a change in flavor was most welcome. Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian busily assisted in transporting the meat into the cold storage. As they gazed upon the warehouse filled with provisions, an inexplicable sense of security blossomed within them. Indeed, having ample supplies alleviated their worries. Once the goods were moved, they finally brought the individuals into the base. Upon entering, the deranged woman candidly expressed, This is where humanity truly belongs. Although they had entered, Xian Wenrui's wariness towards her remained unshaken. He cautiously inquired, Where did you previously reside? Upon hearing this, the deranged woman laughed and pointed to her blood-stained white coat. Do you see this? The lab coat from a hospital. Can you guess where I obtained it? From a mental institution, perhaps? Fan Jian interjected, astonished. The deranged woman was amused by his words, erupting into hearty laughter. Had she not been injured, her laughter would have echoed for meters around. What's so funny? Your laughter is rather unsettling, Fan Jian remarked, rubbing his arms. The madwoman, having laughed enough, bore no trace of mirth in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with a haunting silence and despondency as she fixated on the blood-soaked white coat. A twisted smile crept across her face. Earlier, you inquired how I came to know of those inhumane experimental data, did you not? A chill ran through Shang Shui's heart as she observed the smile on Fang's face. Yet the hatred in her eyes was undeniable. Because of me, like my sister, I am part of the experiment. Confined within the hospital's morgue, we were injected with the zombie virus, treated as mere animals for observation. Noticing the sympathy of these people, she sat upon a chair, resting her chin upon her hand, seemingly innocuous, and gestured towards the mutated dog nearby, licking its wounds. Xiaobai is also a test subject. We all are, yet we possess a strong will to survive. Those who experimented on us have all met their demise at our hands. Xiaobai devoured them whole, gnawing on their bodies. As she recounted these events, her face contorted further, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. The mere thought of those scenes sent her into a fervor, wishing she could transform into a zombie to feast upon those individuals herself. Lu Yize harbored a profound disdain for these experiments, and upon hearing this madwoman's tale, he remained skeptical, unsure of the veracity of her claims. Nevertheless, Her understanding of supernatural abilities and zombies appeared legitimate. Lu Yize fixed his gaze upon her, prompting Sheng Shui to assist in administering rudimentary treatment for her and her mutated dog. As long as they do not perish, that is all that matters. The moment she received treatment from Sheng Shui, a look of astonishment instantly illuminated her face. The healing powers, undoubtedly, are coveted by all factions. A true treasure hidden among dragons and tigers. Sheng Shui does not wish to be seen merely as a resource to be fought over. She finds solace in her current state, more content than relying on those so-called powers. The madwoman understands that they are all probing into her secrets. Yet she possesses nothing that warrants concealment. Zhang Wenjing, I am called Zhang Wenjing. When the madwoman uttered her name, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her, as if it had been ages since she last invoked her own identity. In the laboratory, those individuals assigned numbers to the subjects, substituting cold, impersonal digits for their names. The stabbing pain in her side seemed inescapable, a torment that penetrated to the marrow and remained unresolved. The healing ability flowed through her, and the first task she attended to was mending the rib that had pierced her skin. After emerging from the laboratory, where do you reside? Sheng Shui inquired. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Zhang Wenjing gently patted the restless ability dog beside her, a glimmer of tranquility flickering in her eyes. Surviving amidst the ruins. They huddled together for warmth when cold, and when hunger struck, she consumed the mutated beasts while Xiao Bai fed on the flesh of those transformed into zombies. As she spoke those words, an indescribable malice tinged her tone, perhaps mocking the self-proclaimed apex of the food chain, humanity, which had never anticipated becoming mere sustenance one day. Her words were succinct, yet the hardships they entailed were known only to her and the mutated dog. In temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees Celsius, lasting for over 10 days, both humans and specters lost their sanity to the gnawing hunger. Then she gazed at the wounds adorning her body, yearning to find her sister. Yet she could not locate her anywhere. However, now she had. Zhang Wenjing suddenly broke into a smile, admitting that it was truly thanks to those individuals attempting to seize your resources that she discovered such a place. Xian Wenrui's expression soured at this thought. Why would they take an interest in our remote location? I have no idea. Perhaps you have offended someone. In any case, there is a man and a woman who seem quite displeased with you. The woman is mute and has lost a leg and an arm. Despite her physical limitations, she resolutely strives to reveal your whereabouts. The other man appears to be the partner of the chief's daughter, and throughout the journey, the two women have been at odds over him. Lu Yize felt no surprise upon hearing this. After all, Lian Zhang and the chief's daughter were destined to be together, albeit with the complication of a certain Cui Yingying in the mix. Fan Jian was familiar with Cui Yingying, having seen her back in high school, and later heard Xian Wenrui gossip about how Lu Yize had severed her limbs. He had never been fond of this woman, and now his curiosity only grew. In a world devoid of entertainment, Zhang Wenjing took note of this commotion. It seemed that the man had once been paired with the woman who had lost her limbs. But upon awakening his abilities, he caught the eye of the chief's daughter and abandoned her. The family of his former lover, upon learning of her rejection, cast her out, allowing her to fend for herself, while they adopted an orphan girl as their goddaughter, offering her to the chief as a companion. The former love, in a bid to prove their utility to the base, resorted to various means to expose your secrets, merely desiring to partake in the spoils. Before departing, the new flame orchestrated the demise of the orphan who aspired to be her stepmother, as well as the former lover's family, further deepening the rift between them. Then, Zhang Wenjing deliberately teased a suspenseful moment. Anxiously, Fan Jian urged her to continue, and what ensued. Chapter 62, Procreation. What else could transpire? The former love revealed a bombshell announcement, claiming she was with child by that man, a revelation that nearly drove the new flame to fury. Zhang Wenjing, seemingly indifferent, spoke with a tinge of schadenfreude in her tone. Were it not for this, that man would not have brought her along. You may not be aware, but after acquiring extraordinary abilities, the likelihood of procreation diminishes significantly. Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui felt his heart shatter. He had yet to find a wife and was already informed of the grim probability of having descendants. However, he quickly reconsidered. In a post-apocalyptic world, even if a child were born, survival was not guaranteed, and he found solace in this thought. At some point, Fan Jian produced a bag of sunflower seeds, savoring them while eavesdropping on the gossip, and inquired. Lian Chong must be following a domineering hero script, with two beauties vying for his affection. So what happens next? Will the new flame simply let it go? Zhang Wenjing took a small handful of seeds from him, embodying the spirit of a storyteller, and continued. How could it possibly end here? Countless unexpected events have unfolded along this journey. The new love wept and wailed, while the man feigned comfort, secretly embracing his former flame, assuring her of his responsibilities towards her and their child. Upon hearing this, the old love immediately confronted the new one with bravado, provoking the latter to impulsively drag the man to bed, declaring her intent to bear his child. How stunning she was, yet her intellect seemed lacking, thus rendering her a prize for him. Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui, observing from the sidelines, felt a mix of envy and resentment, pondering when they might experience such attention from beautiful women. As if their distress was insufficient, Zhang Wenjing nonchalantly added, "Oh, even on the way here." They did not miss opportunities for intimacy. The new love is determined to have his child. Shall I elaborate for you? Despite the man's seemingly honest demeanor, he was quite the libertine. One cannot help but be intrigued, they mused. Even Jiang Yu squatted nearby, oblivious to whether she could comprehend. Yet she joined in their whispers. Clearly, she could barely breathe, let alone grasp the conversation. While they were eager to listen, Sheng Shui wheeled herself before them, smiling silently. A wordless warning against indulging in public displays of affection. Xian Wenrui cleared his throat, suppressing his inner otaku, and feigned seriousness as he inquired. How do you know so much? Do you need to eavesdrop beneath their bed? Is there a necessity for me to crouch under the bed? Is your ability merely ornamental? Must you dig a well to fetch a drop of water? Zhang Wenjing retorted. Xian Wenrui fell silent, evidently recognizing the futility. Fan Jian gazed at Zhang Wenjing with admiration. Your ability is truly remarkable, seemingly tailored for the gossiping soul. I too wish for such a gift. The gossip monger Fan Jian wore a face of envy, even beginning to secretly wish that if he truly possessed supernatural abilities, he could develop a mental type of power that would allow him to hear gossip. Zhang Wenjing, observing Fan Jian's naivety laced with folly, felt as though his cerebral cortex was untouched by the stain of knowledge, smooth and unblemished. Gossip? How utterly naive of you. She scoffed disdainfully at him. As she gazed at Sheng Shui, memories of her sister's tragic demise flooded back, a haunting vision that twisted her insides. A bitter taste surged in her mouth, making it impossible to swallow. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke. In this apocalyptic world, when life becomes unbearable, one might be sold by their own family. What else could it be? In such dire times, it was not uncommon for families to sell their wives, children, and daughters. Those unfortunate souls found themselves reduced to mere test subjects, worse than slaves. To whom were you sold? Lu Yize, who had remained silent until now, asked with a piercing gaze. Zhang Wenjing's fists clenched, the hatred in her eyes unmistakable. I do not know who they are, but I am aware that they operate with a clear class hierarchy, organized and disciplined in conducting these experiments. They detected my potential to awaken powers and took me away to conduct experiments related to such abilities, while my sister, unable to awaken any powers, became a mere vessel for their trials. As she spoke, her hands trembled uncontrollably, the hatred manifesting physically within her. I do not know who they are. Those who, like me, awaken their powers have all perished, their abilities forcibly extracted by those very hands, subjected to another round of experiments that they wish to conduct. In their eyes, our lives hold no significance. We are deemed less valuable than a mere string of experimental data. They regard us, the insignificant ants, with disdain. Yet they fail to comprehend that, in the end, it is we who shall bring about their demise. Zhang Wenjing is a formidable individual. At the moment when her abilities were being extracted, she unleashed a psychic assault on her assailant's brain, shattering his nerves before decapitating him with a swift strike. Xiaobai cooperatively severed the man's spine, and she rose to commit the entirety of the hospital's records to memory, subsequently incinerating all their experimental achievements in a fiery blaze. She concealed herself amidst the ruins, eluding their pursuit. Lu Yize furrowed his brows. In his previous life, after becoming disabled, he could only glean information through the internet. However, given that he was a programming magnate before the apocalypse, it was unfathomable that such a rampant organization could exist without his knowledge. The only plausible explanation was that this organization wielded power so immense that it obliterated any trace of its existence. Lu Yize recalled the 15 years of the apocalypse in his past life, during which humanity had long abandoned the hope of restoring order. People lived in a state of numbness, with only the desire to survive a few more years. Dong Hong conducted experiments on him, hoping to yield some results and, in turn, gain the protection of a large base. Humanity had become akin to scattered sand, engaging in the slaughter of zombies, monstrosities, and even their own kind, devoured by the undead, consumed by beasts, and murdered by one another, trapped in a vicious cycle. Death had become the easiest form of release for humankind. Just over a month into the apocalypse, these organizations had already reached full maturity. Before his demise in his previous life, Lu Yize had developed a profound sense that humanity was nothing more than sheep, shrouded in fog, awaiting slaughter. At this moment, the sensation resurfaced. Lu Yize felt the ceaseless energy coursing within him. The fog before his eyes had yet to dissipate, yet he had resolved to swiftly enhance his extraordinary abilities. Unbeknownst to others, who remained oblivious to Lu Yize's concerns, Fan Jian gazed at Zhang Wenjing with admiration after hearing her words of defiance. A true heroine. She was indeed formidable. Zhang Wenjing lifted her chin with a cold scoff, expressing her profound regret that she had not yet avenged the beast that harmed her sister. Nevertheless, she declared, she would dedicate the remainder of her life to tracking them down, to dismantling their organization, to incinerating their so-called research findings. Even if it cost her life, she vowed to ensure they met a wretched end. Xian Wenrui was jolted by her words, and her steadfastness ignited a fervor within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Count me in." Chapter 63, The Overbearing Jiangyu. Given the gravity of the atmosphere, Fan Jian felt compelled to join the fray, rising indignantly to add, "And include me as well." Zhang Wenjing surveyed the two of them, ultimately revealing a derisive smile. She patted one on the shoulder and, with a remark that was more hurtful than harmful, quipped, "You both have good intentions." The latter half of her sentence, though unspoken, resonated with all present. Good intentions, yet lacking in strength. Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian's faces shifted in hue, alternating between green and white, as if performing a magic trick. Yet they found themselves at a loss for words to refute her. Lu Yize had not invited this person to engage in idle chatter. Noticing that Sheng Shui had completed her treatment, at least for the time being, he cut to the chase and inquired, "Now, let us discuss your extraordinary abilities." He did not allow Zhang Wenjing to approach Jiangyu. Instead, Jiangyu was confined within his protective radius. The moment Zhang Wenjing exhibited any sign of movement, Lu Yize could eliminate her without hesitation. In truth, Zhang Wenjing held a greater fascination for Jiangyu than Lu Yize did. She fixed her gaze on Jiangyu and stated, "My supernatural ability can broadly be categorized as a type of mental power. This classification stems from my synthesis of various experimental results from those individuals, and I have coined this term myself. The diversity of supernatural abilities surpasses my initial expectations. Thus, I have classified them into several groups. The first category pertains to elemental abilities, encompassing the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The second category involves nature-related abilities, such as light, darkness, wind, thunder, ice, and poison. The third category is enhancement abilities, which strengthen the host. For instance, most of the mutated flora and fauna can be simply understood as enhancement abilities. The fourth category, which includes myself and this little zombie, pertains to consciousness-related abilities. Both of us possess powers associated with mental will. However, according to records, certain consciousness-related abilities seem to enable the manipulation of objects through thought, while others may grant the foresight of future events. After articulating this, she turned her attention back to Jiangyu, as she too sought to discern the distinctions among their abilities. My supernatural ability leans towards mental intrusion and detection. To be candid, its offensive capabilities are rather limited. She laid bare her vulnerabilities before Lu Yize, who perceived her intent to gain his trust through this disclosure. However, in the presence of a lunatic, Lu Yize was not inclined to place his faith. She instantly comprehended the thoughts of Lu Yize, dramatically sighing before continuing. The Western category, special abilities, such as her healing powers and your spatial abilities, fall under this classification. As Zhang Wenjing spoke, she gestured toward Sheng Shui and Lu Yize. Of course, special abilities are not limited to these. There exist numerous niche abilities, such as manipulation and choice. These powers are deemed special due to their relative rarity, particularly her healing abilities. Zhang Wenjing's gaze lingered on Sheng Shui for a moment. Lu Yize remained silent, aware that her statements aligned with the information he had gathered during his 15 years in the apocalyptic world. However, his previous research primarily focused on human abilities, leaving him with scant knowledge of zombie powers. He observed Zhang Wenjing, his curiosity unabated, and inquired, "When did the abilities of zombies begin to awaken?" Zhang Wenjing understood that his eagerness to hear her elaborate stemmed from his desire to learn about this particular zombie. At that moment, she was determined to demonstrate her significance. Fixing her gaze on Jiang Yu, she confidently asserted that she had awakened her powers from the instant she transcended the lowest tier of zombies. What? So I'm the only one in the entire base without abilities? Fan Jian's unexpected interjection shattered the solemn atmosphere. Realizing that all eyes were on him, he belatedly raised his hand in apology, exclaiming, "My apologies, I simply couldn't hold it in." Zhang Wenjing gazed at Jiang Yu, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "You must understand that the utilization of supernatural abilities requires intellect, yet it is evident. Well, you comprehend." Lu Yize interjected. "It is quite apparent that Jiang Yu lacks such intellect. Fear not, for in my estimation, these zombies, upon continual evolution, will inevitably approach a human-like state. At that juncture, they shall learn to harness their supernatural powers." She offered Lu Yize a comforting reassurance. Lu Yize fell silent, pondering why, in the later stages of the apocalypse, rumors circulated that high-ranking zombies possessed supernatural abilities, also referred to as mutated zombies. It has now come to light that these abilities do not manifest in high-ranking zombies. Rather, it is only upon reaching such a rank that they acquire the knowledge to wield the powers inherent within them. Is this information derived solely from their records? Lu Yize questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Every word spoken by Zhang Wenjing rang true, and she felt no trepidation. Beyond the records, some insights were gleaned from first-hand observations. They not only studied humans, but also zombies. Lu Yize remained contemplative. If these answers had been discovered early in the apocalypse, why, then, were such revelations still concealed from humanity in the later stages? Fan Jian, true to his name, quickly grasped the concept of drawing inferences from the known. The use of supernatural abilities relies on intellect. Thus, if one lacks cognitive capacity, their level of supernatural prowess must also be limited. After making this statement, his gaze persistently flickered towards Xian Wenrui. Xian Wenrui promptly tapped his head. "Are you implying that I am lacking in intellect?" After delivering the admonition, Xian Wenrui hesitantly turned to Zhang Wenjing and inquired, "Surely, this cannot truly be connected to one's mental faculties, can it? I find myself not lacking in intelligence." Zhang Wenjing adjusted her thick glasses. "It would be inaccurate to claim otherwise. I sense that the mastery of one's abilities is intricately linked to the mind. However, I currently lack a precise explanation, so allow me to conduct some research." Lu Yize cast a glance at Zhang Wenjing. Her conjecture was indeed not unfounded, as it pertains to the mental faculties inherent in individuals. At present, Zhang Wenjing has yet to grasp this concept. But within just over a month's time in this apocalyptic world, her insights reflect considerable cleverness. You mentioned the ability to establish a mental connection with zombies. Could you elaborate on that? Lu Yize had no intention of allowing Jiang Yu to forge such a connection just yet. He merely sought to comprehend the nature of this individual's abilities. Zhang Wenjing, undeterred, replied, "I previously stated that my powers lean towards mental invasion and probing. I can establish mental connections not only with humans but also with zombies, plants, and animals." She gazed at Jiang Yu, her thick glasses obscuring her movements. Then, seizing the moment when everyone was caught off guard, she raised her eyes to meet Jiang Yu's, instantly activating her powers. Just as her mental invasion was on the verge of success, Jiang Yu tilted her head, her dark pupils rippling like waves. Zhang Wenjing stood frozen in astonishment. In an instant, Jiang Yu's formidable and domineering powers surged forth, turning the tide and wreaking havoc within her mind. Chapter 64. Hearing her speak of it, Jiang Yu rummaged through her memories, unearthing the pain hidden deep within her consciousness. At this moment, Zhang Wenjing's eyes brimmed with fury. The whites of her eyes suffused with blood, and the veins on her neck throbbed ominously. The torment of her memories surged forth, nearly driving her to madness. The agony of her mind unleashed her full array of extraordinary abilities. She clutched her head and let out a piercing scream. Breaking free from the restraints imposed by Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu was taken aback, stumbling a few steps back, supported by Lu Yize beside her. Lu Yize gently stroked Jiang Yu's head while casting a watchful gaze at the unstable Zhang Wenjing, his eyes glinting with a cold, ghostly light, as if deeply provoked. The hatred simmering in Zhang Wenjing's eyes lingered, refusing to dissipate. She lifted her gaze, gasping for breath. The others, sensing her sudden shift, immediately fell into a state of heightened alertness. A wounded, mutated dog, bearing numerous injuries, lunged forward, positioning itself protectively behind Zhang Wenjing. its robust limbs marked by two distinct wounds, from which blood continuously oozed. Tension hung thick in the air, ready to ignite at any moment. Zhang Wenjing, with one hand covering her face, erupted into a maniacal laugh, lowering her hand to reveal the fervor in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Yu. Akin to a parched wanderer in the desert discovering an oasis, she took a step toward Jiang Yu, only to be flung back several meters by Lu Yize's powers. Already gravely injured, her wounds reopened, and she coughed up blood. Upon witnessing her being attacked, the mutated dog emitted a low growl, its muscles taut with anticipation. Just as it prepared to leap forward, Zhang Wenjing immobilized it with her abilities. Aware that her impulsiveness had led to this precarious situation, she raised her hand, inching closer, gaining control over the mutated dog, while simultaneously offering an apology to Jiang Yu. I regret my earlier actions. I should not have tested my limits without your permission. Beyond her sense of apology, she was evidently engulfed by a palpable threat. The menace surrounding her was not solely the result of Jiang Yu's extraordinary abilities. Had Jiang Yu not resisted in time, she would likely share the same grim fate as the two women who had been reduced to mere blood mist by Lu Yize. My intention was merely to establish a mental connection with her, to ascertain the current state of her powers, thereby proving my worth. When Zhang Wenjing uttered these words, she was devoid of the despondency typical of defeat, instead exhibiting an inexplicable exhilaration. Did you not assert that abilities are linked to intellect? Yet Jiang Yu appears to have lost her faculties. How can her powers surpass yours? In such moments, Fan Jian displayed remarkable acumen, his strength lying in his ability to grasp the crux of matters. Did I not later clarify that abilities also possess another dimension of connection to intellect? Even if I have yet to fully comprehend its nature? After a brief pause, she added, I cannot discern Jiang Yu's condition at this moment. However, her recent use of power was likely an instinctual act of self-preservation, and her abilities are probably related to mental manipulation. The bloodstains at the corner of Zhang Wenjing's mouth had yet to dry, yet she had already retrieved a dog-eared notebook from her pocket, fervently documenting her observations. Lu Yize harbored no fondness for someone who acted independently. His previous restraint in not intervening was a gesture of goodwill, a nod to the favors owed to her for her vigil outside the base in recent days. As a mental-type ability user, Zhang Wenjing possessed a keen sensitivity to emotions. At that moment, she acutely sensed Lu Yize's burgeoning desire to dismiss her. In her heart, she offered a silent apology to Jiang Yu, and then spoke without hesitation. I have just glimpsed into Jiang Yu's memories. This sentence prompted Lu Yize to regard her with a renewed gaze, though the intensity of his scrutiny was more severe than joyful. Who permitted you to delve into my memories? He inquired. No, I did not intrude. Zhang Wenjing hastily defended herself. Her grasp of her abilities was imperfect, while she was stirring my thoughts into a chaotic muddle. She inadvertently infused fragments of her own memories into my mind as well, just as I intended to conduct a mental probe on her. I found myself ensnared by her powers instead. I had previously mentioned that my abilities lacked offensive strength, whereas hers possessed formidable invasive qualities. Zhang Wenjing, with her mind reduced to a mere pulp, still felt a lingering ache within her nerves. Lu Yize recognized the truth in her words. Although he had refrained from acting, he had been acutely aware of Jiang Yu and her circumstances. Should she display any signs of agitation, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. As for how Jiang Yu regarded him, Lu Yize had not given it much thought. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu, with her keen intellect, had shared portions of her memories with the other party. Zhang Wenjing closely observed Lu Yize's expression, and upon noticing his lack of probing inquiries, she realized that as long as she articulated her thoughts well, she still stood a chance of remaining. I saw in her memories that you were in your second year of high school, while she was in her first year. You likely have little recollection of her, but she holds a profound impression of you. Lu Yize indeed found himself intrigued by Jiang Yu's past. However, he would not allow anyone to intentionally excavate her memories. What? High school? Oh yes, we had a unified curriculum for junior and senior high. Does that mean I was also present? My relationship with Lu Yize had been quite good since the second year of high school. Fan Jian pointed to his own face, attempting to seek a semblance of recognition. Xian Wenrui glanced at Fan Jian, recalling his previous remarks, and retorted, weren't you the one who was knocked to the hospital by a brick from Brother Lu? Is that what you call a good relationship? What do you know? That was in our sophomore year. It has nothing to do with junior year. We simply call it a chance acquaintance, all right? Fan Jian reminisced about high school, lifting his chin with a certain pride etched on his face. Let us not forget. Back in the days before the apocalypse, as a well-known scion of wealth, he held a modicum of status. Zhang Wenjing observed the face of the privileged young man, squinting in contemplation, before finally snapping her fingers in sudden realization. Oh, I understand now. You must be the person in Jiang Yu's mind, standing beside Lu Yize, whose face remains obscured. Fan Jian clenched his teeth and exited the conversation, thinking, oh, so you've chosen to pixelate my face in your memories. Truly. This couple is composed of no good individuals. Zhang Wenjing, noticing the silent Lu Yize, intensified her bargaining. If you wish to know about my situation, I will divulge everything. But my sole condition is that I get to stay. Lu Yize smirked coldly. Indeed, I am curious about her past. Zhang Wenjing immediately brightened, her smile blooming. But it faded within moments as she heard Lu Yize continue. One day, I will hear her recount it herself. Now, you may take your mutated dog and leave. Zhang Wenjing sought to make a final appeal. I also know how to expedite the absorption of abilities. She remained oblivious to the peculiar glances directed at her from those present. Just as humans can absorb the core of the crystal, so too can zombies assimilate the extraordinary abilities of humans. I am aware of methods to accelerate the absorption of both the crystal and the extraordinary cores. This not only promises to elevate Jiang Yu to a higher tier zombie, restoring her intellect, but also allows you to enhance your own powers swiftly. Chapter 65. What is there to fear? I won't bully you. Upon uttering these words, she felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing this was her final bargaining chip. The others present fell silent, refraining from comment. Only Fan Jian, who often spoke without nuance, grasped his head and earnestly remarked, but Lu Yize is already aware. There is no need for you to mention it. Zhang Wenjing was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yize knows. After a brief lapse in her thoughts, confusion took hold. Indeed, he must know. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable? Fan Jian regarded her as if she were a fool, although he lacked extraordinary abilities. He understood that the original process for a chubby individual to absorb a crystal core could take several days. However, after learning Lu Yize's methods, one could efficiently absorb the core in a much shorter time. Yet, there was no need to divulge such matters to this deranged woman. They were secrets belonging to their base. There was no point in indulging in unnecessary conversation. Lu Yize was not one for patience. Xian Wenrui discerned Lu Yize's intent and shook his head with a sigh towards Zhang Wenjing. Why provoke her for no reason? Look at the predicament you've created. Having managed to enter, now you must find a way to leave. Let us go. Let me escort you out. With that, Xian Wenrui tugged at the mutated dog, which remained still, unresponsive to Zhang Wenjing's presence. It appears that one intends to cling stubbornly to this place. Sheng Shui approached, kindly offering a reminder to leave, lest the situation escalates. In this location, Lu Yize reigns supreme. It is his territory. Failing to depart voluntarily means being forcibly ejected by Lu Yize. However, they are all still nursing severe injuries, which explains why Jiang Yu was able to effortlessly breach her mental defenses and retaliate. Though reluctant, one must bow to the circumstances. Zhang Wenjing had no choice but to vacate the base with the mutated dog. Fortunately, this time proved somewhat better, as they remained on the outskirts of the base, in the very spot where Xian Wenrui once resided. In light of the abnormal beast meat, Xian Wenrui generously offered them his dilapidated doghouse. Here, with a bit of repair. It is still habitable. Consider it a gift, and there are a few pieces of abnormal beast meat inside to stave off hunger. Xian Wenrui and Lu Yize have always had clearly defined roles, one playing the benevolent face, while the other assumed the stern. The doghouse could barely accommodate the head of the mutated dog, yet its robust physique and thick fur allowed it to endure the frigid conditions. Thank you. Zhang Wenjing was not ungrateful. After expressing her gratitude to Xian Wenrui, she settled into the crude dwelling. Before departing, Xian Wenrui cast a glance at the scattered bloodstains outside. Where the melting snow gradually evaporated the crimson remnants, thickening and congealing, adhering to the ground alongside torn fragments of clothing. To prevent the scent of blood from attracting more mutated flora and fauna, Xian Wenrui summoned a water sphere with his abilities to cleanse the area. His gaze fell upon 2 intact garments and a silver cane among the remnants. Xian Wenrui recognized the attire of Cui Yingying, which had been reduced to a mist of blood by Lu Yize's extraordinary powers. Previously, Cui Yingying had nearly brought about his demise. Yet now she faced such a grim fate. It was indeed a gratifying turn of events, though he felt a tinge of regret for not having been the one to deliver it personally. After Xian Wenrui had finished cleaning the bloodstains outside the base, He also delivered several corpses of both zombies and humans to the side of the ability-enhanced dog, reserving them as provisions. Xian Wenrui's face broke into a smile. This was precisely why he relished working for Brother Lu, as the rewards were always generous. Sweating profusely, Fan Jian distanced himself in disdain. But upon witnessing Xian Wenrui using his clothing to wipe the sweat, he was immediately taken aback. "Fatty, have you lost weight? I haven't seen you eat less of the beast meat. Yet you look remarkably slimmer." "Lost weight? Is that true? I attempted to lose weight before, but it was a dismal failure, and some unattractive individuals even called me a dead fat house dweller." "Damn it, you truly have slimmed down. You used to wear thick clothing, so it went unnoticed, but now you appear to have lost quite a bit. What kind of weight loss method is this that proves so effective?" "I have no idea. If you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have even realized I had lost weight." At this point, who still pays attention to such things? Lu Yize utilized his mental prowess to assess the extraordinary energy within Xian Wenrui, discovering that he possessed 21 energy cores, of which he had successfully connected 7. It seemed that due to the recent substantial absorption of crystal cores, coupled with his frequent use of abilities, these fragments of energy cores had been ignited. As his powers continued to ascend, the toxins within his body would gradually be expelled. Initially, Xian Wenrui had awakened his abilities merely to eliminate the acne on his face. Now, the transformation in his physique was a testament to the influence of his powers. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, experimental reports from the major base indicated that the lifespan of those with supernatural abilities is approximately 3 to 5 times that of ordinary humans. However, the reality remained a mystery to Lu Yize, as he had not survived beyond 15 years post-apocalypse. After yet another treatment session, Jiang Yu was not escorted out by Sheng Shui as usual. Today, Sheng Shui had exhausted her abilities and required rest. Lu Yize took Jiang Yu's hand, seizing the opportunity to examine the state of her crystal core while she still had the energy to use her powers. As his fingers brushed against her forehead, Jiang Yu instinctively recoiled, her demeanor shifting from familiarity to wariness, her body tensing as a zombie's claws emerged, ready to defend and attack. "Let me check," Lu Yize urged. Grasping her claws firmly, Jiang Yu's sharp teeth hovered dangerously close to his neck, a surge of instinct urging her to sever the pulse that throbbed beneath her. The hunter exposed his vulnerabilities in the presence of his prey. Just as Jiang Yu prepared to sink her teeth into Lu Yize's carotid artery, he retrieved a long and used custom dental guard from his spatial pocket, expertly fitting it onto her. With the enhancement of Jiang Yu's abilities, it became increasingly evident that her biting strength was on the rise. This dental guard, originally crafted by Lu Yize, was now on the brink of being ineffective against her, likely unable to endure many more uses. Noticing her reluctance to cooperate, Lu Yize grasped her chin, adjusting her position. Fury surged in the depths of the zombie's dark eyes as she resisted his approach, acutely aware of the supernatural energy emanating from Lu Yize's hand, directed towards her forehead. Although she was unaware of what lay within her brow, Jiang Yu, much like any human instinctively drawn towards benefit and repelled by harm, recognized the significance of the crystal core to her existence as a zombie. The crystal core might very well be considered the second heart of the undead. Devoid of any pulsation, Jiang Yu's evasion only served to aggravate the possessive nature of Lu Yize, who tightened his grip and chuckled softly, taunting her with the notion that there was nothing to fear, as he meant her no harm. Chapter 66. Jiang Yu, the yandere despite his words. Lu Yize's actions were far from gentle. After asserting his dominance over Jiang Yu, he cautiously approached the center of her brow. Utilizing his mental prowess, he enveloped the crystal core within her mind, striving to ascertain her condition. In a moment of panic, the energy of Jiang Yu's crystal core surged, unleashing her latent abilities upon Lu Yize's consciousness. Yet, as her powers infiltrated his mind, they were swiftly engulfed by the vast ocean of his mental realm. In the process of withdrawal, akin to what Zhang Wenjing had articulated, Jiang Yu inadvertently scattered fragments of her memories within another's psyche. Upon recognizing the disparity between them, a sense of trepidation arose within her. Meanwhile, Lu Yize, compelled to glimpse Jiang Yu's memories, closed his eyes to assimilate the chaotic shards of her recollections. Though they were mere trifles, the assembly of these fragments imparted a singular realization to him. When he opened his eyes once more to regard Jiang Yu, an enigmatic emotion flickered within his gaze, blending curiosity with astonishment as he observed the seemingly docile, yet intrinsically unruly zombie before him. In response to Lu Yize's recent maneuvers, Jiang Yu attempted to flee, only to find her wrist firmly grasped, compelling her to stand and meet his gaze directly. Lu Yize lowered his gaze upon Jiang Yu, the dim light of the evening casting an inexplicable sense of oppression. He reached out to caress Jiang Yu's innocent and pure apricot-shaped eyes, as if pondering an unsolvable riddle. Observing her obedient demeanor reminded him of the room, filled with his photographs that he had glimpsed in Jiang Yu's memories. A faint smile curved at the corners of Lu Yize's lips as he arrived at an intriguing conclusion. Jiang Yu, you are rather peculiar. The Jiang Yu who had already transformed into a zombie was utterly oblivious to the implications of his words. Yet, she remained indifferent. What did it matter to her what peculiar meant if it was not something she could consume? Lu Yize felt a twinge of regret, uncertain if that room adorned with his pictures still existed. If it did, once Jiang Yu regained her memories, he could take her to revisit the scene of the crime. Fragmented recollections failed to reveal when Jiang Yu's infatuation had begun. They merely imbued Lu Yize with a tangible sense of her morbid affection. It must be said that Lu Yize did not harbor disdain for Jiang Yu's pathological adoration. When he noticed her attempting to flee, he employed his supernatural abilities to instill a sense of entrapment within her psyche. He had just conducted an examination, confirming Zhang Wenjing's assertion that zombies, upon acquiring intelligence, could also wield supernatural powers. The crystalline cores within their minds functioned similarly to human ability cores, serving identical purposes. Just as humans could absorb the crystalline cores of zombies, so too could zombies absorb human ability cores. Lu Yize produced an ability core he had confiscated a few days prior and offered it to Jiang Yu for absorption. As a zombie, Jiang Yu found the process of absorbing the ability core significantly easier than that of a crystalline core, and her long stagnant strength began to rise. In this light, it appeared that humans and zombies were two species that could not coexist. From the moment the Creator brought these two beings into existence, it seemed their adversarial relationship was destined. Lu Yize gazed intently at Jiang Yu, who was still in the process of absorbing the ability core. Observing the threat he had meticulously nurtured, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Although Jiang Yu spent a brief time consuming the ability core, it took her 3 days to assimilate the energy within. Throughout this period, she kept her eyes firmly shut. After 3 days, while Lu Yize was engaged in discussions with Xian Wenrui regarding the enhancement of base maintenance, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy fluctuations emanating from the space. He promptly released Jiang Yu. After absorbing the energy, she did not immediately advance, but had already reached the pinnacle of the first tier. In his previous life, Lu Yize had reached the western tier before his demise. Now, with the opportunity to start anew, cultivation seemed exceedingly simple for him. In fact, he had already attained the zenith of the second tier in this lifetime, albeit suppressed until now. It was evident that a journey was necessary to procure a sufficient number of zombie crystal cores to ensure a successful advancement. During Jiang Yu's 3-day slumber, the temperature outside steadily escalated. The heat had already become unbearable even within the confines of the base. Fortunately, Lu Yize had retrieved a generator hoarded before the apocalypse and assembled an air conditioning unit. Under the oppressive heat, many devices within the base malfunctioned, and he and Xian Wenrui were just deliberating on how to address the situation. Low-tier zombies lack sensory perception and remain oblivious to temperature extremes. Even the removal of a layer of skin goes unnoticed. However, Jiang Yu was not a low-tier zombie. Upon leaving Lu Yize's space, she was immediately struck by the sweltering heat. While she was not averse to the cold, she found the heat intolerable, prompting her to instinctively turn and burrow into Lu Yize's embrace. "What are you two doing? You cannot act recklessly in such a public space," Fan Jian exclaimed dramatically, covering his eyes. Is it possible to act recklessly? Even if Jiang Yu truly wished to misbehave outside, Lu Yize would never allow them to see. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he isolated the temperature. He was compelling Jiang Yu to harness her powers. He could not simply keep her as a caged canary. Jiang Yu felt increasingly irritable due to the heat, nearly driven to madness. Zombies are particularly sensitive to heat, yet under normal circumstances, she had no understanding of how to wield her abilities. A profound sense of resentment emanated from her entire being, akin to a spirit bound to the earth. Sitting calmly on a small chair, choosing serenity amidst the sweltering heat, Xian Wenrui, who had just repaired the main gate, wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the thermometer, frowning with concern. "Brother Lu, the weather is utterly outrageous. It's already 50 degrees outside. Surely, it cannot continue to rise." Without waiting for Lu Yize to respond, Fan Jian declared with certainty, "I suspect it will indeed rise further." Consider the previous heavy snowfall that lasted for half a month. Given this temperature, I fear we have not yet reached the end. Upon hearing this, even the most composed Sheng Shui began to feel anxious. With the temperature already at 50 degrees, the surface temperature could only escalate, potentially continuing to rise for another half month. Could they possibly survive this? In her past life, after enduring the severe cold, the subsequent heat reached a staggering 78 degrees Celsius, forcing humanity's bases to gradually relocate underground. Lu Yize took Jiang Yu's hand, leading her outside while the temperature had yet to soar. Has the temperature not yet risen? A few individuals, having grasped the underlying meaning of the words, hesitated not and resolved to follow suit. As they exited the base, they beheld a mutated dog with fur that appeared as if gnawed by a canine. Alongside a bald figure, Zhang Wenjing. Instantly, an unspoken admiration filled their hearts, encapsulated in two words: formidable. Zhang Wenjing was a woman of eccentricity, utterly indifferent to the notions of long or short hair, or even a shaved head. She greeted the group with nonchalance. You've emerged. Do you wish to experience the primal heat? Her tone remained provocatively insouciant, as though the previous hardships had left no mark upon her spirit. Yet, evidently, her body told a different tale. Despite her abilities to insulate, her skin bore the brunt of the heat, manifesting in prickly heat. Lu Yize remained silent, and the others followed suit, their voices stilled. Only Jiang Yu felt an aversion to leaving the sanctuary of the base. The oppressive heat outside was unbearable, rendering her azure skin a shade darker. The searing sensation ignited a tempest of discomfort within her, transforming her into a volatile, aggressive entity. Lacking sweat glands, the zombie within her could not dissipate the heat, which surged and roiled like a firestorm. Observing the resolute Lu Yize nearby, Zhang Wenjing, with a benevolent intent, demonstrated to Jiang Yu how to utilize her psychic abilities to envelop her body, effectively shielding herself from the heat. As a fellow wielder of psychic powers, Jiang Yu was particularly attuned to Zhang Wenjing's technique. Driven by an instinct for survival amidst the extreme conditions and inspired by Zhang Wenjing's repeated demonstrations, Jiang Yu finally grasped the method to insulate herself from the oppressive warmth. Although the effects are far inferior to remaining in Lu Yize's ability space, it is certainly more comfortable than having none at all. Jiang Yu was compelled to enhance her powers. The suffocating heat within her chest was tempered, and she became less irritable. Zhang Wenjing proved her worth, smiling as she addressed Lu Yize. This little zombie is on the verge of evolution. Don't you require more crystal cores? Though her level was not high, her understanding of abilities in zombies surpassed that of the average person. Hearing her words, Lu Yize displayed little surprise, while the three others beside him looked on in astonishment at Jiang Yu. To evolve? What happens when a zombie evolves? Does it become more intelligent? Fan Jian was the first to express his curiosity. It should become more human-like, don't you think? Just look at the difference between my sister-in-law and an ordinary zombie, Xian Wenrui speculated. Zhang Wenjing offered a friendly explanation. I suspect that as a zombie's level increases, it becomes closer to being human. I once encountered a zombie that could command lower-level zombies and exhibited human-like intelligence. At her words, a chilling memory flashed in Shang Shui's mind, recalling the terrifying moment when that zombie had fixated on her in the mall. The zombie you encountered. Did it have a skeleton with it? Yes, it had a skeleton and possessed human intelligence. The strength of that zombie was truly terrifying. Despite her words, Zhang Wenjing's expression was tinged with excitement. She turned to the composed Lu Yize and smiled. I am quite familiar with many areas in the city and can assist in gathering information. So may I accompany you? Although Lu Yize wished to deny it, the fact that Jiang Yu could be compelled to use her supernatural abilities was significantly influenced by the presence of the individual before her. Casting a glance at the mutated canine and the additional corpses of aberrant beasts nearby, which had begun to decay under the searing heat, it was evident that they had been engaged in fending off yet another wave of assaults for the base in recent days. Let us proceed, Lu Yize remarked, unperturbed by the inclusion of a useful ally. Zhang Wenjing flashed a spirited smile, adjusting her hefty glasses. No one opposed her request, after all. The location she mentioned was indeed an essential route they would traverse. Seated in the vehicle, Lu Yize's group was accompanied by Zhang Wenjing, who rode atop the mutated dog. The initially imposing scene was somewhat diminished by the fact that the dog's fur had been shorn in a manner reminiscent of a dog gnawing at it, resulting in a rather patchy appearance. Lu Yize drove at a breakneck pace, yet the speed of the mutated dog was unparalleled by any ordinary vehicle, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. necessitating occasional stops for the car to catch up. In the vehicle, Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian were practically leaning out the window, their spirits soaring with excitement. Damn, how incredibly cool. Even with its patchy fur, it's still impressive. Why didn't I get a dog back then? Who knows, it might have mutated too. Lamented Fan Jian, lamenting his missed opportunity. Xian Wenrui felt a twinge of envy. In truth, it wasn't all that remarkable, just a bit flashy, with a touch more speed and a marginally heightened attack capability. Beyond that, it had little else to boast about. Lu Yize cast a glance at him, noting that Xian Wenrui's words were far more audacious than his actual abilities. Regardless of how envious and resentful the two were within the confines of the vehicle, as they arrived at the park where Zhang Qian was to be laid to rest, they fell silent, refraining from further banter. Zhang Wenjing had arrived at that place. Yet her face was ashen as she stood where Zhang Qian's ashes were supposed to be interred. In the depths of her memory, blanketed by snow, she recalled that they had buried Zhang Qian's ashes here. However, the earth had been thoroughly disturbed, and the box that was meant to contain Zhang Qian's ashes lay scattered nearby. A few remnants of ashes remained in the box, but most had vanished without a trace. Trembling, Zhang Wenjing clutched the box containing the ashes, and in a surge of emotion, she invoked her powers. Instantly, the scene from a few days prior unfolded in the minds of those present. The day after Lu Yize and his companions departed, a group of individuals clad in black garments, shrouded from head to toe, arrived to take away the creature born of Zhang Qian. Their search for Zhang Qian's remains was merely to locate the crystal core that she had extracted. Zhang Qian had clutched the core tightly in her hand, refusing to relinquish it until her last breath, which prevented Lu Yize and his companions from taking it. Unbeknownst to them, those individuals, intent on the core, had uprooted the ground entirely to seize it, discarding Zhang Qian's ashes carelessly into the air. Hatred consumed all of Zhang Wenjing's reason. Her bloodshot eyes filled only with unwarranted rage. One day, she vowed to find those responsible. Even if it cost her life, she would ensure they paid for their misdeeds. The box contained but a scant amount of ashes, and after a prolonged silence, Zhang Wenjing rose, cradling the box, her eyes devoid of life. She stood and calmly addressed Lu Yize and the others. Let us depart. We must continue our journey without delay. The overwhelming animosity was palpable, each individual acutely aware of it. Yet, at this moment, gazing at the tranquil figure, the crowd gained a profound understanding of Zhang Wenjing's ruthlessness for the first time. Lu Yize regarded Zhang Wenjing intently. His concern lay not with her suffering, but rather with those figures shrouded in black who had just emerged in the scene. During the cataclysm of the previous life, spanning 15 years, he had never encountered such an audacious organization. From whence did these individuals originate? Chapter 68. Central base. Throughout the journey in the vehicle, silence enveloped the occupants, each lost in their own thoughts, tacitly agreeing to maintain their quietude. Lu Yize delved into the memories of his past 15 years. However, he found himself ensnared in a web of hatred, his focus solely upon his adversaries. Blinded by vengeance, he failed to perceive the other undercurrents stirring in the shadows. The sole source of agitation within the vehicle appeared to be Jiang Yu, whose gaze was fixated on a particular direction outside the window. She incessantly sharpened her claws, emitting low growls of vigilance from her throat. The mutated dog, which had been racing forward, suddenly halted, prompting the others in the vehicle to recognize the anomaly. Fan Jian glanced at Shisho, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he inquired, "Why have we seen not a single trace of a zombie? If it were due to extreme weather resulting in the demise of the zombies, there should be corpses of the fallen scattered along the road, rather than an utter absence of their presence as it stood now." Lu Yize followed Jiang Yu's gaze, as if she were beckoned by some unseen force, and furrowed his brow as he discerned the direction she was fixated upon. Xian Wenrui, with his keen perception, recognized the direction and exclaimed, "Isn't that the central base of the city where we previously sent Zimao and Miao?" Upon hearing this, Fan Jian suddenly grasped the situation as well. Outside the vehicle, Zhang Wenjing sensed something unusual and approached on her mutated dog. Within a 3-kilometer radius, only a few scattered zombies roamed, yet they all seemed to be moving towards the central base of the city. How should we proceed? Lu Yize restarted the car, his gaze fixed on the central base, determined to investigate. Their purpose for venturing out was to acquire the crystal core. They certainly could not return empty-handed. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, its heat penetrating through the glass, relentless in its intensity. The oppressive heat that followed the frigid cold rendered the mutated flora incapable of survival. The withered, grotesque plants lay desolate along the roadside, and as they surveyed the surroundings, not a single living creature could be found, enveloped in an eerie silence. Traveling along such a desolate path evoked an unsettling sense of isolation, as if they were the last remnants of humanity. "What is happening? I can't shake this feeling of dread," Xian Wenrui remarked, his expression grave. Given that their base was so remote, yet continually faced assaults from zombies and mutated flora and fauna, one could only imagine the peril that lurked within the city center base. Initially, to accommodate the rescue of more individuals, the central base was established in a location that ensured safety while remaining accessible to the majority of ordinary people. Had the central base been situated in Lu Yize's area, it was likely that most individuals would have been unable to reach it, becoming mere fodder for the undead. Upon contemplating the location at the heart of the city, Fan Jian discerned the underlying intricacies, yet new perplexities arose within him. The leader of the central base? Was it not the fire elemental ability user who had been decapitated by Brother Lu and subsequently had his ability core extracted by Jiangyu? How could he have established the base at such a pivotal location, ostensibly with benevolent intentions for the majority of ordinary citizens? It seemed implausible, at least from appearances. Outside the vehicle, Zhang Wenjing, mounted on a mutated hound, interjected to clarify. Previously, the leader of the central base was not he. He had merely served as the second-in-command in that domain. After acquiring his abilities, he had usurped the position of the first-in-command. Initially, the central base maintained connections with the upper echelons, receiving supplies and aid during the early phases. However, as you are well aware, the current state of affairs is tumultuous, and the upper bases exert limited control over the lower ones. This individual took advantage of the chaos to exploit ordinary citizens, committing numerous heinous acts. Their demise was well-deserved. Understanding dawned upon the others as they absorbed her explanation. As they approached the central base, Zhang Wenjing added, "Prior to their decision to assault your base, a schism had already emerged within their ranks. The faction that is advancing against you is but one group. The other comprises primarily the remnants loyal to the deceased first-in-command. It was highly probable that the current overseer of the central base was indeed a confidant of the former leader." In the recesses of his mind, Fan Jian recalled his two companions, fellow scions of wealth, and pondered their current fates. In truth, apart from his concerns for them, Fan Jian was more anxious to ascertain the current state of his family. He scarcely dared to ponder it deeply. In this apocalyptic world, mere survival had become the most profound yearning. In contrast to his melancholic reflections, Lu Yize, devoid of kin and attachments, found himself unburdened. As he ventured closer to the city center base, Lu Yize's psychic abilities enabled him to detect an increasing array of phenomena. At that moment, outside the city center base, a congregation of approximately several hundred low-level zombies amassed, their vehicles encroaching upon the base's territory. As they emerged from their concealment, they fortuitously beheld a group of individuals besieged by the zombies, with a figure adorned in purple hair distinctly prominent among them. Their small squad of 7 or 8 was being relentlessly attacked by dozens of these undead creatures. The zombies appeared to be orchestrated, purposefully and efficiently targeting the locus of their supernatural abilities. The trio bore numerous intersecting wounds, deep enough to expose bone. A jagged gash marred the face of the purple-haired individual, stretching from the brow to the neck, flesh torn and bloodied. In this dire moment, they could not afford to dwell on their pain, their gazes resolutely fixed upon the encroaching zombies. Beneath their feet lay not only the fallen hundreds of zombies, but also comrades who had fought valiantly alongside them, now unable to rise. These few were already at the brink of exhaustion, their supernatural powers depleted, sustained only by sheer will. Just as one of the zombies extended its claw to extract the purple-haired one's core of abilities, a ripple of supernatural energy surged around the cluster of zombies, creating waves of invisible, water-like patterns. The zombies found themselves ensnared within a confined and narrow space. The air within the space swirled and trembled, accompanied by the crisp crackling sound of the zombies' bones fracturing. The ever-compressing environment grotesquely distorted the undead. Suddenly, the air contracted violently, causing a tempestuous rise in temperature, while the skeletal remains of the zombies emitted creaking noises under relentless pressure. The atmospheric pressure continued to escalate, and then, as if the space had reached its breaking point, a ferocious force erupted outward, scattering the severed limbs of the dozen or so zombies across the ground. The few individuals present, who had initially resigned themselves to death, were momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. The first to charge was a massive mutated dog, lunging towards the scattered remnants of the undead that still clung to life, while a protective wall of water surged upward. Only then did the purple-haired individual realize the presence of familiar figures nearby. Upon recognizing them, his voice caught in his throat as he called out a name laden with familiarity. Brother Lu. Chapter 69. A playful encounter. As if aware of their arrival and the disruption it caused to the established order, the remaining low-level zombies, having lost half their numbers, swiftly opted to retreat. Lu Yize furrowed his brow, knowing that once they had come, there would be no possibility of departure. Jiang Yu leaped from behind Lu Yize, her sharp claws unhesitatingly attacking her brethren, extracting the crystal cores nestled within their brains. Zhang Wenjing utilized her psychic intrusion abilities to seize control of the zombies, while her extraordinary canine companion howled in harmony, an intense surge of power radiating from its being. Soon, dark clouds began to swirl above, and in a flash of lightning, thunder erupted. The skies were rent asunder by bolts of lightning, countless silver arrows piercing the clouds and cascading down from above. The zombies, rooted in place, instantaneously disintegrated into ash, leaving only the hardened crystal cores scattered across the ground. The wind stirred the sand and stones, the sky shrouded in gloom. Yet the oppressive heat continued to radiate waves of warmth, exacerbating the stifling atmosphere and intensifying the metallic scent of blood mingled with the acrid stench of charred remains. Fan Jian pushed Sheng Shui forward, arriving to tend to Zi Mao and the others. Upon seeing Fan Jian and Sheng Shui, Zi Mao's eyes glistened with moisture, overwhelmed by the unexpected reunion. "Let us not waste time," he rasped, struggling to speak. Fan Jian supported him and brought him to Sheng Shui. Observing Zi Mao, who had always been particular about his appearance, now marred beyond recognition, a profound sense of anguish constricted Fan Jian's throat. "What of Sun Jianbai?" he inquired, noticing the absence of the green-haired companion. Zi Mao fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, before finally uttering, "He has gone." Fan Jian opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Meanwhile, as Sheng Shui treated Zi Mao, her hands faltered momentarily, her abilities momentarily disrupted. They had endured the most harrowing times together. Aside from the familiarity of knowing Fan Jian since childhood, she held no ill will towards the other two. Yet now, the one who had always radiated joy was lost. The group, engaged in rescuing the injured, succumbed to a heavy silence, while Lu Yize and the others sensed an unsettling shift. This was amiss. Lu Yize was the first to fixate on a distant, ominous dark mass, seemingly merging with the sky. Heavy footsteps echoed from afar, stirring dust that obscured visibility. Yet each individual present acutely felt the encroaching sense of formidable oppression. As they beheld the surge of countless zombies advancing, despair gripped their hearts, plunging them into an abyss of dread. The previously dispatched zombies were merely a preliminary probe. The undead surrounded the city. It was uncertain who, with a pallid face, dared to speak. Zhang Wenjing gazed at the orderly throng of zombies before her, her expression grim. The earlier encounter with a particular zombie, possessing the ability to command its kind, indicated that it had already harnessed supernatural powers, though its precise level remained unknown. Leading this horde of undead was likely a response to the oppressive weather that constrained their living space, compelling them to seize human strongholds. At that moment, the only one present exhibiting no signs of distress was Jiang Yu, also among the undead. Yet, within her eyes lingered a profound trepidation, as if she feared an unseen force. The stark disparity in numbers created a lopsided scenario. The zombie army stood in stark contrast to the few remaining humans, engendering a chasm between them. Once kindred, they had now become each other's sustenance and means of ascendance, embroiled in a relentless struggle for survival. Zhang Wenjing swiftly swept through the ranks of the army with her supernatural abilities, calmly assessing the situation. Among the zombies, there were likely no fewer than 3 that matched the strength of Xiaobai and Lu Yize, excluding the formidable zombie king. Both the mutated dog and Lu Yize were at level 2 in terms of power. This implied that the zombie king had, in a remarkably short span, ascended to level 3 by preying on humans and extracting zombie cores. As the level of the undead increased, their intelligence drew ever closer to that of humans. At least within the ranks of zombies, a hierarchical distinction had emerged, a structure seemingly crafted by the zombie king himself, leading to the current predicament. The closest to them was a pair of zombies, who, before their mutation, must have been conjoined twins, their heads fused together, sharing a single body. They emitted a chilling, cackling laughter towards Lu Yize and his companions, and then flames intertwined with a whirlwind, complementing each other to create a violent vortex of fire. Their sound waves overlapped, continuously engulfing the swirling force, which grew increasingly intense as they seamlessly propelled it toward the gate of the base. The rampant flames blazed fiercely across the already barren ground, leaving behind charred black marks. Dodge. Lu Yize barely had time to think before he instantly activated his powers, encasing the incoming fireball within a spatial barrier, halting its advance and dissipating its energy by cutting off its oxygen supply. Nevertheless, the intense heat wave still scattered his group. Yet, at the moment he intervened, the conjoined zombie was set to strike. The swirling vortex at its feet provided propulsion, launching its taut, dark muscles forward, propelling the creature towards him. As this zombie made its move, the others surged forward as if receiving a command. The claws of the conjoined zombie lunged straight for Lu Yize's eyes. But in that instant, Jiangyu turned and countered with her own sharp claws. Lu Yize braced himself against a powerful strike from another muscular zombie that descended from above, the force of its dive causing the ground to buckle. The ferocious power surged through Lu Yize's entire being, and a white light emanated from the palms where he resisted the attack, enveloping him in its glow. The strength-type zombie sensed danger and immediately released its grip. Lu Yize revealed a sinister smile as the spatial explosion erupted at his wrist, causing the coarse, tough-skinned strength-type zombie to stagger back several steps. Black blood flowed from the wound on its wrist, flesh and bone amalgamated, and the excruciating pain elicited a roar from the strength-type zombie. For ordinary non-strength zombies, such a blast would suffice to sever an entire hand. However, for the strength-type zombie, it merely resulted in severe injury. Upon hearing its roar, the alien zombie, which had been devouring a victim, abandoned its half-chewed meal to come to its aid, sharing the same water-based abilities. This female zombie exhibited a far superior mastery over water than Xian Wenrui, unleashing a powerful wave that obscured Lu Yize's vision. Lu Yize sliced through the wave with his spatial blade, causing the mist to disperse, and the strength-type zombie emerged from the depths. Drawing upon the concentrated energy of his abilities, Lu Yize harnessed the scalding water vapor and the explosive air currents, propelling himself several meters away with a resounding thud as he crashed to the ground. At the moment the strength-type zombie rose, Zhang Wenjing and Xian Wenrui, bloodied and battered, stood defiantly before it, blocking its path. Despite their grievous wounds and the overwhelming odds, they found an inexplicable courage. Xian Wenrui, typically astute in assessing situations, wiped the blood from his forehead and brazenly declared, "We shall entertain you for a while." Chapter 70. Hostile sees the strength-type zombie, thwarted in its advance, collided its fists together, the injuries on its wrist gradually mending. Its dark muscles strained against its outer layer as its arms extended outward. Its black eyes widened to their limits, radiating a fierce malice. A fierce intent to kill caused him to fixate on the two prey before him. In the blink of an eye, the powerful zombie lunged forward. As he swung his fists, Zhang Wenjing locked onto his gaze, infiltrating his mental realm. A torrent of chaotic memories surged forth, causing the formidable zombie to momentarily halt. Now was the moment. With a pained cry from Zhang Wenjing, a blade forged from condensed water descended from above, piercing the zombie's skull. The collision between the zombie's head and the blade erupted in a thunderous roar, prompting the zombie to howl in agony, while Zhang Wenjing was thrown to the ground by the backlash of her own power. Once freed from the mental shackles, the powerful zombie tore apart the water-like blade lodged in its head, sending Xian Wenrui sprawling from the tremendous force. As droplets of the blade fell like rain upon the zombie had taken only a few steps in their direction when, unexpectedly, the saturated moisture enveloped him like a dense web, binding him tightly. The zombie struggled to break free with brute strength, but soon realized that the watery net adapted to his movements. As Zhang Wenjing attempted to draw closer, she sensed an intense heat approaching from behind. In an instant, she rolled aside, narrowly escaping becoming a charred corpse at the jaws of the two-headed zombie engaged in battle with Jiangyu. Lu Yize noticed the wounds on Jiangyu's back as the chaotic surge of abilities swirled in the air. The water-based female ability user found herself ensnared within this turbulence. Lu Yize hurled her towards Bai, who was tirelessly dealing with the lower-tier zombies while simultaneously safeguarding Sheng Shui. With a swift motion, Lu Yize turned and seized the legs of the two-headed zombie, allowing his powers to rapidly ascend. The two-headed zombie distinctly felt the suffocating constriction of coagulated blood within its legs. Without hesitation, they conjured blades of wind that severed their own lower limbs. creating an instant distance from Lu Yize, while simultaneously unleashing fireballs toward him. Lu Yize deftly sidestepped the attack, countering with a flash of white light. The two-headed zombie swiftly altered its trajectory, plummeting down and rolling awkwardly several times on the ground. When it raised its gaze, it encountered Lu Yize's triumphant smile. The two-headed zombie abruptly turned its head, only to witness the formidable zombie, now kneeling with its hands limp, its head severed and rolling aside. Dark blood splattering several meters away. Lu Yize's initial target had never been the two-headed zombie. Alongside the control exerted by Xian Wenrui and Zhang Wenjing, they awkwardly assisted each other in regaining their footing. Before they could revel in their success, Zhang Wenjing's face turned ashen as she gazed behind the powerful zombie. A petite hand had picked up the fallen head, emitting a chilling giggle. The laughter of a zombie girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, was particularly unsettling. This sudden apparition was toying with the head of the powerful zombie and seemed intent on extracting its core, aspiring to use it as a supplement on her path to advancement. The majority of those present were captivated by her. Yet Lu Yize's attention was drawn to a short distance behind them. What had once been a relaxed countenance now grew increasingly grave. From the depths of the black mist, several indistinct figures began to coalesce, with the foremost zombie adorned with a skull at its waist, its movements accompanied by the crisp sound of bones clattering. Lu Yize met its gaze, and a profound silence enveloped them. The moment the zombie king emerged, all the zombies ceased their actions, turning their attention to their sovereign. Beside the zombie king stood a man and a woman. The female zombie mimicked human gestures, covering her face while emitting a mocking cackle, derisively eyeing the decapitated powerhouse zombie. Were it not for the presence of the zombie king, they would have likely devoured the crystal core of this fallen creature long ago. The zombie king cast a disapproving glance at the restless female zombie, who, upon receiving his unspoken command, reluctantly brought forth a child zombie to utilize her abilities for the reattachment of the powerhouse zombie's head. Once the cranium was affixed to its torso, the powerhouse zombie reopened its eyes, revealing an arrogant grin. Though zombies do not genuinely smile, these second-tier zombies had learned to mimic human expressions. With a grotesque semblance of a smile, it moved its facial muscles to showcase its formidable teeth. As its jaws clashed, a chilling sound echoed, driven by an insatiable desire to crush the flesh before it. The few onlookers felt their spirits plummet. Excluding the zombie king, there were 6 second-tier zombies present, and it was evident that the 3 newly arrived zombies posed a far greater challenge than the initial trio. Lu Yize surveyed the battlefield. Aside from himself, his companions bore injuries. Opposing them was a horde of zombies, with the higher-tier zombies vastly outnumbering the advanced abilities of the humans. The balance of power shifted yet again. Once Lu Yize and his group entered this fray, retreat was no longer an option. A moment of tranquility was abruptly shattered by the powerhouse zombie's sudden assault, sending Xian Wenrui flying several meters. The heavy blow struck Zhang Wenjing, impacting the massive form of the mutated dog. Already injured, the mutated dog, in agony, held skyward before snapping its jaws at the powerhouse zombie that threatened its master. Behind them, the most formidable figure with violet hair, having been healed by Shang Shui, confronted a water-based mutant zombie that had attempted a sneak attack. The clash of water and fire resulted in a high-temperature mist enveloping the scene. Blood stained Fan Jian's body and face as he firmly gripped his weapon, severing the heads of lower-tier zombies while shielding Shang Shui behind him. The gaze of the zombie king fixated on Shang Shui, instinctively caressing the skull that hung at his waist. 2 zombies by his side, acting on the zombie king's command, locked their sights on the greatest threat present. A wave of dizziness assaulted Lu Yize's mind, instantly conjuring images of his previous life when he was besieged by Dong Hong. Realizing he was ensnared in an illusion, the male zombie beside him vanished into the shadows, merging with Lu Yize's own. The shadow stealthily ascended, entwining around Lu Yize's feet. Just as the shadow began to coalesce into a humanoid form, intent on piercing Lu Yize's ability core, the illusions that had ensnared him shattered into fragments. A female zombie, suffering from a backlash of her own mental energy, covered her eyes and emitted a mocking cry. Lu Yize lowered his gaze to the shadow, attempting to escape, a smile creeping across his lips. How reminiscent of bygone powers it was. His face bore an expression of manic glee, yet his words were devoid of mirth. Chapter 71. Zombies versus Humanity. The hatred Lu Yize harbored for Dong Hong had not diminished in the slightest since his rebirth. Failing to locate Dong Hong remained a significant regret since his return. To this day, he reminisced about the thrill of extracting Dong Hong's ability core with his own hands. relishing the terror and despair that had marred Dong Hong's countenance. He sought to unearth his ability core while employing shadow-based powers to accomplish his goal. Everything meticulously tread upon the sensitive territory of Lu Yize. Lu Yize, whose extraordinary abilities had already reached the pinnacle of the second tier, possessed strength surpassing that of the two mid-tier zombies. A formidable aura erupted from him, and just as the shadow-type zombie was about to be compressed into a pulpy mass, a zombie girl, who had been trailing behind the zombie king, suddenly reached out her hand. From each of her fingers extended a thread, the other ends of which manipulated the long-deceased corpses and zombies that should have been immobile. Each thread could control 10 individuals, and her fingers commanded hundreds of corpses, which seemed to revive under her control. While she orchestrated the assault of the undead towards Lu Yize, she found amusement in the chaos, emitting a laugh reminiscent of ghostly wails in the night. With the unexpected addition of this zombie, coupled with the support of the phantasmic zombies, the shadow-type zombies seized the opportunity to escape from Lu Yize's grasp. However, rather than fighting alongside one another, it was apparent that these three zombies were more intrigued by who could claim Lu Yize's extraordinary core for themselves. They relentlessly attacked, accompanied by hundreds, even thousands, of lower-tier zombies advancing forward. Meanwhile, the ordinary people within the base endeavored to bring Sheng Shui and the injured inside. Both men and women wielded swords and firearms, forming a barricade of flesh at the perimeter of the base. In the innermost part of the base, only a handful of children and unconscious injured individuals remained uninvolved in the conflict. Shen Shui's movements elicited a reaction from the previously inert zombie king. He raised his gaze, fixated on the purple-haired figure that Sheng Shui had healed. A person on the brink of death was now capable of rising to resist. In the chaotic recesses of his memory, a vivid image surfaced. Sheng Shui administering treatment to Jiang Yu, while the zombie king lowered his head to touch the skull at his waist. After a moment of contemplation, the next instant found the zombie king materializing at the outskirts of the base, standing behind Sheng Shui. Lu Yize, keenly aware of the zombie king's movements, instantaneously employed spatial traversal to counter the zombie king's strike. The brief skirmish concluded with Lu Yize, whose level was inferior to that of his opponent, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet, excitement danced upon his face. The ability to replicate powers was indeed intriguing. While the average person might struggle to ascertain the nature of the zombie king's abilities, Lu Yize, having lived a previous life, understood all too well how his powers had confounded numerous high-tier ability users. He possessed the capacity to replicate all offensive abilities, yet he was uniquely incapable of mimicking healing powers. Following closely behind Lu Yize were three zombies, who failed to impede his progress, much to the zombie king's chagrin. Sensing the king's intimidation, the three zombies, gripped by the terror of death, unleashed a surge of formidable powers directed at Lu Yize. Having reached the pinnacle of his advancement, Lu Yize had previously been unable to progress due to a deficiency in crystal cores, which had forced him to suppress his abilities. However, under the immense pressure of the current situation, the previously loosened bottleneck of his powers suddenly fissured. This was problematic. His stagnation in advancement was precisely due to the substantial number of crystal cores required, a number he possessed in limited quantity. Furthermore, the process of advancement left ability users in a state of relative vulnerability and confusion. It seemed the zombie king had sensed his predicament and, in a curious display of kindness, exerted additional pressure upon him with his own powers. It is precisely this surge of supernatural power that compels Lu Yize to enter a state of ability evolution at this very moment. The burgeoning energy erupts instantaneously, drawing the attention of all other second-tier zombies, including the lower-tier ones, towards Lu Yize. The zombies gaze greedily at this substantial prey. By consuming him, they would free themselves from the control of the zombie king. In an instant, every zombie, save for the zombie king, lunges at Lu Yize. Among them is Jiang Yu. In her eyes, Lu Yize is simply food meant for her alone, with no intention of sharing with the other zombies. This sudden upheaval grants the humans, who were previously overwhelmed by the zombies, a fleeting opportunity to breathe. However, they soon realize that Lu Yize is in the process of advancing from second tier to third tier. The elder supernatural user beside the purple-haired one promptly makes a decision, instructing those around him to protect Lu Yize during his advancement, heal the healer, and escort him back to the base. Sheng Shui, carried on Fan Jian's back, swiftly retreats. Yet, once Lu Yize is compelled into this evolutionary upgrade, no one can impede the zombie king. Everyone present understands the significance of the healer, whether they are supernatural users or ordinary people. All are striving to buy time for Shang Shui. But as the zombie king draws ever closer, more than 10 individuals perish in the blink of an eye, leaving only Fan Jian, who bears Shang Shui as the sole survivor. Bound within the confines of space, Fan Jian feels an oppressive weight that is suffocating. He cannot withstand it for more than 3 seconds before collapsing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. Saliva mixed with viscous blood drips from his gaping mouth, forced open in desperate gasps for air. He forced himself to rise, his face flushed, veins bulging in his neck and forehead, and his bones creaking with each movement. Yet, with every step the zombie king took closer, the weight upon Fan Jian's shoulders felt as if it were in the thousands of pounds, rendering him unable to stand. Blood stained his teeth. And in the face of the encroaching undead and the imminent demise of his own strength, Shang Shui summoned her extraordinary abilities to mend Fan Jian's shattered meridians. She displayed no hint of fear, only a serene acceptance of death. "Brother, do not mind me," she implored. "Damn it." Fan Jian's eyes streamed with crimson, yet he had no intention of relinquishing his grip. Bearing the weight of another, he staggered forward under the immense pressure, filled with resentment for his own ordinariness. The zombie king approached relentlessly, and the oppressive aura of its power made Fan Jian's very bones tremble. His struggle at this moment was akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. The zombie king needed not even extend a finger. Fan Jian was hurled several meters away, blood surging violently from his chest. Shang Shui collapsed onto the ground, as Fan Jian could no longer discern the sounds around him, only the incessant buzzing in his ears. His bones felt as if they were fracturing. Every movement inflicted sharp pain. Yet, from an unknown wellspring of determination, he steadied himself on his arms, staggering to position himself before the zombie king. The creature gripped his throat, lifting him gradually off the ground. Its claws sank into his carotid artery, and in an instant, several gaping wounds appeared on his neck. Shang Shui's eyes turned crimson as she cried out in desperation at the sight of the emaciated figure before her. Fan Jian. Blood continuously flowed from Fan Jian's mouth, and in the next moment, he vaguely perceived the heart-wrenching cries of Shang Shui. For a fleeting instant, he was lost in a daze. The world spun chaotically before his eyes, and within his gaze, he beheld his own body, severed from him. The zombie king cast a glance downwards at this insignificant ant, who had repeatedly obstructed him yet exhibited no resistance. He found it incomprehensible how humans could persist in actions they knew to be futile. Upon encountering Shang Shui's blood-soaked hatred, the zombie king felt a sense of tedium. Indeed, he could not fathom humanity. Chapter 72. Mending Fan Jian. Shang Shui frantically broke free and collapsed beside Fan Jian. Trembling, she cradled his still warm head, desperately urging her abilities into action. The warmth gradually ebbed from the head in her hands, its expression stiffening. As Shang Shui sensed the chilling loss of heat, she bit her lip until blood flowed, forcing herself to remain conscious. This was the second time she had helplessly watched a loved one perish before her eyes. Despite exhausting her powers, she could not awaken Fan Jian. The coldness of his corpse plunged her into a nightmare, once again immersing her in despair. Yet, the zombie king remained oblivious to Shang Shui's anguish. He cared only for her abilities. Grasping her throat, he locked eyes with her seething, blood-red gaze, attempting to replicate her powers, only to find his efforts in vain. Initially, he had intended to eliminate her after copying her abilities, but it now appeared that she still held some value. Releasing his grip, Shang Shui drew forth the blade bound to her leg. The light flickered as the blade clashed with a resounding echo, yet its resilient edge failed to inflict any harm upon her adversary. The zombie king lowered his gaze to behold a crack forming upon the blade, which swiftly shattered, akin to floating weeds confronting a mighty wave, revealing an insurmountable disparity in strength, rendering him utterly defenseless. The rotund figure, previously engaged in a fierce struggle with the colossal zombie, was struck by the demise of Fan Jian, leaving him no time to lament. Yet, in the depths of his sorrow, an extraordinary power erupted from him, far exceeding his current capabilities. As the zombie king was about to lay his hands upon Shang Shui, Zhang Wenjing seized the moment of his inattention to invade his mind. However, this intrusion lasted but an instant before she was violently expelled, the formidable psychic force causing her to feel as though her very nerves had snapped, overwhelming her with excruciating pain, forcing her to kneel. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting moment that enabled Xian Wenrui, empowered by his unleashed abilities, to whisk Shang Shui away from the Zombie King's grasp. Once liberated from the mental bind, the Zombie King turned, his expression twisted with malice, replicating Lu Yize's powers to teleport directly behind Xian Wenrui. As Xian Wenrui turned, he found the Zombie King's claw, swollen with veins and poised to strike, mere millimeters from his eyes. In this dire predicament, Xian Wenrui summoned all his abilities to conjure a curtain of water for protection. Seizing the opportunity, he altered his trajectory mid-air, executing a half-turn to evade the lethal blow. The Zombie King's ferociously sharp claws tore through Xian Wenrui's garments, the violent force of the twist compelling both him and Shang Shui to tumble to the ground. With raised arms, the Zombie King lunged toward Xian Wenrui's vital points, leaving no time for him to evade. In this critical moment, Shang Shui grasped a red object scattered nearby and shouted in fury, "Xia Hongyang, how many more must you kill?" The imposing and unsympathetic Zombie King halted his murderous actions upon hearing that name. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Wenrui swiftly evaded his attack, bracing himself against the ground. Awkwardly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he shielded Shang Shui behind him, noticing the marriage certificate she clutched in her hand. It was the very document he had casually picked up at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and the name inscribed within it belonged to the zombie before him. The man who once appeared dignified and solemn on that certificate had now become this ghastly, inhuman figure. The Zombie King dismissed Xian Wenrui, regarding him as inconsequential. And in an instant, he teleported before Shang Shui, gripping her throat with ferocity, drawing her closer to scrutinize her face. "Xia Hongyang, who is that?" The Zombie King's voice resonated as something other than human, his throat constricted by clotted blood as he echoed Shang Shui's earlier words. Uttering the name with a haunting familiarity that sent tremors through his very soul, Shang Shui could not conceal the hatred glimmering in her eyes. Though she could not articulate a single word, she mercilessly thrust the marriage certificate before the Zombie King, or rather, before Xia Hongyang. The radiant girl smiling in the photograph had now become a mere husk, while the once noble man had devolved into a creature that devoured humanity. The shock of the image momentarily disoriented the Zombie King, as his memories became shrouded in a hazy veil, overwhelming him with a torrent of fragmented recollections. The more he yearned to clarify his thoughts, the more obscured they became. His current state of turmoil was not solely a consequence of the photograph's impact, but rather the result of Zhang Wenjing's machinations, whom he had grievously injured and overlooked. At the moment she successfully captured the shock of the Zombie King, she immediately employed her extraordinary abilities to conduct a mental probe, sifting through his memories. Chaos ensued as humans and zombies clashed violently, facing a horde of ravenous zombies. Jiang Yu found herself ignited by the ferocity inherent to her undead nature. The fever consumed Lu Yize's sanity, yet he struggled to maintain lucidity. His crimson gaze fixated on the besieged scene before him. Centered around Lu Yize, a colossal vortex formed, incessantly drawing in the scattered energies contained within the crystal cores strewn about. With an insufficient quantity of cores, his vision clouded with rage. He resorted to slaughtering the zombies beneath him. The infusion of his powers granted Lu Yize a fleeting moment of clarity, his formidable mental strength revealing the Zombie King's unstable psychological state. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the severed head of Fan Jian, momentarily pausing, fury igniting in his eyes. The explosive surge of his abilities sent the surrounding zombies reeling, allowing Lu Yize to carve a path through the chaos. Recognizing the necessity to subdue the leader first, a palpable aura of lethal intent swirled around him, his powers swelling in response to his approach, causing the space near the Zombie King to warp. The violent shockwave propelled both humans and zombies several meters away, leaving Xian Wenrui tumbling helplessly on the ground. Zhang Wenjing, anticipating the impact, deftly avoided the blast while cradling Fan Jian's lifeless body. She examined his head, noting no damage, yet distinct zombie claw marks marred his neck. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to treat him as a dead horse could be treated as a living one, roughly stitching his head back onto his body with her abilities. Among the team that had previously attacked Lu Yize's base, there was a woman who had first contracted the zombie virus before meeting her demise by having her neck snapped. In this scenario, she awakens her extraordinary abilities and manages to regain consciousness. The zombie crystal core typically resides at the center of the forehead, while the human ability core is located in the lower abdomen. As long as these two areas remain undamaged, there exists a possibility of survival. However, in the case of Fan Jian, whose entire head has been severed, Zhang Wenjing is uncertain about his chances of survival. Beads of sweat form on Zhang Wenjing's forehead as she retracts her powers, fixating on the conspicuous and ghastly sutures on Fan Jian's neck. Whether he can survive now rests solely upon him. Chapter 73, Carnage. Reinforcements. In a fleeting moment, a semicircular space was cleared around the zombie king and Lu Yize. The two sides stood merely a meter apart, locked in a tense standoff. The other zombies, who had initially sought to seize Lu Yize as their prey, retreated the moment the zombie king made his presence known. They relinquished their claim on the food as a show of loyalty, hoping to avoid having their cores extracted and becoming mere energy sustenance for the zombie king. Lu Yize's current condition pales in comparison to that of the zombie king. It was indeed regrettable that he failed to inflict harm earlier. At this moment, Jiang Yu stepped forward, and he was uncertain of his ability to protect her. Grasping the resistant Sheng Shui, the zombie king chose to strike her at the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious. He flung Sheng Shui backward, and almost immediately, shadow-based ability users emerged from behind him, whisking her into the shadows. Lu Yize, beset by a high fever, found his mind clouded and was irrationally absorbing the surrounding powers. The excess energy only exacerbated his mental disarray. Nevertheless, he understood that he must not allow Sheng Shui to be taken away. As Zhang Wenjing aptly remarked, healing-type supernatural beings are coveted entities, regardless of their circumstances. At this moment, Lu Yize found himself teetering on the brink of madness. He drew his hands inward, and his powers radiated from him, instantly spreading to the West Zhou region. The space flanking the zombie king appeared as if it were being pushed inward by Lu Yize's hands, the vigorous energy creating rippling waves in the air. Subsequently, the atmosphere became tumultuous, with gases wildly escaping, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. The zombie king replicated the abilities of a strength-type zombie, bracing his hands against the imperceptible realm of supernatural energy. Almost immediately, he emulated wind-type powers, maximizing his speed, and executed several evasive maneuvers, just barely escaping the confines of the controlled space. In the next instant, as he fled, all the zombies within the affected area were crushed into a gruesome pulp, their forms grotesquely distorted in the process. The zombie king, having evaded the attack, would not afford Lu Yize a moment's respite. Violet lightning crackled fiercely around his hands. Clenching his palm tightly, he concentrated the electric energy, which writhed frantically in the air. With a ferocious strike, he unleashed a barrage of thunderous energy towards Lu Yize's position. Lu Yize promptly ensnared the lightning within the confines of his space. Yet the formidable force of the electricity breached several layers of containment, landing a devastating blow to his chest. Forming a small pocket of space with his hands, Lu Yize managed to grasp the unruly electric energy firmly, yet he was still forcefully propelled back several meters. As the lightning swirled around him, its intensity gradually waned, and he coughed up blood. The zombie king, uncertain of Lu Yize's fate, approached with the intent to extract his core of supernatural abilities. However, as he drew near, he discovered Lu Yize, his mouth smeared with blood, raising his head to reveal a grotesque grin. Immediately, the power of thunder surged forth once more, striking at the vital point of the zombie king. Previously, Lu Yize had transferred the thunder to an alternate space, enduring an extraordinary force that far exceeded the limits of his physical form. He allowed it to rampage within that space, and as the zombie king approached, he unleashed it, transforming the released energy into a weapon for his assault. So close was the distance that the zombie king had no time to evade. The lightning pierced through his body. Yet, due to his swift judgment and decisive action, the bolt did not strike a fatal area but merely penetrated his shoulder. The human before him had inflicted harm upon him several times, and the zombie king recognized this threat as one that must be eliminated. With a clenched hand, searing flames erupted forth, and a fireball was hurled towards Lu Yize, who instantaneously erected a barrier using his powers. However, as the spatial energy met the fireball, a violent explosion shattered the barrier. Though the flames were diminished by half, they continued their fierce assault against Lu Yize. He evaded the attack through spatial teleportation. Yet it seemed as if his evasion had been anticipated. Sharp blades of wind came slicing from behind him. Gathering his energy into a shield with his right hand, he maneuvered to avoid vital damage, successfully deflecting most of the assault, though his cheek and left arm bore wounds, blood oozing forth. Observing Lu Yize's injury, Jiang Yu broke free from the deadly entanglements of the other zombies, intent on rushing to his aid. But the minions of the zombie king were determined not to allow her to succeed easily. A small zombie manipulated the threads in its grasp, causing the corpses to lurch forward, their faces grotesquely contorted as they lunged towards Jiangyu. Jiangyu fiercely tore apart the individuals and zombies alike, deftly bending low to evade the fireballs hurled at her by the two-headed zombie. The ground, struck by the fireball, was left with a terrifying indentation, where flames continued to burn at an intense temperature. Observing this, Zhang Wenjing cast Fan Jian's lifeless body to a relatively safe spot. She hurried to Jiangyu's side, squeezing out the remnants of her powers. "Jiangyu, watch your back." She managed to restrain the strength-type zombie that was attempting a sneak attack from behind Jiangyu. Upon hearing her voice, Jiangyu turned, her slender form leaping gracefully into the air. Harnessing her abilities, she forcefully slammed the massive body of the strength-type zombie back into the smoldering pit created by the fireball. The flames engulfed the zombie's form, accompanied by the furious roars of the strength-type creature echoing from the pit. The female zombie unleashed her water-based powers to extinguish the flames, allowing the strength-type zombie to charge out from the depths of the pit, while the two-headed zombie simultaneously struck at Jiangyu with fiery fists. Exhausted from expending her powers, Zhang Wenjing grasped Jiangyu's arm and shouted, "Use your abilities." In that fleeting moment, Jiangyu fixed her gaze upon the two-headed zombie, her mental powers invading its consciousness, compelling it to hurl a fireball at the strength-type zombie. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Wenjing led Jiangyu away from the encirclement to regroup with Xian Wenrui. At that moment, Xian Wenrui's powers had also been depleted, relying solely on primitive weapons to combat the low-level zombies. The few remaining ability users at the central base had succumbed to exhaustion even before them, gazing at the seemingly endless horde of zombies, then casting a glance back at the base they were defending. The most authoritative ability user among them had already instructed those within the base to evacuate swiftly, while they resolved to remain and defend until death claimed them. As the crowd gazed upward at the increasingly disadvantaged Lu Yize, their spirits sank deeper. Zemo, while dispatching the relentless wave of zombies, turned to Xian Wenrui with a tinge of remorse, apologizing for implicating them. Breathing heavily, Xian Wenrui severed yet another zombie's head and extracted the crystal core from its brain, responding without turning his head, "Stop with the nonsense. Just keep killing." Outside the base, there were scarcely 100 individuals, of whom 90% were ordinary people. The ground was stained crimson with blood, littered with severed limbs and remains, leaving humanity at an extreme disadvantage. At that moment, Lu Yize's vision blurred, and all he could discern was the rapid thumping of his heart. Pain could not keep him alert, nor could it help him pinpoint the enemy's location. He stood at the heart of the battle, sustaining his body with his extraordinary abilities to avoid collapsing. Behind him, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, as thousands of armed humans advanced majestically towards their direction. It was uncertain who first realized the situation, but a voice cried out in joyous disbelief, "Reinforcements! They've arrived." Chapter 74. The madness of the zombie Lu Yize. A melodious sound of a pipa resonated, emanating from a woman at the forefront of the extraordinary army. Graceful in stature, she cradled an ancient pipa. With her gaze lowered and a serene expression, her slender fingers deftly plucked the strings, infusing the music with immense power. With a resounding note, a scale filled with the intent of slaughter echoed. The sound erupted, and in an instant, a formidable breach was torn through the impenetrable zombie horde. The mass extermination of zombies, combined with the surging waves of power from behind, diverted the zombie king's attention from Lu Yize. In front of Lu Yize, everything appeared hazy. His body drenched in blood, yet he felt a formidable mental force enveloping him and the zombie king. A cold light flashed as darkness enveloped both Lu Yize and the zombie king. Their surroundings transformed into an abyss. 8 doors materialized before them, and Lu Yize bit his tongue, the pain barely keeping him conscious. In this predicament, it seemed that someone was employing a supernatural ability, though he was uncertain whether it was related to mental powers. The positions of the 8 doors, if there were no unforeseen circumstances, should correspond to the 8 trigrams: the open door, the rest door, the life door, the injury door, the trap door, the scenic door, the death door, and the alarm door. Lu Yize gazed towards the northeast, the Jin Palace, the life door. He resolved to act before the zombie king could move, intending to open the life door. At the instant he opened it, the door vanished along with him, and a surge of supernatural energy converged upon him, mending his wounds. Standing before him was an elegantly poised man, who smiled and remarked, "The life door symbolizes growth and revival. Congratulations." Lu Yize's injuries healed. Yet his mind remained in disarray, and he regarded the man before him with lingering suspicion. He harbored an aversion to this man with the squinting smile, sensing he was not to be trusted. In stark contrast to his fortunate escape, the zombie king, having emerged from the death door, was evidently not so fortunate, bearing numerous wounds. Just after Lu Yize made his choice, the other 3 doors disappeared alongside the one he had opened, leaving only the ominous west door. It was only at this moment that the zombie king realized the man with the squinting smile was his equal in strength. Otherwise, he could not have drawn him into this realm of supernatural illusions. Among the thousands of individuals behind him, a dozen were endowed with extraordinary abilities. Severely wounded, the zombie king cast a fleeting glance at the base, which was perilously close to being overtaken. Assessing the disparity in strength between the 2 sides, he issued a command that halted the advancing zombie army, which was still engaged in combat with the humans. The higher-tier zombies, though reluctant, ultimately withdrew under the zombie king's orders, driven by a primal instinct for self-preservation. Upon realizing that the zombies were retreating, Zhang Wenjing shouted to the newly arrived empowered individuals. Healing-type ability users, they are in the clutches of the zombie king. Healing-type ability users. Not only did this rally the attention of the newcomers, but even the leader, known for his squinting eyes, opened them wide. Alas, it was too late. The human ability users yearned to pursue, but were halted by the squinting leader, who cautioned against pursuing a retreating foe. The humans, who had initially believed they were doomed, found hope in their desperate resistance as help arrived. However, before they could celebrate their deliverance, the squinting leader, who had been orchestrating their strategy, suddenly appeared to deflate, blood splattering from his side. Alarmed, his companions hastily produced crystal cores for him. Yet, unfazed, he wiped the blood from his forehead and chuckled. I have overplayed my hand. He had just utilized his abilities to ensnare both Lu Yize and the zombie king within an illusion he had crafted, exhausting all his powers in the process. It was not that he undervalued the healing-type ability users. Rather, his earlier bravado was merely a fade. Engaging directly with that horde of zombies would yield no benefit for his side, and likely result in numerous casualties. Had he not been of equal standing with the zombie king, he would not have been able to confine the creature at all. The very premise of his ability required that the opposing parties be at odds, with Lu Yize serving merely as one essential component. As the horde of zombies dissipated, Jiang Yu swiftly rushed to Lu Yize's side. Lu Yize, exhausted and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, leaned heavily against her. How could there still be a zombie? Squinting while wiping the blood from his eyes, he pondered in confusion. The individuals around him were preparing to take action when Xian Wenrui instinctively stepped in front of Jiang Yu, aware that provoking the zombie could awaken Lu Yize, leading to chaos. Yet, she was a zombie. The woman beside the squinting figure, cradling a pipa, voiced her dissent. However, she had never consumed human flesh. Ever since Lu Yize had transformed into a zombie, she had remained by his side, sustaining herself solely on crystal cores for evolution, never having fed on humans. Xian Wenrui hurriedly clarified, his anxiety mounting as Lu Yize lay in a deep stupor and Sheng Shui was captured by the zombie king, her fate uncertain. Fan Jian likely already reported to the underworld, and Zhang Wenjing stood by, uncertain of her allegiance. Damn, this journey had certainly not been auspicious. The purple-haired individual, battered and bruised, also positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Yize. I can attest to the truth of his words. This zombie had previously aided us in fending off the zombie onslaught. Without their assistance, we would have had no hope of awaiting reinforcements. The squinting figure scrutinized Jiang Yu, noting her unwavering focus on Lu Yize, seemingly oblivious to the others, which he found rather intriguing. When Xian Wenrui met the squinting figure's ambiguous gaze, a chill ran down his spine. This squinting figure looked anything but benign. Who knows what darkness lay within? At that moment, Zhang Wenjing emerged, clutching her broken hand. I am a psychic ability user, and I can assure you that this zombie has never consumed human flesh, because any faction requires such an existence. Zhang Wenjing asserted with conviction. The woman cradling the pipa chuckled at this remark, saying, but our captain possesses healing abilities as well. With that, she gestured toward Lu Yize, whose external wounds had already healed, exclaiming, see, he is a perfect example. Zhang Wenjing adjusted her thick glasses and cast a glance at the squinting man, whose head was still bleeding profusely. The man smiled and nodded, a testament to his keen perception as a mental-type ability user. Despite this, the abilities on their side did not retreat an inch. Observing the tense atmosphere, the few ability users rescued by Lu Yize also stepped forward to advocate for him. However, their sentiment was clear. The fate of the zombie should be decided once Lu Yize regained consciousness. Humanity's disdain for zombies could not be extinguished by a single act of camaraderie. After all, those who are not of our kind inevitably harbor different intentions. Chapter 75. The unusual couple. A crowd of injured individuals gathered outside the base, which was hardly a viable solution. Ultimately, it was the squinting man who made the first concession. He glanced at Lu Yize, who lay unconscious against the zombie's body. We should head into the base. He is likely at a critical juncture in his advancement. Presenting 2 yellow crystal cores, he handed them to Xian Wenrui, choosing not to confront them further due to Jiang Yu's presence. After a moment's hesitation, Xian Wenrui accepted the crystal cores and expressed his gratitude. The amicable demeanor of the other party brought a sigh of relief to Zhang Wenjing and Xian Wenrui. However, Zhang Wenjing's intentions were not purely altruistic. She was merely advocating for Jiang Yu's interests. She tested Jiang Yu, pondering that if they could accept zombies, surely they could also come to terms with mutated dogs. As anticipated, when the others beheld her accompanied by a mutated canine, they merely cast a few glances, offering little in the way of objection. The group, supporting one another, pressed onward towards the base, while Xian Wenrui engaged in lengthy discourse to clarify matters with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu clung tightly to Lu Yize, preventing anyone from approaching. Much to Xian Wenrui's relief, he hoped that the zombie capable of controlling corpses had not claimed Lu Yize as a mere shield. A deep sigh escaped Xian Wenrui, a wave of melancholy washing over him. How could someone who had been well just a short while ago simply vanish? Zhang Wenjing, overhearing Xian Wenrui's lament, recalled having carelessly discarded Fan Jian into a pit. She slapped her forehead, realizing the source of her nagging feeling of forgetfulness. Fortunately, amidst their ranks, there remained a reliable ally, Xiaobai, who had somehow retrieved Fan Jian from the depths of despair. Yet, the creature's teeth had inadvertently left marks upon Fan Jian's body. Gazing at the lifeless form of Fan Jian, Xian Wenrui felt a fresh wave of sorrow. Their camaraderie had been strong, often indulging in playful banter. And now he found himself utterly alone. Zimao was consumed by guilt, his eyes bloodshot as he mourned Fan Jian's demise and the fate of Sheng Shui, who had been abducted by the zombie king, her life hanging in the balance. Witnessing the anguish etched on Zimao's face, Xian Wenrui wiped the tears from his own eyes and said, "Count me in." Zhang Wenjing, ever the rational one, realized that even if they were to deliver these 2 to the zombies, they would hardly suffice as a meal for the minions under the zombie king's command, let alone hope to rescue Sheng Shui safely. Xiaobai carried Fan Jian into the base, where Zimao still held a modicum of authority, arranging for their group to reside together. Yet, an unmistakable sense of discomfort enveloped them, as the western area was rife with surveillance. Not only were there zombies, but also a mutated dog. It was prudent to stow themselves within sleeping bags, for when the time came and the stench became unbearable, they could simply pinch their noses and drag themselves away. Zhang Wenjing observed Xian Wenrui tighten the sleeping bag, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Just as she was about to speak, she overheard Xian Wenrui wiping his sweat and grumbling about the dubious stitching, lamenting that someone had sewn a worm-like seam between his brother's head and neck. Zhang Wenjing stifled a laugh, dismissing the urge to interject. After Xian Wenrui secured Fan Jian's body, he knocked on the door of Lu Yize and Jiang Yu's room. Upon opening the door, he was startled to see Jiang Yu perched on Lu Yize, engaged in some undisclosed activity. The chubby fellow gasped in shock, covering his eyes and exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, how could you take advantage of him like this? Even if you wish to conceive, there's no need to rush." Jiang Yu's dark eyes were bloodshot, her reason seemingly lost, with blood still staining her teeth. However, upon peering through his fingers, Xian Wenrui realized it was merely a matter of her sitting on Brother Lu. Both were still fully clothed. Given Brother Lu's current state, it was hardly surprising. He coughed awkwardly. Observing the blood oozing from Brother Lu's chin, Xian Wenrui was unfazed. After all, it was not the first day that the couple had exhibited such peculiar behavior. "Sister-in-law, please take care of these 2 crystal cores. Brother Lu will surely find them useful. And do take a gentler approach. Once he awakens, he will likely indulge your whims." Believing herself to possess a fundamentally kind heart, Xian Wenrui voiced a reminder. However, at present, Jiang Yu had no time to heed the portly man's words, vigilantly guarding against his approach to Lu Yize. It was only after the first person exited that Jiang Yu stirred her already small, now thoroughly muddled mind, which felt as if it had been reduced to a gelatinous state by the flames. She was aware that crystal cores were valuable, and the yellow crystal cores before her were of exceptional quality. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized 2 of the finest cores, along with those she had just fought to obtain outside, and placed them all upon Lu Yize. She was willing to nurture her sustenance, provided no other zombies or humans would come to contest her claim. Despite the overwhelming urge to devour him whole, she restrained her primal instinct, merely leaning forward to taste the blood from the wound she had inflicted upon him. As Jiang Yu savored the metallic tang of Lu Yize's blood, her body convulsed, and discomfort etched itself across her brow. Had Lu Yize been conscious in that moment, he would surely have sensed that Jiang Yu was unmistakably in a state of advancement. The perilous nature of a zombie in such a state magnifies their hunger instinct, demanding an abundance of energy and sustenance. Xian Wenrui remained oblivious to this fact, while the squint-eyed man was likely aware. He might have intended to test and validate whether this zombie truly conformed to their assertions, remaining not aggressive even under such extreme conditions. The agonizing transition was driving her to the brink of insanity. Should she descend to a lower tier, she would likely not hesitate to consume Lu Yize. With eyes reddened, she exhaled in ragged breaths akin to a wild beast, fixating her gaze upon the unconscious Lu Yize, observing him intently. At last, Jiang Yu retrieved her most despised dental restrainer and shackles, personally affixing them upon herself, binding her tightly. The yellow crystal core burned furiously with the chaotic energy within, while Lu Yize's condition began to stabilize gradually. It was not until the latter part of the night that Lu Yize absorbed the entirety of the energy, regaining his senses. He opened his eyes, revealing a calm and unwavering gaze amidst the surrounding darkness. He sensed the bed being disturbed by some unseen force, accompanied by a continuous low growl akin to that of a wild beast. In the inky blackness, nothing was discernible, except for a pair of crimson eyes glaring ominously from the foot of the bed. The familiar tone amidst the growls jolted Lu Yize upright. Bathed in moonlight, he discerned Jiang Yu, shackled at the bed's foot, her hands a gruesome mess from her struggles, hair disheveled, having completely lost her sanity. Chapter 76. The Awakening of Beasts. In an instant, Lu Yize regained clarity, rising to restrain Jiang Yu's already bloodied hands, preventing her from further deepening her wounds in her frantic attempts. Witnessing the scene before him ignited a fire in his heart. Utilizing his abilities to probe Jiang Yu's condition, he discovered her crystal core was in a state of extreme energy depletion. Upon sensing the energy coursing through Lu Yize, Jiang Yu resembled a parched soul on the brink of death in a desert, having spotted an oasis. The custom mouthguard was bitten through, lacerating her oral cavity, mingling with dark crimson blood as she clamped her jaws down upon Lu Yize's arm. Her sharp canines pierced the skin's texture, the warm blood surging into her nearly desiccated throat, nourishing her fracturing crystal core. Lu Yize paid no heed to the minor injury on his hand, employing his extraordinary powers to shatter the door into fragments, while the invisible layer of sound waves enveloping the exterior disintegrated completely. "Fatty, bring in some crystal cores," Lu Yize shouted towards the outside. The commotion within the room finally reached the ears of Xian Wenrui, who, being a night owl, was still awake at such an hour. Upon hearing Lu Yize's voice, he felt an immediate sense of relief after the anxiety of entering the base. Reacting swiftly, he sprang up and hurriedly gathered a handful of crystal cores to bring to Lu Yize's room, only to be struck dumb at the doorway. "What is happening here?" Though Xian Wenrui was startled by the fearsome visage of Jiang Yu, he did not allow fear to delay him. He promptly thrust all the crystal cores into Lu Yize's hands. At that moment, Jiang Yu, upon sensing Xian Wenrui's proximity, instantly unclenched her jaws, intent on pouncing upon Xian Wenrui and devouring him whole. Lu Yize seized Jiang Yu, stifling her mouth with the crystal cores. Xian Wenrui, quick-witted and agile, narrowly evaded her grasp, almost losing a vital organ in the process. However, it was not long before Xian Wenrui re-entered the room with an unusual expression, revealing 2 first-tier ability cores in the palm of his hand. "Brother Lu, I just stepped outside, and then that squint-eyed subordinate sent these 2 ability cores. What do you think this means?" Xian Wenrui held the 2 ability cores, feeling a sense of unease. Weren't these items exclusive to humans? How could that squint-eyed one possess such treasures? Compared to crystal cores, the ability cores are certainly more readily absorbed by zombies. After Lu Yize inspected them and confirmed their integrity, he proceeded to administer them to Jiang Yu. After an abrupt surge of energy, Jiang Yu collapsed into unconsciousness, utterly exhausted. Lu Yize dared not relax for a moment, encircling her protectively. "Brother Lu, this is a message from Zhang Wenjing that I must convey to you." Xian Wenrui then produced a handful of crystal cores, adding, "for contingencies." "Thank you," Lu Yize replied thoughtfully, accepting them without hesitation. He disliked being in debt to others and intended to repay with supplies or equivalent crystal cores once he was outside. Holding Jiang Yu in his arms, he unfastened the shackles that had deeply embedded themselves into her wrist, his brow furrowed with concern. Witnessing this scene, Xian Wenrui gasped in sympathy, feeling the pain. How did it come to this? Who shackled her? A fire of rage flickered within Lu Yize, impossible to extinguish. "I don't know. After I delivered 2 yellow crystal cores to you, I stepped out. She seemed fine then." "Well, not entirely fine. It appeared that Jiang Yu was quite aggressive at that time." Xian Wenrui, having missed Jiang Yu's previous advancement, had no personal experience to understand the situation. She shackled herself. Zhang Wenjing, unbeknownst to them, stood at the doorway, cradling her injured arm. She appeared somewhat disheveled, her body marked with wounds, some looking freshly inflicted. I realized she was advancing. Fearing that I might compete with you for abilities and disrupt your progression, I intended to take her away. However, in her advancing state, Jiang Yu was extremely aggressive, and I was driven away. I could only leave her a few crystal cores, and wish you good luck." Lu Yize noticed some crystal core dust on the ground, which indeed corroborated part of Zhang Wenjing's account. The individual before her has harbored suspicions for quite some time. Zhang Wenjing did not harbor any illusions about his trustworthiness. However, she felt compelled to articulate the truth she knew. The handcuffs were custom-made by Lu Yize, as was the dental restrainer. Without Jiang Yu's advancement, they would likely remain intact. Thanks to the 2 ability cores, Jiang Yu's condition has gradually stabilized. Lu Yize lifted her and gently placed her on the bed, surrounding her with the remaining cores. He then rose to inquire about the situation from the other 2, who were the group that had appeared earlier. Although feverish and delirious, he retained a vague recollection of their presence before losing consciousness. Zhang Wenjing, a psychic ability user, excelled at gathering information. The rescuers belonged to the Donggu base, the largest and safest stronghold in the country, where most of the armed forces were concentrated. Lu Yize was no stranger to the Donggu base, having been part of one of the 3 most formidable factions during the apocalypse in his past life. Their resources and talents were unparalleled by any minor base. Leading them was a unique individual from Area 3 of the Donggu base. Had it not been for the records of those who awakened this particular ability during the previous experiments, I would have struggled to deduce its nature. Based on the circumstances involving Lu Yize and the Zombie King at that time, I surmised that both had vanished simultaneously, only to reappear later, one with healed wounds and the other gravely injured. Their choice of abilities leaned towards illusion, suggesting a penchant for strategy rather than direct assault. Adept at constructing mental scenarios to make optimal judgments in the current predicament. Certainly, the effectiveness of supernatural abilities largely depends on how the user chooses to wield them. Perhaps this illusionary power possesses offensive potential, akin to the manner in which he previously ensnared both you and the Zombie King within a mirage. However, it is perplexing that the personnel from the laboratory, upon discovering the adversary's ability to manifest choice, unhesitatingly executed him, seemingly indifferent to the repercussions it would have on future experiments. The notion of abilities being contingent upon choice is indeed a rare and peculiar phenomenon. Lu Yize has survived in this apocalyptic world for 15 years and has heard tales of the captain of the 3rd district at the Donggu base, a prodigy of remarkable caliber. Regrettably, he perished 5 years into the apocalypse, reportedly in a manner most valiant. It is said that not even his remains were found, nor the core of his abilities. Chapter 77. Adrenaline. Xian Wenrui was not idle either. He gleaned a wealth of information from Zimao. According to Zimao, the Donggu base had established contact with various central bases from the outset, seeking to consolidate strength. The leader of the central base was the first to respond, joining forces with Donggu base. However, after receiving supplies from them, the second-in-command intercepted the provisions, usurping control of the base and declaring himself king. Zhang Wenjing was not surprised by this turn of events. Indeed, this marked the first setback for Donggu base, prompting them to adopt measures for future protection. As several other bases entertained similar ambitions. Even amidst the apocalypse, there are always those who will seize opportunities for gain. Currently, myriad factions are entangled in chaos and strife. Lu Yize picked up the now empty second-tier zombie crystal core from the bed. Were these two cores given by that squinty-eyed individual? As the messenger, Xian Wenrui naturally recognized the two zombie crystal nuclei. Indeed, they were given by him, stating that they would be of use. Given the urgency of the situation, he accepted them. Although the crystal nucleus before him had lost its energy fluctuations and appeared dull, it was still a second-tier nucleus. Unlike others that had crumbled to dust upon contact, Zhang Wenjing, witnessing this display of generosity, let out a cold snort. It was no surprise that the major base could casually produce two second-tier zombie crystal nuclei and also procure two ability nuclei. When she mentioned the ability nuclei, a palpable disdain flickered in her eyes. How formidable are they? Lu Yize inquired, as he pocketed the two nuclei. In addition, there are approximately 8 first-tier ability users. The rest are relatively capable ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui's expression turned to one of astonishment. How could they elevate their abilities so swiftly? He recalled the previous skirmish with the Zombie King, feeling a surge of indignation. It seemed the Zombie King could absorb zombie crystal nuclei and devour human ability nuclei. The individuals from the Donggu base were provided with a plethora of nuclei by the entire base, while we were merely left to fend for ourselves in this apocalyptic wilderness. As for the Zombie King, that was one matter, but what about those from the Donggu base? Did they receive those nuclei without any cost? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Indeed, having acquired the supply of an entire base, they naturally bore responsibility toward it. As Xian Wenrui pondered, a sudden spark of insight illuminated his mind. He turned to Lu Yize, gasping in realization. So, the narrow-eyed individual offered Brother Lu 2 high-tier zombie cores and 2 ability cores, seemingly expecting Brother Lu to perform tasks for them. Did they truly possess such benevolence? Did they think that third-tier ability users were as common as cabbages? Even in the Donggu base, the number of third-tier users was exceedingly limited. Xian Wenrui turned to the taciturn Lu Yize, gritting his teeth. Brother Lu, what are your plans? I will follow your lead. In an instant, Lu Yize crushed the 2 dull ability cores in his hand, his eyes glinting with venom. He did not believe for a moment that the other party acted out of kindness, throwing him together with a soon-to-advance zombie while offering 2 energy-rich cores as bait. Upon awakening, he discovered that within his and Jiang Yu's room, a layer of power specifically isolated the interior from external sound. Even testing whether Jiang Yu, the zombie, would harm him under extreme conditions was excessive. Moreover, after his confrontation with the Zombie King, the timing of this group's appearance was all too convenient, arriving precisely when he was exhausted from battling the Zombie King. Clearly, they had calculated this from the outset. Upon hearing Zhang Wenjing speak of the opponent's abilities, Lu Yize was further convinced of this matter. Xian Wenrui, upon hearing his words, immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, "All right, Brother Lu, I shall follow you. What shall we do?" Zhang Wenjing cast a glance at the still unconscious Jiang Yu, whether from a standpoint of strength or other considerations. It was evident that Jiang Yu's awakening would be more advantageous for their side. Regardless of what was to be said, Jiang Yu remained unresponsive. As darkness fell, the group deliberated briefly before parting ways temporarily to rest and replenish their strength, making necessary adjustments. Xian Wenrui retrieved a small medical kit for dressing wounds, a gift discreetly bestowed upon them by Zimao. After accepting it, Lu Yize applied medication to Jiang Yu's injury, while Xian Wenrui sighed, contemplating the fate of the captured Sheng Shui. "Lu Gu," he exclaimed, his spirit momentarily lifted as he gazed in disbelief at the typically unscrupulous Lu Yize. Although Lu Yize said little, Xian Wenrui understood the unspoken message. Previously, he had felt a tinge of sorrow for the fate of Xing Shui and Fan Jian. But Lu Yize's words eased the haunting shadows of death and captivity that lingered in his heart. In the past, during the transitional phase, Lu Yize's mind was clouded. But now, as clarity returned, he recalled that Fan Jian had contracted the zombie virus, likely surviving and potentially awakening supernatural abilities. Since he had not been buried in an unmarked grave, Lu Yize dismissed the thought from his mind. Observing Lu Yize's continued aloofness, Xian Wenrui mused inwardly that his elder brother must be one to conceal his grief deep within. After returning to his room and lying on the bed, Xian Wenrui had barely closed his eyes when he suddenly heard unsettling noises emanating from the corner where Fan Jian's corpse lay. The darkness heightened his senses, causing him to open his eyes wide in alarm, an exclamation of disbelief racing through his mind. He had no alternative but to share the space with his fallen brother. Believing he could face a lifeless comrade, Yet he could not accept a half-dead brother. You may be a zombie or a corpse, but you cannot be a ghost. In an effort to validate his thoughts, a cacophony reminiscent of a chainsaw suddenly erupted from within the cabinet, ominously calling his name, Xian Wenrui. At that moment, an adrenaline surge coursed through him. Was this not a haunting in the dead of night? Chapter 78. You lucky devil. From behind the tightly locked cabinet door, a relentless clamor of shaking and banging resounded. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, rather than diminishing, the noise intensified, emitting a hoarse, indistinct sound that sent chills down the spine. Xian Wenrui, overwhelmed by fear, gritted his teeth and rose, retrieving a flashlight while internally reciting the mantras of prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony. With trembling resolve, he cautiously approached and peered through the narrow opening of the cabinet. By chance, his gaze locked with a pair of eyes within, the dual pupils rotating suddenly. A chilling breeze swept from his head to his heart, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, nearly fainting from terror. The horrifying eyes from within the cabinet fixated on him, and their owner grinned, causing a thunderous crash to emanate from the cabinet. Xian Wenrui let out a blood-curdling scream. Damn! A ghost! The commotion was so loud that Zhang Wenjing, his neighbor, could no longer endure it. With a bang, she flung open her door, exasperatedly exclaiming, Xian Wenrui, what on earth are you shouting about at this hour? The moment Zhang Wenjing opened her door, Xian Wenrui scrambled from the floor to her feet, exclaiming, Oh my God, Sister Jing, there's a ghost, a ghost. Zhang Wenjing, still groggy from sleep, instructed Xiao Bai to pry open the cabinet, and from within emerged Fan Jian, who had been trapped inside for quite some time. In the darkness, a distorted figure writhed slowly, with only a pair of hands visible. A bone-chilling breath permeating the air. Xian Wenrui rolled his eyes, trembling as he clutched Xiao Bai's leg. Am I reporting to the underworld? Damn it! After finally escaping from the confines of the cabinet, Fan Jian took a deep breath, nearly suffocating inside, and cursed upon hearing Xian Wenrui's words. What on earth is happening? I have no idea. Not only Xian Wenrui, but Fan Jian also wore a bewildered expression. Realizing that Fan Jian had not turned into a ghost, Xian Wenrui still felt a lingering dread, struggling to calm himself. Fan Jian touched his neck, where a twisted scar remained, and he vividly recalled the moment his head had been torn apart. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, pain radiating from his neck throughout his body. Upon awakening, he glanced around in the western zhou but did not see Sheng Shui, immediately inquiring, Where is Sheng Shui? The smile faded from Xian Wenrui's face. She was taken by the zombie king. Brother Lu was unable to reach her in time. Battling the zombie king was already exceedingly difficult. As Fan Jian's expression grew increasingly grim, Xian Wenrui quickly rallied his spirits. Do not worry. Sheng Shui is a healing type ability user. Such powers are essential for both sides. Moreover, Brother Lu has promised that once we escape, we will rescue Sheng Shui. Just remain calm for now. Fan Jian's mood worsened, and as his emotions shifted, the temperature around them plummeted, the air around Shizhou crystallizing into ice, which swiftly crawled up the walls. What is going on? Xian Wenrui rubbed his arms and spoke, lamenting the extreme weather. Even at night, the heat made it impossible to sleep, yet now a chill made one shiver. It was a manifestation of Fan Jian's extraordinary abilities. Zhang Wenjing absent-mindedly petted the small white creature, which was happily shaking off its fur. Upon hearing this, both Xian Wenrui and even Fan Jian himself were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Wenjing regarded the two, who seemed perplexed by the situation. If it weren't for the awakening of your abilities, how could you possibly think he had rolled his head on the ground a few times, yet remained so lively? As she continued, she remarked, You were indeed fortunate. Provoking the zombie king led to him personally striking you, causing his claws to pierce your neck and infect you with the zombie virus before your demise. Otherwise, you would now be among the corpses outside. As for your eyes, I cannot say for certain, perhaps it is a side effect. Xian Wenrui shook his head in reflection. Life is but fate. Fan Jian, you truly are lucky to survive such an ordeal and even awaken extraordinary powers. Fan Jian, despite his serious tone and lack of humor, declared, You are right. Now that I possess these abilities, I must strive to enhance them. However, the gravity of his statement was undermined by his voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack, causing Xian Wenrui to stifle a laugh, which escaped as a breathy chuckle. Forgive me, brother, I simply couldn't contain myself. Fan Jian's voice now resembled that of a fledgling duck learning to speak. and one might wonder if one day the small white creature would articulate itself more coherently than him. Tentatively, Fan Jian touched his throat and asked, "Will my voice ever return to normal?" Zhang Wenjing coldly provided an answer. It was grim. His throat felt as though it had been torn to shreds. And the mere ability to speak was nothing short of miraculous. Fan Jian, usually possessing a commendable disposition, sighed softly, acknowledging that simply surviving was a testament to his resilience, rendering any concerns about the quality of his voice trivial. In the time before the apocalypse, Fan Jian harbored aspirations of entering the entertainment industry. As a scion of wealth, he understood the importance of crafting a public persona. He fancied himself somewhat gifted in singing, earning the moniker of KTV Little Overlord. He, along with Zimao and Miao, had even planned to form a band, with their hair already dyed in preparation. Yet, before they could officially embark on their musical journey, the cataclysm struck. Reflecting on the tranquility of the past was futile. The memories only served to deepen the chasm of his current reality. Fan Jian shook his head, attempting to dispel those thoughts. "I wonder if Lu Gu and Jiang Yu are safe?" He pondered. "They should be fine," Xian Wenrui replied with a measured tone. "What do you mean should? Your words are becoming increasingly cryptic, fatty. Lu Gu is unharmed. He has successfully advanced to a level 3 ability user. As for Jiang Yu, she should also be all right, currently striving for level 2. Isn't that good news?" Fan Jian questioned, perplexed. "It is good news, but the timing leaves much to be desired. Regardless, I will elaborate on the current situation so you can adequately prepare yourself." However, the little white-haired creature, despite its thick fur, was still susceptible to heat, and even a shaved head did little to alleviate its discomfort. Now, thanks to Fan Jian's unique abilities, Xian Wenrui felt unusually cool, prompting the little creature to settle in place, having wholly adopted its master's lazy demeanor. With a few tugs, Sibai remained unresponsive, instead feigning ignorance and foolishness, hiding its head between its paws as if it had concealed itself well. Zhang Wenjing remarked, "Fine, you can stay here, but do be cautious not to sleepwalk and devour those two." Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian jolted, with Xian Wenrui calling out to Zhang Wenjing's retreating figure, "Wait, Jingjie, are you just leaving like this? Aren't you taking this perilous pet with you?" Chapter 79. Exercise restraint. She left without a backward glance, ignoring the two behind her and the dog. As she passed by Lu Yize and Jiang Yu's room, she tentatively used her abilities to probe. However, she was swiftly repelled by a surge of formidable powers, causing her to stagger back several steps. Steadying herself with difficulty, she wiped the blood from her corner of her mouth, smirking coldly, as unreasonable as ever. At that moment, Jiang Yu, sensing the fluctuation of abilities, instantly opened her eyes. Her hands were wrapped in white bandages, still carrying the scent of medicine, yet this did not hinder her from attacking. 5 claws sprouted sharp black nails, lunging towards Lu Yize's abdomen. Just as she was about to succeed, Lu Yize seized her wrist, avoiding her wound, twisting the zombie's arm behind her, leveraging it to pivot and pin her onto the bed. Jiang Yu's head was buried in the pillow, her hands restrained at her waist. Her curves were fully exposed. Yet her resistance was futile, leaving her to turn her head and snarl at Lu Yize. Her disheveled hair cascaded beside her ears, her sharp teeth poised to bite through Lu Yize's neck, her clothing having been torn into strips by her own hands. Now, the jade-colored skin subtly reveals a flawless back, with a graceful neck partially concealed beneath, and a slender waist that seems barely graspable. Lu Yize encircles Jiang Yu's entire waist with one arm, restraining her movements while assisting her in untangling her chaotic powers. The two power cores unleash their energy, tumultuously surging within Jiang Yu's body, battering against her veins and organs. Jiang Yu feels discomfort but is at a loss for how to articulate it. In a state of losing her reason, she can only resort to biting as a means of release, yet she is immobilized. It feels as though two flames are raging within her, battling for dominance, driving her to desperately seek freedom from her restraints, to unleash her wrath upon everyone present. Jiang Yu's defiance provokes Lu Yize to retrieve a new dental restraint from his spatial storage and place it upon her, urging her to endure. The path to advancement is not so easily trodden. Once she ascends, her power will take a significant leap forward. The chasm between first and second-tier zombies is akin to a watershed. Cross it, and everything changes. The sudden surge of strength she experiences is merely an instinctive response to the clash of her powers. Her already exhausted body swiftly succumbs, collapsing against Lu Yize. Jiang Yu's form presses against him, gasping for breath, her heaving chest in sync with his. Lu Yize reclines on the bed, his fingers gently gripping the nape of Jiang Yu's neck. The most significant distinction between first and second-tier zombies lies in the fact that second-tier zombies possess the ability to breathe like humans. With hazy eyes, Jiang Yu struggles to control her body, awkwardly attempting to breathe. The once loose clothing, now torn, becomes even more disheveled with each breath she takes. The two bodies pressed closely together, and Jiang Yu could acutely sense the powerful rhythm of Lu Yize's heart. Gradually, the previously restless Jiang Yu closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber once more. In this moment, she regarded Lu Yize as her resting place. Lying atop him without a hint of reservation, blissfully unaware of their proximity, Lu Yize, wrapping his arm around Jiang Yu's waist, was left to grapple with his own tumultuous emotions, unable to find solace. As dawn broke, the temperature surged once again by several degrees. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's coolness provided a comforting embrace, offering a reprieve from the heat. However, Lu Yize's elevated body temperature and Jiang Yu's aversion to warmth led to her waking up. Her senses restored, no longer consumed by the primal desire that had overwhelmed her the previous day. Upon discovering Lu Yize beside her, she felt his warmth yet yearned to draw closer. After a brief internal conflict, she settled back down, lying still in Lu Yize's arms, wide awake yet motionless. Awake, Lu Yize's voice emerged, raspy and laced with fatigue, a remnant of the late-night shower he had taken before finally drifting off to sleep. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Yu immediately lifted her head. Lu Yize, perplexed, pondered the distinctions between a second-tier zombie and one of the first-tier, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. In an unprecedented moment, Jiang Yu nodded in response to his inquiry, followed by a soft before nestling herself back into his embrace. If one were to discern a difference, it could be said that the second-tier Jiang Yu exhibited a greater degree of compliance compared to her first-tier self, now demonstrating an awareness of her reactions. Simultaneously, she had become more clingy, wrapping herself around him from the early hours and refusing to let go. The underlying, somewhat obsessive possessiveness within Jiang Yu began to emerge gradually. Rise and shine, for there are matters to attend to today. Upon hearing Lu Yize's words, Jiang Yu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately complied and rose to her feet. Throughout the ordeal, she remained glued to Lu Yize's side, not straying an inch away. Lu Yize stood in the bathroom, observing Jiang Yu closely trailing behind him, a line of frustration forming in his mind. The upgraded Jiang Yu was quite something. Her ability to comprehend human speech hinged entirely on her desire to do so. For instance, at this moment, Jiang Yu, feeling guilty, averted her gaze and feigned innocence by fiddling with her tattered clothing. Lu Yize regarded her with a cold smirk and declared that if she refused to leave, she could remain there. As he unfastened his pants, Jiang Yu leaned in closer from behind, prompting Lu Yize to lose his patience and cover her eyes, admonishing her to stop peeping. Jiang Yu had become rather astute. Her once pea-sized intellect had blossomed to the size of a plum, leaving her incapable of misunderstanding his words. With her eyes shielded, Jiang Yu quietly retorted that he had shown her before. Lu Yize was momentarily taken aback by her response, glancing at her with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed she had grown wiser, no longer suffering in silence. Previously, no matter what Lu Yize said to Jiang Yu, she would hardly react, but now, she had mastered the art of retort. Before long, news of Jiang Yu's newfound intelligence reached Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian. Fan Jian, gazing at Jiang Yu's complexion, which had lightened a shade, exclaimed dramatically, "Jiang Yu, you are increasingly resembling a human." Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui delivered a light smack to his head, scolding him for his choice of words, reminding him that she had always been a person. When Lu Yize learned that Fan Jian had awakened, he was not particularly surprised, but he did raise an eyebrow and inquire, "Is there no hope for that voice?" Zhang Wenjing adjusted her heavy glasses and, under normal circumstances, would have deemed the situation hopeless. However, she was uncertain if Sheng Shui possessed a solution. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian let out a sigh of relief, declaring, "All right, Brother Lu, I shall not be a hindrance this time. I will find a way to catch up with your abilities as swiftly as possible." Meanwhile, Xian Wenrui, who had been listening to their conversation, could no longer contain himself. He turned to Jiang Yu, who was about to shift from the edge of the sofa to Lu Yize's side, and exclaimed, "Jiang Yu, this is not how you used to behave. I am aware of your affection for Brother Lu, but please exercise some restraint in public." Chapter 80. Jiang Yu welcomes guest Jiang Yu, holding Lu Yize's hand. Focused on playing with it, and completely ignored Xian Wenrui's rebuke. Observing that Jiang Yu did not pull her hand away, Lu Yize decided to indulge her. After all, she was willing to unhesitatingly offer him crystal cores in a moment of urgency, and he was not one to disregard such kindness. "No need," he replied. "I actually don't possess many crystal cores myself. Besides, since I am staying at your place, there is no need for me to repay you. Being able to help a little brings me comfort." Xian Wenrui spoke these words sincerely, but upon glancing at Zhang Wenjing, a sudden realization struck him. "Brother Lu, Zhang Wenjing has provided you with around 16 or 17 crystal cores. You should simply return them to her." He feared that by saying this, the young lady might feel too shy to ask for her due, and thus he would inadvertently be generous with someone else's resources. "I do not care about those few crystal cores," Zhang Wenjing stated, glancing at Lu Yize. With a slight adjustment of her glasses, she shifted the conversation. "However, I would like to know what your next course of action will be." Fan Jian, having known Lu Yize since high school, immediately grasped the underlying implications. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenjing immediately smiled and declared that she no longer desired those dozen or so crystal cores. Instead, she wished for an opportunity to enter the base. Lu Yize neither agreed nor refused, gripping Jiang Yu's increasingly unruly hand and coldly uttering, "Speak again." Zhang Wenjing, not receiving an answer, felt no disappointment. Contrarily, the mutated dog, Xiaobai, beside her displayed its beady black eyes and let out a pitiful howl. Fan Jian found this hairless mutated dog quite endearing, marking yet another day of wanting to raise such a creature. Once everyone had absorbed the remaining crystal cores and tended to their wounds, Lu Yize caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, sensing movement not far away with his mental energy. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "Jiang Yu, open the door. We have guests." Although Jiang Yu could not fathom Lu Yize's intentions, she had become more astute in reading his emotions, discerning whether he was merely speaking casually or if he was serious. At this moment, she clearly sensed the gravity in his tone, which also hinted at a certain ruthlessness. Obediently, Jiang Yu rose and stood at the door, yet made no move to open it. Just as Xian Wenrui thought she was unsure how to proceed and stood to mediate, saying, "This trivial matter of opening the door. Let me do it." Before he could finish his sentence, the door thundered violently, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood, as several thick vines surged in like ferocious beasts. Startled, Xian Wenrui, who had only risen halfway, immediately conjured a water shield for protection, while the abilities of the others began to stir. Ignoring his defense, Jiang Yu swiftly locked onto the most aggressive vine, her form flickering as she prepared to counter. Her fingers curled like claws, firmly gripping the tendrils. With her core engaged, she harnessed her entire body to exert force, abruptly yanking backward, causing the initially unstoppable vines to come to an unexpected halt. The standoff lasted barely 3 seconds before the vines outside gathered renewed strength, launching a ferocious assault from all angles, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts determined to breach any defense. As others prepared to assist Jiang Yu, they were intercepted by Lu Yize. With an inscrutable expression, Lu Yize observed the scene outside, dismissing the seemingly insignificant vines entirely. Realizing Jiang Yu was at a disadvantage, he urged, "Jiang Yu, unleash your abilities." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yu recalled her dormant powers, but before she could react, she was ensnared by the tendrils. Lu Yize maintained a grim demeanor, still preventing anyone else from intervening. In the next instant, a sharp snapping sound resonated as the rampaging vines shattered in a flash. With the vines destroyed, the individual concealed within them displayed a look of mild astonishment. Jiang Yu's gaze locked onto them, and as her spirit zeroed in on the target, she unhesitatingly unleashed her mental assault. Her formidable abilities surged forth like a tempest, overwhelming her opponent, who was instantly engulfed in confusion. Their mind teetering on the brink of explosion from an overload of information, the mental agony far surpassing any physical pain. As he howled in despair, Jiang Yu's fingers hooked, and she leaped into the air, propelled by her own momentum toward the location of her opponent's core abilities. Before she could regain her footing, she sensed 2 powerful forces of abilities surging within the room, clashing with tremendous intensity. The space seemed to warp under the clash of these 2 formidable forces, every molecule in the air quivering in trepidation. The individuals present instantaneously conjured barriers with their abilities, yet the newly awakened Fan Jian, unaccustomed to wielding his powers, cried out in agony from the impact. "Who can enlighten me on how to use these abilities?" The attention of the onlookers was fixed beyond the door, leaving no room to regard Fan Jian. Only the increasingly irritated Xiaobai, his ears pained by the commotion, clamped Fan Jian in his mouth and enveloped him with a protective shield, mitigating the harm. Turning his head, Fan Jian was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Brother dog. From now on, you shall be my brother, my true kin." Xiaobai, visibly disdainful, nearly retorted in human speech to refuse. Lu Yize and his counterpart clearly had no intention of annihilating this base, the atmosphere thick with tension and devastation. Lu Yize surveyed the gaping breach of the door and, with a frigid tone directed at the foliage beyond, called out, "Come forth." All eyes followed Lu Yize's gaze to a singular point. The person revealed exhibited no sign of embarrassment at being discovered. Instead, he nonchalantly parted the verdant leaves and smiled with composure. "The child is impulsive. I hope for your understanding." The plant-based ability user, having been invaded by Jiang Yu's mental intrusion, emerged from the foliage clutching his head, the world spinning around him. He glared fiercely at Lu Yize, seething, "You have harmed my sister. I shall not allow you to escape unscathed." Fan Jian, a scion of wealth, may have lacked other skills, but was a master at verbal sparring. Though still reeling from the impact, he rolled up his sleeves, placed his hands on his hips, and engaged in a war of words. "A child? Is this what you refer to as a child? Taller than me, easily reaching 180 centimeters. Which family raises such a towering child? Who else has harmed your sister? We have not ventured outside all night. Do not attempt to unjustly slander others." The plant-based supernatural being was enraged and nearly acted out, but was halted by the squint-eyed individual, Zheng Lin. Upon being addressed by his full name, Zheng Lin fell silent, though traces of defiance remained on his face. The squint-eyed individual chose not to pursue the matter further, but instead turned with a smile to explain. "Young Lin is still just a child, a mere elementary school student before the apocalypse. He can be impulsive, and I shall bear the losses incurred by your actions." Chapter 81. Extortion and blackmail. Fan Jian's focus shifted momentarily. A child? What have they been fed? What kind of fodder do today's children consume to grow so rapidly? How come I never encountered such fortunate circumstances? If only I could grow another 10 centimeters, I wouldn't need to rely on height-enhancing insoles. Zhang Wenjing was more concerned about the compensation mentioned by the squint-eyed individual than her own height. She stepped forward, her demeanor remarkably amicable as she spoke. "Let us not quibble with the child. However, the negligence of you guardians warrants some form of recompense to instill a lesson." Upon observing the child's brother's disgruntled expression, which resembled a grimace, Zhang Wenjing sensed an opportunity for leverage. Her eyes glinted with a spark of mischief, and her lips curled into a smile. "We do not desire these trivial possessions. We merely wish to impart a valuable lesson to the child, one that emphasizes the importance of restraint in future endeavors." Her tone inexplicably irked him, and the boy's brother erupted in anger. "If compensation is to be given, so be it. Do you think I cannot afford it? The zombies I have slain far outnumber yours." The more zombies he dispatched, the greater the number of crystal cores he amassed, which could be exchanged for essential supplies, thus alleviating any concerns about compensating for the trifles at hand. Zhang Wenjing lowered her head to conceal the smile at the corner of her lips, saying, "That's good. Rest assured, dear sister, I shall not trouble anyone." Since Lu Yize had made his appearance with narrowed eyes, he had surprisingly restrained his extraordinary abilities. The two individuals who had just experienced a clash of powers feigned indifference, as if nothing had transpired. Were it not for the fissures in the wall, Xian Wenrui might have doubted if it was merely an illusion. Lu Yize was presently tending to Jiang Yu's hands, while she had severed the assault from the plants. Her fingertips stained with the greenish sap that, upon drying, became somewhat viscous. As long as Jiang Yu remained by Lu Yize's side, her aggression diminished significantly. In fact, as she continued to evolve, her skin gradually approached a more human hue, albeit still tinged with a hint of green, and her nails remained jet black. The once visible dark veins on her forehead were now concealed beneath her skin, no longer apparent. Zhang Lin observed that while others could endure being human, he could only feel an insatiable aversion towards Jiang Yu. Most individuals within the central base expressed gratitude towards Lu Yize and his companions. Though they harbored some trepidation towards the zombies accompanying him, their hostility was not overwhelming. However, the group from Donggu base exhibited far greater vigilance and apprehension towards Lu Yize and his comrades, with many of them, including Zheng Lin, harboring intense animosity towards the zombies. "You, a third-tier ability wielder, choose to protect a zombie instead of safeguarding humanity, and you dare to attack my sister for this creature. Are you not in league with the zombies?" Lu Yize, faced with the outcry of an 11 or 12-year-old child, could scarcely be bothered to respond. Fan Jian, whose mental age seemed akin to that of the child, could no longer restrain himself and interjected, "Who's aligning with the zombies here? I also said that you and the zombies were merely a moment apart." Zheng Lin, wronged and trembling with anger, exclaimed, "You speak nonsense. How could I possibly be associated with zombies? I certainly do not have the perverse inclination to raise them." Fan Jian, with a mocking expression and a face full of disdain, retorted, "What? So only your little mouth is allowed to babble, while I am forbidden from speaking?" Zheng Lin opened his mouth to counter, but Fan Jian seized the opportunity to interrupt. "And you keep insisting that Lu Yize harmed your sister. Do not slander him. He has a family and certainly did not seek out your sister in the dead of night." At the mention of Lu Yize's name, Jiang Yu perked up, her ears twitching. She turned to observe the bickering duo for a moment, seemingly grasping the situation, before immediately wrapping her arms around Lu Yize, baring her teeth at Zheng Lin in a display of possessiveness. Look, do you see? Our brother Lu and sister-in-law share a profound bond. A love that transcends all boundaries and has no entanglement with your sister. You are talking nonsense. My sister has nothing to do with him. She only did so to monitor." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized the gravity of his mistake and abruptly ceased. Fan Jin chuckled. "Ah, monitor, what a clever term. How shameless to accuse another while being guilty oneself." Having inadvertently revealed too much, Zheng Lin's complexion turned pale, and the squinting-eyed individual, now smiling, attempted to clarify, "We merely aim to ensure the safety of everyone within the base. After all, the threat of zombies is indeed real." When it came to Jiang Yu, Lu Yize's gaze turned frigid as he lifted his eyes to scrutinize the seemingly amiable squinter. "So you deliberately placed a soon-to-evolve zombie in the same room as an evolving ability user? How could one harbor such thoughts? It is undoubtedly merely an accident," explained with an inscrutable smile. Lu Yize responded with a mocking smile. "Oh, I see I have misunderstood. I wonder if that Esper, who cradled the pipa, is still alive?" Initially, Xian Wenrui and the others could not hear the commotion within the room precisely because the sound-manipulating Esper had shrouded the chamber they occupied in an aura of silence. Upon awakening, Lu Yize, provoked by Jiang Yu's dire circumstances and acutely aware of this malevolent force, retaliated with unrestrained fury. The adversary would likely emerge severely injured, if not dead. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Yize's words, the enigmatic figure with the smile began to tighten his lips, opening his eyes. His gray orbs appeared shrouded in a veil, yet devoid of confusion. They reflected a palpable danger, akin to the calm before a storm. Lu Yize's obsidian gaze met his, conjuring an invisible threat through overwhelming pressure. However, the enigmatic figure swiftly regained his composure and replied with a smile. "No need to worry, I am still alive. What a stroke of fortune that is." Lu Yize's words seemed to land softly, as the other appeared unfazed, even smiling as he inquired, "I wonder if those 2 crystal cores and 2 ability cores have been of assistance to you?" Lu Yize recognized the implication of a dead ode. "That is reassuring. I can rest easy now, for our Eastern ancient base has always valued talent." The figure exhaled deeply, his tone lighthearted, yet deliberately emphasizing the word talent. "If possible, let us share a meal together at noon and engage in a thorough discussion." With a gentle smile gracing the corners of his mouth, the squint-eyed individual did not refuse. The 2 quarreling schoolchildren remained oblivious to the subtle tension concealed between Lu Yize and the squint-eyed figure. "I must attend to the trivial matters at the base, so I shall not intrude further." The squint-eyed one smiled as he escorted Zheng Lin away. Yet, the moment he turned, the warmth of his smile vanished entirely. Upon returning to the office at the base, the squint-eyed figure busied himself with the mountain of accumulated documents. Since the second-in-command had taken control, the central base had descended into chaos. Just as he was about to complete his tasks, a subordinate knocked hesitantly at the door. "Come in," he called. "Captain, here is the compensation list from that group." The squint-eyed individual glanced at the document, and his typically flawless smile fractured, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Are you telling me that Shaolin has damaged a door, 2 walls, 3 beds, 5 exotic beasts, 10 generators, 20 cooling units, 70 chickens, ducks, and geese, as well as over 100 first-tier crystal cores?" Chapter 82. Not engaging in extortion. The subordinate, bracing himself, replied, "Why, yes." She also mentioned that they absolutely do not engage in extortion. They aren't extorting anyone. They merely came to procure. One might mistakenly believe they were settling accounts. Upon hearing this, Zheng Lin charged in, carrying a piggy bank with an air of authority. His aide, observing the towering elementary school student, hesitated. caught between speaking and remaining silent. How many crystal cores could they possibly spend? Those individuals likely have never encountered such circumstances. Just as Zheng Lin uttered these words, he caught sight of the exorbitant bill, and his voice abruptly escalated in pitch. Who issued this purchase order? When did I ever break their 3 beds, 5 exotic beasts, 10 generators, 20 cooling machines, 70 chickens, ducks, and geese, as well as over 100 crystal cores? Can their dilapidated dwelling even accommodate such a multitude of items? Utter nonsense. This is sheer fabrication. Such outrageous claims are nothing short of extortion. This is akin to a home invasion. I am furious. These shameless adults are driving me to the brink. No, I must confront them. This is nothing short of a scam. I do not possess such an abundance of resources and crystal cores. For now, it is not yet time to sever ties. If this escalates, the disadvantages will outweigh the benefits. Moreover, should they choose to ally with us, it would significantly bolster our position, even at a major base like Donggu. There are merely 2 level 3 ability users. The advancement of humanity is far more arduous than that of zombies. While zombies can absorb ability cores and crystal cores, humans typically refrain from harming their own kind, though some deranged individuals might exist. However, the efficiency of zombies absorbing energy from crystal cores pales in comparison to their absorption of energy from ability cores. Likewise, while humans can absorb ability cores, the conversion rate is not as high as that of crystal cores. Yet, I do not possess such an abundance of crystal cores. Zheng Lin's face flushed with indignation as he shook his piggy bank, realizing that the number of crystal cores within was insufficient. He understood the dire situation of the base and felt a pang of reluctance. Before the apocalypse, he was not miserly. Yet the harsh realities of this new world had forced him into a state of frugality. You can take it, there's no need to haggle. It is of no great consequence. Previously, it was fortunate that you were by my sister's side. Otherwise, she would have been in dire straits. Ah, well, that is reassuring. As Zheng Lin pondered this, a sense of dread washed over him. Yet, as if recalling something, he turned back to inquire once more. Lu Yize's mere act of breaking through the barrier was insufficient. He still possessed the vigor to counterattack in an instant. Your innate talent surpasses that of the majority, and with diligent cultivation, you shall soon attain the 3rd tier, thus ensuring your own safety and that of your family in this apocalyptic world. He could not shake the feeling that the advent of this apocalypse was peculiar, coupled with certain events that transpired thereafter, instilling within him a sense of vague unease. Zheng Lin's advancement in his abilities was remarkably rare, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as prodigious at such a tender age. His powers had already reached the 2nd tier. Within the Donggu base, due to the sheer number of individuals, it had become evident that each person's talents varied significantly. For those of lesser aptitude, absorbing a crystal core of the same level might require a week, or even a month. Conversely, those with greater gifts could assimilate a core in merely a day or even a few hours. Meanwhile, in the face of the dilapidated house, Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian were seething with frustration. Fan Jian turned to Lu Yize and asked when they would depart, expressing indignation at how little regard they seemed to have for them. That squinty-eyed fellow's words were infuriating. Xian Wenrui chimed in. Indeed, he claimed that children are oblivious. Yet he made no effort to intervene. It was evident that he had permitted that little brat to behave in such a manner. Damn, you speak with such insight. How did I not realize this? Upon hearing this, Fan Jian's anger intensified. If you could conceive of it, then surely no one else could have overlooked it. Xian Wenrui gazed affectionately at Fan Jian, whose intellect was comparable to that of Jiang Yu. This look, coupled with his words, provoked Fan Jian to angrily slam the dilapidated table, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that, you fatso?" At that moment, Zhang Wenjing had just completed a medical examination on Jiang Yu, administering basic bandaging. Based on the injuries Jiang Yu bore, she deduced that the young man just mentioned was exceptionally powerful, presumably a 2nd-tier plant-based ability user. Chapter 83. The invitation. The 2 individuals, previously embroiled in a quarrel, halted their actions upon hearing this revelation, leaving a palpable silence in the air. After a prolonged pause, Fan Jian inhaled sharply and uttered, "Damn it. 12 years old and already a 2nd-tier ability user. What kind of monster is this?" He pondered how, given a few more years of development, this child would undoubtedly become extraordinarily formidable. Xian Wenrui felt a twinge of envy as he contemplated his own abilities. Among those present, only Jiang Yu and Lu Yize remained largely unaffected. Jiang Yu was indifferent, while Lu Yize was all too familiar with this plant-based ability user. Indeed, In the late stages of the apocalypse, no one was unaware of the most powerful human, the sole sixth-tier ability user. A prodigy capable of single-handedly annihilating a horde of zombies. He was also the last remaining SSS-level gifted ability user of that era. However, compared to Zheng Lin, who would evoke terror among zombies 15 years hence, the current Zheng Lin appeared to be well-protected, exuding a certain naivety, as if untouched by the harsh realities of the world. Meanwhile, Fan Jian lamented the accidental damage to his clothing, feeling disheartened as he remarked, "This kid has not only turned this place into a wreck, but has also torn my few remaining garments. It's truly infuriating. In this apocalyptic world, every piece of clothing is precious. Thus, even the wealthy scion like Fan Jian finds himself dressing with frugality." Zhang Wenjing sighed, a hint of regret in her voice. "I forgot." The group of men, however, seemed indifferent to such matters. Upon hearing Zhang Wenjing's comment, Xian Wenrui casually remarked, "Don't be polite with them. They should compensate us for what we lost." "Oh no, they ought to provide us with a little additional compensation for emotional distress. We should boldly demand 10 crystal cores from them." Xian Wenrui secretly reveled in his own cleverness, clicking his tongue in delight, convinced he might have a knack for being a shrewd businessman. Hearing this, Fan Jian scoffed, "What ambition? 10 crystal cores? We should insist they throw in a few extra garments as well. Now, let us go. The time is ripe." Lu Yize, disinterested in lingering further, led the group toward the residence of the one known as Mimi Yin. This central base was not insignificant in size, despite the aftermath of the zombie surge. Many individuals still thrived within its confines. Some had succumbed to the undead, meeting their demise on the spot, while others had fortuitously awakened to become supernatural beings. His own wounds and bloodstains remained unattended, yet upon seeing the living Fan Jian, his eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and he stepped forward to pat Fan Jian's shoulder. Turning to meet the gaze of the already awakened Lu Yize, he choked out, "Brother Lu." Lu Yize responded with a simple offering no further inquiry. Fan Jian felt a surge of joy at the sight of the living Zimao, yet he was too preoccupied to reminisce. Lei Yangyu, having witnessed numerous trials, displayed a maturity and composure far beyond that of when they first departed the villa. Fearing they might not grasp the situation, he took the liberty to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the Donggu base. This time, over 1,000 individuals had arrived, including a dozen extraordinary abilities users. He fixed his gaze on Fan Jian, earnestly advising, "Remember their names. Do not merely refer to them as squinty eyes. Be cautious, for they could easily dispatch you with a mere finger." Suddenly called out, Fan Jian glanced to his left and then to his right, confirming that the admonition was indeed directed at him. He retorted swiftly, "With so many people calling me squinty eyes, why am I the only one singled out? Is it not a reflection of your name?" Liang Yu had known Fan Jian for some time and anticipated that, without such a reminder, Fan Jian would likely enter the room exclaiming, "Hey, squinty eyes, good to see you again." Currently, the relationship between the central base and the Donggu base was tenuous, with internal factions within Donggu base vying for power, making the central base a pawn in their struggles. After taking note of this, Lu Yize made his assessment. They had not ventured far when they noticed squinty eyes standing outside with a few companions, seemingly expecting their arrival at this hour. With a smile, squinty eyes gestured for them to enter, suggesting they share a light lunch while discussing matters. No one would forego a meal. Location was irrelevant for a conversation. Upon entering, Jiang Yu immediately lifted her head, sniffing around as if she had encountered catnip. Lu Yize scanned the surroundings with his mental energy, confirming there were no issues, and thus refrained from restraining Jiang Yu. Lu Yize knew he had not lied. However, this colossal crab meat was typically utilized as bait, luring the zombies into a trap and capturing them en masse to extract their crystal cores. These mutated giant crab meats were likely initially stored solely for the purpose of combating the undead. However, at least on the surface, they have demonstrated their capability to accomplish this task. Let us get straight to the point. Do you require me to procure 2 second-tier zombie crystal cores for you? Or perhaps other resources? Lu Yize took a seat and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Miming, upon hearing his words, did not rush, instead inviting everyone to savor the steak made from mutated beef. Once the introductions were complete, he leisurely spoke. "You should know that I am neither in want of crystal cores nor resources, but..." He shifted his gaze towards Fan Jian, a subtle smile playing on his lips, indicating to him that their group's information had been thoroughly investigated. The atmosphere became tense, with no one daring to speak. In contrast, Lu Yize appeared more interested in how much Jiangyu had consumed. Miming maintained a courteous smile, showing no signs of awkwardness at Lu Yize's disregard for decorum. Fortunately, once Lu Yize observed that Jiangyu had finished her meal, he turned to speak. Now, please, what is it that you wish to propose? He opened his light gray eyes, suppressing his smile, and issued a serious invitation. I hope you will join our base and stand with me to eliminate the Zombie King. Chapter 84. Being honest and upstanding, we will not align ourselves with any faction, he stated firmly, and Lu Yize promptly rejected the notion with equal decisiveness. The squint-eyed individual is astute, although Lu Yize declined to join the base. He evidently left room for discussion regarding the latter proposal of joining forces to eliminate the Zombie King. He swiftly reached a conclusion. For the time being, let us set aside the matter of joining the base. Yet I believe we share a common goal. After uttering these words, he paused momentarily, surveying the reactions of everyone present before feigning nonchalance and turning his gaze back to Lu Yize. You desire to rescue your comrades. While we cannot allow the existence of such a colossal threat as the third-tier zombies, if it were just him alone, it would undoubtedly be an exceedingly daunting task. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on their side, as they had discovered an individual who had just ascended to the third tier of abilities. So, what do you intend to do? Lu Yize set down his cup of water. The squint-eyed man leaned back, a smile gracing his lips as he uttered a single word: cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yize revealed a profound smile, the undercurrents of emotion in his eyes shimmering. It seemed that this person had been inclined towards collaboration from the very beginning. Of course, this was predicated on the condition that she was still alive. Although his words were somewhat harsh, most recognized them as truth, except for Fan Jian, who held the deepest affection for Sheng Shui and could not bear to hear such sentiments. What condition? She is certainly alive. Fan Jian's voice rose, a bit louder than intended, his already hoarse tone cracking slightly in his agitation. In truth, everyone present understood this reality. Fan Jian had merely been reluctant to contemplate it deeply. Moreover, they were entirely unaware of the Zombie King's whereabouts. Even if they did know, he could not allow a group of unprepared individuals to march to their demise, unwittingly offering their abilities to the zombies. Ultimately, their collaboration is solely aimed at achieving their objectives. At this moment, Lu Yize rose and cast a glance at the secretly irate Fan Jian, managing to control the tense situation. The following day, Fan Jian wore a blank expression, utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Really? You just heard it yourself. Am I capable of deceiving you? If you don't believe me, ask Zhang Wenjing. Zhang Wenjing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. Fan Jian immediately wiped his face, regaining his composure. Seeing that Jiangyu was well-fed and content, Lu Yize had no intention of lingering in the presence of the smirking individual for long. However, they had not walked more than a few meters when they were promptly called back by the smirking person. Wait, previously, Shaolin damaged your belongings, and we have prepared a portion of the items according to the list. Why only a portion? Zhang Wenjing turned at the sound, a glint flashing across her glasses. She retorted, we are all honest and straightforward individuals. There is absolutely no mistake regarding the items on the list. Zheng Lin's youthful spirit was profoundly shaken as he pointed at Zhang Wenjing, a seemingly reasonable and cultured person, his finger trembling. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself, stating, we intended to enumerate the items according to the list, but Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui instantly became wary, with Fan Jian's face reflecting distrust as he countered. But what? You wouldn't be trying to renege on your debts, would you? The smirking individual noticed that Lu Yize was merely standing by with crossed arms, observing the drama unfold. It was evident that he was well aware of the contents of the list, yet he showed no inclination to intervene. We shall certainly compensate as per the list. The rest is negotiable. However, the immediate shortage of 10 generators and 20 cooling units poses a challenge. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui, who had previously been filled with righteous indignation, were suddenly rendered speechless, their minds evidently unable to fathom how the conversation had pivoted to generators and cooling units. Zhang Wenjing, however, was unsurprised. She had anticipated this scenario. Well, we are not unreasonable people. These can be substituted with other items of equivalent value. The one with narrowed eyes did not refuse but smiled, awaiting her next words. Zhang Wenjing lifted her gaze, one eye peering out from behind her glasses, her expression somewhat somber as she fixed her gaze on the one with narrowed eyes. The value of these items was considerable. Exchanging them for a single ability course seemed reasonable. Her assertion was influenced by Lu Yize's prior suggestions. They sought to uncover the origins of the ability cores at the Donggu base. The smile on his face faded. Acquiring an ability core was no simple task. But you also have your channels, do you not? Lu Yize, leaning against the door with Jiang Yu beside him, spoke. Although Jiang Yu had passed their assessments, a natural aversion to zombies lingered in people, especially in someone like him who had witnessed countless killings of the undead. While Lu Yize and his companions were probing them, they too were cautiously testing the waters with Lu Yize and his group. You must be aware that humans can absorb the energy within zombie cores to enhance their own abilities. However, it is indeed possible to absorb energy from ability cores, albeit with lower efficacy. Xian Wenrui felt a wave of nausea, while Fan Jian's revulsion was unmistakable, evident in the disdain reflected in his eyes. The ability cores are not exclusive to individuals of exceptional talent, are they? Absorbing ability cores, does that not imply? Chapter 85. The innocent learning of the little zombie. Although Lu Yize remained silent, an aura of chill enveloped him. Yet, the one whose emotions fluctuated the most was not Fan Jian, nor Lu Yize, but rather Zhang Wenjing, who remained voiceless. Before the situation deteriorated further, he spoke to clarify that ability cores must be extracted from a person, and those from whom the cores are extracted are inevitably doomed to perish. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, chaos ensued, and while order was tenuously maintained, it gradually spiraled into extremity following the emergence of abilities. Some individuals, driven by madness, conducted research on those endowed with powers, while certain ability users lost their humanity, resorting to any means necessary to enhance their powers. In North City, the initial discovery of a method to augment abilities was not through the absorption of crystal cores, but rather through the acquisition of ability cores. As he articulated this, his face bore no expression, as if all emotion had been deliberately suppressed, leaving only a glacial glint in his eyes. Zheng Lin, being young, could not conceal his feelings, and the mere mention of those individuals ignited an uncontrollable hatred within him. Those individuals deserved to die? They dared not harm the zombies but unleashed their fury upon fellow humans endowed with abilities. Zhang Lin harbored an intense loathing for those beasts who extracted ability cores, for it was at their hands that his loved ones had met a cruel demise. His kin had not perished at the hands of the undead. Rather, they had been fortuitously awakened with powers, believing they could muster the strength to survive in this apocalyptic world. Yet, tragically, they fell victim to humanity itself. Those who extracted the ability cores from others for advancement have all met their demise at my hands. The 2 ability cores I previously bestowed upon you were harvested from them. I possess only 5 ability cores in total, having given you 2. It would not be a challenge to offer you another. Though his words were accompanied by a smile as warm as a spring breeze, the substance of his speech was anything but gentle. He employed a similar method to bring those individuals to their end in the throes of excruciating agony. No one present deemed his actions cruel. Zhang Wenjing cast a glance at Jiang Yu, recalling the ability users who had extracted cores from others. A smirk of derision gracing her lips. Some individuals exist in a state more devoid of humanity than that of a mere zombie. Jiang Yu met Zhang Wenjing's gaze. Pondering the meaning of the humanity she had mentioned, the ability core emitted a soft purple glow, drawing her attention irresistibly. Meanwhile, upon sighting this core, Lu Yize's pupils constricted, his heart aching, as memories of Jiang Yu extracting a crystal core in a past life flashed through his mind. The same purplish radiance. Only Jiang Yu's crystal core shone even more brilliantly than this ability core, yet Lu Yize found himself unwilling to gaze upon it a second time. He turned towards Jiang Yu, politely stating that cores of the same type would yield superior absorption effects, hoping this ability core would realize its fullest potential. Of course, his amiability was not merely an effort to win Lu Yize's favor, but also served as a form of restitution to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ability core, the greed within her uncontainable, yet she remained motionless. As Lu Yize released the grip on her hand, he uttered, "Here, this is for you." However, he did not delve deeper and instead retrieved another bag filled with crystal cores. This contained 100 first-tier crystal cores from the inventory, along with mutant beast meat, bedding, and various poultry, all of which I have arranged to be delivered to your residence. At this moment, Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian remained silent like quails, fearful of inadvertently hindering Sister Jing's extortion. Oh no, her compensation claims. Zhang Wenjing, on the other hand, exhibited far greater composure, accepting the 100 crystal cores without the slightest hesitation. Fan Jian, astonished, exclaimed, "Wait, sister, are you truly this much of a capitalist?" 100 crystal cores. Goodness, you are impressive. Xian Wenrui shook his head in disbelief. I can't believe I thought trying to swindle him out of 10 crystal cores was already quite the scheme. Yet here he is, nonchalantly handing over 100 without a hint of remorse. Goodness, how substantial are these major bases? 100 crystal cores without batting an eye. And look at all this mutant beast meat filling the room, along with those errant mutated chickens, ducks, and geese running amok. Xian Wenrui glared at the chaotic scene of the mutated poultry and cursed. Damn it, that guy must have done this on purpose, stuffing these defecating creatures into our home. He sighed. Never mind. Even though I find that squinty-eyed fellow rather displeasing, given his wealth, I suppose I can tolerate it for the sake of the 100 crystal cores. Zhang Wenjing directed a cold smirk at the two, stating, one day, you may find yourselves sold, still counting the money for each other. Sister Jing, why are you suddenly resorting to personal attacks? Xian Wenrui asked, bewildered. Zhang Wenjing tossed 100 crystal cores to him. Did you truly believe that extortion could yield 100 crystal cores? Do you think these cores are mere pebbles scattered on the ground, so easily attainable? What is this? Fan Jian inquired uncertainly, pointing at the crystal cores. It is the price of your servitude, Zhang Wenjing retorted, rolling her eyes exasperatedly. Fan Jian crossed his arms and stepped back, insisting, one must not speak recklessly. I am an innocent person and cannot bear such slander. At that moment, Jiang Yu, whose capacity for learning was remarkably high, blinked her eyes and acquired a new term. Zhang Wenjing, disinterested in Fan Jian, turned to Lu Yize and asked, how shall we divide these crystal cores? Let us divide them into 5 portions, including Xiaobai. Excluding Jiang Yu, each person shall receive 1 share. Lu Yize succinctly established the method of distribution. Once allocated, they should absorb them swiftly, by tonight. They should be able to ascertain the location of the Zombie King. Chapter 86. Absorb and then embrace. Upon hearing Lu Yize's words, Xian Wenrui's mind shifted, and he finally comprehended the situation. So, these crystal cores are akin to the carrot dangled before a donkey. No wonder that squinty-eyed individual was so generous and forthcoming. In any case, they were now in a cooperative relationship. Providing 100 crystal cores to them was not a loss for the Donggu base. Presumably, the majority of these crystal cores would serve to stabilize Lu Yize's powers, yet he chose to share them equally, which left them feeling rather sheepish. Only Xiaobai, upon learning that it too would receive a share, joyfully circled around Lu Yize. After Zhang Wenjing distributed the crystal cores into each person's hands, Lu Yize spoke. Utilize your absorption abilities to envelop your wounds. This will expedite the healing process and help you regain your composure swiftly. Zhang Wenjing was not idle either. She employed her extraordinary abilities on the individuals before her, subsequently flooding their minds with an array of information. Among them were several abilities users who had survived at the central base, and they would accompany her as well, familiarizing themselves with each other's powers. I took the opportunity to document all the encounters I had previously had with the minions of the Zombie King, facilitating a thorough review and discussion. They established a mental connection, and the information within Zhang Wenjing's mind was directly transmitted to their brains. Suddenly, he found himself inundated with well-organized key points, prompting Fan Jian to exclaim, a sentiment reminiscent of a struggling student, how impressive. With such abilities, who fears examinations? The knowledge points were seamlessly transferred into my consciousness. But this is the apocalypse. What examinations remain? Xian Wenrui retorted. I merely jest. Who knows, perhaps there will indeed come a day when this apocalypse concludes. At that time, if examinations were to resume, wouldn't Sister Jing just be reaping profits effortlessly? Come on, if that day truly arrives, there will surely be corresponding measures in place. Let's not indulge in baseless fantasies. We can't even be certain we will witness that day. Indeed, the two conceded, refraining from further contemplation. In these dire times, surviving each day was a gain. Pondering the trivialities was futile. At that moment, Jiang Yu clutched her head, likely overwhelmed by the multitude of images flooding her mind. Lu Yize led Jiang Yu into the room, retrieving an ability core for her to absorb, guiding her to sit on the bed. It remained uncertain what chaotic knowledge Jiang Yu's muddled mind had managed to grasp. As she noticed Lu Yize approaching, she abruptly wrapped her arms around her shoulders, lifting her gaze defiantly. No, she asserted. But what was she truly denying? Lu Yize observed her delicate arms pressing against her ample bosom, pondering the tumult within her mind. Innocent, no. Jiang Yu uttered the words of refusal, yet her eyes remained fixated on Lu Yize, gradually igniting with fervor. It was as if her embrace was not a barrier against his touch, but rather a means of self-restraint. With a smile dancing in his eyes, Lu Yize settled comfortably into the chair opposite her and inquired, "What is it that you cannot do?" Jiang Yu sensed the ephemeral energy in the air, its essence coaxing her to rise and draw closer to his presence. She felt enchanted, yet fought to maintain control, her hand reaching out to caress Lu Yize's face. "I cannot taint you," she murmured. Yet, despite her protestations, her fingers began to ascend, gliding around his neck, her sharp nails grazing his short hair. Jiang Yu found herself seated upon Lu Yize, their bodies intertwined, her lowered head bringing their noses into contact. In the midst of their entangled forms, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon his neck. What began as a mere touch transformed into licking, and then into playful nibbles. The coldness of her undead form was momentarily overshadowed by an uncontrollable thought, to defile him, to claim him as her own. Lu Yize's fingers wove through Jiang Yu's hair as he teased. "Is this what you mean by not allowed?" Jiang Yu feigned ignorance, her sharp teeth nearly grazing his neck. Just as she leaned in for a kiss, Lu Yize reclined in his chair, her long black hair cascading down as he intercepted her advance. First, absorb the supernatural core. Not to mention that they would have matters to attend to tomorrow, especially since they were currently on someone else's territory. Lu Yize had no intention of acting under the scrutiny of others. Jiang Yu fixed her gaze on the pale purple supernatural core in his hand. She had grown wiser and learned to negotiate, absorb first, then kiss. Lu Yize was amused by her sudden audacity. Indeed, after advancing, one's boldness seemed to flourish. Regardless of whether he agreed or not, Jiang Yu had already tacitly accepted his consent and closed her eyes, diligently absorbing the supernatural core. Sitting beside her, Lu Yize took out the 20 zombie crystal cores he had received and began to absorb them. However, since his supernatural ability had entered the 3rd tier, the consumption of these first-tier crystal cores had significantly increased. Fortunately, aside from absorbing the crystal cores, Lu Yize could also upgrade his supernatural ability. He sensed the supernatural core, which was composed of 20 segments, and currently, the number of stars within each fragment of the supernatural core had increased from the initial 7 stars in the 1st tier to 49 in the 2nd tier, now reaching 343 stars. The stars were scattered without connection. Once connected successfully, they would form a complete sea of stars. There were a total of 21 seas of stars that needed to be connected, and only after all were connected could one advance to the 4th tier. Although Lu Yize had recently entered the 3rd tier, due to the power he had accumulated earlier, he had already connected 3 seas of stars. Yet, the ascent to the 4th tier still seemed distant. However, the 3rd tier marked a watershed moment. To further climb to the 4th tier, one would require over 7,000 first-tier crystal cores, or thousands of second-tier crystal cores to make the advancement. As one ascends, the difficulty intensifies. For both the number of crystal nuclei and the powers are limited. Thus, in their previous lifetime, upon discovering Lu Yize possessed a method for cultivating superhuman abilities, Dong Hong and others chose to forego the readily available mental-type low-tier zombies in favor of capturing Lu Yize alive. Although the cultivation speed is considerably slower than the efficiency of absorbing crystal nuclei, the advantages are evidently apparent. The abilities cultivated through this method do not require the taming process that those absorbed from crystal nuclei do. They are inherently obedient and compliant when first wielded by the superhuman. As Lu Yize successfully connected with the first 7 stars in the western segment of the Starry Sea, a melodious tune resonated, prompting him to open his eyes suddenly. A bat tapped against the window, and Lu Yize approached to open it. Receiving a note held in the creature's mouth, unfolding the crumpled paper, he was met with the bold inscription, First People's Hospital of Lin City. Chapter 87. Imminent confrontation at 11:35 in the evening, humanity pinpointed the location of the zombie horde, accompanied by a hospital map and details of the zombie distribution. Not only did Lu Yize receive this information, but Xian Wenrui and others were also privy to the map. Zhang Wenjing and her companions emerged from their room, discovering that not only was Lu Yize already seated on the sofa, but even the squint-eyed individual was present indoors. Fan Jian rubbed his eyes, nearly doubting his vision. Since you all intend to come, why resort to a bat for communication? This is merely to help you acclimate to this mode of communication, the squint-eyed man replied, wearing his trademark smile. Fan Jian felt that he was utterly wasting time. Zhang Wenjing unfurled the hospital map and inquired, now that we are aware of the zombies' locations, what is the plan? Entrance A, located at the main entrance of the hospital, is guarded by a 2-headed zombie and juvenile zombies. whose abilities are the dual manipulation of wind and fire, as well as the control-based powers. Given their capabilities, I propose we assign space-type and psychic-type abilities as our primary offensive forces. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yize placed an additional piece on the map, adding a water-type ability user to the strategy. The two-headed zombie can be regarded as two second-tier zombies, and their cooperation proves to be exceedingly troublesome. Xian Wenrui immediately perked up, recognizing that Lu Gu was referring to him. He then pointed to another exit of the hospital, Exit B, which is guarded by a strength-type zombie and a female ability user capable of creating illusions. We shall deploy Earth-type, Lightning-type, and Plant-type ability users to counter them. The Lightning-type user, fortuitously, is an old acquaintance of Lu Yize, Zimao, who fights on behalf of the central base to avenge the fallen. As for the Plant-type ability user, it happens to be the young, yet formidable Zhonglin. Regarding the final Exit C, it is monitored by a shadow male and a water-type female zombie. I shall collaborate with an ice-type ability user, along with a psychic-type user to confront them. Although Fan Jian has only recently awakened his ice capabilities, his control over bodies that can transform into water positions him advantageously against the water-type abilities. The three-pronged assault commenced. Upon entering the hospital, the remaining individuals assisted the scale manipulator in eliminating the first-tier zombies scattered across the 1st to 26th floors. Lu Yize gazed at the hospital, now overrun by zombies, which had gradually formed a hierarchy, with the zombie king reigning supreme at the pinnacle of the establishment. Xian Wenrui, possessing a sharp intellect, scrutinized the heavily fortified hospital and pointed to the apex where the zombie king resided, questioning why they could not simply fly in and capture the king, suggesting that one should seize the leader to dismantle the organization. Nearby, the frail Zheng Jun softly elucidated, the zombie king's ability is replication. He has mimicked a certain power that alters the surrounding gravity, rendering us incapable of approaching via aerial means. Miming narrowed his eyes and stated that, under the current known conditions, there were only 3 routes available to infiltrate the hospital. However, he added, should any of you discover a new path, we would certainly cooperate. Fan Jian suggested, what if we dig a tunnel? We could excavate directly into the hospital. While it was indeed a commendable idea, the adolescent zombies under the control of the ability user would serve as her eyes and ears. Moreover, the estimated count of zombies within the hospital exceeded 10,000. Regardless of our exit point, evasion would be impossible. To put it simply, if we were to proceed with such a plan, we would be exposed and swiftly eliminated. Fan Jian astutely identified a path that was undoubtedly fatal. Does the zombie king not care about the lives of his subordinates? Zhang Wenjing inquired, adjusting her glasses. No. The zombies lack humanity. They remain indifferent to the lives of their subordinates. According to the reports from our psychics, the zombie king has recently exhibited peculiar behavior and has not left its dwelling for quite some time. Is the healer currently safe? Zhang Wenjing inquired. After deliberation, the assembled groups became acquainted, and for the first time, the 3 factions engaged in negotiations, achieving a rare consensus. Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost in Lin City in just 2 short days, excluding the central base? He coldly articulated a figure. Over 3,000, including 37 psychics. If left unchecked, the Zombie King's power will inevitably reach the west level, and at that point, even if we unite, we shall not stand a chance against it. Allowing such a threat to persist will eventually lead to calamity. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Jiang Yu, who stood beside Lu Yize. The Zombie King was indeed a menace, but Jiang Yu, gradually growing stronger and slipping from control, was no exception. Although she may currently be restrained by Lu Yize, who can predict what the future holds, other matters hold no significance to him. The survival of humanity and the shifting dynamics of threats are of no concern to him. Regardless of how humanity struggles, this world remains irrevocably flawed. By the time the discussion concluded, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. The outdoor temperature soared to 76 degrees Fahrenheit, necessitating that humans don thick protective gear even to venture outside. Fortunately, zombies also fear high temperatures. They are active at night, and the higher the temperature, the lower their activity levels. At noon, Lu Yize and his companions approached the hospital, which had once towered majestically but now lay in ruins. Surrounding it was a desolate wasteland, where over 1,000 individuals concealed themselves, clad in heavy protective gear, hidden amidst the debris. The scorching ground caused the protective suits to begin melting, adhering them to the earth, and pulling at the fabric as they attempted to rise. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yize took the initiative, effortlessly twisting off the heads of two zombies. The remaining undead, as if in unison, directed their gaze towards his location. Chapter 88. Sudden unveiling with two crisp, resounding cracks. The decaying heads of the zombies, encrusted with putrid flesh and slime, were discarded onto the ground. The sound of their impact resonated, prompting the throng of over 1,000 individuals, previously hidden in the shadows of dilapidated structures and behind abandoned vehicles, to surge forth. Faced with this unexpected assault, the zombies' previously vacant stares flickered with a ravenous hunger for living flesh. These once humans had succumbed to the virus, transforming into monstrous beings driven solely by the instinct to kill and devour. The uneven footfalls of the zombies mixed with their guttural growls, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. Zhang Wan, cradling a pipa, let her fingers dance swiftly across the strings, instantly transitioning to an expansive area of effect attack. The sound of the pipa stood out amidst the chaotic battlefield, with notes evolving from gentle to fervent, a cacophony akin to a tempest sweeping through. The once intangible sound waves, under Zhang Wan's command, morphed into tangible blades. Streams of sharp sonic waves coalesced in the air, forming colossal sonic tidal waves that surged towards the horde of zombies at an astonishing velocity. As the words faded, a chilling gust of wind swept through, revealing the grotesque visage of a two-headed zombie, its face contorted in fury, and its eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. It opened its maw, lined with sharp fangs, and lunged toward the crowd with alarming speed, augmented by its wind-based abilities, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Before the last syllable of its growl could dissipate, it aimed its lethal strike at the chest of the nearest individual, Xian Wenrui. A flicker of terror flashed in Xian Wenrui's eyes, yet his body could not react swiftly enough to match the zombie's velocity, leaving him on the brink of doom. In that critical moment, Lu Yize's voice rang out coldly, commanding the creature to retreat. Instantly, a transparent shield of space materialized, effectively blocking the zombie's deadly assault. Before the creature could regain its composure, Lu Yize thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful force from the shield that sent the two-headed zombie staggering backward. Lu Gu. Xian Wenrui, narrowly escaping death, felt his legs weaken. "Do not let your guard down," Lu Yize replied, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the menacing creature. After being repelled by Lu Yize's spatial barrier, the two-headed zombie let out a furious roar, both heads emitting a deafening bellow in unison. At this juncture, approximately 300 individuals were scattered at Point A, observing that the others had already begun their retreat to zones B and C under cover. Lu Yize then directed his attention back to the two-headed zombie. The heads swiveled, seemingly accusing one another, but soon fell silent, caught off guard by an eerie laughter echoing from behind them. The sound was sharp and grating. A youthful zombie hovered in midair, upheld by an unseen force, while slender threads pierced through its body, causing its small legs to dangle helplessly in the air. A youthful, tender-faced undead, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, commanded the horde of zombies with a series of fluid motions. As if tethered by invisible threads, hundreds of corpses began to stir, shuffling forward at her behest. Some of these cadavers were grotesquely disfigured, others had succumbed to advanced decay, yet under the juvenile zombies' control, they moved like puppets drawn to a common cause. With every gesture she made, the zombies before her seemed to succumb to a frenzied state, their eyes glowing a deeper crimson as their movements quickened. They roared, launching an even more fervent assault upon the humans. "Be careful," Lu Yize cautioned, his voice cutting through the chaos. As he issued his warning, Jiang Yu deftly evaded an attack from one of the manipulated zombies, simultaneously activating her mental abilities. Her gaze fixated on the throng of undead, as if she could penetrate their minds and strike at the very core of their souls. Under the influence of her powers, the controlled zombies grew sluggish and disoriented, standing bewildered in place. A fierce struggle ensued between Jiang Yu and the controlling zombie, yet ultimately, she prevailed, seizing command over their actions. Seizing the moment, Lu Yize clasped his hands together, summoning a minuscule vortex that began to whirl between them. With his movements, a formidable force of spatial compression materialized within the vicinity of the zombies. A thunderous explosion resonated as the blood mist erupted. The bodies of the undead were contorted and twisted, ultimately dissolving into a grotesque amalgam of pulpy flesh. As the sanguine fog enveloped the air, it was saturated with a suffocating metallic scent, yet in the next instant, flames ignited, fueled by the remnants of blood, roaring to life with ferocity. Beneath the flickering glow of flames, the two-headed zombie appeared even more grotesque and terrifying. Seizing the moment, Xian Wenrui employed his water-based abilities to extinguish the surging inferno. The already elevated temperature, combined with the contact, generated a rising steam that obscured visibility. Lu Yize wielded a spatial blade, cleaving towards the two-headed zombie, which adeptly evaded the strike by sensing the disturbance in the wind. Infuriated by the near miss, the two-headed zombie let out a furious roar, charging towards the direction of the sound. Just as it was about to pounce upon Lu Yize, a sly smile crept upon his lips. In the next instant, the seemingly vanished spatial blade re-emerged quietly behind the two-headed zombie. A crescent-shaped, black whirlpool of space was abruptly unleashed at that moment. The vortex exuded a chilling aura, as if it could devour all in its path. Before the two-headed zombie could react, it was ensnared by the overwhelming force. Not only it, but even the surrounding controlled zombies were relentlessly drawn in, their bodies beginning to contort and deform. The manipulated zombie let out a piercing shriek of pain, and she instantly abandoned her nearby plaything. The threads she had used to control her toys suddenly turned violent, becoming deadly instruments of strangulation due to the immense suction. Realizing the dire situation, the controlled zombie summoned all her strength and forcefully severed the threads, ensnaring her. As the threads snapped, dark blood oozed from her body, and she stumbled backward in a desperate escape, yet the tremendous suction showed no signs of abating. The two-headed zombie struggled fiercely within the black vortex of space, roaring as both of its heads emitted deafening howls. Ultimately, amidst a cacophony of noise, its entire form was completely engulfed by the dark whirlpool, mercilessly consumed. When the black vortex ceased its rotation, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield, littered only with the scattered remains of fallen zombies. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Lu Yize swiftly grasped two yellow crystal cores that had fallen from the vortex, his voice cold as he issued commands to breach Area A. Chapter 89. You are simply too weak. The zombies stationed at the entrance of Area A met their demise, with one perishing and the other fleeing. Now, only a few scattered, insignificant low-tier zombies remained, along with a multitude of low-tier zombie crystal cores strewn across the ground. As the gates of Area A were breached, morale surged instantly. Lu Yize turned to Xian Wenrui and instructed him to gather a few individuals to collect the crystal cores from the ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xian Wenrui steadied his racing heart. Very well, I shall now take a few reliable companions to retrieve the crystal cores. He selected several trustworthy-looking individuals and began gathering the cores, also managing to sift through the pile of zombies to uncover human remains. Among the 300 individuals under Lu Yize's command, 3 had perished, while 7 or 8 others bore injuries inflicted by zombies, torn protective suits and skin scorched to the point of decay. Lu Yize arranged for them and the 3 corpses to find refuge within the ruins, where they could at least be shielded from the searing rays of the sun. As he prepared to depart, he cast a cold, indifferent glance toward the injured individuals marked by the zombies' claws, originally believing they were doomed and destined to be abandoned. The few individuals lifted their heads upon hearing Lu Yize's words, their eyes filled with hope. Inside the hospital building, numerous low-tier zombies lay scattered about, some sitting, others reclining, their decaying bodies exuding a nauseating stench. Their saliva dripped onto the floor, creating revolting stains. At this moment, these low-tier zombies paid no heed to their presence. All the zombies' gazes were directed toward a single point. Xian Wenrui whispered, Lu Ge, what are they looking at? Their line of sight was obstructed by the horde of zombies, and the dim environment further diminished visibility. Lu Yize, utilizing his mental prowess, sensed the situation ahead. His expression darkened. In the next instant, the hospital lights flickered erratically, and it was at this moment that those present finally discerned the scene before them. The previously fleeing control-type zombie now hung in the hall like a shattered doll. Its body was torn apart by some unseen force, its limbs hanging limply, and its head tilted to one side. Its pitch-black eyes stared wide, and where a crystal core should have been positioned in its forehead, there remained only a gaping black void. Yet, at this moment, the corners of its mouth twisted into a crimson smile, one not befitting a zombie. Just as the crowd was momentarily stunned by this unexpected grin, the former controller zombie suddenly surged forward, as if guided by invisible strings, darting across the ground towards Jiang Yu's forehead with blinding speed. Jiang Yu nimbly evaded, the sharp claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Meeting its gaze, she attempted to disrupt the zombie's movements through mental waves, even striving to seize control over it. However, as she focused her mind and attempted to issue control commands to the zombie, Jiang Yu discovered that her extraordinary ability had faltered. The puppet-like zombie suddenly erupted into a chilling laughter just as it was about to attack her. A radiant beam of spatial light enveloped Jiang Yu's body, instantaneously transporting her to a safe position several meters away. The zombie was no longer under its previous controller's influence, but had become a marionette instead, as Lu Yize coldly elucidated. The only entity capable of extracting the crystalline core from this zombie's brain and replicating its powers to manipulate it as a puppet was the third-tier zombie king, currently situated on the top floor. At that moment, the zombie king, with its fingers deftly maneuvering invisible threads, gazed down upon these insignificant creatures from above. Useful zombies were retained. The useless, disobedient, and those who fled in battle had their crystalline cores extracted, crushed, and consumed, thereby becoming part of its own power. It glanced at the girl sitting upright not far away, appearing less like a seated individual and more like one ensnared by invisible threads binding her to the chair. Are they here to save you? The zombie king's speech flowed more smoothly than before, yet it still bore an unsettling quality, as if its throat were filled with gravel. Struggling to articulate human words, Shang Shui fixed her gaze upon the increasingly human-like zombie king, her eyes betraying an unmistakable hatred. Before the fearsome zombie king, her gaze remained devoid of warmth, yet her lips gradually curled into a smile. No, they are here to kill you. They cannot kill me, the zombie king calmly asserted, laying out the facts. In recent days, he engaged in conversation with Shang Shui, gradually enhancing his linguistic abilities. He caressed the skull at his waist and spoke once more, urging, with your power, restore it. Unbeknownst to him, the head he carried was a mystery, devoid of any memories, save for the certainty that it had always been by his side since he first became aware. Shang Shui scoffed, stating coldly, once a person has died, they cannot be resurrected. Only the living may be healed. The zombie king wore a grim expression, his lifeless gray eyes fixated on Shang Shui, as if attempting to pierce through her very soul. In an instant, he appeared before her, towering and grasping her neck with an iron grip. His massive hand constricted like a vice, rendering her breathless and incapable of escape. It is your weakness, the zombie king intoned, his voice dripping with a chilling finality, as though pronouncing her doom. Shang Shui's complexion turned ashen, yet her gaze bore no trace of fear. Blood seeped from her clenched jaw, but even in such agony, she managed to utter, no one can revive her. Xiaohongyang, the day you regain your memories will mark the beginning of your suffering. The zombie king, perplexed by her unwavering certainty, discarded her like refuse against the wall. The impact sent a jolt of excruciating pain through her spine, causing her to lose consciousness. Suddenly, the thread of connection he held snapped, and the zombie king did not cast a glance in its direction. In the next moment, two zombies silently emerged before him. He tossed a yellow crystal core at their feet, its surface still infused with the scent of controlling the undead. Instantly, the two zombies displayed a glimmer of greed. Yet restrained by the zombie king's formidable presence, they dared not make a move. A mental command flickered into their minds. After absorbing what they needed, they proceeded to excavate the core of their abilities, consuming their flesh and blood and seizing their stronghold. Only then did they greedily partake, their eyes ignited with a blood-red fervor. On the 7th floor, having just vanquished the puppet zombies and over 100 other undead creatures, Lu Yize and his companions had not taken more than a few steps when he suddenly fixated on the dim light ahead. In the next moment, he signaled for everyone to retreat, erecting several spatial shields before them. Yet these barriers shattered in an instant. Before their eyes materialized a zombie, its form dripping with viscous fluid as it licked its claws, a sinister grin lurking beneath an aura of malevolence. Lu Yize's face darkened. Gathering his powers as he warily addressed the creature, Jiang Yu, use your abilities to alert everyone. The intel was erroneous. This location harbored more than one third-tier zombie. Chapter 90, Penetration. Jiang Yu possessed the gift of mental manipulation. She could not only control the physical forms of others, but also invade the depths of their consciousness, imprinting information indelibly into their memories. Upon hearing Lu Yize's words, her dark eyes darted quickly, her powers radiating from her as she permeated every corner of the hospital. Lu Yize's message was conveyed with clarity and precision, reaching the minds of everyone within and outside the hospital. The zombie before them bore a grotesque form, half human, half serpent. Its eyes grotesquely split to the temples, and its mouth stretched to the nape of its ears. It coiled two nearly lifeless zombies behind it, flicking its serpent-like tongue and licking its darkened lips. Yet, from Lu Yize's words, it remained unclear how many third-tier zombies lurked in the shadows. The zombies accelerated their ascension in rank far more swiftly than anticipated, complicating matters further. At this moment, on the 7th floor of the hospital, Lu Yize cast a glance at the shattered spatial shield, which, under normal circumstances, should not have been breached so easily. Before him stood a zombie, its flesh grotesquely torn apart, revealing its ghastly white bones and decayed muscles. Its aged skin hung loosely, draping over itself in layers of folds that concealed filth and grime. Pus continually oozed from its body, corroding the ground beneath it with a hissing sound, while the air was suffused with the acrid stench of vomit. Sten Wenrui pinched his nose, his brow furrowed, struggling to endure the noxious odor. Lu Yize, what kind of ability does it possess? Lu Yize's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on the zombie before him. Sulfuric acid? The stout man turned his attention to the zombie, a shiver coursing through him. Before the apocalypse, he had only heard of sulfuric acid being used as a weapon in sensational news stories. The zombie, still oozing pus, vacillated between Lu Yize and Jiangyu, its eyes betraying a mix of greed and cruelty. Unsure of whom to attack first, it ultimately decided to devour them both. It opened its decayed mouth, its body beginning to tremble violently as a torrent of concentrated sulfuric acid erupted from its maw, hurtling toward Lu Yize and the others. Fatty, counter with water, Lu Yize commanded just before the zombie lunged. Upon hearing the order, Xian Wenrui reacted swiftly, a stream of clear water gushing forth from his hands, forming a towering curtain of water that surged toward the zombie. Lu Yize addressed the individuals behind him, prompting the others to retreat and distance themselves from the third-tier zombies. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly dispatched the remaining lower-tier zombies and extracted their course. During their recent confrontation with the controlling-type zombie, they had discovered that in dire situations, zombies would resort to consuming their subordinates to enhance their own power, rather than allowing these lower-tier zombies to serve as fodder for higher-tier ones. It was more prudent to extract their cores in advance for our own use. Xian Wenrui's water barrier proved inadequate against the assault of the third-tier zombie. As the water met the sulfuric acid in midair, a substantial amount of heat was released, causing the temperature to soar sharply. The sulfuric acid then pierced through the water wall in an instant. Just as the sulfuric acid was about to strike them, a spatial barrier suddenly manifested before them, effectively thwarting the acidic attack. The acid collided with the barrier, emitting a hissing sound, and the diluted sulfuric acid failed to obliterate the spatial shield, sliding down and corroding the ground beneath. Seizing the moment, Lu Yize launched a counterattack, sweeping his hand to create a rift in space beside the third-tier zombie, attempting to engulf it. However, the third-tier zombie was no ordinary foe. It sensed the disturbance in the surrounding air and, in the instant the rift was about to open, leaped away, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Infuriated beyond measure, the decaying body of the third-tier zombie quivered with rage as it roared, fixating its gaze on the humans before it. Soon after, a formidable surge of anomalous energy surged within it, coalescing into a terrifying torrent of water derived from sulfuric acid. The formerly colorless and transparent stream shimmered with an eerie green glow as the third-tier zombie unleashed it upon them with great force. The sulfuric acid water sphere surged forth like a cannonball, accompanied by a howling wind, heading straight for Lu Yize and his companions. Fatty, brace yourself, Lu Yize commanded calmly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Xian Wenrui inhaled deeply and bellowed at the approaching zombies. Damn it. Do you even realize how foul your breath is? Spitting all over us. He unleashed his abilities, unleashing a formidable torrent of water that surged towards the zombies with his furious roar. The water collided with the sulfuric acid, the two elements clashing violently. The water stream gradually became murky under the acid's corrosive onslaught, resulting in a fierce reaction, yet it effectively mitigated the acid's advance. Jiangyu, her head throbbing from the fumes, gazed deeply, her eyes brimming with an irresistible force as she invaded the mental realm of the zombie before her. Within Lu Yize, the power of space surged forth like a torrent, weaving an immense spatial cage in the air. This cage was composed of countless intricate spatial fissures, interlaced and entwined, resembling an invisible prison that ensnared the third-tier zombie like a trapped beast. The zombie struggled and roared within the cage, yet it found no escape from Lu Yize's control. It attempted to corrode the cage with its sulfuric acid abilities, but was instead drawn into the overwhelming pull of space. Having expended much of his power on this maneuver, Lu Yize coldly observed the scene before him. The suction of the spatial fissures created a sweltering gust, tearing at his protective gear, and this wind bizarrely began to reverse. Lu Yize fixed his gaze behind the third-tier zombie. The sharp winds sliced through the air like daggers, leaving Xian Wenrui bewildered as he shielded his face, unable to open his eyes as he inquired about the unfolding situation. In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from Lu Yize, followed by the explosive sound of colliding abilities, shattering the glass and lights within the hospital into countless fragments. Chapter 91. Rescuing Sheng Shui. The view was obscured by dust, leaving only a blurred silhouette towering ahead. The cage that once imprisoned the acid zombie was now replaced by another spatial rift, equally confining. The Zombie King. Lu Yize coldly uttered the code name of the zombie before him. Xian Wenrui's heart sank. The oppressive presence of the Zombie King lingered in his mind. It was no wonder that the spatial rift had suddenly attacked them, nor that a powerful collision of abilities had ensued. However, soon the most perceptive among them, Jiang Yu, fixed her gaze on the side of the Zombie King, not for any other reason than the sight of the living Sheng Shui, her second reserve. A rare smile graced her features, but the Zombie King, noticing her gaze, immediately positioned itself in front of Sheng Shui. Jiang Yu felt displeased. Yet she astutely discerned that the zombie before her was more powerful than herself, and refrained from provoking it unnecessarily. As the dust settled, the crowd could barely make out the scene before them. The Zombie King ruthlessly crushed the head of the half-dead third-tier zombie, splattering its brain matter and black ichor across his hand. In its dying moments, the third-tier zombie's wretched howls echoed with resentment, anger, and the tragic fate of being consumed. The green crystal core of the third-tier zombie was coated in a layer of black brain pulp, resembling a tarnished jewel, emanating a foul odor. Unperturbed, the Zombie King consumed it without a second thought. In the hushed confines of the hospital, every individual present could hear the unsettling crunch of the zombies as they voraciously devoured the crystal cores. The corpse of a third-tier zombie, its brain hollowed out, was carelessly tossed to the lower-tier zombies, who, devoid of intelligence, immediately scrambled to seize it. Even in the absence of the crystal core, the flesh and blood of the third-tier zombie remained a significant nourishment for these lesser beings. The Zombie King seemed to demonstrate before them how swiftly he could enhance his powers and cultivate formidable subordinates. These two zombies, having ascended to the third tier, were merely treated as fodder by the Zombie King, who would never allow them the opportunity to genuinely surpass him. Utilizing these two third-tier zombies was simply a means to exhaust the abilities of those who dared to provoke him. She instantly grasped the Zombie King's intentions and fled at great speed. However, unbeknownst to her, the Zombie King had already implanted a hidden peril within them at the moment they were elevated to third-tier zombies. The conspicuous green crystal cores vanished from sight, only to reappear in the hands of the Zombie King. With two third-tier crystal cores in his possession and his powers largely intact, the Zombie King cast a disdainful glance at the weary, battle-scarred humans. Mimicking their mannerisms, he addressed them, presenting himself as the harbinger of food. The humans believed this to be their method of vanquishing the Zombie King, unaware that it was, in fact, their own tomb. Shards of glass lay scattered across the floor, while the sunlight outside failed to penetrate the oppressive gloom within, steeped in decay and malodorous stench. With the command of the Zombie King, the horde of undead, previously entangled with the psychics, received the summons and surged toward the 7th floor. The two groups from District B and District C converged. Having gleaned information about the unfolding events through the connection established between the psychic practitioners, Sheng Shui and Jiang Yu. Upon learning that Sheng Shui was still alive, Fan Jian, disregarding his injuries, rushed towards the hospital's 7th floor. By the time they arrived, a fierce battle had already erupted, resulting in chaos. Severed zombie heads and the hollowed abdomens of humans, along with dismembered limbs, littered the ground, as the crimson and ebony blood intermingled once more. Sheng Shui, a voice, grating like a duck's quack yet tinged with familiarity, cut through the cacophony. She yearned to advance, but was thwarted by the Zombie King, who obstructed her path. His presence disrupted the fray, as psychic powers surged from both sides to encircle him. The Zombie King's abilities resembled boiling magma, continuously roiling, expanding, and violently pushing outward. Lu Yize whispered softly to Jiang Yu, who, understanding the unspoken cue, maintained her composure and shifted her gaze towards Sheng Shui's location. Suddenly, Lu Yize clenched his hands, causing the surrounding space to tremble in response to his movement. Dark spatial energy began to coalesce, forming a swirling vortex that absorbed the Zombie King's outwardly erupting powers. Powerful storms from 3 directions converged in the air, colliding with a deafening roar. Yet, this manipulation bore the risk of ineffectiveness. He remained vigilant, locking onto the Zombie King's movements, searching for the optimal moment to strike. The Zombie King commanded hundreds of undead entities to launch an assault against them. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yize unleashed a spatial rift. The Zombie King's attacks were diverted under the influence of his extraordinary abilities, losing their potency in the fleeting moment before impact. In that very instant, Lu Yize activated his most formidable power, the collapse of space. He conjured a singularity, ensnaring all surrounding matter and energy within, shattering every living being inside the rift. As the Zombie King found himself ensnared, Zhang Yu immediately invoked her own abilities. Her mental force manifested as an invisible arrow, piercing through the Zombie King's mental realm, extracting his human memories. The collapsing space resembled shattering glass, with fissures spreading ominously, clashing with the already mangled form of the Zombie King. With a resounding explosion, the force of their powers sent all present, both humans and zombies, crashing to the ground. Chapter 92. Healing and slaying. The structural integrity of the hospital quaked violently, emitting a disconcerting crack. The building appeared to be cleaved in two, walls and ceilings disintegrating rapidly, cracks racing across surfaces and drywall peeling away. Large chunks of construction material cascaded down, dust and debris obscuring vision, while the windows shattered under pressure, raining down shards of glass like a tempest. With the last vestiges of spatial power, Lu Yize formed a force field, barely sustaining the imminent collapse of the edifice. In that moment, a colossal vortex materialized at the center of the force field, pulling the individuals present into its unseen embrace. In but a fleeting moment of darkness, as the vision of all returned to normal, they found themselves outside the desolate grounds of the hospital, the edifice crumbling before their eyes. Dust coalesced into a choking haze, accompanied by the anguished howls of the undead. Once the debris settled, among the ruins, only a handful of low-tier zombies remained, their bodies impaled by rebar, their hands still executing the commands left by their more advanced counterparts, devouring and pillaging. Lu Yize's expression turned grave. The whereabouts of the Zombie King and his loyal minions remained unknown after suffering a devastating blow. Silence enveloped the group until a muffled sound drew their attention to the earth elemental wielder standing beside the purple-haired figure who had been reduced to a single arm. His face devoid of color. His limb had been brutally wrenched away by a strength-based zombie, the flesh and muscle torn asunder, exposing the stark white of bone beneath. The jagged edges of the wound revealed tiny blood vessels that had ruptured under the strain, forming minute beads of crimson. The surrounding muscle spasmed in response to the excruciating pain, causing his entire body to tremble. "Can you endure?" Zheng Lin inquired, draping one of the man's arms over his shoulder, supporting him to prevent his collapse. Zhu Lei nodded, sweat beading on his forehead, maintaining silence despite the agonizing pain of his severed limb. Sheng Shui was perhaps the most potent among them, her abilities brimming with vitality. She stepped forward to assess Zhu Lei's condition with her powers and commenced preliminary treatment. Meanwhile, a small creature, following Zheng Yan's lead in the assault, emerged from the shadows, clutching a hand that had been grotesquely crushed. The creature's sharp teeth pierced the skin of its own limb, evoking a strangely familiar sensation in Fan Jian, causing him to shudder. "Damn this muscle memory." Zhang Wenjing gently patted Xiaobai's head, praising its commendable efforts. Xiaobai wagged its tail, emitting a low, contented purr. Zheng Lin, however, felt somewhat faint at the sight of blood. As he received the mangled arm from Xiaobai's mouth, goosebumps prickled his skin. Yet he steeled himself to hand the arm over to Sheng Shui. In contrast to Zheng Lin, Sheng Shui remained remarkably composed, utilizing her abilities to deftly stitch the severed limb. With her powers guiding her hands like needles, she swiftly repaired the injury, and throughout the process, Zhu Lei scarcely felt any pain. Meanwhile, others seized the opportunity to extract the crystalline cores from the half-dead zombies among the rubble. The hospital was teeming with numerous zombies, and lower-tier ones were carelessly discarded, for in this apocalyptic world, they were abundant. Zheng Lin supported the gravely injured Zhu Lei, acutely aware of his improving condition. Although Zhu Lei's face bore no visible signs of distress, Zheng Lin knew all too well that he was utterly incapacitated, barely able to stand. Yet now, he distinctly sensed the weight upon his shoulder lessening. Miraculously, he observed as the mangled arm, under Shang Shui's swift ministrations, saw its blood vessels reconnecting one by one. Flesh and bone were rejoining, and even the wounds at the severed end were steadily healing. In a brief span, the fluctuations of Shang Shui's powers subsided, and the soft green glow faded. "All right, give it a try. See if you can move," she urged. Zhu Lei attempted to wiggle his fingers, and to his astonishment, the previously numb right hand regained its connection with his body. From being able to move only 1 or 2 fingers, he progressed to rotating his wrist, eventually sensing the entirety of his arm once more. He had initially believed that this hand was beyond salvation, yet to his astonishment, it could still move. He looked up, filled with excitement, and expressed his gratitude, saying "Thank you." "You're welcome." Sweat beaded on Shang Shui's forehead. The sweltering heat and meticulous treatment had taken a toll on her abilities. No wonder every base is eager to possess healers. "It's truly remarkable," Zheng Lin exclaimed, gazing in awe at Zhu Lei's arm, hesitant to even touch it. Just moments ago, he had received the severed limb from Xiao Bai, and he was acutely aware of its condition. Now, not only were the wounds inflicted by the zombies absent, but even the 2 blood holes left by Xiao Bai's bite had vanished without a trace. "Sister, can you save someone who has been scratched by a zombie? Can you prevent them from mutating?" The towering Zheng Lin addressed the seemingly youthful Shang Shui as sister, and she offered an awkward yet polite smile, still trying to grasp the situation. She shook her head and replied honestly, "Purifying the zombie virus is more challenging than healing. With my current abilities, it is temporarily unfeasible." "I see." Zheng Lin's face betrayed his disappointment. They had arrived with over 1,000 individuals, yet the exact number of injured remained uncertain. Collectively, they had amassed approximately 5,000 low-grade zombie cores and over 600 first-grade zombie cores. Of the roughly 1,000 who had come, 327 had perished, and 286 were uncertain whether they had been transformed into zombies or awakened as ability users. Among these individuals, only a scant few might awaken their powers, while the majority were likely to succumb to zombification. Before the apocalypse, the incubation period of the zombie virus was approximately half a month. However, with the rising temperatures, the virus's activity intensified rather than diminished. Just a few days ago, those infected with the zombie virus transformed into zombies or awakened their abilities within 1 to 2 days. Now, the process of zombification and the awakening of abilities has been reduced to under half an hour. Among the deceased, many infected individuals began to exhibit grotesque physical distortions and a pallid complexion, gradually succumbing to zombification. Of the nearly 300 injured, fewer than 5% awakened their abilities, while the foreheads of the remaining individuals bore faint black veins. Chapter 93. Close Combat. Obedience when all settled. The ground was stained with a mixture of crimson and dark blood, and the heavy protective gear had absorbed a significant amount of blood, changing its hue. Among those previously stationed outside by Lu Yize, only 1 person successfully awakened their abilities, while the others had all mutated into zombies. The sole individual who awakened their powers appeared to be in a state of utter despair. Zheng Su believed that his anguish stemmed from the guilt of having killed his comrades and sought to provide him with psychological support. He painfully lifted his gaze, his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. They had transformed into zombies, and in their final moments of lucidity, he had ended his own life. The atmosphere was tense, and apart from this individual's sobs, all else was silent. He adhered to his comrades' final wishes, allowing them to provide a modicum of assistance to the base in humanity in the form of crystal cores. At this moment, Lu Yize recalled the antiviral serum that had emerged during the later stages of the last apocalypse. Regrettably, he was unaware of its composition, otherwise, he might have saved numerous lives. With over 600 casualties, the final count of those who awakened their abilities stood at a mere 31. This is precisely why they hesitate to recklessly attempt to infect others with the zombie virus. The likelihood of survival with extraordinary abilities is exceedingly low. The miscalculation regarding the strength of the Zombie King's subordinates is my oversight. However, the Eastern Ancient Base dispatched 900 individuals, while the Central Base contributed 117, making a considerable effort. Based on the contribution rate, we shall allocate the crystal cores in a ratio of 5 to 4 to 1 among the 3 teams, with your team receiving 40%. In fact, the number of crystal cores may still prove insufficient, necessitating the contribution of some of his own cores. Although ordinary individuals cannot absorb crystal cores, they can be utilized for trade, exchanging for food or other essential supplies. Upon hearing this, Lu Yize's lips curled into a subtle smile. "No need. We will only require 30%. And the remaining 10% shall serve as your compensation for providing Jiangyu with the ability core." At this moment, The unexpected generosity left those present astonished, clearly not anticipating Lu Yize's willingness to negotiate. Rising from his seat, Lu Yize retrieved 2 second-tier zombie crystal cores, which would settle the debt of gratitude he owed. It was evident that Lu Yize remembered the test he had conducted to see if Jiang Yu would harm others by confining her with him, as he was on the brink of advancement. As Lu Yize sensed the burgeoning abilities of his counterpart, he scoffed, recognizing their mutual situation. Among those thriving in the central base, Xianwen possessed the most up-to-date information. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was the first to vanish, her demeanor radiating hostility as she rushed to assist in the impending conflict. The others, a moment behind her, quickly reacted and sprinted after her. "It's not like that," Fan Jian shouted as he ran. Their extraordinary abilities had seemingly been exhausted. So how could they still engage in combat? By the time they arrived, Zheng Lin and the others had already reached the scene. Lu Yize was not in a much better condition, bearing a few minor injuries and his clothes dusted with remnants of the skirmish. Jiang Yu swiftly appeared before Lu Yize, casting a glance at the wound on the back of his hand. Upon witnessing her sudden action, Zheng Lin and the others felt their powers surge within them, ready to strike at any moment. However, Lu Yize intervened, reassuring, "I am fine." Despite his words, Jiang Yu showed no intention of backing down. Her frustration evident as she tightly grasped Lu Yize's hand, as if her gaze alone could heal his injury. Lu Yize, too, engaged in the silent duel with the wound, his icy glare sweeping over those around him, their powers bubbling with anticipation of an attack. Fortunately, a smiling figure emerged to diffuse the tension. "What brings you all here?" Zheng Lin, unable to conceal his youth, exclaimed, "We heard you were fighting." "I rushed over to help." Lu Yize, however, replied with a calm demeanor, "It's merely a sparring match, an exchange of insights." The smiling figure sought to reassure those gathered. Chapter 94, Matters of Adults Should Not Concern Children. Let us go. Lu Yize addressed Xian Wenrui and the others. Zheng Lin, taken aback by the announcement of their departure, quickly inquired, "Where are you headed?" "It's sweltering outside. It's safer to remain within the base." Hearing this, Fan Jian feigned regret, saying, "My brother Lu has always been kind-hearted and cannot bear to see others suffer. In recent days, it has come to my attention that your establishment has graciously taken in a considerable number of individuals, resulting in substantial consumption of resources. Although we find ourselves unable to offer much assistance, we have resolved to vacate our space to accommodate them. While our base may appear modest in comparison to yours, we have grown accustomed to our surroundings and do not wish to impose further." However, Zheng Lin, being young and impressionable, was easily swayed and instantly displayed a mix of shame, astonishment, and gratitude, exclaiming, "You truly are wonderful people. I had initially thought he would see through Fan Jian's fabrications, yet he stood there, teary-eyed, struggling to articulate his feelings, moved by their selflessness." Zheng Lin thumped his chest with his fist and boldly declared, "Please stay. If necessary, I can relinquish my room for you. I can sleep in the trees." At that moment, when his innocent, naive gaze met Fan Jian's, the latter found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, sincerity is the most potent weapon. Zheng Lin glanced at Jiang Yu, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He could not comprehend why one would coexist with a zombie, yet he recognized Lu Yize's regard for Jiang Yu and chose to remain silent. Lu Yize understood Fan Jian well. Despite his loquaciousness, he would not divulge anything that ought to remain unsaid. The principle of discretion regarding wealth was something he, as a wealthy heir prone to kidnapping, understood all too well. Thus, even though Fan Jian had spoken extensively, not a single detail about the internal affairs of the base was revealed. Lu Yize's vehicle was parked at the entrance, and Zimao emerged from beside it holding a tattered cloth. "Lu Gu, your car is quite durable, though with the current heat. Please be cautious of your speed and tire pressure while driving." "Thank you," Lu Yize replied. The vehicle remained secure under Lu Yize's watchful eye, alleviating his concerns, especially since it had been modified to harness solar energy, eliminating the need to scour the world for fuel. Observing the purple-haired individual, Lu Yize, having known him for many years, felt he understood him well. Coupled with the memories of their past life, he inquired, "Would you care to join us on our journey?" Lei Yongyu grasped the rag tightly, yearning to accompany them. Who wouldn't prefer the company of familiar faces? However, after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head in refusal. "No, Brother Lu, I have matters to attend to here." Everyone possesses their own choices, and Lu Yize refrained from pressing further. "Very well, should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Lei Yongyu glanced up, noting the cold demeanor of Lu Yize, who spoke with a hint of arrogance, reminiscent of their high school days. A smile crept across his face as he reached out to pat Lu Yize on the shoulder. "Brother Lu, you truly haven't changed at all." Lu Yize pondered whether there was something amiss with Lei Yangyu's perception. After enduring 15 years of apocalypse in his previous life, how could he possibly remain unchanged? Fan Jian leaned out from the vehicle, asking, "What is going on? Are you trying to persuade us to stay as well?" The two exchanged a tense glance for a few seconds before Lu Yize took the box handed to him, his fingers caressing its surface, feeling an inexplicable weight. As he had stated, Lu Yize did not request Jiang Yu to open it. Throughout, Jiang Yu displayed an unusual enthusiasm for the black box, holding it and sniffing it curiously for quite some time. After accepting the item, Lu Yize felt no need to linger further. He waved toward the window, uttering a simple, "Let's go." As his words faded, the vehicle roared to life, the tires gently scraping against the ground, producing a distinct sound. The once tranquil ground was stirred by the winds whipped up by the wheels, and yellow sand danced in the air. Who was calling someone a child? Jiang Yu was oblivious to the value of the box. She was simply enchanted by the delightful scent it emitted. Lu Yize understood her fascination. For this box was specifically designed to hold treasures in the apocalyptic world, impervious to high temperatures, resistant to cold, and impenetrable by blades or bullets. This remarkable quality stemmed from its nature as a product of supernatural abilities, with a potent force enveloping its surface. Jiang Yu's affinity for it could be succinctly attributed to her desire to consume it as a means of replenishing her own powers. However, the others in the back seat were unaware of these details. Witnessing Jiang Yu's infatuation with the black box only solidified their belief that it contained something extraordinary. The ever-curious Fan Jian scratched his head in bewilderment. "Lu Gu, what on earth is inside that box?" Xian Wenrui, exasperated by his lack of focus, retorted, "How could you possibly expect him to know? Are you foolish?" Realizing his oversight, Fan Jian smacked his forehead. Zhang Wenjing, riding her little white horse, chimed in. "I attempted to probe its contents with my mental abilities, but was met with a barrier. Is this box truly that formidable? Even a mental-type ability user cannot discern its contents?" Fan Jian gazed at the box with newfound admiration. It was far more useful than the $1 million safe his family had previously purchased. Had he possessed such a box back then, he would never have had to worry about hiding his adult literature. Indeed, it was impressive. Zhang Wenjing gazed at the box with keen interest, her eyes glimmering with an impulse to unravel its contents. The only reliable person present, Sheng Shui, speculated and inquired of Lu Yize, "Brother Lu, could it possibly contain the crystal cores meant for us?" Chapter 95. The gift? No, Lu Yize replied. "The crystal cores are secured in my space. Such items are, of course, stored away after negotiations conclude. One cannot simply rely on the goodwill of others for their safekeeping." Xian Wenrui, sensing something amiss, posed a question. "Brother Lu, why has he suddenly given Jiang Yu this box? It couldn't he possibly hold a tracking device, could it? Should we open it now and, if deemed inappropriate, dispose of it?" At the moment the box was in his grasp, Lu Yize had already scanned its contents with his mental energy, fully aware of what lay within. This black box could obstruct mental detection, but only against abilities of a lower rank than its creator. Hence, Zhang Wenjing was unable to discern its secrets. As Lu Yize contemplated the items inside, a frown creased his brow as he discreetly glanced at Jiang Yu. The vehicle continued its journey, the lush greenery gradually vanishing. And the air outside, under the sweltering heat, shimmered with waves visible to the naked eye. The ground was littered with many sun-baked corpses, both human and zombie, unable to survive in such extreme conditions. The gates of the base bore the scars of a violent assault, with numerous desiccated beasts sprawled haphazardly across the ground. Once the epitome of extravagance, the once flaunted young Master Fan now crouched on the ground, picking up the sun-dried beasts and earnestly questioning. "This can still be consumed, right? It should be acceptable, perhaps?" Xian Wenrui rubbed the goosebumps on his skin, unable to comprehend how Fan Jian could carry a several-meter-high toad without feeling the slightest discomfort. "Let us not waste it. We might as well collect some. Treat it as emergency rations. It could be sold to others if we survive," he mused. Fan Jian, dragging along the small white creature, began to labor diligently. Zhang Wenjing used a knife to pry open the skull of one of the mutated beasts, extracting the crystalline core nestled within. Fortune smiled upon them as the core was intact. Lu Yize did not vie for those crystalline cores, but his gaze fell upon a nearby mutated plant, now devoid of life. This plant had dried out under the sun. With a mere tug, it crumbled into fragments. The flower buds, which should have blossomed most vibrantly at the top, were now yellowed and broken from exposure. Lu Yize employed his spatial blade to sever the bud, retrieving a second-tier crystalline core from within. The others also procured numerous cores from the corpses of zombies, as well as the mutated flora and fauna. The entrance to the base had been intentionally constructed by Lu Yize from special materials, forged to withstand assaults as per his pre-apocalypse specifications, ensuring that neither others nor zombies could breach it easily. Upon re-entering the base, they were greeted by the familiar scents within, accompanied by the coolness emanating from the mountainside, instantly alleviating the sweltering heat they had endured outside. Indeed, no golden or silver nest could compare to one's own humble abode. It felt infinitely more comfortable here. Now, even the slightest disturbance within this sanctuary would seem fragrant to him. Fan Jian spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, as if expelling the impurities and fatigue within. That sounds rather grotesque, Xian Wenrui remarked, nudging him aside to clear the path. At this moment, Zhang Wenjing could hardly concern herself with their trivial banter. Her attention was fixated on the mysterious black box in Jiang Yu's hands. What secrets lay within this enigmatic container? Was it perilous? Perhaps it would be prudent to open it now. If only she could temper her expression, concealing her excitement. Such restraint might lend her more credibility. Let us proceed, using our abilities as the key to unlock it, she suggested, directing her gaze toward the lock. Before Lu Yize had even finished his sentence, Jiang Yu eagerly set to work. The remaining individuals leaned in with curiosity, while Lu Yize remained composed, extracting thousands of crystal nuclei from the surrounding space. As Jiang Yu infused the black box with her energy, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of black and gold light, so brilliant that all present were compelled to close their eyes in evasion. Goodness, how blinding! Who would dare attempt to steal this and be immediately exposed? Fan Jian quipped, his mouth never ceasing its chatter. Could you refrain from your incessant commentary? Zhang Wenjing, sitting beside him, was thoroughly annoyed by his raucous voice. Xian Wenrui, undeterred, chimed in, continuing their banter even with their eyes shut. As the overwhelming black and gold light receded, the contents within the box were finally revealed. An abrupt silence fell over the previously noisy group, punctuated only by the sound of collective gasps. What a grotesque sight! Fan Jian's face twisted into a lewd grin. No wonder he cautioned against exposure. Xian Wenrui silently gave a thumbs up. Who on earth would gift such a thing? Sheng Shui's face flushed crimson as she instinctively covered Jiang Yu's eyes. Do not look, it's unsightly. Are you implying that you confused the package sent by that old man with the gift intended for Jiang Yu? Zhu Lei nodded stiffly. After being gravely injured and subsequently treated, Sheng Shui had informed him that he might experience a slight fever due to his compromised immune system. To his astonishment, in a state of delirium brought on by the fever, he inadvertently created a significant blunder at work. What had been sent to him was none other than a whimsical image of a person clad in a provocative Catwoman costume. The reverse side of the picture bore the message, knowing you are a pretentious individual with a hidden penchant for mischief. Here's a Catwoman outfit for you to enjoy with your girlfriend. Zhu Lei, overwhelmed by his mistake, dared not breathe a word, already contemplating which obscure corner he might be relegated to. After a prolonged silence, his supervisor, in a lackluster manner, inquired whether it was still possible to chase after the person to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Yize glanced at the black outfit lying in the mysterious box, its delicate fabric, the decorative fluffy ears and tail, and the bells adorning the neck and ankles. Lu Yize chose not to cast a second glance or allow anyone to touch it. Instead, he promptly stored it within his own space. Observing the item vanish into thin air, Fan Jian leaned towards Xian Wenrui and whispered, I'll wager a crystal core that outfit is definitely something Brother Lu has been hiding away. Xian Wenrui scoffed, do we even need to gamble on that? I'll bet 2 crystal cores that tonight. He'll find a way to put that gift to use. Zhang Wenjing, a mental-type esper with heightened senses, overheard their conversation and chimed in casually, I'll wager 3 crystal cores that he won team make it until tonight. In agreement with Zhang Wenjing, Xiaobai emitted a couple of playful barks. Fan Jian revealed a rather lascivious grin, remarking, Sister Jing, your clever use of that word is quite impressive. Xiaobai's barks were perfectly timed. Xian Wenrui also shook his head in disbelief, asserting, Sister Jing sees through it all. I refuse to believe that Brother Lu is unaware of what lies within the box he brought home. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian let out a hiss. conceding the validity of the argument. All right, you all seem quite adept at analysis, don't you? Indeed, Lu Yize is exceedingly suspicious. If he had no knowledge of the box's contents, would he dare allow Jiangyu to carry it? Fan Jian wagered a decade's worth of romantic prospects, betting that Lu Yize had been aware of the box's contents from the very beginning. Compared to the items within the box, Jiangyu was far more intrigued by the box itself, filled with extraordinary powers. She mused that if she could consume the box, it would provide her with ample sustenance. Just then, Lu Yize's voice shifted the group's focus from their gossip. Whoa, wait a minute, is that really how many? Fan Jian's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a sack brimming with crystal cores, reminiscent of the joy he had experienced during his days as a wealthy heir. This operation had yielded a total of 431 zero-tier zombie crystal cores and 632 one-tier zombie crystal cores. At that moment, Zhang Wenjing looked up, her excitement palpable as she inquired, "Shall we divide the profits?" Lu Yize, without hesitation, responded, "Initially, it was indeed a division of profits. But I have reduced my share by 10% to repay a debt of gratitude." Xian Wenrui concurred, stating that one should indeed settle debts of gratitude as early as possible. One must never owe favors to others, as even a small profit given away is not a loss. Fan Jian, lacking in mathematical prowess, was indifferent to the distinctions between san and shi, content as long as he would not starve, and mindlessly echoed the sentiments around him. Who could discern the malevolent intentions lurking behind that squinting gaze? Settling debts of gratitude could only be beneficial. Zhang Wenjing held no objections, reasoning that a threefold profit from the crystal cores was still considerable, and Lu Yize would likely allocate them a share. Sheng Shui, however, remained passive throughout the discussion, feeling somewhat embarrassed to participate in their division of spoils. Lu Yize deliberately brought the matter of profits into the open, testing the sentiments of everyone present. From the outset, he had no intention of repaying his own debts with the benefits of others. With 5,431 zero-tier crystal cores, if divided at a fourfold profit, we would collectively receive 2,172 cores. The participants included myself, Jiangyu, the chubby one, Fan Jian, Zhang Wenjing, and Xiaobai. Logically, this would mean an equitable division into 6 parts, yielding an average of 362 cores per person. However, my decision to forego a portion of the profit resulted in only 1629 cores being distributed among us, excluding Jiangyu and myself. The remaining individuals would each receive 406 cores. Do you have any objections? Not only Fan Jian and Xian Wenrui, but even Zhang Wenjing was taken aback by Lu Yize's considerable offer. So many? Xian Wenrui swallowed hard and quickly exclaimed, "Isn't this excessive? Lu Gu, wouldn't that leave you with nothing?" "Ah, you were giving all of this to us, yet weren't most of those zombies eliminated by you? You contributed significantly, didn't you?" Fan Jian felt a pang of guilt at being given such a substantial sum. Lu Yize cast him a glance, explaining that this was merely the allocation of Tier 0 crystal cores. Each of them would receive 10 from the total of 189 for Tier 1. "We still have our share of Tier 1 cores," Xian Wenrui exclaimed in astonishment. They had never expected to obtain Tier 1 cores, as higher levels contained greater energy. "Yes, these cores are intended to expedite your enhancement of abilities, but I suggest reserving the Tier 1 cores for future advancement to avoid being overwhelmed by the energy within." After imparting this advice, Lu Yize distributed the cores to them, even including a portion for Sheng Shui. I have some too, right?" "No, I don't need them," Sheng Shui said, astonished as she received 10 Tier 1 cores, hastily refusing them. "You appear to be on the brink of advancing to Tier 2. It's prudent to keep them for emergencies." Lu Yize, using his mental prowess, discerned that Sheng Shui's ability was unstable, with her powers somewhat manifesting. "What? You are about to advance to Tier 2? Fan Jian exclaimed, his excitement mingled with anxiety as he pressed all the cores he had received into Sheng Shui's arms. "Use these first, in case you don't have enough." "I don't need them. I have crystal cores," Sheng Shui insisted, pushing them away. "Where did you acquire so many cores? Don't be shy. Just accept them." Fan Jian thought Sheng Shui was merely being modest. However, she then produced a bag, opened it, and revealed over 30 crystal cores, though her expression was less than favorable as she displayed them. Fan Jian glanced at them, nearly blinded by their abundance. "You actually have so many Tier 1 cores. They were given by the Zombie King," Sheng Shui admitted without concealment. "Initially, he seized me, intending to compel me to resurrect the skeleton by his side. I expressed my inability to do so, and he should have comprehended my words. He initially planned to kill me, but subsequently changed his mind. Shortly thereafter, over 30 first-tier zombies emerged before us, their brains exploding instantaneously. The sole surviving zombie collected all the crystal cores and presented them to him. The remaining words were unspoken by Sheng Shui. After the zombie delivered the crystal cores to the zombie king, his claw pierced through the creature's skull, tearing it open to extract the core. Then, with blood and brain matter on his hands, he forcefully shoved the core into his mouth. It was only when he witnessed her retching and trembling violently that he realized the method of absorption differed between humans and zombies. The mere recollection of previous events made Sheng Shui feel nauseous. Observing her pallor, the others ceased their inquiries, and Zhang Wenjing skillfully redirected the conversation. You are on the verge of advancement. I will accompany you for the next few days. I have experience with Xiaobai's advancement, so I can offer some guidance. I apologize for the trouble. A hint of color returned to Sheng Shui's face. Zhang Wenjing was unperturbed. Assisting a healer with their abilities was a noble endeavor that anyone would welcome. Once you advance, please help my Xiaobai with her wounds. Her candid declaration of intent made it easier for Sheng Shui to accept her goodwill. All right. Chapter 97. Cat Girl Jiang Yu. After clarifying the situation, Sheng Shui intended to return the 10 crystal cores to Lu Yize. Lu Yize glanced at the crystal cores in Sheng Shui's hand, refraining from reaching out, and simply stated, "Keep them. He is currently not in need of the crystal nuclei, which have become somewhat redundant for him. It would be swifter to cultivate on his own." After sorting the crystal nuclei, Lu Yize spoke, "Having worked tirelessly for so long, it is time to rest. Let us disperse." Holding a large bundle of crystal nuclei, the group was momentarily struck by a sense of bewilderment, akin to sudden wealth, yet their refusal was futile, as Lu Yize firmly insisted on collecting the nuclei. Fan Jian's eyes brimmed with tears. "Brother Lu, you are my brother for life, my only brother." Xiaobai found this sentiment somewhat familiar, shaking his head. He emitted a low growl in protest. Let us disperse. I just want to have a good sleep." Xian Wenrui, utterly exhausted, could barely lift his feet. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenjing noticed that Shang Xuelin was on the verge of a breakthrough and, not daring to delay, urged her into the room. Fan Jian, worried, attempted to follow but was swiftly pulled back by Xiaobai, who grasped the collar of his shirt. "Dog brother, what are you doing?" Fan Jian questioned, perplexed. Xian Wenrui tugged at him to stand up, saying, "Two girls are inside. Why are you so nosy? What is there to see? Besides, currently, you and I are the weakest. We should seize the opportunity to absorb the crystal nuclei and properly digest our abilities. Brother, you have a good heart. Despite being the weakest, you still consider me. Honestly, you are quite eloquent," Fan Jian said, acknowledging his own awareness. Where is everyone?" Fan Jian voiced his confusion. Having been away for only a few days, the interior showed little change. Jiang Yu was already comfortably seated at the desk, her hands resting on the armrests as she spun around in the chair. Lu Yize observed her reveling in her amusement and took a seat on the sofa within the room. Suddenly, a black box materialized before him. At the instant the box appeared, Jiang Yu ceased her playful spinning of the chair, her gaze fixated on the enigmatic black container. The box, wide open and unpretentious, revealed its contents in plain sight, retaining the same form upon release as it did when absorbed. Finally relinquishing her fixation on the spinning chair, Jiang Yu regarded the box with a glimmer of avarice, convinced that it held great promise. This box, a manifestation of a third-tier Esper's powers, indeed bore something delectable within. She gazed at it with a hint of obsession, her mouth watering incessantly. Lu Yize leaned forward, his back disengaging from the sofa's embrace, and propped himself up with a hand resting on the edge of the black box. With a subtle smirk playing on his lips, he suggested she try it on. Jiang Yu cast a glance at the contents of the box, her previous view obscured by the snow that had shielded her eyes. Seeking clarity, she reached for the delicate fabric, examining it closely. Lu Yize, reclining on the sofa, raised an eyebrow in her direction. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu turned to change into the garments. However, Lu Yize interjected, jesting, "I'm merely teasing." Jiang Yu paused, attuning herself to Lu Yize's emotions and analyzing his words, ultimately halting her movements. "Take a shower, then rest early," he advised. Under Lu Yize's watchful gaze, Jiang Yu proceeded to freshen up, taking her time as she always did in the bath. When she finally emerged, a fragrant aura enveloped her, her skin having grown increasingly human-like since her advancement in powers. The light now cast a hazy glow, blurring the distinction between herself and the world around her. After drying her hair, she would retire for the night. Lu Yize, having conveyed his thoughts, entered the bathroom only after receiving her nod of acknowledgement. In recent days, Lu Yize's mind had been tumultuous, buzzing with countless thoughts that refused to quiet even in the sanctuary of the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, he managed to untangle some of the chaos in his mind. As he toweled his hair, he sensed an unsettling tranquility emanating from Jiangyu outside. The bathroom door swung open, releasing a veil of steam into the dimly lit bedroom. Jiangyu, caught in a struggle with her clothing, abruptly turned to meet Lu Yize's gaze. As she turned, the bell adorning her neck chimed melodically, its sound dancing through the air. Lu Yize regarded her with a profound intensity, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile, inquiring, "What are you up to?" Jiangyu, with her back to him, feigned ignorance, continuing her battle with the stubborn garment. Lu Yize chose not to intrude, merely offering a knowing smile as he remarked, "Go on, continue." He tossed the towel into the bathroom bin and reclined against the headboard, his gaze unyielding. The heat of his stare felt like a searing touch upon Jiangyu's back. At the moment she turned around, Lu Yize raised an eyebrow, his eyes betraying a sense of awe without reservation. In his presence, Jiangyu seemed to activate some peculiar switch within herself. Slowly, she crawled from the foot of the bed to his side, her hands assertively encircling his neck, ensuring his gaze remained solely upon her. Lu Yize playfully flicked the bell at her neck, a hint of intoxication in the air as he asked, "What do you wish to do?" Chapter 98. Activating blood circulation and resolving stasis. Jiangyu greedily swept her gaze over every inch of Lu Yize, her affection unmistakably evident in her eyes. She never concealed her possessiveness towards him, yearning to kiss, to bite, and to devour him completely. Her once icy lips, now gradually warming with the enhancement of her abilities, still fell short of human warmth. Lu Yize relished her initiative yet feigned restraint, distancing himself. Who had he learned this from? With a light chuckle, Lu Yize mused. No wonder she crawled from the foot of the bed to the head in such a comical manner. Why the change in attire? He inquired, evading her kiss. Jiangyu furrowed her brow, fixating on Lu Yize, who was speaking yet denying her a kiss. "Because you want to see?" she asserted with certainty. The zombie, devoid of human hypocrisy, could keenly sense Lu Yize's intentions as a spirit-type zombie. Noting his silence, she reiterated, "It is you who desires to see. You also want, all right, quiet down." The bell she had not properly donned fell, producing a clear, ringing sound. At that moment, Jiangyu's hands remained firmly entwined around Lu Yize's neck. It was as if her soul had shattered its confines, memories breaking free from their prison as she called out his name, Lu Yize. Lu Yize's breath caught as he grasped Jiangyu's chin, tenderly kissing her, gradually intensifying the fervor of his kiss, asserting his dominance. Jiangyu's eyelashes fluttered, yet she leaned in, mirroring him, kissing his lips repeatedly. As she shifted her long legs, the petite belle chimed crisply with her movements. She mimicked him, vengefully biting into Lu Yize's shoulder, swallowing the metallic tang of blood, her fingers lightly grazing the fresh wound she had inflicted. The places she touched and bit radiated a searing heat, and Lu Yize's racing heartbeat proclaimed the turmoil of emotions that stirred beneath his cold exterior. He leaned over Jiangyu, their fingers entwined, deepening the fervent kiss they shared. It felt as though something within Jiangyu's heart was brimming, threatening to overflow. She struggled to articulate these feelings, resorting to repeating Lu Yize's name over and over. "Lu Yize, do you know what to do next?" Lu Yize pressed down his tumultuous emotions and, with a voice tinged with coldness, demanded an answer. Jiangyu's gaze was clouded, her form momentarily halted. "I don't know." After a brief moment of shared silence, Lu Yize sighed, lowering his lips to softly kiss the corner of her eye. "Then we shall wait until you comprehend, and I shall give it to you." Jiangyu did not grasp the meaning behind his words, yet her mind was too preoccupied to ponder further. Though Lu Yize would not overly torment her, he would certainly seek some form of recompense. The room was awash in the glow of spring, and the absurdity of the night lingered. As midday approached, their absence was noted. The others were gathered, munching on the exotic meat they had moved in yesterday, engaged in quiet murmurs. Fan Jian, gnawing on a piece of meat, interrupted the chatter. "Are they not out yet?" Xian Wenrui glanced towards the upper floor, raising his hand to signal 5. "What does that mean? They 1T emerge for 5 days? That cannot be." Lu Yize awakened a spatial ability, not one for mere enhancement. As Fan Jian continued, he found amusement in his own words. Xian Wenrui lightly tapped his head, rambling nonsensically. I was merely stating that I wagered 5 crystal cores. That outfit from yesterday is likely beyond salvaging. Zhang Wenjing, engrossed in her meal, did not even lift her head. Isn't this blatantly obvious? Is there still a need to gamble? As Sheng Shui listened to their conversation, she quietly began to absorb the crystal cores. Upon noticing Sheng Shui's discreet efforts, Xian Wenrui suddenly lost his appetite for the dried meat. Sheng Shui, must you be so diligent? Is it necessary to enhance your abilities, even while eating? Fan Jian inquired with genuine concern. Are you nearing an advancement? However, when exactly will the advancement occur? This waiting is rather nerve-wracking. Sheng Shui sheepishly tucked away the crystal cores, saying, No, it's just, cough. I believe that when Jiang Yu emerges, she may require my abilities. During her previous attempts to heal Jiang Yu, she had noticed an alarming number of injuries on her. At times, it was difficult to discern whether Lu Yize or Jiang Yu was the actual zombie. She had always sought to help Jiang Yu recover swiftly from her injuries. Upon hearing this, everyone's imaginations ran wild. Fan Jian gasped. Lu Yize, such a beastly character? No one present dared to dispute this. Zhang Wenjing, stroking the truly beastly Xiao Bai, calmly stated the truth. If it were not beastly, there would be no need to hide that outfit. After she spoke, she sighed deeply, saying, If you're going to take it, at least leave that black box for me to study. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian made a sagacious guess. That box might come in handy for other purposes in the future, perhaps for a rabbit. Chapter 99. The outfit? Burned. What rabbit? Lu Yize's voice came from behind. Beside them, the small white dog gazed at Fan Jian with a look of sorrow, sensing that he was oblivious to its warning. Fan Jian felt a lump in his throat, all the words he intended to articulate becoming ensnared, until he finally managed to stammer, Rabbit, rabbit meat. Sheng Shui cleared her throat, coming to Fan Jian's rescue by inquiring, Where's Jiang Yu? Has she not rested well? Yes, she is still resting. The zombies, by nature, possessed heightened energy during the night, becoming relatively lethargic during the day. Everyone present expressed understanding, certainly devoid of any other associations. This could not possibly be attributed to fatigue from the previous night, could it? A tacit understanding lingered among them, and no one dared to pose further questions. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the base. Lu Yize cast a glance toward the exterior. Xian Wenrui and the others immediately adopted a defensive stance. Even the small white dog retracted its tongue, its gaze fierce as it let out a low growl. Let us investigate. As soon as Lu Yize's words left his lips, the small white dog dashed out of the base, ready to feast at any moment. The small white dog shared a psychic connection with Zhang Wenjing. Their mutual trust exceedingly high, allowing for a profound interlinking of senses. How did he find this out? Fan Jian pondered, feeling a twinge of unease. Remaining vigilant and not relaxing his guard despite their brief collaboration. Could it be related to that black box? Xian Wenrui voiced his uncertainty. Lu Yize promptly dismissed this notion with resolve. No. We will ascertain the truth once we venture outside. A glint of severity flashed in Lu Yize's eyes. Indeed. He had not anticipated this turn of events. His expression darkened ominously. It is merely that we possess the ability of the extraordinary, enabling us to pinpoint locations. Much like the previous encounter with the Zombie King, which relied on this peculiar power for location tracking. He provided a brief explanation, yet refrained from elaborating further on the specifics. Lu Yize did not pry into these private matters, but instead raised his gaze and inquired, What is it? Lu Yize scoffed. T. Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui immediately interjected with a smile. Our humble establishment cannot compare to the central base. In this small locale, we certainly lack such a precious commodity as tea, so we shall spare you the embarrassment. Fan Jian, playing along, gestured towards the adjacent black box and shifted the topic. You didn't come all this way merely to deliver gifts to my brother Lu, did you? Zhu Lei, cradling the black box, felt a fleeting discomfort. Yet he understood he must atone for his previous error. Have you opened the box? Zhu Lei asked in a hushed tone, uncertainty lacing his voice. Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian instinctively glanced towards Lu Yize, but quickly restrained their gazes, while Sheng Shui awkwardly lowered her head, fidgeting with her nails. The smile on Zhu Lei's face faltered, and his previously unwavering demeanor wavered. Well, it seems one should not harbor hopes based on luck. Fan Jian, undeterred, pressed on. You surely cannot be considering sending a rabbit, mistakenly swapping it with the one meant for Jiang Yu. This box was intended for her, which is why we hurried to exchange it. However, you have seen the confidential contents. That is of no consequence, as this was indeed our oversight. The only uncertainty lies in whether the secrets within the box remain intact. Even Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian were left uncertain whether he spoke the truth or merely offered an excuse. Zhang Wenjing, however, remained unconvinced. Do you not know what is contained within? If you say you do not know, then you must profess ignorance even if you are aware. She scrutinized him closely, conceding, well, if you truly do not know, what more can we do? I just did not expect that this would be classified information from your Donggu base. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed, emphasizing the word stubborn. Oh, stubborn? So this is how your base defines stubbornness, she mused. Fan Jian could not help but shake his head in applause. Genuinely impressed. Ahem, here is something for Jiangyu, he said. Chen Lu Yize glanced at it, neither explicitly accepting nor rejecting the offer. This is merely a token of gratitude for your assistance in expelling the zombie king. Lu Yize accepted the box, tacitly acknowledging his words. Fortunately, Lu Yize was not a person of narrow-mindedness. Yet, he noticed Xian Wenrui and others snickering, sensing an underlying discord. It has already been burned, Lu Yize stated calmly. On the way back, Zhu Lei, driving the car, reflected, it seems that Lu Yize is quite principled, unable to tolerate any sand in his eyes. And promptly disposed of that clothing. Chapter 100. The ability ring. Zhu Lei did not grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. What do you mean by not necessarily? With a smile returning to her face, she inquired, by the way, has the package for Team He been sent out? In the apocalypse, sending items was far from as convenient as it had been prior to the end of the world. However, the existence of abilities somewhat compensated for the shortcomings in transportation. Within the Donggu base, there existed a pair of twins who awakened the same spatial abilities simultaneously. However, their extraordinary abilities are rather unique when examined in isolation. They merely appear as a simple spatial storage capability. What sets them apart is that the two individuals share a common space. One can deposit items into this spatial realm, while the other can retrieve them from the same location. They serve as a conduit for spatial transmission, enabling seamless exchange. Once dispatched, the items should be received promptly today. Zhu Lei's injuries have fully healed, although his voice has not yet recovered. Nevertheless, he has resumed work, striving to rectify the errors of his previous missteps. Well, that is reassuring. The bracelet on Zhu Lei's wrist flickered. It was an ability ring specifically designed for ability users at the Donggu base, requiring the activation of their powers to transmit information. Captain, we have received news from the base. The zombie king is migrating towards the northern sands, and the forces are continually growing. Additionally, reports from the Xie base indicate the emergence of a high-level mutated deer capable of human speech. The zombie king. The articulate mutated deer, the increasingly restless marine creatures, and the increasingly extreme weather all contribute to the relentless struggle for limited living space among humans, zombies, and mutated flora and fauna. At that moment, a vibration emanated from the black box. The lid of the box was ajar, revealing its contents, and the commotion caused by Fan Jian drew the group to a halt. It appears to be an electronic bracelet bouncing about. Upon closer inspection, Fan Jian's expression revealed a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated something more significant. Lu Yize retrieved the entirely black bracelet and infused it with his abilities. I never anticipated that such a device as the ability ring would be developed so early. Although its version pales in comparison to the advancements of a decade later, it is nonetheless capable of facilitating communication. What is this, Brother Lu? Xian Wenrui? A reclusive individual until recently who had devoted most of his finances to acquiring electronic gadgets, was instantly captivated upon seeing this ability-driven wristband. The ability ring. There are a few more beneath the box. Each of you may take one. How does it convey messages? It appears quite similar to a mosquito-repelling wristband, albeit with a slightly superior texture, made of metal rather than rubber. Once the ability is infused, a floating interface materializes, allowing one to input text akin to using a mobile phone, which can then be transmitted according to the recipient's ability ring number, mimicking the function of sending a text message. Lu Yize demonstrated this before them. With a chime, the ability ring he held emitted a green light. He infused it with his ability once more, and the surface of the ring revealed the information. Once bound to an ability, the ring can probe information. While others' abilities remain inaccessible, only the bound ability allows for such exploration. The others followed his instructions to try it out, finding that using the ability to activate the ring was not difficult. Upon witnessing the activation of the ability ring, Xian Wenrui could hardly contain his excitement. Brother Lu, is it possible to utilize abilities in this manner? If so, can we not control mechas as well? just like in science fiction. Commanding mechas to engage in battle? Wouldn't that mean effortlessly dispatching hordes of zombies in a single strike? How exhilarating! Lu Yize neither discouraged nor encouraged him. He simply stated, "You may give it a try." In his previous life, during the early stages of the apocalypse, Lu Yize was confined within a laboratory, subjected to inhumane experiments. It was only years after his rescue by Jiang Yu that he gradually reacquainted himself with the external world. At the dawn of the apocalypse, there were indeed individuals who ventured into the realm of mecha research. It was rumored that in the North City, someone had successfully created a mecha controlled by supernatural abilities, even managing to slay a Tier 3 zombie. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. The mecha suddenly went awry, culminating in a catastrophic self-detonation that affected an extensive area. One failure was not deemed significant, yet since that event, an unspoken consensus emerged, leading everyone to abandon the production of mechas altogether, as if relinquishing that path entirely. The fleeting existence of mechas was abruptly overshadowed by their rapid demise. Zhang Wenjing exhibited little interest in the supernatural rings. Rather, her curiosity lay significantly more in the other materials contained within the black box. "May I peruse these documents?" she inquired eagerly. "Behold," he replied. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Wenjing, fearing a change of heart, swiftly seized the materials and began to scan the contents with great speed. Currently, based on research findings, humanity has roughly categorized zombies into tiers ranging from 0 to 6. Much like humans, zombies undergo progression, which renders them most vulnerable during the transition. A Tier 0 zombie corresponds to an ordinary human, while those advancing to Tier 1 gradually align with superhumans among humanity, gaining sentience and inching closer to humanity. It is presently understood that the energy sources of human superhumans and zombies exhibit a subtle similarity. Humans harness energy through the operation of their supernatural cores located in the abdomen, whereas zombies sustain their existence through the crystal core situated at the center of their foreheads. However, the crystal core and the ability core exhibit notable distinctions. The lowest tier zombies typically possess red crystal cores, which undergo color transformations as the zombies advance in rank. It is only when the zombies acquire the ability to manipulate their powers that the color of the crystal core stabilizes to reflect the essence of their elemental abilities. In contrast, the ability core is characterized by its fixed color from the outset. Research conducted at the Donggu base indicates that, regardless of whether they are human or zombie, the pinnacle of evolution is confined to the 6th tier. Chapter 101. Administering Medicine. Lu Yize's prior understanding corroborated the validity of this hypothesis. Even the Zombie King, despite its formidable prowess, finds its ability core and crystal core restrained within the 6th tier. Among humanity, the only ability user to reach the 6th tier in Lu Yize's previous life was Zheng Lin, whose ascension nearly depleted the entire resources of the Donggu base. Nonetheless, the outcome proved worthwhile. A 6th tier ability user ensured at least a decade of tranquility for the Donggu base. The research at Donggu base has yielded significant findings, even categorizing the colors of the ability cores among various ability users. When Zhang Wenjing spoke, her tone was far from amiable. Different types of ability users possess cores of distinct colors. For instance, water-type ability users have cores that lean towards blue, while fire-type ability users exhibit cores inclined towards red. At that moment, Zhang Wenjing clutched several pages of the ability core summary report, the data evidently derived from human subjects. Reflecting on her sister's demise, an unsettling madness lurked beneath Zhang Wenjing's composed exterior. Her veins throbbed and swelled, and her eyes, glistening with a blood-red hue, were drenched in revenge. Zhang Wenjing fixed her gaze intently on the handful of papers in her grasp, her powers radiating an aura of formidable aggression. In response to her menacing energy, Lu Yize unleashed his own abilities with unwavering resolve to subdue her. Sheng Shui extended her hand, employing her powers to offer solace, while Zhang Wenjing closed her eyes, striving to regulate her emotions. It was not Lu Yize who spoke to clarify the situation, but rather the previously uncontrolled Zhang Wenjing. If they were truly the culprits, how could I possibly collaborate with them? Zhang Wenjing had long since probed Zheng Lin's memories with her mental prowess. He was young, his defenses weak, making him the easiest target for her exploration. Their insights stemmed from the experiences of fallen comrades, not from the individuals responsible for her sister's demise. Skinwenrui. Make a note of this information, Lu Yize interjected. Prior to the apocalypse, Lu Yize had stockpiled essential supplies, and during the printing process, Skinwenrui had remarked on how well-equipped Lu was. At that moment, Fan Jian, who had accompanied him to print out the documents out of sheer boredom, stroked his chin thoughtfully, frowning in contemplation. Do you think he might be? What? Xian Wenrui pondered, a hint of speculation creeping into his mind. Upon hearing this, Xian Wenrui considered the possibility, though uncertain. Look at the preparations he has made. Perhaps it's akin to the narratives and novels, where he has been reborn under the protagonist's halo. It's not entirely implausible. Perhaps he is a transcendent figure from another world. Much like the characters in anime and novels, the two continued to elaborate on their increasingly absurd theories, ultimately concluding that their imaginations were wild enough to rival those of seasoned screenwriters. Since his rebirth, Lu Yize has shown no inclination to conceal anything, indifferent to whether those around him are aware or unaware. The room was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a vague semblance of chaos that had yet to be tidied. Torn garments lay scattered in the corners, and Jiang Yu, with a slight furrow in her brow, slept restlessly upon the bed. As an evolved being, her senses had sharpened significantly. Even in the dimmest of environments, she could discern the scene before her. The once immaculate expanse of her back was now marked with scattered blemishes, the half-draped quilt hinting at an unspoken narrative. Jiang Yu's supple form lay concealed beneath the pristine sheets, while Lu Yize felt a twinge of pain radiating from his back. Perched at the edge of the bed, his gaze was profound, fingers entwined with the remnants of Jiang Yu's blood-stained nails. Had he not been an evolved being, he would likely have succumbed to the zombie virus, transforming alongside her. Jiang Yu's grip was devoid of restraint, and even Lu Yize, known for his patience, inhaled sharply as her nails dug into him. Sensing another's presence, Jiang Yu's eyes fluttered open, revealing a wary and guarded demeanor, tinged with a morbid intent. Her fangs remained unsheathed, yet she was enveloped by a familiar scent. She feigned innocence, her gaze sparkling with a captivating allure. Despite being bullied the previous day, Jiang Yu unabashedly nestled her head upon Lu Yize's lap, wrapping her arms around his waist and playfully shaking her head in a show of affection. Awake? Lu Yize murmured, running his fingers through her hair, feeling the sporadic warmth that belonged to a creature of the undead. Jiang Yu felt a gentle caress behind her ear, a tickling sensation that trailed down her neck to her spine, descending further still. Let me apply some medicine, came the voice. It was only when icy fingertips grazed the inner thigh that Jiang Yu began to perceive the pain. Releasing the hem of Lu Yize's garment that she had been toying with. Lie still, he commanded, but his words bore little influence. The rebellious creature before him, already in the throes of a rebellious phase, ignored his instruction and instead leaned closer, incessantly sniffing at Lu Yize. The undead seemed intent on clinging to him, ultimately reaching to tear at his clothing. Lu Yize captured her claw-like hand, teasingly inquiring, "What? Do you wish to ruin my attire?" A flicker of amusement crossed Lu Yize's eyes as he bent his knee, grasping her ankle, where remnants of yesterday's ropes and bells still marked her skin. With deliberate gentleness, he traced the hem of her skirt. Jiang Yu displayed no pretense, devoid of shyness or retreat. Instead, she gazed at Lu Yize with an entranced demeanor, as if resigned to his whims. His fingertips brushed against her chafed thigh, yet his gaze harbored a hint of danger. Fixated on the enigma of whether Jiang Yu was prey or predator, as he gently tapped her restless leg. Be still, I shall tend to your wound. Chapter 102. Lu Yize, my compliance? Jiang Yu mused, convinced that no corpse could be more compliant than she. Lu Yize meticulously excavated a white ointment, applying it to the red abrasions on her thigh. The skin surrounding the wound radiated warmth compared to the rest of her body. Yet the coolness of the ointment effectively tempered that heat. Jiang Yu, accustomed to enduring pain without a sound, regarded her injury with indifference. She reclined, her gaze fixated upon Lu Yize, lingering on the elegant arch of his brow, the bridge of his nose, his pronounced Adam's apple, and the contours of his collarbone. Jiang Yu felt a stirring within her heart, her bent legs resting against Lu Yize's waist. She gently brushed her flushed knee against the hem of his garment. If the bell that usually adorned her ankle were still there, it would surely chime with a clear, melodious sound. Lu Yize lifted his eyes, locking onto Jiang Yu's dark orbs, which concealed a certain morbidity, a fervent obsession. Calm down, he said, lightly tapping her leg. Though his touch was gentle, Jiang Yu seemed to sense her exposure and silently averted her gaze, discreetly pulling the blanket over her head, leaving only her eyes visible to stealthily observe Lu Yize. The cover of the blanket oddly brought her a sense of security, as if she had grown accustomed to watching from the shadows. Jiang Yu paused, feeling a flash of a familiar memory flicker through her mind. Don't move just yet, Let the medication take effect. Once Shang Shui advances, she can assist you with her abilities. Lu Yize initially intended for Shang Shui to help Jiang Yu, which is why he had allowed himself some indulgence yesterday. However, he had not anticipated that Shang Shui would not advance last night. Jiang Yu, lost in her thoughts, suddenly rose and embraced Lu Yize, furrowing her brow as she gazed at him. What are you looking at? Lu Yize puzzled over her sudden action. Jiang Yu herself was unsure. She had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Lu Yize's figure in her mind, as if chasing a long-held obsession. What is obsession, anyway? Is it delicious? Never mind that. She claimed him as her own. Mine. What? Jiang Yu lifted her gaze to firmly meet Lu Yize's eyes, reiterating, mine. Lu Yize, he is mine. Lu Yize scrutinized Jiang Yu, pondering how much of her memory she had regained. However, her expression, devoid of significant emotion, suggested she was still somewhat dazed. Yet, even in her bewilderment, her attitude intrigued Lu Yize, prompting him to inquire with a smirk, Jiang Yu, how many more bizarre things are you still concealing from me? Jiang Yu remained silent, pondering the term bizarre. What did it mean? Unable to comprehend, she chose to feign ignorance. The thought of Lu Yize, bare-chested, was rather appetizing to her. After administering her medication, Lu Yize casually shed his short-sleeved shirt, revealing his robust physique, which instantly captivated Jiang Yu's attention. She reached out to touch the myriad of bloodstains on his back, feeling a strange sense of pride and satisfaction at the evidence of his injuries. Lu Yize was hesitant to allow her to apply the ointment, suspecting that she would find more delight in engaging in unsavory activities than in simply treating his wounds. He roughly tended to his own injuries before donning another shirt to conceal his torso, which left Jiang Yu feeling quite disappointed. At times, she would forget to breathe, and her sighs were merely an imitation of those around her. Sitting on the bed, she let out a soft sound, observing the scene, which appeared rather ordinary, yet filled with life. Lu Yize found her unconscious behaviors endearing and reached out to stroke her hair, advising her not to sigh, but to change into her clothes. With the weather being warm, he had chosen loose-fitting garments for her, though the marks on her neck were undeniably conspicuous. Dressed in new attire, Jiang Yu's long hair cascaded around her. However, due to the heat, Lu Yize hastily tied her hair into a disheveled bun. Observing her appearance, which seemed even more disheveled than before, they shared a silent gaze. Ultimately, Lu Yize gently unraveled her hair. Just bear with it. Let Zhang Wenjing and Shang Shui assist you later, he suggested, grasping her troublesome locks. At the very moment Lu Yize's words fell, Jiang Yu deftly severed her long hair with sharp scissors. What once cascaded down to her waist now barely reached her jawline. She afforded Lu Yize no time to react. In that fleeting moment, she had transformed her hair into a style reminiscent of a tousled bob. Lu Yize pondered. Could this be considered the damage of shared marital property? Jiang Yu, oblivious to his sentiments, sparkled with joy in her eyes, reveling in a sudden sense of refreshing comfort as she embraced Lu Yize to share her delight. With a mixture of emotions, Lu Yize ran his fingers through her newly curled, short hair. It was quite charming, and the shorter length accentuated the delicacy of Jiang Yu's features. Yet, she appeared to have aged a few years, despite being only 23. Having lived over a decade in her past life, an inexplicable sense of weariness welled within Lu Yize. Following his instructions, Jiang Yu swiftly recorded her abilities within the ability ring. Input it once more. Although she did not grasp the rationale behind this repetition, she complied. Seeing her obedience, Lu Yize retrieved a crystal core from his space as a reward. Jiang Yu's gaze, previously drifting, sharpened instantly upon sighting the crystal core, her focus returning with clarity. After consuming the zombie crystal core, Lu Yize instructed Jiang Yu on how to utilize the ability ring. Despite extensive practice, Jiang Yu remained utterly bewildered. The two exchanged glances, and then Lu Yize closed his eyes, resting his arms on his legs while pinching the bridge of his nose. It suddenly dawned on him that, at this moment, Jiang Yu was most likely illiterate. Illiterate. This was a possibility he had never anticipated. Unaware of Lu Yize's predicament, Jiang Yu continued to fumble with the ability ring, inputting her powers to activate it, then retracting and re-inputting, engaging in a repetitive cycle of experimentation. She mused to herself that there could scarcely be another zombie as clever as she was. With a sense of pride and an elevated chin, she felt quite buoyant in her newfound abilities. As Jiang Yu received her gift, her spirits soared, and she became increasingly clingy, akin to a newly bonded fledgling. Fixated on Lu Yize, following him wherever he went. When Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian spotted a short-haired girl emerging from Lu Yize's room, Their hearts sank. Could it be that their brother Lu had found a new love? Would this new affection truly escape Jiang Yu's ravenous grasp? Would there be a confrontation between them over this new interest? Their imaginations ran wild, envisioning a dramatic scenario where Lu Yize might sever ties with Jiang Yu for his new flame, prompting Jiang Yu to, in a fit of rage, defect and join the ranks of the zombie king. No, that would be too cruel. Chapter 103. In-laws. Before they could formulate their thoughts, the short-haired girl, who had her back turned to them, turned her head. Her slightly tousled hair framed her face, revealing familiar and exquisite features. Xian Wenrui and Fan Jian finally exhaled in relief. Ahem, the new hairstyle is quite charming, possessing a delightful chaos intertwined with order, a chaotic yet rhythmic allure, and an unevenness that somehow remains tidy. Xian Wenrui gazed in astonishment at Fan Jian's voice, reminiscent of a duck's quack. Brother, you truly have a way with compliments? Modesty, modesty. Fan Jian waved his hand dismissively, seeking to downplay the moment. However, neither dared to linger their gaze upon Jiang Yu for too long, as she donned a round-neck short-sleeved top, her hair absent, revealing a neck encircled by a rather unfortunate sight. Yet, to be frank, Jiang Yu suited this bobbed hairstyle rather well. She appeared both innocent and fierce, proving that her beauty could withstand scrutiny. Lu Gu, ahem. Perhaps you should exercise some restraint and not be so unkind to the young lady, Xian Wenrui kindly advised. Fan Jian, on the other hand, clicked his tongue in disbelief, yearning to confront those from high school who spoke of Lu Yize's supposed lack of romantic sentiment and witness the current situation. If this is what they termed a lack of romantic affection, then even he, a pure and pristine young man, could promptly seek the monastic life. A beast. Truly a beast, Lu Yize, Fan Jian exclaimed animatedly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu glanced up at Fan Jian, mistakenly believing he was referring to her. She then cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yize, who appeared unchanged. In her zombie-like mindset, Lu Yize represented her precious reserves of sustenance, something she could not bear to consume entirely. A mere nibble would suffice, and thus it was permissible. Lu Yize, however, paid no heed to their jests, for he sensed an overwhelming surge of potent, life-infused abilities emanating from within the base. Jiang Yu's focus swiftly shifted from Lu Yize to the room occupied by Xing Shui. As the powerful energies surged forth, igniting her primal hunger, her desire to consume reaching its zenith. Is this a progression for Xing Shui? Fan Jian, suppressing his laughter, cast a tense gaze towards Xing Shui's position. Indeed, Lu Yize had never encountered a healer-type ability user in his previous life. However, he had heard that once a healer ascends to the second tier, they can purify and cleanse the zombie virus using their powers. Furthermore, the serum for the zombie virus that emerged years later seemed to have been developed in collaboration with healer-type ability users. At least a whole night. Such a lengthy duration, does it not imply a significant consumption of abilities? Will there be enough crystal cores? Fan Jian fretted, muttering anxiously. Xian Wenrui found his incessant murmuring akin to the buzz of a mosquito in his ear and retorted, Could you not be so restless? You're about to flatten this ground beneath your feet. Xing Shui possesses dozens of first-tier zombie crystal cores, which should suffice. There's no need for your unnecessary worry. Besides, Zhang Wenjing is accompanying her. She is undoubtedly more dependable than you. The anxious demeanor you display might lead one to believe that your wife is about to give birth in the delivery room. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian felt somewhat reassured and found a chair to sit down, jesting, First, I must have a wife. Xing Shui has already called you brother. Isn't that akin to being a wife? Xian Wenrui's curiosity was insatiable. Fan Jian shot him a disdainful glance. I also call you son, yet I have yet to hear you refer to me as father. Xian Wenrui, upon being scorned, merely chuckled and uttered a dismissive get lost. However, the dynamic between the two of you genuinely perplexes me. It seems rather uneventful, yet how is it that a solitary man and woman have not fostered anything more? Who claims that a solitary man and woman inevitably develop something? I perceive that the relationships between men and women in our base can be aptly described as entirely innocent. As Fan Jian concluded his statement, he noticed Jiang Yu beside him, appearing rather listless. Well, let us set aside that rather peculiar couple. The moment the term couple crossed his mind, Fan Jian was suddenly reminded of his parents in Beijing, and upon reflection, he felt a surge of vitality. As soon as Fan Jian voiced his thoughts, Xian Wenrui was momentarily taken aback. Surely, there must be a way to ascertain their status? When he spoke again, his hands trembled, tinged with a sense of homesickness. I am feeling rather anxious. What do you think? Fan Jian, filled with anticipation, also prepared himself for the worst, reminiscent of how green hair and purple hair once remained in the central base for the sake of their family. In the end, green hair's entire family had perished at the hands of zombies, and Lei Yangyu's family had not entirely survived either. Such separations had become all too commonplace in this apocalyptic world. Fan Jian understood the unspoken words and promptly countered, "That won't happen. Do not worry." Lu Yize cast a glance at them. He was unaware of whether Xian Wenrui's family still existed. However, judging by the trajectory of the previous life, Fan Jian's family was still alive in Donggu Base. As an orphan, he bore fewer ties but did not mind offering them a modicum of assistance. Lu Gu. The overlapping tones of the two concealed a sense of delight. With a clearer perspective on their concerns, Fan Jian inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. His restless mind seemed to have struck an unexpected chord as he suddenly inquired, "By the way, Lu Gu, are your parents still alive?" Fan Jian had known Lu Yize since high school and was aware that he had no family. However, now that he had found a wife, it was inconceivable that Jiangyu had materialized from thin air. Jiangyu, noticing Lu Yize's gaze fixed upon her, momentarily froze as she discreetly attempted to extract the crystal core from his pocket. Believing she had been caught, she averted her eyes, casting a furtive glance at the ground, and continued to slyly maneuver the crystal core away. "I don't know, perhaps they are still alive?" Fan Jian was taken aback. "Is it possible that after getting married, you haven't met the parents? Or are you both in a long-distance situation?" Lu Yize had previously investigated Jiangyu's background, but the information had been meticulously sanitized, leaving even the identities of her parents shrouded in mystery. As for Jiangyu herself, she had been adept at dealing with zombies from the outset. Lu Yize tapped his fingers gently against her palm, intent on deciphering her thoughts. Meanwhile, in a frigid laboratory in Beijing, a couple was embroiled in a fierce argument. A picture frame was hurled to the ground, the glass shattering, causing cracks to mar the family portrait within. Chapter 104. Is it time to gain some sense? Jiangyu, do you have any recollection of your parents? Fan Jian turned to her and asked. Jiangyu, having gained a semblance of clarity, pondered that if she could recognize Lu Yize, perhaps she could also recall memories related to her parents. Lu Yize did not intervene. However, upon hearing the mention of parents, he frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure within. If Jiangyu had parents, why would she be lying alone in the morgue? 3 days had passed without anyone coming to claim him. Upon hearing the word parents, Jiangyu's actions of absorbing the crystal core momentarily halted. Her mind blanked for an instant, soon replaced by a flicker of confusion. She appeared to be deep in thought, yet also bewildered, as her head began to throb. Stop thinking. Lu Yize noticed her expression twisting increasingly, her abilities surging, and he voiced his interruption to her contemplation. Meanwhile, Fan Jian, who had posed the question, found his mind invaded by Jiangyu's mental force, leaving his thoughts in disarray. I'm going to die. I can feel my intelligence slipping away. Fan Jian clutched his head, swaying unsteadily. Stop playing the fool. There wasn't much brilliance in your mind to begin with. Xian Wenrui kicked Fan Jian, insisting he lie still. With Fan Jian sprawled on the ground, the world ceased its dizzying spin, though his head still throbbed uncomfortably. Ugh, is this feeling a sign that I'm about to grow a brain? Lu Yize grasped Jiangyu, attempting to guide her with his mental energy. Yet she not only resisted, but also forcefully flooded his mind with her vague memories. These memories were so indistinct that he could only faintly hear the voice of a little girl, tremblingly calling out brother. Lu Yize opened his eyes, his gaze cold as he fixed it on the gradually calming Jiangyu. Brother? Who is Jiangyu calling out to with such affection? After everyone had departed, Xian Wenrui dragged the half-conscious Fan Jian to the kitchen to assist. Fan Jian, still dazed, stumbled like a zombie, and suddenly opening his eyes startled Xian Wenrui. Oh my, can you have Sheng Shui treat your eyes? At times, the sight can be quite unsettling, as if a good person has developed 2 pupils in a single eyeball. I have inquired, but Sheng Shui is unable to assist. It's not just you. Even in the middle of the night, when I rise to use the restroom, I frighten myself. Fan Jian is equally troubled. I find it perplexing. Isn't your supernatural ability ice-related? Why then do your eyes appear to be split? What could be the explanation? Xian Wenrui, while handling the beast meat, continues to voice his grievances. I am uncertain. I too find it odd. Sheng Shui is similarly baffled. Zhang Wenjing suggested that perhaps my mind is disordered, leading to the development of an extra pair of pupils, though I cannot ascertain whether she is jesting. Xian Wenrui turns to observe Xian Wenrui's expression as he speaks, appearing quite earnest. Has this individual truly not realized that Zhang Wenjing is merely delivering a cold joke? Well, I suppose it's no surprise that Fan Jian's mind has been smooth on the surface for quite some time now. Once I finish with this meat, you can take it to Lu Gu and the others in their room. Fan Jian looks up and replies, that is feasible, but why don't you deliver it yourself? Xian Wenrui continues his task without hesitation, having significantly honed his culinary skills over the past month. He is full and has no desire to consume dog food any longer. Fan Jian pauses, realizing he is indeed hungry and yearns for dog food. However, he is still awaiting a meal invitation, so he reluctantly agrees. After preparing dinner, Xian Wenrui serves a portion to Fan Jian, who squats down and eats heartily. By the way, Fan Jian, are you aware of Lu Gu's family situation? I've never heard him mention them, and it seems like I haven't seen them since the apocalypse. Fan Jian, famished, stuffed the stir-fried exotic beast meat mixed with rice into his mouth, grains clinging to his lips. What? You didn't know? Lu Yize's parents passed away long ago. He was raised in an orphanage. Goodness, why wasn't he adopted? Compared to such matters, Fan Jian was evidently more concerned about the bowl of rice before him. What else could it be? He must have been older by the time he entered the orphanage. I can't recall exactly how old, but it seems he has some memories of it. Later, as he grew older, he excelled academically and gained admission to the best junior high in town. Recognizing his talent, affluent benefactors supported his education at our high school, which is quite inaccessible for the average person. In his haste to eat, Fan Jian choked and grabbed the water beside him to wash down the rice. I see. It seems he had a rather difficult past, enduring bullying from you, the privileged second generation. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian became agitated. Are you kidding? Which bullied individual ends up with stitches in their head? He continued, and my little brothers? I can't even be bothered to mention them. Each one is a fickle fence-sitter, swayed by Lu Yize's good grades and fighting prowess, instantly declaring him their big brother. Damn. Reflecting on past events, Fan Jian felt a pang of bitterness. You have no idea. On the surface, he ranks first in his class, but behind closed doors, he smokes, drinks, and fights, maintaining a facade of respectability. Xian Wenrui ladled a few more spoonfuls of rice into his bowl, puzzled by how a once privileged youth had fallen to such a state. Calm down, calm down. When you get agitated, you lose control of your abilities, and it becomes freezing cold. I didn't use my abilities, Fan Jian retorted. As he spoke, both of them finally sensed something amiss. Xian Wenrui inputted his extraordinary abilities into the anomaly ring, allowing him to discern the current outdoor temperature, which had gradually decreased to 16 degrees Celsius. Previously, the temperature outside had been a scorching 50 to